Chapter 211, Outer God appears, Zhao Gongming slays God in a dream. Holy crap, how did you know? That's exactly what I was thinking. Unifying the entire world, and then beyond that, the sea of stars, the myriad worlds. You lead your divine soldiers and conquer. Ao Yongzi said excitedly. This way, she could legitimately devour the will of heaven of other worlds, integrating all the different worlds into one. Perhaps she could even recreate that original whole. Of course, she was only thinking about it. To recreate that original whole was too difficult. This meant she would have to become an enemy of all the will of heaven in the myriad worlds, including Earth. The most important thing was that the difficulty was too high. Ao Yongzi didn't have the courage to take such a gamble. Instead of conquering the myriad worlds and devouring them to form a whole, wouldn't it be better to stick with Zhao Gongming, activate her own outer god's power as soon as possible, and become an outer god? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Even if a world truly achieved that feat in the future, bringing the myriad worlds back to a single whole, she could still rely on Zhao Gongming, or her own outer god power, to become a superdimensional life form within that whole. This choice was less difficult. Conquer my foot. Are you treating me like the golden toilet big boss? Conquering the myriad worlds in all directions. Are you saying I'm too idle? Do you want to find work for me? This grand project of conquering the myriad worlds, you should leave it to someone else. Zhao Gongming immediately expressed his opposition. Oh, come on. What grand project? Where do you need to do any work? You just need to scare the heavenly Dao, you don't even need to personally intervene. To conquer the myriad worlds, your subordinates are enough. Don't waste your endless dragon chi. Divine soldiers can be tested on people. You have so many people, why not try it? The era of the Great Expedition required a large army. The Zodiac Guardians were clearly not enough. Ordinary Zodiac Guardians were numerous but weak in combat. Dragon Guards were strong but few in number. Only true Divine Soldiers could fill this huge gap. What were true Divine Soldiers? Divine Soldiers primarily made of humans were true Divine Soldiers. They had low requirements, were numerous, and had strong combat power upon formation, even surpassing the Dragon Guards. Given the current fanaticism within the Great Zhao Empire, as soon as Zhao Gongming gave the order, countless Great Zhao people loyal to him would sign up to become Divine Soldiers. Even if they could never change back in this life, they were willing. Simply by unifying the entire world, a single world could provide Zhao Gongming with hundreds of thousands of Divine Soldier slots. Adding in the other worlds, gathering hundreds of thousands of Divine Soldiers would not be a problem. For stronger worlds, these hundreds of thousands of Divine Soldiers could directly sweep through them. The death of Divine Soldiers would not affect his Divine Soldier quota, as long as the rear was large enough, his source of troops would be inexhaustible. The conquered worlds could also further increase his Divine Soldier quota. Snowballing, growing larger and larger. Young man, you need to be down to earth, don't always think about this and that. I haven't even managed one world properly, and you want me to manage more worlds. I, Zhao Gongming, truly have no ambition. I can't do the job of a golden toilet king. Nor do I have his sense of mission and responsibility. Zhao Gongming held Ao Yongzi in both hands, coiling her up and placing her in front of him. He spoke in a calm tone. No. You have that ability. The great will in the dark will drive you in that direction. What has been united for a long time must divide, and what has been divided for a long time must unite. The whole will surely return. You are an outer god, you possess endless life. You will witness that day's arrival sooner or later. Unknown space. The non-existent boundary between worlds. A humanoid outer god wandered. Its mighty body flowed with blood, crimson blood like the world's most potent poison, dripping down. Where the drops landed, holes were burned in the space. This blood disregarded the law of space and time, crossing the long river of time, and falling onto the predetermined world. The disaster brought by the outer god's blood pollution swept across the entire world. In less than 1,000 years, the world collapsed. The originally wandering outer god sensed the location, passed through the long river of time, directly reached the world, extended its broken palm emanating thick black chi, pierced through the world, and instantly refined and absorbed it. So painful, so hungry. I need more. The humanoid outer god let out mournful cries. The cycle repeated, constantly replaying. Chaos did not keep time. Suddenly, the dazed outer god smelled a familiar scent. The blood throughout its body surged. His scent has appeared again. No, he is already dead. I killed him with my own hands. Impossible, impossible, he should be dead. The humanoid outer god wriggled towards a certain direction. The next moment, a golden lightning bolt struck. It precisely hit the other half of this outer god's body. The golden lightning vaporized its other half of the bloody body, revealing the pitch-black half-skeleton beneath the blood. Far away. Another outer god, a humanoid outer god shrouded in golden lightning, was glaring in this direction. The blood-covered outer god sensed danger and quickly vanished into the boundary. He got away again. Damn it. The golden lightning outer god roared, then also vanished into the boundary. Inside the great Zhao Imperial Palace, Zhao Gongming, who was sleeping, suddenly showed a pained expression. A terrifying aura intermittently appeared. Ao Yongzi was so scared that she didn't dare to hide in the sword anymore. She flew out in a panic, escaped to a safe place, and looked at Zhao Gongming in the Imperial Palace with terror. At this moment, Zhao Gongming seemed to be having a very terrifying nightmare. The expression on his face became increasingly painful. Suddenly, A black shadow appeared. A golden whip appeared in Zhao Gongming's hand, erupting with endless divine power. Zhao Gongming in the dream had a ferocious expression, and he smashed the whip over. Divine power burst forth. The black shadow was directly smashed to pieces, leaving only a transparent, fist-sized bead, slowly falling to the front of Zhao Gongming's bed. As the black shadow dissipated, Zhao Gongming's expression returned to normal, and he slowly fell back asleep. And the golden whip in his hand, at some unknown point, disappeared again. The danger was averted. Ao Yongzi flew back to Zhao Gongming's side, staring in shock at the large bead in front of the bed. She could sense the residual outer god qi in the room. Outer god qi other than Zhao Gongming's. This bead also had it. However, the outer god qi remaining on this bead was somewhat mixed. There were many outer god qi, but the outer god qi that the bead was most heavily stained with was Zhao Gongming's qi. Ao Yongzi was very curious about this suddenly appearing bead. But she didn't dare to approach, fearing that the bead would harm her. Avoiding the bead, she returned to the sword. The next morning, Zhao Gongming woke up early, looked at the large bead in front of his bed, and fell into contemplation. Where did this bead come from? Who sent it? Did someone come in while he was sleeping? Was it Qin Meng? No, wasn't Qin Meng on her period. When she was on her period, she wasn't that crazy, she wouldn't launch a night attack. So, where did this bead come from? Chapter 212, Dingai Pearl? The Wind of Great Zhao. What a strange pearl. Zhao Gongming held the fist-sized pearl in front of him, examining it carefully. From the front, it was pure and flawless, crystal clear, allowing one to see through to the other side, much like a glass bead bought on Dobao in his previous life. When the light was slightly dimmer, one could see the pearl glowing with the naked eye. A faint white light. From a different angle, however, one could see blood threads within the crystal clear pearl. The blood threads flowed slowly, revealing a hint of strangeness. This should be your item. It contains a lot of foreign god qi, and your qi is the strongest among them, so this should be your item. Ao Yongzi emerged from the sword and landed in front of Zhao Gongming, her gaze warily fixed on the large pearl in Zhao Gongming's hand. It was as if the pearl was very dangerous, capable of killing her at any moment. That's what you say, but where did this thing come from? I have no impression of it. Zhao Gongming felt that the pearl was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember what it was. He was even more curious about where it came from. This pearl was dropped by that shadow. Last night, you bludgeoned a foreign god shadow to death, and this pearl dropped. You don't have an impression, do you? You killed him with a very powerful whip last night. Ao Yongzi looked at Zhao Gongming in surprise, very puzzled. This pearl was clearly dropped by Zhao Gongming when he was fighting a monster, so he had no reason not to remember. However, the next moment, Ao Yongzi remembered that Zhao Gongming's state last night was clearly not right. He seemed to be in a dreamlike state. In this way, she could understand why Zhao Gongming didn't remember what happened last night. Ao Yongzi explained it to Zhao Gongming, and only then did Zhao Gongming suddenly realize. It turned out that this pearl was dropped by him while sleepwalking and fighting monsters. Then it was fine. But, was this pearl really his item? He had no impression of it at all. Zhao Gongming helplessly put the pearl in the drawer under the table. Do you really have no impression at all? Ao Yongzi's eyes glowed. Through a facet of the heavenly Dao, she saw the majestic figure hidden behind Zhao Gongming. That figure seemed to have undergone some changes. Behind him, at some unknown point, many pearls had appeared, exactly 36 of them, emitting 5-colored light and rotating around him. Within these pearls, there was a small world. The 36 worlds, with abundant luck surrounding his body, made the majestic figure appear even more sacred. His previously unapproachable appearance gradually took on some vague outlines. Seeing the changes in that majestic figure made Ao Yongzi's soul tremble involuntarily. Pure rank suppression. The cities of the Three Kingdoms slowly, little by little, transformed into cities of the Great Zhao Empire. The wind belonging to the Great Zhao Empire blew in. These foreigners, born in remote and harsh lands, experienced the wind of the Great Zhao Empire for the first time. Everyone had land to farm, everyone had pastures to graze, everyone had clothes to wear, everyone had a house to live in, and everyone had books to read. For the first time, they felt deeply shocked. Because these were things they had never dared to dream of. Fields? Grasslands? The land belonged to the noble lords, they were just livestock who farmed and grazed for the noble lords. Cattle, sheep, and grain were all the wealth of the lords. Even they themselves were the wealth of the lords. When the lords had a need, they could take their lives at will. Especially during the annual sacrifices, many of them were taken away and used as human sacrifices. Their flesh, bones, skin, and hair were made into various drums, flutes, and magical artifacts for the entertainment of the lords. Were they human? In the eyes of the lords, they were just animals, livestock. As for houses and clothes, they were even more of a luxury. Often, a whole family wouldn't have a single complete set of clothes, whoever went out wore them. The living conditions were terrible. As for reading, they didn't even dare to imagine it. That was exclusive to the noble lords. But then the wind of the Great Zhao Empire blew in. Overnight, they became human. The noble lords who had once oppressed them were taken by the Great Zhao Empire's army to the city square and beheaded in front of countless people. The newly arrived city lord loudly told them. They had been liberated. From now on, they were no longer lambs waiting to be slaughtered by others. They were citizens of Great Zhao. The new city lord distributed land, pastures, cattle, and sheep to them, gave them clothes and food, and even built houses for them. Furthermore, he even provided them, and their children, with the opportunity to study. All of this, all the unrealistic things, were realized after Great Zhao arrived. They had truly arrived in heaven. The Emperor of Great Zhao was truly the eternal heaven. If it weren't for the eternal heaven, who would care about their lives or deaths? For the first time, they felt like human beings. Their sense of belonging reached its peak. At this moment, they wholeheartedly identified themselves as Great Zhao people. As for Tibet, Mongolia, and later Jin, sorry, we are not familiar with them. The popular support of the affiliated cities reached its peak. This made the dispatched officials laugh out loud. A great harvest, a great harvest. Especially the new city lord, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. This wave, he earned a fortune. He exhausted the accumulated wealth of his family for hundreds of years. He spent thousands of gold to build houses for the common people of the new city, distributed food and clothes. He won the hearts of the people and completely conquered a piece of land for the empire. Such a large-scale project naturally could not be accomplished by him alone. But he had many friends. Before taking office, he gathered a large group of friends to come with him. Although they had no official positions. As long as it benefited the empire, they could also receive some blessings from the national luck, but it was not as convenient as for these grassroots officials of the empire. With the help of a group of friends, he led the temporarily recruited garrison to defeat the great nobles, liberate the slaves, and seize the nobles' grain and gold and silver. Using these riches, along with his family's accumulated wealth, he managed to build houses and other basic and public facilities for the common people. This greatly boosted popular support. He earned a lot of merit points. Ha 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 ha, my illness is cured, my legs can walk again. Ha ha, my son can talk again, he's recovered, he's recovered. Brother Liu, thank you so much. The new city lord's friends also received protection from the national luck, and some of their injuries and illnesses were cured and recovered. Barracks. General Daxi, the court investigated your background. Although you made minor mistakes, you have the merit of surrendering the city and the merit of fighting against the nobles. You will be appointed as the local county Yamen chief constable and become a grassroots official of the Great Zhao Empire. Within 3 days, go to the temporarily built official academy in the city for further study, and strive to complete your studies as soon as possible. This official still needs General Daxi's help with many things. The new city lord came outside the city and conversed with the city's defending general. Ha 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 ha, that's great. City Lord Liu, thank you so much. From now on, don't call me General Daxi, just call me Daxi. Upon hearing this, Chief Constable Daxi immediately trembled with excitement. Becoming a grassroots official of the Great Zhao Empire. He made a huge profit this time. This Tsenpo sale was brilliant. Chapter 213, the 6th Superpower, I think it should work power. Ding, you have transmigrated to another world for 6 years. Your superpower has awakened again. Ding, you have awakened the superpower I think it should work power. I think it should work power, a passive superpower. If I think it should work, then it will definitely work. Everything you believe in can be realized, however, the method of realization may be different and uncertain. Note, this superpower has an extraordinary effect on technological creations, and the lower the IQ, the more confused the mind, the lower the consciousness, the better the effect. Zhao Gongming looked at the 6th superpower on his character panel and fell into contemplation. I think it should work power. If he remembered correctly. This should be the greenskin's ability, right? Am I a greenskin again? Especially when Zhao Gongming saw the specific description of this superpower. It has an extraordinary effect on technological creations? The lower the IQ, the stronger the effect? What? Is this even human language? This superpower requires lowering one's IQ to use. However, after seeing the later note, being confused also counts. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, how is this ability used? Zhao Gongming fell into contemplation. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the new recruit assessment. New recruits who passed the assessment were assigned to various armies along the border. In the imperial court, those generals were already eager for battle. Before they could even speak up to request to fight, the civil officials excitedly volunteered, each wishing they could immediately lead the new recruits to the front lines to expand the empire's territory. Especially the civil officials of the Gongyang school, they even attended court in armor, stating directly that they would immediately go to the front line as soon as Zhao Gongming gave the order. This angered the military officials, who wanted to hit them. Are these civil officials out of their minds? Go to the battlefield? Is that your job? Ask yourselves, is going to the battlefield the job of you civil officials? Is it your job? Why are you snatching it? This is our job. Our military general's job. Have you guys finished your own work? You haven't even finished your own work, and you're thinking of snatching our military general's work? You want to fight, do you? Do you believe I'll stab your ass? Damn guys. Silence. Zhao Gongming said in a deep voice. He stopped a court quarrel. Follow the original plan, each performing your duties. Stop bickering all day. Remember, it ends after annihilating the 3 countries. Zhao Gongming said calmly. Your Majesty, there is also the Western region. The Western region countries constantly bully our people in Mobei. We cannot let the Western region countries be so arrogant. The white-haired demon lord stepped forward at this moment. He reminded him. Just the 3 countries wouldn't be enough for them to divide. They needed to add the Western region as well. Only then could they truly benefit. Everyone would also be well fed and satisfied. After all, they had been holding back for a year. Do you know how hard they've been holding back? The conventional way of gaining merit points was too slow. To go to the border, to remote small cities to develop the people's livelihood, they also had to rely on luck. Only if they were lucky could they be assigned to such harsh places. If they were unlucky, they would have to waste time in those rich areas. The most important point. They were all high-ranking court officials. After their rank, they couldn't go to such places. To gain more merit points, they could only take the path of expanding territory. They had endured for a whole year. Although during this year, they also made many small moves, expanding a lot of territory for the Great Zhao Empire and gaining many merit points, the territory acquired through such small means was too slow. They had no more patience. The Western region. Fight them, you can take them out along the way. Zhao Gongming was too lazy to think about the Western region countries. Anyway, if they wanted to fight, they might as well fight them all together. Compared to the 3 countries, the strength of the Western region countries was too weak. Most of the Western region countries were small states, and even the larger ones weren't much bigger. This was mainly due to geographical limitations. Among them, the largest Wuzhen country had a population of only over 600,000. That was even less than the population of a large city in the Shenzhou land. The cities were scattered and as fragile as paper. Although the population was sparse, the land in the Western region was vast. If they could occupy the Western region, their Great Zhao Empire's influence could extend to even wider areas. By then, they would be able to gain more merit points. Zhao Gongming also saw this point and did not refuse. Since they wanted to fight, then let them fight. Anyway, there weren't many cities in the Western region, and the demand for manpower and resources to govern them wasn't high. They might as well wipe them out along the way. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your subject will surely reclaim the Western region countries for Your Majesty. Your subject takes his leave. After the white-haired demon lord finished speaking, he led his old subordinates from beyond the heavens out of the palace. What does this old fellow mean? Does he want to monopolize it? Your Majesty, your subject will also take his leave first. Among the military generals, several realized the white-haired demon lord's intentions and immediately left the palace, chasing in the direction of the white-haired demon lord. They also wanted a share of the Western region. Sigh, you all decide for yourselves. Court dismissed. Seeing that these guys had all lost their focus, Zhao Gongming directly dismissed the court. If they wanted to fight, let them fight. As long as they didn't bother him. 1 month later. On the border of the Great Zhao Empire, the Great Zhao Empire's army, led by the Zodiac Guardians, advanced towards the direction of the 3 countries. The soldiers who had been suppressed for a year could finally unleash their killing spree. The soldiers eager to establish merits could finally release their pent-up energy fiercely. Bang bang bang. War drums sounded. The Great Zhao Empire's army launched an attack on the foreign city ahead. The Zodiac Guardians' first strike directly blasted a huge hole in the city wall. Seeing this, the Great Zhao Empire's soldiers, led by their generals, charged in. Charge, charge, charge. Kill. In less than an hour, the city was completely overrun. The army slaughtered all resistance within the city, and after clearing out a wave of noble families, they left a small number of people to maintain order, while the rest of the main force advanced towards the next city. The signal of the Great Zhao Empire's attack reached the hands of the other countries. The new emperors of the 3 countries were somewhat frightened when they learned of it. In just a few days, the Great Zhao Empire's army had captured 1/3 of their cities. Their armies of hundreds of thousands, without even the ability to resist, were directly wiped out in one wave. This was too ridiculous. Even if you were hundreds of thousands of pigs, it would take several months to kill them all. You wiped out hundreds of thousands of people in a few days? Before they could discuss anything, battle reports from the front lines continuously poured back into the capital. The high-ranking officials of the 3 countries were numb. At this moment, they could finally understand how the Deqian Empire had felt back then. This Great Zhao Empire. It was truly invincible. How could they still fight? The later Jin Emperor's face was dark, somewhat unwilling. Once upon a time, he had wanted to lead his troops personally and fight back. If not for repeated delays in logistics, he would have already gone to the front line. Now, thinking about it, he was lucky that logistics were so bad, otherwise, he, the Emperor, would already be dead. Pass down my imperial decree, abandon outer northeast, and the entire country shall migrate to the new world. This Great Zhao Empire, I cannot afford to provoke it, but can I not avoid it? Chapter 214, Later Jin flees the entire country, the tragic Suolun city. Later Jin fled. The later Jin Emperor, accompanied by his officials, fled with all their possessions. Their 8 banners disciples also fled with them. By the time the Great Zhao army arrived at the later Jin capital, the entire capital had already become a ghost town. The city's residents and all its valuables had been taken away. Only an empty shell, a deserted city, remained. This left Zhao Dai, who led the army, deep in thought. What the heck? Where is later Jin? Where is such a large later Jin? How did it all disappear? Where are the hundreds of thousands of people in the later Jin capital? How did they disappear too? I came to destroy a country, but if your later Jin Emperor has fled, how can I destroy a country? Zhao De was stunned. His great Zhao army was also stunned. If the later Jin Emperor fled, does it still count as destroying a country? Can the merit points still be calculated as if a country was destroyed? Did they suffer a loss? Damn it. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Let's enter the city. Although the later Jin Emperor had fled, the city was still there. They lost a bit, but there was still a shell left. It wasn't a complete loss. Soon, the great Zhao army entered the later Jin capital. Inside the later Jin capital, there was chaos, with collapsed furniture and facilities everywhere. It was clear that they fled in a great hurry. So much so that they didn't take everything with them. The army led by Zhao De entered the imperial palace and searched it. They found that the situation inside the imperial palace was similar to outside the imperial city. Things were scattered all over the floor. Only valuables were taken. They didn't even take their clothes, which were left scattered everywhere. Even their ancestral temple and ancestral tablets were still there. It's hilarious. When this later Jin Emperor fled, he didn't even want his ancestors. Zhao De came to the later Jin ancestral temple, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something, then stopped and walked over to where the tablets were placed, casually picking up one of the tablets. Oh ho! This tablet is new. Everything is new, including the portraits of the successive later Jin emperors at the very top, all of them are new. No wonder these later Jin nobles didn't take their old ancestor tablets when they fled, turns out they were all 99% new. Not very authentic at all. I almost forgot. Last year, their imperial palace was struck by a heavenly tribulation and turned to dust. No wonder their imperial palace and tablets are all new. Never mind, let's move the later Jin dragon throne back. Although it's new, it's still a dragon throne, so it should count for some merit. The later Jin capital was truly too empty. They only left a few people to guard the spoils of war, while the rest continued to advance towards the cities outside the later Jin capital. Their goal was to annex the entire later Jin within a week. As they continued their advance, they discovered that not only was the later Jin capital empty, but the subsequent cities were also empty. It couldn't be said to be completely empty, it could only be said that in the subsequent cities the nobles and powerful families had basically all fled. Only some common people were left behind. For example, this city named Suolun City. The people in the city were all gaunt and sallow, despite having robust physiques, they were starved to the point of being skin and bones. Upon seeing the great Zhao army enter the city, they had no thought of resistance, all kneeling on the ground, expressionless and numb, like walking corpses. Zhao De frowned at this sight. The mental state of the people in this city was the worst he had seen in any later Jin city, without exception. They were even more numb than the people and livestock in the Tibetan areas. Each one looked exactly like a zombie. Was the later Jin's exploitation of its people so terrifying? What made Zhao De even more incomprehensible was this. Judging by the clothing, appearance, and demeanor of these people, they should all be Jurchens, right? Was later Jin so cruel to its own people? Tisk. It seems this will be another huge test for the grassroots officials. The people of the city had lost the strength to resist, they just knelt there numbly. Even when Zhao De ordered them to stand up, they didn't dare to stand up. Zhao De had no choice but to let them be. He left a team to maintain order, and the rest continued out of the city, heading to the next city. Hey, don't kneel anymore. Our great Zhao country doesn't practice kneeling. From now on, you are all great Zhao people. Great Zhao people, no kneeling, stand up. On the city wall, a soldier shouted down at the people of Suolun City below. Not kneel. The people of Suolun City raised their heads, a glimmer of light in their numb eyes. Everyone listen up. Tomorrow, the imperial court will send people to register you and allocate land for you to cultivate. You must truthfully state how many people are in your family, as this concerns the amount of land you will receive. The soldier on the city wall said loudly. My lord, the Great Khan will not allow us Suolun people to farm. They don't allow us to farm. They will trample our cultivated land and prevent us from growing food. Suddenly, a voice from the people of Suolun City below was heard. What Great Khan nonsense? Were your former Great Khans out of their minds? If they don't let you farm, how do you eat? Do you eat the northwest wind? I finally understand why everyone in your city is so gaunt and sallow, turns out the later Jin Emperor is an idiot. Now you are Great Zhao people. Great Zhao people don't have such idiotic rules. Whoever dares to trample your fields, you tell me, and I'll chop off his head for you to use as a urinal. Food is the paramount concern for the people. Whoever prevents you from eating your fill, you take a knife and fight him. Understand? My great Zhao people must have spirit. Whoever bullies you, you fight them. If you can't win, you come to us, and we'll help you fight back. This soldier himself was from the school of agrarianism, born a farmer, joined the school of agrarianism, and became a disciple of the school of agrarianism. He knew very well what land represented to farmers. It was the most important matter for eating. Trampling your farmland was equivalent to taking the lives of your entire family. Often, when encountering such scoundrels, their family members would choose to kill them with a hoe and then bury them in the ground as fertilizer. Not let me farm? Then I'll plant you in the ground. The soldier shouted. My lord, can you teach us how to farm? We don't know how. We learned to farm from the people of the Central Plains before, but those people were killed by the Great Khan. An old man from Suolun City stood up. He said loudly. Don't know how to farm. It's all right. When the imperial court's people arrive tomorrow, I'll help you call over a few disciples from the school of agrarianism, and you can learn farming from them. Thank you, my lord. Long live my lord. The people of Suolun city below all shed tears and knelt down towards the soldier on the city wall. Their actions directly infuriated the soldier above. No kneeling. Stand up. Can't you have some spirit? I said no kneeling. Early the next morning, when the grassroots officials sent by the imperial court entered Suolun city, they were startled by the enthusiastic people of Suolun city. So enthusiastic. If it weren't for the different clothing of these people, they would have really thought they had come to the wrong place. This place is so peculiar. There's so much empty land outside the city, and the soil is fertile, yet no one has cleared it for cultivation. The later Jin Emperor truly has a screw loose. Chapter 215, made a decision against ancestral wishes, entire clan switches to farming. When the grassroots official sent this time arrived in Suolun city to survey the land, he was surprised to find that Suolun city didn't have a single acre of farmland. Not even 1 acre. What the hell? What kind of garbage place is this? Infertile land? Can't be reclaimed? Nonsense. The location of Suolun city was entirely fertile black soil, a dream soil that would make a disciple of the school of agrarianism drool with envy. It was famously excellent. Moreover, the area of this black soil was enormous. With just a little development, it could directly create a super large granary. A super large granary capable of supplying more than half of China. Such fertile land, yet there were no traces of development. How absurd. Is later Jin already this rich? They don't even care for such prime land? Leaving it undeveloped? What a waste of natural resources. Elder, do you Suolun people not need to farm? Such fertile land, just left unattended. If you just scatter some seeds on this land, several families wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. You don't look very wealthy, so why do you leave good land uncultivated? Would you rather starve until your faces are sallow than cultivate the land? I can't quite understand your way of thinking. The grassroots officials' words made the local elder's face grow increasingly grim. Was it that they didn't want to farm? It was those bastards from later Jin who wouldn't let them farm. They claimed that once the Suolun people started farming, they would lose their combat effectiveness, so they didn't allow them to farm and even destroyed all the farmland they had already developed. They wouldn't let them eat their fill. The elder's face instantly turned red. Just scattering some seeds would be enough for several families to not worry about food and drink. Listen, are those human words you're speaking? Damn it. This damned later Jin court, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. For your own selfish gain, you make us Suolun people starve, and then you send us to the battlefield. Thinking of this, the elder, and even the surrounding Suolun people, harbored even deeper hatred for later Jin. Since there's no farmland, we can only allocate land to you. You'll develop it yourselves. Come register first, and we'll send people to teach you how to develop land and cultivate crops. Developing farmland was too much work. There were only a few of them at the grassroots level, they really couldn't do it, so they could only mobilize the local Suolun people. However, surprisingly, these Suolun people were very cooperative with their work, and their enthusiasm for working was very high. In just half a month, they had developed the land allocated to them. They even offered manpower and effort to develop public land for the government and the court. This simplicity was somewhat touching. In the cultivated fields developed by the Suolun people, a thin girl in new clothes squatted on the ground, carefully watching the rice seedlings in the field. She was carefully nurturing them. These seedlings were their lives, their family's future food. She had to take good care of them and not let the birds eat them. Suddenly, her mother's shouts came from afar. In the distance, her mother was walking towards her, carrying a satchel. Her younger brother, 3 or 4 years her junior, a small figure, ran towards her with a satchel on his back. Akash, time for school. If you don't go to school now, I'll break your legs. Got it, Mama. In a corner of Suolun city, several children's schools were newly built around the adult academy. All Suolun children were compulsorily sent here for compulsory education. To learn to read and write. It's strange, though. As a major source of soldiers for later Jin, the Suolun people had always been later Jin's combat guarantee, and they themselves lived by hunting and fishing, skilled at hunting. But, after the adult academy opened, most of them chose to learn the farming techniques of the school of agrarianism, showing very little interest in the school of the military or other schools of thought. One could even say they were completely uninterested. Are these Suolun people going to switch to farming? A hunting and gathering civilization specializing in agricultural civilization? It seems they were truly starving. They no longer wanted their ancestors' skills, they just wanted to fill their stomachs. However, the local grassroots officials didn't pay too much attention. They respected others' choices. Their great Zhao Empire also had no tradition of forced conscription. There were too many potential soldiers. The number of people who wanted to join the army was countless. It wasn't something you could join just because you wanted to. The Suolun people might be good soldiers, they had a good foundation, but China had many talents, and even more involution kings. Want to join the army? Go ahead and compete. Only those who win the competition are qualified to become soldiers of the great Zhao Empire. Those who can't compete are better off being farmers. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Bearing straight. Later Jin ran over there. Zhao Da pointed to the continent across the sea, looking at the locals in confusion and asking. Yes, the later Jin Emperor took his nobles and fled to the continent across the sea. They escaped before the ice melted. Now that the ice has melted, it's not easy to cross. The local looked at the later Jin army across the sea and said regretfully. He wasn't regretting not following later Jin to escape, he was simply regretting not having killed the later Jin Emperor. After all, later Jin's ruling class had never treated their own people as human beings. Later Jin's ruling class was never their Jurchens, but the 8 banners. Only people from the 8 banners were qualified to be officials and lords. Non-8 banners people, whether you were Jurchen or Chinese, were all slaves, all objects of their exploitation, living lives worse than livestock. Ever since they heard that the great Zhao Empire was campaigning against later Jin, they had the idea of exchanging the heads of later Jin officials and nobles for wealth and glory. Alas, they were too slow. The later Jin Emperor ran too fast. Before they could even act, the later Jin Emperor had already fled to the other continent. Does later Jin still have territory over there? Yes, and it's not small. Later Jin has a territory on another continent that's no smaller than its homeland. Sir, when it freezes in winter, we can just walk across. Is it dangerous? Zhao De asked. Dangerous, because the ice surface may be impassable. If you mind, sir, we can go by boat. All right, this general will report to the court. This general will credit you with a meritorious deed. Thank you, sir. After the army led by Zhao De occupied the entire outer northeast, they returned to China, leaving a unit stationed near the Bering Strait. If they received orders from the court, they would directly cross the strait and continue to conquer the New World. The war situation on later Jin's side was very smooth. At the same time in Mongolia, the war situation there was even more relaxed. Because the situation in Mongolia was similar to that of later Jin. Before they even attacked, the Mongol nobles had already fled. According to intelligence from beyond the heavens, these nobles of the Mongol court had gone to the Middle East and Europe. They dared not engage them in battle. Do not pursue a cornered foe. The great Zhao Empire's army had no intention of chasing the Mongols, merely taking over the cities abandoned by Mongolia along the way. Conversely, the war situations in the western region countries and Tubo were particularly fierce. The Beyond the Heavens army encountered a desperate resistance from the allied forces of the western region countries. The two sides were fighting tooth and nail. The Tubo Tsenpo, united with a group of nobles and the religious leaders, used the advantage of the plateau to jointly attack the great Zhao army. Although no damage was caused, this made Tan Long very angry. He felt he had been underestimated. He had been thoroughly humiliated. This grudge, I remember it. Tsenpo, is it? You are dead. Kill for me. I'm going to use the Tsenpo's head as a urinal. You like to use human organs as magical artifacts, do you? I'll let you be magical artifacts for once too. Chapter 216, The Demise of Tubo, The Exhilarated Shenzhou Buddhism. Kill, kill, kill. The great Zhao Empire's army was in high spirits, their crossbows and cannons aimed at the Tubo allied forces. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, each shell taking out a large number of Tubo soldiers. The battle between the two armies was a one-sided slaughter. The great Zhao Empire's weapons were simply too advanced. Their armor was impervious to blades and spears, and cutting down men and horses was like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. They were not on the same level at all, completely outmatched. The Tubo allied forces came with great momentum, yet their actual combat power was somewhat disappointing. Even their elites were as weak as the old, the infirm and the disabled in front of the wolf-like great Zhao Empire army. With the one-sided massacre, the Tubo side finally couldn't hold on. The will of some soldiers collapsed, and they threw down their weapons and fled. Some didn't even want to flee, dropping their weapons and squatting down with their heads in their hands. Because the great Zhao Empire's soldiers had said, "Surrender and you will not be killed." The war lasted less than an hour and a half before it ended. The nobles leading the army were captured. Tan Long didn't even glance at them, transporting these nobles to the rear and handing them over to the Tubo common people. He let them deal with these nobles as they pleased. Dead or alive. It had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the higher UPS wouldn't blame him. Before the expedition, the court officials had already discussed how to deal with them. None of these noble landlords were good people. Anything could happen on the front lines. Whether to kill or dismember, it was up to the main general. After Tan Long learned about the beastly deeds they had committed, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them further. The great Zhao Empire did not allow such beastly acts to exist. As for their lives and deaths, let the Tubo common people decide. However, this group of nobles probably wouldn't have an easy time. Sure enough, as soon as these nobles were brought to the rear, they were torn apart alive by the Tubo common people there. It was literally torn apart alive. By the time the imperial court's people went to clean up the scene, there was not a single complete piece left. These nobles were torn everywhere. The families of these nobles met a similar fate. After all, they usually didn't treat ordinary people as human beings. In their eyes, ordinary people were livestock. One moment, they were praising you for your diligent work and promising to reward you. The next moment, they would seize your daughter, skin her alive to make a drum, and call it a reward. This was the true face of the Tubo nobles. So when their families were handed over to the Tubo common people, they were also torn into pieces. Those who skin others will eventually be skinned themselves. Cruel? Not cruel. Instead, there was a sense of satisfaction. The great Zhao Empire had a law, or more accurately, this law came from the Zhao family's former family rules. Just 4 words. Eliminate evil completely. If evil is not eliminated thoroughly, it's as good as not eliminating it at all. A week later, Tan Long led his army into the capital of Tubo, accompanied by Tubo common people from along the way. They joined voluntarily. They also wanted to see what kind of end the Tsenpo, who had oppressed them for countless years, would meet. And the so-called religious leaders. They were all murderers too. They wanted to see how these people would be killed little by little. You. I never expected that my Tubo, established for hundreds of years, would fall here. Great Zhao, what a great Zhao. Ha 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 ha. The Tubo Tsenpo, holding a blood-stained scimitar, stood over several blood-stained corpses. These corpses were precisely the Tsenpo's concubines and offspring. As Tsenpo, he knew very well that from the moment the great Zhao Empire's army attacked the capital, they had lost. Rather than flee, it was better to die with Tubo. He was the Tsenpo of Tubo, the king of the plateau. He must not flee. His pride would not allow him to flee. Before dying with his country, he personally killed his concubines and offspring, rather than letting them be tortured to death by the great Zhao Empire, he personally sent them on their way, to die more swiftly. From the moment you treated the common people as livestock, your end was already sealed. The so-called Tubo dynasty was nothing but a vampire preying on the common people. Our great Zhao Empire is here to punish the wicked and save the people. Tan Long said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The great Zhao Empire came to save us. Kill this beastly Tsenpo. Avenge my dead son. Behind Tan Long, there was a large group of red-eyed Tubo common people. The moment they saw the Tsenpo, their eyes no longer held numb subservience, but hatred. They hated this Tsenpo to death. The Tsenpo looked at his former subjects hating him so much, but there was no ripple in his heart. Enough of these high-sounding words. It's just that the victor is king, and the loser is outlaw. Go back and tell the king of Zhao, that as I am today, he too will have such a day sooner or later. After the Tubo Tsenpo finished speaking, he raised the scimitar in his hand, with great difficulty slit his own throat, and then fell to the ground, dead. Thus, the Tubo dynasty, which had been founded for several hundred years, met its end. The ancestral temple was destroyed, and the land was distributed to the common people. And the reckoning did not end there. For a long time to come, a great purge against the nobles would continue in this land. Until they were completely eradicated. Outside the Tubo Imperial Palace, there was another battlefield, exceptionally fierce. That was the decisive battle between the martial artist army led by the Great Zhao Empire's Martial Artist Association and the local Buddhism of Tubo. Among these people, the fighting will of the various schools of Buddhism was the most terrifying. With the sect leaders of multiple Buddhist schools as vanguards, followed by numerous elders and disciples, their killing intent was incredibly fierce. In every exchange, the bald monks leading the Buddhism were the most courageous. With a Amitabha for every blow, and a head of a heretic for every strike. Afterwards, they didn't forget to chant scriptures to send these heretics to the afterlife. Killing not only the body but also the spirit. All temples encountered along the way, regardless of size, were without exception destroyed by these monks. Not a single one was left intact. All Buddhist scriptures and texts were also burned. For others, this was a war, an opportunity to accumulate merit points. But for Shenzhou Buddhism, besides that, it was also a religious war to eradicate heretics. Buddha said, "You heretics should go to the western heaven. You stinking bald monks, my Buddha is merciful, you should go see the Buddha now. Bah, you despicable bald monks of Shenzhou, you will suffer retribution, betraying the Buddha and becoming the king's lackeys, you will never achieve Buddhahood. You are all demons." Nonsense, you stinking bald monk, you are the demon. His Majesty said we can become Buddhas, so we can become Buddhas. What kind of Buddha is yours anyway? After the abbot finished speaking, with red eyes, he shattered the abbot of that temple with a palm strike. Becoming a demon? Nonsense about becoming a demon. We are Buddhas, and we can only become Buddhas. This is what His Majesty the Emperor said. Your Buddha is nothing. Whether or not one becomes a Buddha is decided by His Majesty. As long as they have enough merit points, they can all become Buddhas, with the same status as the Buddhas in the Buddhist scriptures. These damned bald monks dare to slander His Majesty, kill them all. The capital, Chang'an. Report, report. General Tan Long has entered the Tubo Imperial Palace, the current Tubo Tsenpo has committed suicide, the ancestral temple has been destroyed, Tubo is no more, Tubo is no more. The Martial Artist Association has won a great victory, the Shaolin abbot has gone mad with killing. Shocking, Shaolin destroyed every temple it encountered, why is this? Shenzhou Buddhism is truly ruthless, they wiped out Tubo Buddhism with the army. Using public office for private revenge. Later Jin Buddhism was destroyed, how could Tubo Buddhism survive? Fierce. Chapter 217, Astonished Foreign Merchants, Arcane Transformation Device. The later Jin fled, Mongolia also fled, and Tibet was annihilated. This great Zhao Empire is too fierce. The capital of the great Zhao Empire was home to merchants from all over the world. Since the great Zhao Empire was founded, a large number of novel and peculiar small inventions had appeared in the great Zhao Empire. These small inventions were very popular. They saw business opportunities and came here, wanting to take some back to their home countries to sell. It just so happened that during this period, the great Zhao Empire was at war with 3 countries. In just 1 month, the cities of the 3 countries fell one after another, suffering various crushing defeats. In the end, Mongolia and later Jin abandoned their territories and fled. As for Tibet, it was tragically annihilated. Such a military record frightened all the foreigners. They had never imagined that the Great Zhao Empire could continue its record of annihilating the Great Jian, and even be more ferocious, destroying 3 countries in 1 month. Moreover, these 3 countries were not weak. If placed in Europe, they would be considered first-rate superpowers. These 3 superpowers were annihilated by Great Zhao just like that. Oh my god! This Great Zhao Empire is truly the strongest country in the world. This is simply too powerful. Fortunately, this Great Zhao is in China, not in Europe. Otherwise, these people would not be able to sleep soundly. They were afraid that after one business trip, their homes would be gone, and their countries would also be gone. How desperate would that be? In addition to this, the changes in the Great Zhao Empire were also observed by them. They had never seen such a generous imperial court, one that could casually give rich and fertile land to commoners. It even built houses for those commoners, provided clothes, and ensured their basic necessities. Even the education of their children was handled by the imperial court. Is this Great Zhao Empire acting as a charity? How did the god of wealth become so benevolent after becoming emperor? No, it seems the god of wealth has always been benevolent to commoners. It's just that he's not very friendly to those law-breaking profiteers like them. Damn it! Why is Zhao Gongming's sense of justice so strong? The Great Zhao Empire actually annihilated 3 countries. Will Great Zhao have ill intentions towards our northern barbarians? Princess Katarina said with some worry in the restaurant. This Great Zhao is too strong. So strong that it makes people a little scared. As a princess of the northern barbarians, Princess Katarina was truly afraid that one day, Great Zhao would wage war on the northern barbarians. Could the northern barbarians withstand such a powerful Great Zhao? They couldn't. Whether it was objective or subjective factors, Princess Katarina did not think the northern barbarians could withstand Great Zhao's devastation. Your Highness, don't worry. The land of our northern barbarians near China is barren and terribly cold. Thousands of miles are uninhabited, all desolate land. The Great Zhao Empire has no reason to attack us. The maid beside her shook her head. The land of the northern barbarians near China was basically uninhabited, with only a few garrison cities guarding the border, and no other cities. Even the food supply for the garrison cities needed to be transported by the northern barbarians from thousands of miles away. In such a severely cold and barren place, the maid truly couldn't think of a reason for Great Zhao to attack their northern barbarians. Taking this land would probably result in a loss. Alas, it's worrying. Although Princess Katarina also felt that Great Zhao had no reason to attack their northern barbarians, she was still worried. During her stay in the Great Zhao Empire, she had witnessed the Great Zhao people's ferocity. One by one, they were all too warlike. They would join the army to attack other countries at the slightest disagreement. This kind of warlike atmosphere. Who wouldn't be afraid? If you were a Great Zhao person, you wouldn't feel afraid, instead, you'd feel very excited. But, I'm not a Great Zhao person, I'm a foreigner, one of the other countries in the mouths of Great Zhao people, the target of attack. Duanzilo, brothers, I've released a new product. Duanzilo, arcane transformation device, a super cool item, probably around level 5. Duanzilo, similar to the special effects transformation devices on our Earth, it can transform anytime, anywhere. Duanzilo provides multiple skills, multiple system options, and can be customized one-on-one. Duanzilo, interested? Duanzilo at Zhao Gongming, boss, come patronize me. Duanzilo, it's really super cool. Zhao Gongming, hey? Zhao Gongming, patronize what? This item of yours is useless to me. Zhao Gongming, I can't use it. Duanzilo, you can't use it, but your subordinates can. Duanzilo, don't you have a Zodiac Guardians? Duanzilo, aren't you planning to get a group of people to be Zodiac Guardians? Or other styles of armies? Duanzilo, don't you think that's very cool? Duanzilo, it's incredibly cool, alright. Duanzilo, a large group of people transforming in front of foreign guests, it's incredibly cool, alright. Zhao Gongming, this. I have to say, Duanzilo's words made Zhao Gongming a little tempted. It was indeed very cool. Moreover, with his reminder, he seemed to be able to consider customizing a batch and then throwing them into the dynasty system to give those hard-working people below some motivation to strive. Want to transform? Want to fly and burrow? Want to be incredibly cool? I've placed the items in the dynasty. Compete fiercely. Earn merit points and buy them all. Zhao Gongming, how's the combat power? Don't give me something that's just for show. Duanzilo, please, this is a level 5 arcane item. Duanzilo, level 5. How can a level 5 item be bad? Duanzilo, any set of level 5 items can instantly defeat your Great Zhao Empire's regular armies. Duanzilo, their equipment is not as strong as level 5 items. Zhao Gongming, alright then, help me customize a few styles. Zhao Gongming, I plan to form the Imperial Guards, customized according to the 5 elements attributes. As for skills and abilities, you can decide. Also, give me a few more proposals. I plan to customize a badge to put in the dynasty for them to freely exchange. The combat power requirement isn't high, focusing on healing aspects, and the appearance should be as cool as possible. Zhao Gongming thought for a moment and decided to order a badge. The Imperial Guards were actually an honor guard. Because the true combat power of the capital would never be the so-called Imperial Guards, but the Dragon Guard, or even Zhao Gongming himself. These Imperial Guards mostly served as an honor guard. The styling couldn't be too bad. As for the transformation devices thrown into the dynasty for them to exchange, their effects and functions focused on medical aspects. After all, those who exchanged for this type of transformation device were the most courageous and hardworking individuals throughout the great Zhao Empire. What do the most hardworking people lack most? Time and health. Zhao Gongming couldn't give them time, but he could give them a healthy body. Only with a better body could they continue to work hard. This was Zhao Gongming's painstaking effort. Duan Xiaolo, how many, Master Zhao? Zhao Gongming, how many? You prepare the proposals for me first. Zhao Gongming, anyway, it won't be too few, at least 100,000 sets. Zhao Gongming, if the effect is good, I will continue to order more in the future. Duan Xiaolo, holy crap. Duan Xiaolo, over 100,000, I'm rich. Duan Xiaolo, thank you, Master Zhao, you truly are my god of wealth. Li Nena, you're already this happy with just over 100,000 sets? Gongming has hundreds of thousands of troops under him, and millions of grassroots officials. He will continue to expand his army in the future, with expansions of hundreds of thousands at a time. You're going to keep getting rich. Li Nena saw it clearly. Zhao Gongming's imperial guards would at most need tens of thousands of sets. The real bulk would be for future army expansions and the millions of grassroots officials. These are the people who most need custom shapeshifters. They are also the target users for the future. Once they accumulate enough merit points, do you think they won't buy a few shapeshifters? Don't underestimate their spending power. Once they start spending, they're not just ordinary people anymore. Duan Xiaolo, I'm rich, brothers. Ning Yifeng, since you're rich, how about a red packet to spread the joy? Lu Suifeng, shared joy is double joy. Rich guy, send a red packet. Duan Xiaolo, ha 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 ha. Duan Xiaolo, no problem. Duan Xiaolo was talked into it by everyone and happily sent a big red packet. By the time he realized what happened, the red packet had already been snatched clean. Oh no, I was careless and didn't react fast enough. A small loss, that red packet. Li Nena, everyone, how are you all doing? Meow meow, what's your situation? Meow xiao meow, no movement. Ever since I failed to assassinate the female lead last time, she hasn't dared to enter the mountains. I went to investigate in the small town. Meow xiao meow, the female lead moved. She moved to the next town over. Meow xiao meow, she must have been scared by me last time. Li Nena. Li Nena, good heavens, this female lead is even more timid than us. Li Nena was a bit speechless upon hearing this. This female lead clearly had a cheat, yet she was so timid. After being scared once, she changed locations. Speechless. Ning Yifeng, were you unaffected? For example, did you become weaker? Meow xiao meow, what effect could I possibly feel? My legs were already crippled, the curse only affects my legs. How much worse could it get? Meow xiao meow, wasn't Daniu a loner before? Meow xiao meow, he also affected the male and female leads, but he didn't get any worse. Meow xiao meow, my and his curses are both one-time effects. Ning Yifeng. Ning Yifeng, I suddenly envy you guys. Meow xiao meow, ha 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 ha, envy indeed. I envy you too. You have all your limbs, perfectly intact. Do you really think I'm comfortable? Meow xiao meow, paralyzed from the waist down, I haven't walked on the ground since birth. Meow xiao meow, flying can't solve everything. Meow xiao meow, because even if you can fly, it doesn't solve your pooping problem, unless you shamelessly fly into the air and poop in the sky. Ning Yifeng. Ning Yifeng, if I said I could, would you hit me? Excretion problem. Honestly, he could. He really could perform the act of pooping in midair. In fact, he'd probably think it was cool. Don't you think so? Come on, pooping in the sky is super cool. Randomly select a lucky audience member. Flying from the heavens. Pies don't fall from the sky, but poop can. Full of mischief. Meow xiao meow, wow, this person is so perverted. Li Nena, to be fair, yes. Lu Suifeng, bro, you're a bit, you know. Ning Yifeng, get lost, get lost. Anyone has the right to say that, but you, old Lu, are the only one who doesn't. Lu Suifeng, why not? Ning Yifeng, because my butt only has one purpose, pooping. Lu Suifeng, what the heck, you. Lu Suifeng, you old geezer. Lu Suifeng, get lost, get lost. Li Nena, how are you guys doing? Have you found the Ghost King? Ning Yifeng, didn't find him. I killed several groups of ghost hunters and tortured them, but couldn't get the Ghost King's location. However, I can confirm these people are connected to the Ghost King, but it's a shame I don't have the ability to read memories, otherwise I would have already gone to his doorstep. Li Nena, take your time, no rush. What about old Lu? Lu Suifeng, still the same, a plain and simple rural life. However, the girls in this world generally have average looks, while the guys are all increasingly handsome, like fresh young idols from the entertainment industry. Li Nena, so? Are you interested? Lu Suifeng, interested in what the heck? I'm just lamenting how abnormal this world is. Li Nena, in a BL world, if your looks aren't good enough, you don't even qualify for a gay relationship. After all, the author can't force readers to watch a bunch of slightly overweight, bearded guys messing around. Li Nena, even though fujashis are perverse, their tastes aren't that niche. Ning Yifeng, that's true, ha 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 ha. Meow xiao meow, a world where everyone is a fresh young idol. If Xiao Mei were still here, she'd probably be overjoyed. Xiao Mei, an early member of the chat group, was gone before Zhao Gongming even joined the group. Tai Lang, so bored. Every day I eat, sleep, and then eat again after sleeping, and also poop. Tai Lang, do you have any furry books? Tai Lang, I want to read them, thanks. Meow xiao meow. Lu Denu, bro, aren't you in a demon world? Are there no furries in the demon world? Tai Lang, there are, but they're so rough. I like the soft and cute ones. Lu Denu, I. Denu fell into contemplation. Zhao Gongming, what respectable person reads those kinds of books? Lu Denu, if you need them, I can help you download them. Tai Lang, I need them, I really need them. Lu Denu, wait, I'll give them to you tomorrow. Tai Lang, hee hee. Tai Lang, I'll send some local specialties to sister-in-law. Demons all say they're good. Lu Denu, that's thoughtful of you. Great Zhao Empire. Good news, good news. Due to the threefold expansion of our territory and insufficient garrisons in various regions, the Imperial Court is now conscripting 400,000 soldiers. Those interested can report to their local county yamen. Good news. The Imperial Court is recruiting honor guards from all over the country. Requirements: males must be 1.8 meters tall, females 1.6 meters tall, with a moderate build, neither fat nor thin, and excellent appearance will be given preference. Spaces are limited. The Ministry of Works is recruiting for civil engineering. Requirements: hardworking and willing to learn. High pay and subsidies. At the bulletin boards of every city's county yamen, various recruitment notices were posted. The most conspicuous among them was the conscription notice at the very top. This immediately filled the local young people with joy. The great Zhao Empire was finally conscripting again. They had waited for a long time. The opportunity had come again. Immediately, they flocked to the registration office. Not only in various parts of Shenzhou, but even in the former territories of the Three Kingdoms, which had just been incorporated into the great Zhao Empire's rule, many young people of foreign ethnic groups also saw the conscription information and went to their local county yamen to sign up. Sir, I can do it. Look at my tall and strong build, my strength, my hands and feet. I was born for the battlefield. Choose me, choose me. Quiet down, come one by one. Young man in front, you first. What's your name? Elita. Can you read? I'm speaking the Shenzhou script. Just came out of literacy class, I know a little. Can you write your own name? Yes. Good, you've successfully registered. Ah. We martial generals are not good with words. Being able to write your own name is enough. Yes, sir. Me. My name is Aji, and I can also write my own name. Chapter 219, Imperial Concubine List, Liao Tiankuang fights alone against the heroes. 430 million people? That's too many. How do we choose from this? We select the best. Even if we select the best, we'll only recruit 800,000. What about the remaining 3.5 million? The elimination rate this time is too high. The officials responsible for conscription in the Imperial Court were startled when they saw the consolidated data. Over 4 million people. Last time, there were only about 1 million applicants. This time, it's quadrupled. Moreover, a large portion of this data came from the people in the newly conquered areas, those who had just received land. Shouldn't they be busy farming now? In the Great Zhao Empire, farming doesn't depend on the seasons. Because the weather and climate of the Great Zhao Empire are influenced by the national destiny, planting can occur all year round, all day long. Even when it's snowing, crops can still be planted as usual and it won't affect their growth. It's very unscientific. But, this is the Great Zhao Empire. A country blessed by heaven. There's nothing we can do even if there are many. This is His Majesty's order. If you have an opinion, go tell His Majesty. An official said helplessly. Although the conscription quota doubled this time. But, overall, it's still too little. The competition is fierce. Forget it, His Majesty must have his own ideas. Since His Majesty thinks 400,000 is good, then we'll recruit 400,000. Let's get to work, let's get to work. The officials responsible for conscription were very efficient. In just 2 days, they had screened over 4 million applications. Half a month later, the 800,000 selected individuals received their acceptance letters and headed to various military camps for intensive training. Ha ha ha, I made it, I got accepted. In Suolun City, a young man from the Suolun tribe received his notification from the local county yamen and immediately shouted with joy. This made the unsuccessful candidates nearby look on with envy. Mother, I made it. The man ran home, happily bringing the good news to his family. Similar scenes occurred throughout the Great Zhao Empire. At this moment, the imperial court was as noisy as a marketplace. Various ministers were arguing over the newly selected imperial concubines. After several months of screening, over 100 imperial concubines were selected from all over the country. Without exception, these more than 100 women were all first-rate beauties of the Great Zhao Empire. Among them were many stunning heroines who had even appeared on Beixiao Sheng's list. After all, the only circles where women over 20 remained unmarried were the Martial Forest and Jianghu, which had a surplus of older bachelors and spinsters. The point they were arguing about. It was precisely over the ranking of these imperial concubines. Because of the unspoken rule in the Central Plains, the top few imperial concubines could skip the imperial concubine stage and also receive His Majesty's favor. As for those ranked lower, they could only endure. Whether they could endure depended on luck. If they were lucky and received favor, they would be promoted. If they could give birth to a dragon son, they could even skip several ranks directly. If they were unlucky, after a few years, they could be reassigned as female officials, or leave the palace to marry. Leaving the palace to marry was impossible, even a fool wouldn't choose to leave the palace to marry. Because female officials were also considered official positions in the imperial court, proper official positions, and since they were reassigned from imperial concubines, their rank wouldn't be low, and they could earn merit points. Moreover, female officials also had a chance to be favored by the emperor. How could they give up such an opportunity? After struggling so hard to get ahead, you want to give up your official position and go home to marry? Are you stupid? Your Highness, the imperial concubines, chosen through layers of selection, were curiously looking around the imperial palace. Seeing the officials arguing heatedly over their rankings, they all showed puzzled expressions. Only a few imperial concubines understood what was happening. They lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Among the imperial concubines, several heroines from the martial forest boldly looked at Zhao Gongming on the throne. Their eyes openly revealed their covetousness for Zhao Gongming. Such exquisite beauty, yet not on Baixiao Sheng's list. Baixiao Sheng, that old man with failing eyesight. Pfft. He was coveted for his beauty again. Zhao Gongming was already used to it and did not react, merely watching the officials argue quietly. He waited for them to give a result. Anyway, to him, the ranking of the imperial concubines was irrelevant. Don't let the sight of over 100 people seem like a lot. In reality, it was just that. A few a day, and a month would complete one round. So, the ranking was irrelevant to him. It was merely a matter of sooner or later. This farce lasted a long time, especially for those from the martial forest faction, whose combat power was astonishing. Among the martial forest faction, the demonic lord Liao Tiankuang, with his white hair, had the most astonishing combat power. He fought 10 people alone, his verbal skills at their peak, causing the civil officials who were verbally sparring with him to reluctantly lower their heads. This was a first. The first time civil officials couldn't out-argue a martial general. The martial forest faction was implicitly part of the martial general camp, and also the most reckless of them. Losing to Liao Tiankuang was humiliating. It completely shamed the civil officials. Meanwhile, among the martial forest faction, those in the know smiled as they watched Liao Tiankuang, who was fighting 10 people alone in front. At this moment, he was as strong as a war god. They knew why. Among these imperial concubines, there was Liao Tiankuang's granddaughter. This was a grandfather fighting for his granddaughter's interests. Finally, under the verbal intimidation of Liao Tiankuang, his granddaughter, Liao Miao Miao, successfully became the first-ranked imperial concubine. The other two rankings also found suitable imperial concubines. Ennoble the top 3 as honored ladies. Court dismissed. Thank your majesty. Sayao, I'm here. In the palace, Tang Sayao, who was resting, heard Liao Miao Miao's voice and immediately sprang up from her bed. Miao Miao. You actually got in. Tang Sayao pushed open the door and immediately saw Liao Miao Miao coming towards her. Haha, don't you know who your sister is? I'm the #1 beauty of the demonic cult. Of course I could get in. And, sister, I'm also the first-ranked imperial concubine. Liao Miao Miao happily told Tang Sayao, unaware that Tang Sayao's face showed a strange expression when she heard about her getting first place. First place, hey. Well, thank you for your hard work. Tang Sayao looked at Liao Miao Miao with a hint of pity in her eyes. Being in the top 3 meant that Liao Miao Miao would have to endure Zhao Gongming's favor all by herself. All by herself. This was that beast, Zhao Gongming. Could she handle it? She definitely couldn't handle it. Even with Liao Miao Miao's astonishing martial arts talent and profound internal energy cultivation, she couldn't withstand Zhao Gongming's torment. Alas. My little sister, I hope I can still see you moving tomorrow. Sayao, that look in your eyes? What does it mean? Did I say something wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. Your only mistake was being in the top 3. Alas, you must take good care of yourself. Don't force yourself. When it's time to faint, you must faint. Don't try to tough it out, understand? Hey. Chapter 220, Outer God destroys the world, Tai Lang goes offline. The next day, at noon. Liao Miao Miao woke up from her lethargy. Her dazed eyes stared at the ceiling, filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? It hurts so much. Liao Miao Miao was awakened by waves of intense pain. The palace maid beside her, seeing Liao Miao Miao awaken, immediately came forward and called out excitedly. Your ladyship, you're awake. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? I'll have someone prepare it right away. The palace maid asked. No need. Just prepare some fruit for me. Liao Miao Miao looked a bit weak, but her complexion was rosy, as if she had been nourished. She wasn't hungry. She just felt tired. She felt a power within her, subtly enhancing her strength and internal energy. This power, of course, came from Zhao Gongming. Whether it was Zhao Gongming's identity as the human emperor or his essence as an outer god, he himself was not ordinary. In a strict sense, he wasn't even human. The power of a high-dimensional being, even a tiny bit, could bring immense benefits to low-dimensional creatures. Your ladyship, please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring the fruit. The palace maid ran out of the palace. Liao Miao Miao sat up from the bed, sat cross-legged, and circulated the internal energy within her. At this moment, she was surprised to discover that, at some unknown point, she had actually broken through to the Xiantian realm. In just one night, she had jumped several levels, even reaching the middle stage of the innate realm. Is this the power of the emperor? It truly is a great rejuvenation pill. A humanoid great rejuvenation pill. Isn't this the #1 beauty of the demonic sect? After one night, how did you become so weak? Tang Xiao's voice rang out from outside the door. Tang Xiao pushed open the palace door and walked in. The palace maid behind her brought up some stew. Seeing this, Liao Miao Miao immediately gave up the idea of cultivating, took the stew from the palace maid, and gulped it down. I thought I was going to die. Oh, you, Xiao, we're supposed to be sisters, yet you didn't even warn me. Liao Miao Miao complained. Didn't I warn you? You didn't listen, so it's my fault. Why didn't you say it more directly? I didn't even realize what was happening. Liao Miao Miao was on the verge of tears. Ha ha ha, it's no fun if I say it too clearly. I'm not saying any more. You rest well. Bye bye. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, she left with her people. Liao Miao Miao was so angry she cursed her for being disloyal. Demon World. On the blood-red wasteland, Tai Lang was gnawing on his prey, devouring flesh and blood in large mouthfuls. A moment later, after feeling full, Tai Lang finally put down the remaining bones. Devour. Tai Lang silently chanted towards the remains. An unknown power transformed the remains into the purest energy, which was then poured into Tai Lang's body. Tai Lang felt his bloodline stir only slightly, not paying too much attention. Anyway, once he returned to Earth, his wolf body wouldn't be able to go with him. A high bloodline was useless. He devoured simply out of habit and the principle of not wasting anything. After eating and drinking his fill, Tai Lang shook his body. Gradually, his massive wolf body condensed into a human form. Even in human form, Tai Lang still retained wolf-like features. Tai Lang found a relatively flat open space and lay down. He stared blankly at the blood-red sky. This world was becoming increasingly pathological. Blood-red permeated the air, and a giant eyeball constantly monitored the demons below from the sky. The eyeball was surrounded by tentacles, making it look eerie. That eyeball was the heavenly Dao of this world. Tai Lang lowered his head and glanced at the tentacles that had inexplicably grown on his body, shaking his head helplessly. Pot calling the kettle black. The heavenly Dao was polluted, wasn't he also polluted? He just wasn't as severe yet. Sigh, this world is beyond saving. Tai Lang sighed. Suddenly, his gaze changed. He looked at the giant eyeball in the sky in horror. At the same time, the giant eyeball also showed signs of terror. A severed palm tore through the sky. It grabbed the giant eyeball. So hungry. A rumbling echo. Tai Lang watched in horror as the heavenly Dao of this world was crushed by a severed palm and then stuffed into a mouth. The heavenly Dao exploded. Crimson blood rained down. Tai Lang instinctively hid in a cave, not getting drenched by the blood rain. And those creatures drenched by the blood rain degenerated at a visible speed, turning into puddles of blood. Moving, conscious puddles of blood. Seeing this scene, Tai Lang was stunned. Holy cow! This couldn't be an outer god, could it? These puddles of blood continuously searched for survivors. No matter what the survivors looked like, as soon as they were encountered, these puddles of blood would swarm them, engulfing them and transforming them into the next puddle of blood. It was extremely terrifying. An even more terrifying scene was yet to come. After the severed palm crushed the heavenly Dao, it tore open the sky, and half a body emerged from the crack. Tai Lang's face instantly turned grim. He had already guessed who the owner of that severed palm was. An outer god. This world was about to end. He was also going to die. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Lang immediately calmed down. No chance. Sigh. A portable hard drive and a computer appeared in Tai Lang's hand. What a pity. He hadn't finished watching it yet. Never mind. Tai Lang sent all these things, as well as some of his legacy, to everyone in the group chat. Then he walked out of the cave, bravely facing death. Before his death, Tai Lang raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the outer god that appeared in the sky, especially some of the outer god's features. His consciousness and body melted away at a visible speed. A moment before his consciousness disappeared, Tai Lang completed the description of the outer god's features. Then, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Tai Lang's body exploded. His remains turned into blood. Beep beep beep, Tai Lang has gone offline. Beep beep beep, Transmigrator Tai Lang has completed his mission. Beep beep beep, according to Transmigrator Tai Lang's will, his assets will be divided into several parts and equally distributed among all transmigrators in the chat group. Beep beep beep, the system will erase Tai Lang's traces within 10 minutes. Now playing Tai Lang's message. Tai Lang, brothers, I did my best. Before I died, I helped you get a look at the outer god's appearance. Tai Lang, I didn't last long either. I exploded in less than a minute. If you encounter an outer god, Don't look at him. Tai Lang, the only regret is that I didn't finish reading the book. Danu, keep it for me. When you return to Earth, give it back to me. Tai Lang, as for these miscellaneous things, they're for you. It's a world in apocalypse, so there aren't many treasures, just some small trinkets. Don't mind them, haha. Lu Danu, sigh, Tai Lang is offline. Meow xiao meow, our group has one less silly person. Li Nana, what exactly is that outer god? Li Nana, I don't know. According to Tai Lang's description, this outer god is a humanoid outer god covered in blood. Li Nana, and it has a severed hand with black qi emanating from it. Other than that, there are no other distinguishing features. Lu Suifeng, I'm wondering, what does it mean when the outer god said he was very hungry? Lu Suifeng, does an outer god also need to eat? Does it also get hungry? Chapter 221, Recruiting Lin Buchan, we are all the master's dogs. Zhao Gongming, outer gods are higher dimensional beings, but as for what higher dimensional beings are like, we don't know. Zhao Gongming, maybe they also need to eat. Zhao Gongming, I don't know about that. Zhao Gongming, but what we do know is that outer gods feed on worlds. Zhao Gongming, everyone, be careful. Duan Xiaolo, I'm pretty careful. So far, I haven't encountered any protagonists or supporting characters, ha 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 ha. Lu Suifeng, don't laugh. With your promotion speed, encountering a protagonist is only a matter of time. Duan Xiaolo, my promotion speed is decent, I guess. Duan Xiaolo, ever since I became a level 6 arcane researcher, I haven't continued to upgrade. Duan Xiaolo, my level 5 arcane thesis is already written, but I haven't published it. Isn't that precisely to suppress my progress? Lu Suifeng, level 6 isn't low. Duan Xiaolo, level 6 isn't low? My friend, I think you don't understand. Duan Xiaolo, there are tons of level 6 arcane researchers. Duan Xiaolo, I've even seen people with faster promotion speeds. Lu Suifeng, really? Duan Xiaolo, of course it's true. I'm a researcher, not an idiot. How could I not understand the drawbacks of leveling up too quickly? Li Nana, counting them, this should be the fourth outer god we know of. The first was the dragon-shaped outer god in Ao Yongzi's memory. The second was the blood outer god that destroyed the demon world. The third was the master of the outer god's phantom that Zhao Gongming whipped to death. The fourth, of course, is Zhao Gongming, this outer god wearing human skin. Meow xiao meow, the fourth? Aren't there only three? Are you counting the outer god's phantom that Zhao Gongming accidentally smashed while sleepwalking a while ago? Li Nana, isn't that obvious? Li Nana, is an outer god's phantom not an outer god? The owner of the phantom must also be an outer god, so counting it in makes perfect sense. Zhao Gongming, am I included too? Li Nana, of course. Lu Danu, ha 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 ha, give me a reason not to list you as an outer god. Zhao Gongming, no reason. Zhao Gongming, damn. Zhao Gongming, according to your calculation, it should be 5. Ao Yongzi also counts as an outer god. She is at least half an outer god. According to the one part is all theorem, she is also an outer god. Lu Danu, oh, if you didn't say it, we really would have forgotten. Li Nana, then Ao Yongzi counts as 1. Zhao Gongming fell into deep thought. Meow xiao meow, everyone, please be careful when you're out and about. Don't just give up. Pay more attention to your surroundings and see if there are any traces of protagonists or female leads. If we kill them, we can earn another lifetime of dreams. Duan Xiaolo, that's easy to say, but protagonists and female leads aren't that easy to find. Duan Xiaolo, let's leave it to fate. Duan Xiaolo, if I encounter them, I'll call for help. If not, I'll continue living my life. If I really can't, I'll run away and seek refuge with the god of wealth. Zhao Gongming, good, well said. Zhao Gongming, I'll appoint you as the Grand Imperial Controller, second only to one person and above 10,000. Duan Xiaolo, you old man. Duan Xiaolo, are those human words? Lu Suifeng, ha 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 ha, Controller Duan, Eunuch Duan. Meow xiao meow, true love. Meow xiao meow, Zhao Gongming truly loves you. For your sake, he even revived the eunuch profession that he personally abolished. Meow xiao meow, tears. Li Nana, true love, jiggy. Lu Danu, if you love him, just cut it off. Duan Xiaolo, you old man, get lost. Zhonghui region of the Great Zhao Empire. A farmhouse. A man with delicate features and a gloomy expression walked out of the house, carrying a hoe. His bones were strong, his movements extraordinary, and his stamina surpassed that of ordinary people. Even after ploughing 3 mu of land by himself, there was no trace of sweat on his face. Just as the man was returning to the house, he suddenly stopped. Sirs, Lin is just a commoner now. There's no need for you to stare at me like this. Lin hasn't done anything evil, has he? Everyone Lin has killed deserved to die. Am I right? The man put down his hoe and tied up his hair. His expression became serious. If there were any martial forest experts present, they would surely recognize this man's identity. Lin Buchan, the champion of the middle-aged group. A fierce man who self-castrated to practice martial arts. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the shadows. Dafu, dressed in a flying fish uniform, emerged with a few subordinates. It's really you, Lin Buchan. I hid so far away, and you still sensed me. It seems your martial arts have improved significantly these past few years. De Fu was somewhat surprised. Lord Zhao, it's you. Lord Zhao, I haven't broken any laws, have I? Everything I did back then was approved by the Zhao family. Seeing that the person who came was Zhao Defu, Lin Buchan's mood instantly calmed down. Zhao Defu, a member of the Zhao family. Not a bad person. To be precise, no one from the Zhao family was a bad person, at least not to him. A large part of his ability to seek revenge was due to the evil exorcising sword manual. And the Dao of the evil exorcising sword manual came from the Zhao family. It was because of his connection with the Zhao family that he had the ability to take revenge. To him, the Zhao family had shown him great kindness. So, when the Zhao family rebelled, he resigned from his official position in the Deqian Empire and returned home to farm. After the great Zhao Empire was founded, he didn't cause any trouble and diligently farmed. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to arrest you. What are you afraid of? I greatly admire what you did back then, and I'm even more impressed by your methods. I'm just here to ask you one thing. Are you interested in serving the country? Zhao Defu said with a smile. As the head of the Imperial Guards, what he admired most were people like Lin Buchan, fierce, ruthless, and determined. Me? Can an incomplete person like me also serve the country? Lin Buchan looked at De Fu in disbelief. He could serve the country? It was well known that the current emperor disliked eunuchs, deeming them inhumane, and abolished the practice upon his ascension. He had disbanded the eunuchs left over from the previous dynasty. And he, too, was an incomplete person. Could he really become an official of the great Zhao Empire? Why not? The master merely abolished the profession of eunuchs, he didn't ban your kind of people. Besides, the great Zhao Empire has always only looked at talent, and doesn't care whether you are a eunuch or not. Don't you want to restore what you lost below? Don't you want to have descendants? Let me tell you, as long as you have enough merit points, you can return to being a normal man at any time. Zhao Defu extended an olive branch. And Lin Buchan didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately knelt before Zhao Defu. Thank you, sir. From now on, I will be your dog, sir. Dog? No need. Our great Zhao Empire doesn't practice kneeling, and you are not my dog. We are all the master's dogs. Follow me to the palace to meet the master. Yes. Chapter 222, Tai Lang's Legacy, Dingai Pearl +4. How strange. The texture of this meteorite, it shatters with just a light bump. In the imperial study, Zhao Gongming looked at a meteorite on the desk with a serious expression. For some reason, a corner of this meteorite was missing, and the broken corner revealed a pearl hidden within the meteorite. The style of this pearl was exactly the same as the pearls Zhao Gongming had previously obtained. The only difference was that there was no eerie bloody color inside this pearl. The texture of the pearl was indestructible. Originally, Zhao Gongming hadn't noticed it. It was just that after he obtained some of Tai Lang's relics, the meteorite had a mysterious attraction for him. While observing the meteorite, he accidentally bumped it, and the corner of the meteorite shattered, revealing the transparent pearl hidden within it. It was a coincidence, and also very strange. Zhao Gongming was very puzzled. The texture of this meteorite was very hard, it didn't seem like something that would shatter with a slight bump. Anyway, it was quite perplexing. Don't worry about these details. Aren't you curious where this pearl came from? The style of this pearl and the pearls you got before are a set. There are 36 in total. Ask your friend where he got this meteorite. Maybe there are others. Ao Yungzi flew out from the sword. She perched on Zhao Gongming's shoulder, curiously examining the pearl hidden within the meteorite. Unlike the bloody pearl that gave her a sense of danger, this pearl was very ordinary, just like a common pearl. She didn't smell any danger from it. How do you know it's a whole set, and even the quantity? Zhao Gongming looked at Ao Yungzi in confusion. How do I know? Isn't that a rhetorical question? You and I are one, I can see your true form. Behind your true form, there are 36 pearls revolving around you. How could I not know the quantity? Ao Yungzi flicked her tail, saying speechlessly. Stop asking these meaningless questions. Ask your transmigration friend, maybe his world has the matching pieces for your pearls. Ao Yungzi reminded him. Although she didn't know the origin of these 36 pearls. But as Zhao Gongming's weapon, they shouldn't be anything simple. She also wondered if collecting all the pearls could awaken Zhao Gongming's memories. It should be possible, right? Ao Yungzi was unwilling to give up any method that could awaken Zhao Gongming's outer god memories. Ask what the hell? He's already dead. The world he was in was destroyed by an outer god. Zhao Gongming said irritably, then informed Ao Yungzi about the situation in Tai Lang's world. After listening, a look of regret appeared on Ao Yungzi's face. What a pity. Such a pity. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we could have gone and occupied that world. Alas, you prodigal son. What a waste. Ao Yungzi felt it was a great pity. Are you stupid? A world targeted by an outer god, why would you go there? What, do you want to challenge an outer god one-on-one? Then go ahead. Let's see how many seconds you can last. Zhao Gongming was speechless, this Ao Yungzi was incredibly arrogant. A world targeted by an outer god, and she dared to try and seize it. Even a world where the earth will dared not linger, she wanted to get involved? What, do you want to challenge an outer god one-on-one? The Jade Emperor has approved, go ahead. If you can't beat him, don't bark, because if you can't beat him, you won't be able to come back anyway. No. I am your person. I go to fight, and you don't come along. So what if it's an outer god? Aren't you an outer god too? You and I together, invincible. We'll take him on together, what's there to fear? Ao Youngzi was extremely arrogant and full of bravado. Perhaps, she had now forgotten how humble she once was. An entire dragon realm couldn't defeat an outer god, so where did she, a half-heavenly Dao, half-outer god hybrid, get the confidence to challenge an outer god one-on-one? What? You want me to step in? Am I crazy or stupid? You guys keep saying I'm an outer god, so I really believe I'm an outer god, and I definitely possess the power of an outer god? First, let's not even talk about whether I am an outer god. Even if I am. Can the current me fight an outer god? Do you think that's possible? You're crazy, but I'm not crazy yet. I haven't gone crazy to the point of just giving myself away. You're already crazy. Go get a job. Your craziness might be because you are too idle. If you worked overtime every day, you might not have such brain-dead ideas. If you want to fight an outer god, go fight him yourself. I won't go. Zhao Gongming grabbed Ao Youngzi from his shoulder, kneaded her into a ball, and then stuffed her back into his treasured sword, completely disregarding Ao Youngzi's roar of dissatisfaction. Hey, 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 why are you such a coward? You're an outer god. Ao Youngzi poked her head out, saying defiantly. Outer god? At least I'm not in my complete form yet. Wait until I recover my true form before talking about these things. If you keep spouting these idiotic suggestions, don't blame me for slapping you. Humph, coward. Ao Youngzi snorted lightly and hid back in the treasured sword. Zhao Gongming, brothers, are there any similar meteorites or glass beads among Tai Lang's relics? Zhao Gongming sent the appearance of the pearl and the meteorite into the group chat. He asked others in the group if they had similar items. Duan Xialo, meteorite? What is this pearl? Duan Xialo, I do have a meteorite here, but the material is incredibly hard. I can't even open it with instruments. Zhao Gongming, this pearl should be an item from my outer god period, but I can't remember what it is. There are 36 in total. I originally had one, and I found another among Tai Lang's relics. Zhao Gongming, Xialo, is your meteorite very hard? Mine is also very hard, but I don't know why it shattered when I touched it. Duan Xialo, that's so bizarre. Duan Xialo, if this were on into science, it could probably fill several episodes. Zhao Gongming, how would I know what's going on? Zhao Gongming, name a price for the meteorite, I'll take it. Duan Xialo, TCH, it's just a meteorite. No need to buy or sell. Just send it to me. Anyway, it's Tai Lang's relics. Li Nana, coincidentally, I also have one here. I'll give it to you. Ning Yifeng, +1. Lu Suifeng, I don't have any here, just some corners. Lu Denu, I don't have any either. Zhao Gongming, 3 pieces are not bad. I'll collect them slowly. Zhao Gongming, it's a pity. If Tai Lang hadn't died, I could have asked where these 4 meteorites came from. Ning Yifeng, alas, it's useless to say these things now. Ning Yifeng, who would have guessed your pearls would be hidden in meteorites? Zhao Gongming, everyone, thank you. Zhao Gongming returned to reality. He took out the meteorites sent by everyone from the red packet space. The material was the same, incredibly hard. But once they fell into Zhao Gongming's hands, the material of these meteorites changed, becoming fragile. With a slight squeeze, the outer layer of meteoric iron shattered like sand. Chapter 223, 24 or 36. The strange use of the Dingai Pearl. 4 pearls were placed on the table. There are still 31 missing. Ao Youngzi suddenly flew out from the sword, looked at the pearls on the table, and said. No rush, take your time. Zhao Gongming pulled open a drawer and took out a box from underneath. The moment the box was taken out, Ao Youngzi immediately sensed the strong malice within it and promptly flew to the eaves, keeping a safe distance. Her gaze towards the box was filled with apprehension. Zhao Gongming didn't pay much attention to Ao Youngzi's situation, instead, he opened the box and took out the pearl with the hidden bloody color, placing it among the other 4 pearls. Suddenly, the 4 pearls emitted dazzling light. Like 4 pillars of light, they intertwined in the air, then surged into the bloody pearl. As the light poured in, the bloody color originally hidden within the pearl began to struggle violently, and with the continuous injection of light, this bloody color gradually dissipated, eventually disappearing completely. At the same time, Ao Youngzi no longer sensed danger and flew down from the eaves, curiously examining the other pearls on the table. The bloody color vanished, the pearl returned to normal, and the light from the other pearls also gradually faded, returning to their usual appearance. That aura has been purified. Only your aura is left in these pearls. How amazing! These pearls even come with their own antivirus program. Is this an outer god's exclusive magical artifact? Impressive. Ao Youngzi looked at the pearls in front of her with surprise. At this moment, she had already begun to fantasize about her own exclusive magical artifact. After all, outer gods all have their own exclusive magical artifacts. She has half outer god bloodline, so half and half, she should also have an exclusive magical artifact, right? Even if they gave her half a magical artifact, she would accept it. No matter how powerful it is, it's useless, we don't know how to use it. Zhao Gongming picked up a pearl, played with it in his hand, and then sighed. Once you collect 36, maybe you'll know how to use it. Take your time, no rush. What's taking your time? Suddenly, Zhao Lingxuan's voice rang out from outside the door, as she pushed open the door to the imperial study and walked in. The palace maid behind her, seeing the situation in the imperial study, immediately lowered her head and did not follow Zhao Lingxian in, instead, she closed the door and stood guard outside. Zhao Lingxian came to Zhao Gongming's side and casually picked up Ao Yongzi, who was coiled on Zhao Gongming's shoulder. Ao Yongzi was not shy, with a whoosh, she slipped into Zhao Lingxuan's clothes, only sticking out half her head. She squinted her eyes, looking utterly content. Zhao Lingxian was not unfamiliar with Ao Yongzi, not only Zhao Lingxian, but also the palace maids, other consorts and even the civil and military officials and all officials of the great Zhao Empire knew Ao Yongzi. After all, she was their heaven, their supreme superior, it would be strange if they didn't know her. However, due to their different statuses and positions, the forms of Ao Yongzi they recognized varied. In the perception of most officials, Ao Yongzi was in her true form, encompassing heaven and earth. While the palace consorts, maids, and important ministers recognized Ao Yongzi in her current form, the appearance of a miniature dragon. However, only a few people in the entire palace could approach Ao Yongzi at close range, or even hold her. Zhao Lingxian was one of them. Because she was big. His treasure. Ao Yongzi said calmly. What treasure? That, the pearl. Ao Yongzi pointed her small dragon claw at the pearls on the table. Glass beads. Zhao Lingxian hesitated, her tone somewhat uncertain. After all, while glass beads were precious, they weren't considered particularly valuable to Zhao Gongming, were they? Even if the pearls were large and very transparent, they were still just mundane objects. It's not a glass bead. Actually, we don't even know what these pearls are called. We only know they are Zhao Gongming's innate treasures. You don't need to worry about it, you won't be able to understand this kind of thing for a while. Ao Yongzi said helplessly. Magical artifact? Like those in the immortal's hands. Ah, yes, 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 you can understand it that way. Ao Yongzi nodded. A pearl magical artifact. Let me think, wind calming pearl? Doesn't seem like it, the wind calming pearl doesn't have this many. Dingai pearl, it should be the Dingai pearl. There have always been rumors among the common folk that you are the reincarnation of the god of wealth in heaven. Legend has it that the god of wealth possesses 24 Dingai pearls. They can transform into the 24 heavens. Perhaps these really are Dingai pearls. Zhao Lingxian stated her conjecture in a joking tone. After all, the rumor that Zhao Gongming was the reincarnation of the god of wealth was widely spread among the common folk. Before Zhao Gongming became emperor, this rumor had already been circulating for several years. After he became emperor, especially after receiving the decree from heaven, the credibility of this rumor reached its peak among the common people. They had already equated Zhao Gongming with the god of wealth, and some Daoist temples had even added many titles to the god of wealth, elevating his status to be on par with the Haoshan god, or heaven. One can imagine how much those religious forces among the common folk wanted to curry favor with Zhao Gongming. The problem is, these pearls are not 24, but 36. It seems it's not some Dingai pearl after all. Zhao Gongming suddenly said with a laugh. How could he not know if he was a reincarnation of an immortal? He was not the reincarnation of an immortal, he was the reincarnation of an outer god. As for which outer god, he himself didn't know. 36, hey. Then I don't know. Can I touch them? Zhao Lingxian asked with some curiosity. Go ahead, it should be fine. Zhao Gongming said indifferently. Before they were activated, these pearls were just ordinary glowing glass beads. There was no danger. Zhao Lingxian curiously reached out her hand. Just as she touched a pearl, the pearl vanished with a whoosh. The few people immediately widened their eyes. They stared in disbelief at the empty spot. The pearl is here. Ao Yongzi pointed behind Zhao Gongming. The pearl had flashed to a spot not far behind Zhao Gongming. Could it be that I can't touch it? Zhao Lingxian, not believing it, continued to reach for another one. Sure enough, the other one also disappeared. After several consecutive attempts, she finally concluded that these pearls recognized their owner. It should be. Zhao Gongming casually retrieved the pearls. The pearls wrapped in the box, or inside the meteorite, could be touched by anyone, but to actually touch the pearl's body, it was impossible. This could only be explained as recognizing its owner. Zhao Gongming's things could only be used by Zhao Gongming. Gongming, can you summon it remotely? Not sure. Want to try? Alright. Zhao Gongming left his seat, walked to a slightly further position, and called out to the pearl. Come here. The pearl that was originally on the table instantly flew to a spot behind Zhao Gongming with a whoosh. Its speed was extremely fast. It really can. Then why don't you try if you can use it to hit people? I personally feel this pearl is quite hard. Being able to summon it remotely, if used to hit people, seems pretty good too. Alright, let's go outside and try. Zhao Gongming nodded, he also wanted to see if it would work. Chapter 224, True Name, Hongmeng 3000 Worlds Kyun can see Stabilizing Pearl. Whoosh. Boom. The pearl in Zhao Gongming's hand transformed into a streak of light and slammed into the rockery in front. With a loud boom, the rockery exploded into dust, and the pearl returned to Zhao Gongming's hand completely unharmed. The scene before them left everyone in deep thought. They had only mentioned it, but they never expected that the pearl's method of use was indeed for smashing people. The power was a bit too fierce. Zhao Gongming also sensed this. He set his sights on another target. This time, he did not throw the pearl with his hand, but instead pointed at the target and commanded the pearl to smash it with his will. Unexpectedly, the pearl actually responded. The pearl once again turned into a streak of light, smashing towards the target Zhao Gongming pointed at. Another loud bang, and the target was blown to smithereens. Zhao Gongming asked Tao Yongzi to use the power of the heavenly Dao to create several even harder rockeries in the Imperial Garden as targets. After continuously bombing several mountains, Zhao Gongming finally experimented and gathered some data on the pearl. Any target hit by the pearl was guaranteed to explode. No matter how hard the target, the pearl could smash it into dust. The upper limit of the explosion could not yet be measured. In any case, the hardest object Tao Yongzi could create in her heavenly Dao form could not withstand a single hit from this pearl. It was evident that the pearl's power was extremely strong. Its strike range was very far, the exact upper limit was unknown, but it could circle the entire planet and still accurately hit its target. It possessed a certain degree of intelligence. It could be set to a defensive stance, attacking any object attempting to approach Zhao Gongming. Even beyond his line of sight, it could still defend. Very strong. Aside from the ability to smash people, its other abilities were currently unknown. But, the power of this smashing was truly exhilarating. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 pearls continuously blew the targets created by Ao Yongzi into smithereens. Zhao Gongming seemed to have acquired a fun toy, wantonly controlling the pearls to attack. How exhilarating. So powerful. Oh, right, can you put the pearls away? Like, store them inside your body? Ao Yongzi asked curiously. How do I put them away? Zhao Gongming asked curiously. I don't cultivate, so I wouldn't know how to put them away. Zhao Gongming quickly added. Consciousness. I remember when you were sleepwalking, you once summoned a golden whip. If the golden whip can be stored, there's no reason these pearls can't. They are all your innate Dao tools. Ao Yongzi said seriously. Zhao Gongming had not come into contact with cultivation, so he might not understand that aspect, which is why Ao Yongzi explained in detail. She didn't have to worry that Zhao Gongming wouldn't be able to do it. Because she had witnessed Zhao Gongming summon the golden whip while sleepwalking. What goes in must come out. The golden whip must be stored in a place unknown to Zhao Gongming. I'll try. Following Ao Yongzi's guidance, Zhao Gongming quickly found his own consciousness space. It was pitch black and boundless, like the vast universe, an infinitely empty space. Zhao Gongming couldn't see anything existing there, but he could feel that this space contained some things that were very important to him. However, because he didn't know what these objects were called, or even their specific forms, he couldn't summon them. Perhaps the golden whip Ao Yongzi spoke of was stored in this space. Zhao Gongming tried hard to visualize the golden whip, attempting to summon it from this empty space. But no matter how hard he tried to visualize, he still couldn't conjure the exact appearance of the golden whip. After all, he had never seen the golden whip, so naturally, he didn't know its exact appearance. Never mind. With a thought from Zhao Gongming, the 5 pearls outside instantly vanished and appeared in the space. The pearls, which originally emitted a faint white light, instantly burst into dazzling multicolored divine light upon entering this space. They were incredibly brilliant and magnificent. If one observed these pearls carefully, one could see the continuous emergence of images of various worlds within them. Hungmen 3000 worlds Kyun can see stabilizing pearl. These words inexplicably appeared in Zhao Gongming's mind. Hongmeng 3000 worlds Kyun can see stabilizing pearl. What a long and complicated name. However, Zhao Gongming was even more surprised that these pearls were indeed Dingai pearls. The name had some differences. The number also had some differences. After all, the Dingai pearls in myths were 24. His Dingai pearls were 36. Could it be that after the whole thing shattered, the information passed down in various worlds was incorrect? This was very complex. Zhao Gongming didn't really want to delve into this issue. Because it was easy to go bald. Back in reality, Ao Yongzi and Zhao Lingxian looked at Zhao Gongming in surprise. How is it? How is it? Zhao Gongming straightforwardly told them about the situation in that consciousness space and the true name of the Dingai pearl. He had no intention of hiding anything. It was completely unnecessary. Hongmeng 3000 worlds Kyun can see stabilizing pearl. It might be segmented, or it might not be. It seems now that your previous life might indeed have been one of the prototypes of the god of wealth. Ao Yongzi said seriously. It is well known that outer gods are high-dimensional beings of the entire great world. It was only after the entire great world shattered into the myriad worlds that they evolved from their original status as inhabitants and high-dimensional life forms of the original great world into the current outer gods. And the prototypes of many myths and legends in the myriad worlds were the former appearances of the outer gods, the high-dimensional beings of the past. The prototype of the god of wealth could be one outer god, or it could be multiple outer gods. In any case, Ao Yongzi could confirm that Zhao Gongming was one of the prototypes of the god of wealth. As for whether the god of wealth had other prototypes, that was unknown. I wouldn't know, there are too many prototypes for the god of wealth anyway. Guan Yu, Bai Gan, Wang Hai, Chai Rong, Fan Li, Lu Haikan. I can't possibly be all of them. You agree, right? Zhao Gongming said jokingly. You can't be all of them, but you might be several of them. Ao Yongzi smiled. Oh, right, Lingxian, did you come to me for something? You've looked troubled ever since just now. If there's anything, just say it directly. Zhao Gongming didn't want to continue this topic and immediately turned his gaze to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian seemed to have something on her mind. Ever since earlier, she had been hesitant to speak, wanting to say something but not daring to interrupt. There's one thing. But I don't know if I should say it. Zhao Lingxian hesitated. What is it? Just say it. There's nothing that should or shouldn't be said. Zhao Gongming said indifferently. Ao Yongzi nodded, looking at Zhao Lingxian curiously. This, actually, is about my imperial father. As you know, neither of my two elder brothers wants to be emperor. Some time ago, my imperial father wanted to abdicate and enjoy his later years in our great Zhao Empire, so he planned to let my eldest brother ascend the throne. My eldest brother, he. Chapter 225, Nanzhao Family Drama, merging into Great Zhao. And then? What happened to your eldest brother? It's perfectly reasonable for him to become emperor after your imperial father abdicates. He didn't run away, did he? Zhao Gongming suddenly recalled the messy affairs of the Nanzhao kingdom's royal family and couldn't help but chuckle. It was well known that the Nanzhao kingdom valued a carefree life over their empire. It had been this way for generations. The previous generation was like this, Zhao Lingxuan's imperial father's generation was also like this, and Zhao Lingxuan's generation was even more so. Her two older brothers would constantly argue loudly in the imperial court, with only one goal in mind, to thrust the throne upon the other. Then, he would take his wife and go off to wander. It was quite speechless. The Nanzhao kingdom produced these dissolute types generation after generation. It was a mystery how their Nanzhao kingdom had managed to continue to this day. How did you know? My eldest brother really ran away. The current situation in the country is in utter chaos. We can't find any trace of my eldest brother. My imperial father, eager to abdicate, planned to push my second brother onto the throne. The imperial clan, worried my second brother would emulate my eldest brother and run away, sent over 10,000 people to watch him, surrounding his princely manor. Now, my second brother is causing a scene, threatening to commit suicide. Zhao Lingxian was very troubled. This could be considered a family scandal. But there was nothing to be done, this matter had long since spread throughout the Nanzhao kingdom. Everyone knew that the crown prince of the Nanzhao kingdom had run away. So, you intend to have Ao Yongzi help you locate your eldest brother? That can certainly be done. Zhao Gongming nodded. As the heavenly Dao, Ao Yongzi knew everyone's location. She could even use the power of the heavenly Dao to send the runaway crown prince back to the Nanzhao kingdom. No. It's not because of this. Zhao Lingxian immediately shook her head. Then why? I came to ask you if the Nanzhao kingdom can merge into Great Zhao. My second brother has been making a fuss for a long time. He proposed merging the Nanzhao kingdom into Great Zhao so that the people of the Nanzhao kingdom can also receive the protection of heaven's will, enjoy favorable weather, and be free from natural disasters, just like the people of the Great Zhao Empire. The imperial clan and civil and military officials can also join the Great Zhao Empire's fortune dynasty system, earning merit points like the officials of the Great Zhao Empire. Zhao Lingxian said cautiously. As she spoke, she kept an eye on Zhao Gongming's expression. But Zhao Gongming's gaze was calm and did not change dramatically because of her words. This eased her mind a little. Merging into Great Zhao. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision but a matter that the imperial clan and even the civil and military officials of the Nanzhao kingdom had discussed for many days before finally deciding. Because merging into Great Zhao offered too many benefits. Both the upper and lower classes would receive immense advantages. For example, the upper-class nobility and gentry, who lacked neither wealth nor land, only lacked health and longevity. By joining the Great Zhao Empire, they could gain longevity and health, while only losing some land. As for the lower class of the Nanzhao kingdom was much better off than that of the Deqian Empire, or even other countries. This was mainly due to the Nanzhao kingdom's extremely high food production. The Nanzhao kingdom had always practiced benevolent governance, with extremely low taxes, ensuring even common people could live in warmth and eat their fill. As for the slaves on the Southeast Island nation, they were not included in this. After all, slaves were slaves, and common people were common people, the Nanzhao kingdom distinguished them very clearly. Once merged into Great Zhao, the common people of the Nanzhao kingdom would also be allocated land. Most importantly, a large number of people would build various public welfare facilities for them. Never mind whether those people came with other motives. Just consider whether these public welfare facilities were built and whether you benefited. With access to education, food, and medical care, the quality of life would rapidly improve. And there would be no more natural disasters or man-made calamities. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? The Nanzhao kingdom unanimously decided to merge into the Great Zhao Empire. So they sought out Zhao Lingxian, hoping she would sound out Zhao Gongming's opinion. To see if it could happen. If it could, everyone would be overjoyed. If not, they could only make do with the second prince. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. The second prince should ascend the throne. Merging into Great Zhao. Are you sure? Are they willing to lose all their land and rights? If they merge into Great Zhao, they will no longer have their former status and power. Great Zhao will not grant them various high offices and generous salaries just because they voluntarily merge. You also know the situation in Great Zhao. Everything depends on ability. The capable gain more. I can only give them some noble titles, the specific rank and official positions will depend on their own abilities. Zhao Gongming said calmly. The Great Zhao Empire had only one standard. The more capable, the more they work and the more they gain. Everyone was like a workhorse. If you wanted better treatment, you had to compete. If you really couldn't compete, then just settle down as an ordinary person and enjoy ordinary treatment. Anyway, you wouldn't starve. They have no objections. Zhao Lingxian said excitedly. No objections, then that's fine. I will issue an imperial decree. Someone will go to the Nanzhao kingdom to take over after a while. Zhao Gongming immediately ordered someone to write an imperial decree. After it was written, he handed it to Zhao Lingxian. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Zhao Lingxian happily left the imperial garden, exited the palace, summoned the envoy of the Nanzhao kingdom, and handed the imperial decree to the envoy. The Nanzhao kingdom's envoy was overjoyed upon receiving the imperial decree. Their Nanzhao kingdom could finally join the Fortune dynasty system. Ha ha ha. No, not the Nanzhao kingdom, but the Great Zhao Empire. From now on, they were also people of Great Zhao. A week later, the Nanzhao kingdom's envoy galloped at top speed, delivering the imperial decree to the Nanzhao kingdom's imperial palace. Upon learning the news, the Nanzhao kingdom's civil and military officials all showed excited smiles. They had finally made it through. The second prince, who had been under house arrest by the imperial clan, was finally released. The first thing he did upon being released was to take his wife and children and head north to Chang'an. He would never come to this damned Nanzhao again. And that damned crown prince, his eldest brother. Don't let me catch you. If I do, you're in for it. Achoo. In a small town in the Great Zhao Empire, the former crown prince of the Nanzhao kingdom was swinging a hoe, tilling the fields. His wife, the former holy maiden of Miao witchcraft, pushed a loom, quietly weaving cloth in the house. Men tilling and women weaving was a romantic ideal and pursuit ingrained in the genes of the people on this land. The crown prince had already decided to spend the rest of his life with his wife in this small town where no one knew him. As for the Nanzhao kingdom's throne, what did it have to do with him? He had already run away, anyway. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He ran away, but didn't he still have his good younger brother? His good younger brother, a talented individual, was excellent material for an emperor. It would be a pity if he didn't become emperor. For the sake of the common people of the Nanzhao kingdom, he could only reluctantly give up the throne to his good younger brother. Alas! I truly am a good eldest brother, aren't I? The crown prince looked up at the sky, comforting himself. Chapter 226, the first owner of the transformation device, Imperial Guard's selection. Just as the crown prince looked up at the sky with emotion, a golden light descended from the sky, falling upon the crown prince and the saintess. The voice of Zhao Gongming proclaiming the imperial decree echoed in their ears. A moment later, the hoe in the crown prince's hand dropped. He stared blankly towards the house. At the same time, the saintess also looked over with a dazed expression. Their eyes met, and they could both see the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They had titles of nobility. Moreover, these were titles bestowed by the Great Zhao Empire. What shocked them most was that the Nanzhao kingdom was gone. According to the imperial decree, their Nanzhao kingdom had collectively pledged allegiance to the Great Zhao Empire, actively merging into Great Zhao, and all their high-ranking officials of the Nanzhao kingdom had been granted titles. Good heavens! He had only fled, there was no need for the entire Nanzhao kingdom to merge into Great Zhao. Ridiculous. However, upon closer thought, it seemed understandable. After all, whether it was his imperial father, his brothers, or other elders and peers of the imperial clan, their personalities were quite similar in inherited profligacy, none of them wanted to be emperor. They chose to abandon their foundation and seek refuge with Great Zhao. It seemed quite normal. It aligned with their interests. Alas! What should we do? Go to the capital? The saintess inquired. No, we won't. After all, a noble title isn't an official position, so there are no work duties. Besides, if we go to the capital and they see us, we'll undoubtedly be scolded again. I'm not going. The crown prince shook his head, refusing. He could already imagine how his good second brother would insult him. He wasn't going to endure being scolded. Then we won't go. The saintess shook her head, she also disliked that environment. A holy maiden of Miao witchcraft naturally loved to be close to nature. In the capital, at the duke's residence, the current imperial father-in-law, the Duke of Nanzhao, held a transformation device and was striking poses, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dragon armor, transform. The Duke of Nanzhao raised the transformation device high and shouted, whereupon the device erupted with unparalleled light. The light engulfed the Duke of Nanzhao, and then various whooshing and clanging sound effects rang out. Soon, a cool dragon armor perfectly fitted itself onto the Duke of Nanzhao. The Duke of Nanzhao felt the power surging within him, and the smile on his face was uncontrollable. To modern people, the transformation poses and sound effects might seem embarrassing and childish, but to ancient people, they were completely different, they found them cool, dazzling, and awesome. Just like the Duke of Nanzhao, he thought so too. The most important point was that after transforming, the armor constantly repaired his internal injuries, and old hidden wounds from his youth disappeared at a visible rate. The Duke had anticipated this. Because when he exchanged for this transformation device, its details were meticulously described. It listed the various abilities of the transformation device. Among them was the healing effect of repairing hidden injuries. To be precise, the positioning of this transformation device was medical. Although it was medical, this transformation device was incredibly powerful. Dragon armor, I fly. The Duke of Nanzhao lightly leaped, and a pair of wings immediately extended from his back. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky. He could fly. He really could fly. Ha 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 ha. Cool. Around the Duke's residence, in various mansions across the capital, some people who noticed the changes in the sky also saw the Duke of Nanzao soaring, and expressions of envy and jealousy appeared on their faces. Damn it. Dragon Armor Transformation Device. Someone actually accumulated enough merit points. How infuriating. The Dragon Armor Transformation Device, and indeed all transformation devices, were very expensive. The Dragon Armor Transformation Device was relatively cheaper among these transformation devices. Others were even more expensive. Even so, the cheapest Dragon Armor Transformation Device was not something they could easily possess. After all, that exorbitant price was not something ordinary people could afford. To buy it, one would at least need to be promoted to a 6th level official, then work hard for a year or so to earn enough merit points. Alternatively, by expanding territory for the country on the border and earning a massive amount of merit points, one could afford it. Currently, in the entire Great Zhao Empire, the number of people who could afford this Dragon Armor Transformation Device did not exceed 10. Wow, this old Emperor of Nanzao really knows how to enjoy himself. As soon as he merged into our Great Zhao Empire, he couldn't wait to spend merit points on such a toy. Damn him. One of Great Zhao's workaholics watched the old Emperor of Nanzao flying around in the sky, feeling utterly bitter. Damn it. This old Emperor of Nanzao had too much luck. His daughter married His Majesty and became the Empress. His Nanzao kingdom merged into Great Zhao, indirectly achieving the feat of destroying a country and the result of expanding territory, instantly receiving a massive amount of merit points as a reward. The territory of Nanzao kingdom was vast, rich, with abundant food and a large population. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of Nanzao kingdom received a tremendous amount of rewards. Among them, the Nanzao emperor's reward was the highest. If ranked by merit points, the old emperor of Nanzao could be first. Because Nanzao kingdom was too valuable. This must have made those workaholics incredibly envious. Their hard-earned merit points were nothing compared to the quick merit points gained by directly offering their country. Damn it. I hate it. Why am I not an emperor? If I were an emperor, I would also offer my country. That night, countless people chose to pull all-nighters, dealing with government affairs. They had decided, if ability wasn't enough, effort would make up for it. I'll work myself to death to outperform you bastards. Shocking news, the court is about to select Imperial Guards, with stringent requirements and astonishing benefits, the strongest benefits in history. Once accepted, you will receive an Imperial Guards transformation device. The strongest selection competition is about to begin. The next morning, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Great Zhao Empire. Countless young men rushed to the bulletin boards, eyes wide, staring at the pinned information. Imperial Guards selection. The conditions were extremely stringent, requiring youth and martial arts cultivation, specifically the Xiantian realm, or a physique possessing equivalent Xiantian realm strength. Moral character, of course, also had requirements, which was almost a standard demand in all court recruitment announcements. These conditions were very harsh. Xiantian realm cultivators under 40 years old. This condition alone would screen out 99% of people. As for a physique of equivalent realm, that was almost unimaginable. People born with divine power were even rarer than those in the Xiantian realm. However, the benefits were terrifying. A monthly salary of 100 taels of silver. Meals included, housing provided, and even wives arranged. Most importantly, there was the Imperial Guards transformation device. It was very cool and very powerful. The transformation device was a very new thing. Aside from Great Zhao officials, ordinary people had few channels to learn about it. So, below each bulletin, there was a detailed description of the transformation device. In short, it was very precious and very powerful. Even the weakest purchasable transformation device possessed the combat power to fight 1 against 10,000. Here, the unit refers to regular Great Zhao soldiers equipped with complete arcane sets. The weakest dragon armor could fight 1 against 10,000. It possessed the qualification to contend with the Zodiac Guardians. And the Imperial Guards transformation device was the complete version of the dragon armor transformation device. It possessed stronger combat power and stronger firepower. The Imperial Guards transformation device could fully contend with the Zodiac Guardians. It was extremely powerful. Once selected, this powerful transformation device would be your standard equipment. With such benefits, could it not be considered the strongest benefits in history? Chapter 227, Conquering the Western Regions, the Queen of Jingzhou. The selection for the Imperial Guards is so difficult. The conditions are so harsh, can anyone really make it? Even if some people meet the conditions, they won't be able to recruit 10,000 people. At the announcement board, passers-by looked at the harsh conditions for the Imperial Guards selection and complained. The conditions were too stringent. How many spots are there for the Imperial Guards? 10,000. But how many innate masters are there? 1,000? 2,000? In any case, there won't be 10,000. The most important point. The Imperial Guards require innate masters under 40 years old. Innate under 40. Even fewer. Not even 100 people. These 10,000 Imperial Guards, it's difficult. At least in the short term, they won't be filled. You're overthinking it. Who told you they won't be filled? Did you forget about the soldiers fighting on the front lines? They have quite a few merit points in their hands. The white-haired demon lord could achieve a Baodin, embrace the core, breakthrough through merit points, do you think others can't? The innate stage is even cheaper. Just you wait, trust me, these 10,000 Imperial Guards will be recruited very quickly. A merchant, who understood some internal matters, suddenly said with a smile. This Imperial Guards selection was more for internal competition within the Great Zhao dynasty. Having successively destroyed several countries, many people on the front lines had already accumulated a good number of merit points. The Imperial Guards would be a good way to use up their merit points. And also to recruit some geniuses from outside. Damn it, they're getting to enjoy themselves again. No, I need to go back and urge my youngest son to practice martial arts diligently, and strive to get into the martial academy next year. If I can't join the army, my son definitely can. If my son can't, then my grandson must. If my grandson can't, then my great-grandson must. With endless generations of descendants, I refuse to believe that all of them are useless and not a single one can get in, on the Western region's battlefield front. The Great Zhao army broke through the Western region allied forces, beheaded many Western region kings, and the entire Western regions were officially brought under the rule of the Great Zhao Empire. The white-haired demon lord sat in the camp, looking at the Western regions, which had already been incorporated into their territory, a smile playing on his lips. This time, he felt great. After being bullied by the Western region countries for so many years, he finally got his revenge. Just as the white-haired demon lord was considering whether to continue westward, news came from the rear. The news of the Imperial Guards selection arrived. The disciples of Beyond the Heavens began to stir. They also wanted to join the Imperial Guards. Seeing this, the white-haired demon lord also gave up the idea of continuing westward. He planned to leave a portion of the army stationed and the rest would return to the capital. Demon Lord, I made a mistake, it's great general. We've captured the Queen of Jingzhou Kingdom. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the camp and shouted loudly. If she's captured, she's captured. Jingzhou Kingdom? A king from a small place, just kill her. No need to inform me. The white-haired demon lord said expressionlessly. Kings were all the same. Just kill them. There was no need to report it to him. Because there was no need, the kings of the small western region countries really didn't have much value. Capturing them and bringing them back to the court wouldn't earn any merit points. If something doesn't earn merit points, why capture it? Just kill it. It's different, great general. The Queen of Jingzhou Kingdom is the most beautiful woman in the western regions. If we capture her and present her to your majesty to enrich your majesty's imperial harem, your majesty will also think well of us. There's only benefit, no harm, great general. The subordinate's voice was excited. In his opinion, offering a beauty to the emperor, even without merit point rewards, could still earn favor with the emperor. There were only advantages, no disadvantages. Are you stupid? Of all people, you want to send a queen whose country we destroyed? Are you tired of our good life? What if she gains favor and speaks ill of us? Wouldn't we be in trouble? Are you stupid? The white-haired demon lord stepped forward and gave his subordinate a hefty elbow strike as a reward. What a terrible idea. How dare you suggest such a bad idea? I really want to give you a few more big elbow strikes. Oh, great general, is this the first day you've known me? I am the top strategist of our Beyond the Heavens. While you were in seclusion for so many years, the sect relied entirely on my strategizing. If you, old man, thought of it, how could I not think of it? Your subordinate has already figured out the situation of Jingzhou Kingdom. The court of Jingzhou Kingdom has long been controlled by powerful officials. Their royal family has been a puppet for several generations, and this generation's queen is also a puppet. Moreover, the Jingzhou royal family leaned towards us, the surrender faction. This queen of Jingzhou herself volunteered, actively requesting to be offered to your majesty. Your subordinate did not force anyone. We are Great Zhao people. Great Zhao people never do anything illegal or against discipline. Heaven is my witness. The subordinate immediately raised his hand to swear, indicating that he had never forced anyone. Are you sure she harbors no resentment? The white-haired demon lord asked again. Absolutely not. We are her benefactors. Our Great Zhao army avenged her father's murder. How could she resent us? That prime minister killed her father. Yes. Oh, in that case. Take her back then. However, whether your majesty will accept her is hard to say. The matters of the imperial harem are far more complex than we imagine. The white-haired demon lord smiled. The current imperial harem was no longer like it was when it was first established. At its inception, there were few wives and concubines in the imperial harem, there was even no empress or consorts. If you found a few beauties for his majesty and sent them in, others wouldn't refuse. But now, it's hard to say. After all, there was an empress and noble consorts. If you inexplicably sent someone to the emperor, you'd have to get past them. The empress's hurdle would be easy to pass, as Zhao Lingxian was magnanimous. Qin Meng's hurdle, however, would not be easy. She was petty and very jealous. Offering a beauty to his majesty would still require getting past her. It would depend on whether she could tolerate this queen of Jingzhou. Moreover, there were few such exotic beauties in the palace, and they wouldn't find anyone to form alliances with. Even if she entered the palace, she would be isolated. It would depend on whether this queen of Jingzhou's inner strength was sufficient. One who eats salted fish must endure thirst. Ha ha ha, great general, I think that Queen of Jingzhou is also a clever person. Perhaps she really can carve out a place for herself. By then, we'll also have a backer. All major forces in Shenzhou had people in the palace. Only beyond the heavens had no one in the palace, so they lacked confidence when speaking in court. This assignment was something their demon lord had to shamelessly fight for. Is she pure? Great General, please rest assured. Your subordinate has investigated, and she is very pure. That Prime Minister hadn't had time to act yet. Alright then, tomorrow we'll return to the capital. Hehehe. On the battlements of Jingzhou City. The Queen of Jingzhou looked at the starry sky and took a deep breath. Tomorrow, she would leave this place. She would travel to the capital of the Great Zhao Empire to be presented to the Emperor. She had to succeed. For her family. And also for these former subjects. Chapter 228, Farce, Ghost King appears, Ghost King dies. Queen of Jingzhou? The number one beauty of the western regions? What kind of nonsense is that? Where would beauties come from in that small place, the western regions? Are beauties from small places even considered beauties? I'm against it. People from the western regions are not worthy of entering your majesty's imperial harem. Some people in the capital became anxious when they heard that Beyond the Heavens was going to present a beauty to the emperor. What the hell? A woman from the western regions? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to compete for favor? Not coming early, not coming late, but precisely at this time? If it were a bit later, and a dragon child had already been born in the palace, then her entering the imperial harem would be fine. No one would have any objections. But, precisely at this time, no concubine in the imperial harem has yet conceived. You're sending in a blue-eyed, foreign woman now. What if that foreign woman conceives your majesty's dragon seed earlier than their daughters? What then? Could it be that the future crown prince of their empire would be a blonde, blue-eyed mixed-race child? That would be a disgrace to all of them. So many concubines, yet unable to compete with an outsider, a foreign woman. If this isn't a disgrace, what is? What the hell do you mean? Foreign woman? Is a foreign woman not a great Zhao person? The western regions have been part of our divine land since ancient times, all our brothers and sisters. The western regions have finally returned to Great Zhao. How can we tolerate you idiots spouting nonsense? We are all descendants of Yan Huang, why are you acting so high and mighty? Do you want to fight? Do you believe I'll release insects to bite you? The one speaking, of course, was an official from the southern Zhao lineage. What do you mean foreign? To divine land, their southern Zhao lineage was also foreign. This made them unhappy. These bastards weren't just against foreigners, they were against their southern Zhao lineage. This must be jealousy because their southern Zhao lineage produced the empress. Damn it, this won't do, they must fight. Their southern Zhao lineage must not be bullied. Release insects? Do you dare? Freeze. Freeze. Damn his grandpa. Beat him. Both sides had fiery tempers, and soon, they started fighting, punching each other in front of a crowd. The other onlookers, seeing their friends being beaten, also joined in. As they fought, their tempers flared even more. The scope of the conflict grew larger and larger. However, their commotion didn't last long. About 10 minutes later, the Imperial Guards arrived. Every single person involved in the brawl, regardless of their position, was arrested by the Imperial Guards. No amount of pleading would help. Pleading? Dream on. Their Imperial Guards are famous for their impartiality. All of you will stay locked up for 15 days, then we'll talk. Do you think they'd let you escape the merit points that are within their grasp? This was just a small farce. It didn't escalate much. After all, the Queen of Jingzhou hadn't even reached the capital yet. Matters of the Imperial harem are the Emperor's private affairs. Even the Empress hasn't shaken her head, so why are you outsiders barking? Do you decide whether she enters the Imperial harem or not? Do you really think the Empress doesn't exist? Mutual Aid Group. Lu Danu, I heard Brother Gongming is getting a new concubine, the number one beauty of the western regions, Queen of Jingzhou. Lu Danu, is she of the Guli type? Li Nana, personally, I think Malzahar is more attractive. Lu Danu, why don't you say Ilai? Li Nana, Danu, your taste has changed. Zhao Gongming, she is the Queen of Jingzhou. She should be very beautiful. To earn the title of the number one beauty in the western regions, where beauties are like clouds, her looks must be acceptable. Li Nana, oh my, Gongming Jiggy is going to get some action. Zhao Gongming. Lu Suifeng, speaking of which, is the Jingzhou Kingdom really the Ghost Cave tribe? Do they have any strange abilities, like in some tomb raiding novels? Zhao Gongming, you're overthinking. Zhao Gongming, it's not that mystical. There are no such things as Ghost Cave people. The Jingzhou Kingdom is of Turkic descent. The entire country only has about 3,000 people, not even as many as a single village. Zhao Gongming, there are barely any martial artists. Lu Suifeng, then forget it. I thought there might be some magic or something. Zhao Gongming. Miao Xiao Miao, getting some action, hehe. Ning Yifeng, no time for action, help. The Ghost King is here. Ning Yifeng, daddy, help me. Zhao Gongming. In the world of fierce ghosts unleashed. Ning Yifeng's unfinished building complex. It was clearly daytime, yet there was no sunlight. Thick dark clouds obscured the sun. Gusts of yin wind swept through, making Ning Yifeng shiver all over. The flowers and plants around him were even frozen by the sweeping yin wind, turning into ice sculptures. In front of Ning Yifeng, a small boy, about the same age as his daughter, held a peachwood sword and looked at Ning Yifeng with bloodshot eyes. His aura was extremely evil, and his entire body was filled with the aura of death. Full of yin qi, he didn't resemble a living person at all. Behind him stood, floated, and crawled countless ghosts. What made Ning Yifeng even more terrified was that among those standing behind the little boy, there were not only ghosts but also some ghost hunters from the human world, many of whom were top-tier figures in the ghost hunting world. And at this moment, they had lost their will, their entire beings like living dead. They held magical artifacts and stood behind the little boy, completely controlled. They weren't dead yet, but they were as good as dead. Even if they survived, they wouldn't live long. Because their bodies had been completely corroded by yin qi. They wouldn't live long. Ning Yifeng. That bitch is man. Return my pearl. I will leave you a complete corpse. The little boy held a peachwood sword emitting black qi and walked towards Ning Yifeng, step by step. Ghost King Pearl, when did it become yours? Are you even worthy? Anything that comes into my hands is mine. Want to take it back? You can, if you beat me, I'll give it to you. Although Ning Yifeng was very flustered, his words were still tough. Taking back the Ghost King Pearl? Don't even think about it. That is absolutely impossible. Then you can die. The Nether Ghost King pointed at Ning Yifeng, and the ghosts behind him, as well as the controlled ghost hunters, immediately charged towards Ning Yifeng. As for him, the Nether Ghost King, his target shifted to the house behind Ning Yifeng. Through the house, the Nether Ghost King's gaze was firmly locked on the little girl hiding in the wardrobe. Die. Get lost. Ning Yifeng showed no mercy, raising his weapon and hacking away all the strange creatures and ghost hunters who tried to approach him. Without exception, he killed them one by one. And his body, as he continued to hack and kill, became increasingly cursed. Give me a power-up. Finally, Ning Yifeng powered up. He activated a blessing, instantly transforming into a war god. A group of strange creatures was instantly annihilated by a single slash. He forcefully broke out of the encirclement and charged towards the Ghost King. Humph, false power. The Nether Ghost King launched a surprise attack, forcing Ning Yifeng back dozens of meters, and he was quickly overwhelmed by the strange creatures again. The Ghost King, looking at his injured hand, showed a hint of fear on his face. This Ning Yifeng is a bit strange. However, this farce should end. My pearl, give it back to me. The Ghost King moved towards Ning Yifeng's daughter. Suddenly, a crack appeared behind the Ghost King. A hand reached out from the crack and grabbed the Ghost King's head. The aura of death enveloped him. The emotion of fear completely overwhelmed the Ghost King. Little ghost, I've been looking for you for a long time. Hide and seek is over. Zhao Gongming's lips slowly curled into a smile. His gaze was like that of Yama. Chapter 229, Exterminating the Nether Ghost King, Reforming the Yin and Yang Order. Who are you? The Nether Ghost King's voice was filled with fear. Because Zhao Gongming's power was constantly affecting him. The Nether Ghost King could clearly sense his power spiraling out of control, draining away in various ways. This terrified the Nether Ghost King. Even Zhang Tianji, who had been unrivaled across the land 1,000 years ago, had never given him such a terrifying sense of oppression. His power was draining away. Who am I? I am your father. Aura of Qi Tiger surged on Zhao Gongming's arms. Several Qi Tigers climbed out along Zhao Gongming's arms, their gazes fixed on the Nether Ghost King. The Nether Ghost King was already locked down. With the slightest movement, the Qi Tigers could strike at any moment, tearing the Nether Ghost King to shreds. Father. Hey? The Nether Ghost King's sudden cry of father made Zhao Gongming pause. He didn't react for a moment. The Nether Ghost King? Is this really the Nether Ghost King? He actually called him father when told to. How can he have no dignity as a strong cultivator at all? Where's the basic dignity? How boring. As soon as Zhao Gongming finished speaking, the Qi Tigers swarmed, tearing the Nether Ghost King to pieces. No. The little boy cried out in pain, only able to watch himself being torn to shreds. His soul detached from his body. Endless yin qi poured into his soul. In less than a few breaths, the Nether Ghost King regained his power, and with the blessing of certain powers, he became even stronger. The will of heaven. This is the will of heaven. The Nether Ghost King, having returned to his Ghost King body, looked at Zhao Gongming with eyes full of killing intent. Centuries of planning had been shattered by Zhao Gongming in a single day. How could he tolerate this? He wanted this human to die. The Nether Ghost King opened his mouth wide, and countless venomous insects were about to fly out. But the next moment, the power within him instantly went out of control. The most terrifying thing was, his gaze met Zhao Gongming's eyes. His attacking methods came to an abrupt halt. His pupils gradually lost focus. A moment later. Boom. With a loud bang, the Nether Ghost King exploded just like that. He turned into countless yin qi. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, followed by an overwhelming crimson rain. Woo-woo. Wails from heaven and earth echoed throughout the world. Countless people looked at the crimson sky in horror. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of their eyes. The golden river of luck appeared with the death of the protagonist. The sky was torn apart. The earth will arrived once again, unceremoniously seizing most of the luck, after which all living beings in the entire world fell into a deep sleep. Including Ning Yifeng's daughter. She also suffered the side effects of the heavenly Tao's damage and fainted. Ao Yongzi, it's your turn. Zhao Gongming turned around. Ao Yongzi's heaven-shaking true form appeared once again, and she swallowed the heavily injured will of heaven in one gulp. With the blessings of the wills of multiple worlds, Ao Yongzi easily refined the will of heaven of this world and, while taking over this world, she also erased all memories of what had just happened. To avoid any unexpected bugs in the future. Ning Yifeng, I have already corrected the side effects of human ghost offspring. Your daughter will wake up soon. Oh, and give me back the Ghost King Pearl. Ao Yongzi's figure appeared before Ning Yifeng, extending her dragon claw and drawing a silver mark on Ning Yifeng's daughter's forehead. With the imprinting of the silver mark, the side effects of human ghost offspring completely disappeared. From now on, the ghost-born children of this world would no longer be in danger of premature death, just like ordinary people. At the same time, Ao Yongzi's power also transformed Ning Yifeng's daughter's body, making her more attuned to the essence of this world. In the future, her daughter's cultivation talent would be the highest. Ghost King Pearl, you can have it if you want. Anyway, my daughter doesn't need it anymore. Ning Yifeng expressed indifference. His daughter was fine now, and the Ghost King Pearl was no longer needed. Alright. Ao Yongzi gestured towards Ning Yifeng's daughter, and a blood-red pearl was extracted from the little girl's body. Ao Yongzi swallowed the Ghost King Pearl in one gulp. Immediately, the entire heaven and earth roared with a massive sound. Ao Yongzi drew a line in the void realm, separating the human world and hell once again. She rebuilt the Yama Hall, opened the Yellow Springs Road, and various underworld facilities continuously appeared in Ao Yongzi's hands. The anomalies of the human world were sucked back into the underworld the moment it was re-established. To better manage the balance between the two realms, Ao Yongzi also created yin messengers and other earth deities to manage the balance of yin and yang. A brand new world appeared in Ao Yongzi's hands. To guard the underworld, Ao Yongzi even brought in dragons from Yulong Tianxia, ride the dragon world, to guard the underworld, lest any demons or ghosts come to cause destruction in the future. Is this something the Ghost King Pearl can do? Ning Yifeng witnessed the entire process and was somewhat surprised. This tiny Ghost King Pearl actually possessed such capabilities? What Ghost King Pearl? This is the crystallization of 6 paths of reincarnation, not something a Ghost King can transform into. Don't be misled by rumors. Ao Yongzi stroked her tail, saying grumpily. By the way, are you planning to return to Earth, or stay in this world for the rest of your life? Zhao Gongming asked. I'll stay here. When this life is over, I'll return to Earth. Ning Yifeng looked at his daughter and smiled. If it were before, if he had the chance to go back, he definitely would have, especially after completing the mission. He could have completely found the Earth Mother and brought his daughter back with him. But, this world was now occupied by Zhao Gongming. The situation was different. This world no longer posed a threat to him. He could completely stay in this world until he had enough, then go back. He couldn't waste his second life. Waste is shameful. Okay, do you need me to revive your wife? It can be done either as a human or as a ghost. Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow at Ning Yifeng. He implied something. Ning Yifeng also understood Zhao Gongming's meaning, looked at his daughter, and nodded. As a human, please. Ghosts and such are too eerie. After all, I'm not Ning Kechen, am I? Ning Yifeng said awkwardly. Ah, yes, you're not. You understand me, and I trust you the most, my dear brother. Zhao Gongming thought, I'll believe you when ghosts fly. Whether you are Ning Kechen or not, is there any doubt about that? You are Ning Kechen himself. This has been certified by the Earth Mother's golden seal. Ao Yongzi, get to work. Alrighty. Ao Yongzi reached out and gathered the previously dissipated female ghost soul body, using the power of the heavenly Dao to reshape her body and revive her on the spot. After completing all this, Zhao Gongming and Ao Yongzi had no intention of staying here. They immediately left this world, leaving Ning Yifeng and the female ghost to reunite as a family of 3. Zhao Gongming, mission accomplished. Zhao Gongming, my job is done. I'll leave time for the family of 3. Lu Suifeng, 3? Lu Suifeng, who? Chapter 230, Scourge of God? Europe is truly weak. Miao Xiao Miao, who else could it be? Ning Yifeng and his family of 3. Miao Xiao Miao, could it be Zhao Gongming? Miao Xiao Miao, no one knows how many people are in Zhao Gongming's family. Miao Xiao Miao, everyone's fingers combined aren't enough to count them. Lu Suifeng, that's right, after all, he is an emperor, with countless beauties in his imperial harem, making others envious. Miao Xiao Miao, ha ha ha, I'm so jealous. Lu Suifeng, however, I'm still confused, where did old Ning's family of 3 come from? Isn't he a single father? Lu Suifeng, didn't his ghost wife's soul flying away and spirit scattering? Zhao Gongming, can't someone be saved if their soul flying away and spirit scattering? Zhao Gongming, please, the heavenly Dao is my person, what's so hard about saving a native? Zhao Gongming, isn't this something anyone with hands can do? Lu Suifeng, hey? Miao Xiao Miao, no problem, my old friend, 666. Lu Suifeng, amazing. Lu Suifeng, when will you come and save me? Lu Suifeng, this twisted and perverted world needs Ani Ai-chan's salvation. Zhao Gongming, I'm not Ani Ai-chan, I'm a man, a real man. Lu Suifeng, overalls? Miao Xiao Miao, or maybe it's the helicopter god, boss. Zhao Gongming, how dare you badmouth my boss, you probably haven't had braised pork hock at 2:30 am, have you? Lu Suifeng, that's right, it's him, the school team's man, the overall wearing god Akun. Zhao Gongming, go to hell. New World. Later Jin remnants. Since Later Jin fled their homeland and arrived in this new world, the remnants of Later Jin discovered that the Great Zhao Empire's army did not cross the strait to pursue them, which greatly excited them. The Great Zhao Empire, those jackals and tigers, had finally had their fill. Their Later Jin had finally survived. To be safe, the Later Jin Emperor did not set up camp or build cities around the strait. Instead, he followed the path previously opened by Later Jin ancestors, continuing south along the coastline. During this time, many former troops stationed in the New World gathered, constantly expanding their army and territory. Along the way, they also captured many natives of the New World. Their Later Jin had operated in the New World for a period, so these New World natives were not unfamiliar with the Later Jin army, nor did they resist being conscripted by Later Jin. Because the Later Jin Emperor promised them, as long as they fought for Later Jin, they could become citizens of Later Jin. Clearly, they chose Later Jin. After all, compared to their tribes, Later Jin's civilization was simply too advanced. There is no harm in comparison. Later Jin's weapons, horses, and even technology were things the New World natives did not possess. They hoped to join Later Jin and enjoy the advanced civilization Later Jin brought. As for national identity, it did not exist in the New World. At least, in most areas, these things did not exist. There were countries in the New World, but the countries established by the natives were too backward, with small populations and limited scope. Their combat power was even pitifully weak. Take the simplest military branch. Cavalry, there was no cavalry in the New World. Because they had no horses. The ancient horses had long been eaten by them. Their transportation was difficult, and limited by these conditions, it was difficult for them to pose a threat to a country like Later Jin, which came from a more advanced civilization. Once upon a time, a native country in the New World once clashed with Later Jin. The result was tragic. The entire native country was slaughtered by Later Jin's cavalry. Later Jin had a rule for slaughtering captives: kill anyone taller than a chariot wheel. Typically, chariot wheels stood upright. However, a certain general of Later Jin laid them flat, which directly led to the annihilation of that entire country established by the natives. Not a single person survived. For a long time, Later Jin in the New World represented death and an invincible god. However, later, because the local natives were too foolish and conditions were difficult, successive Later Jin rulers were unwilling to develop the New World, so they simply abandoned it. In most parts of the New World, natives continued to exist in tribal forms. And they were of the very backward kind. Just right. They could be absorbed as citizens of Later Jin, since their Later Jin also developed from tribes. The Later Jin army marched south, absorbing surrounding native tribes along the way, and their numbers surged. They didn't stop until they reached the central part of the New World, where they began to build their own cities. More often, it was a massacre. After determining the new location for the founding of the nation, the Later Jin Emperor personally led a large army, wantonly slaughtering surrounding natives, capturing slaves, and building cities. Perhaps to vent his anger, the Later Jin Emperor issued a series of cruel decrees, and for a time, the central part of the New World was plunged into a bloodbath. Native corpses littered the wilderness. Blood flowed like rivers. And Later Jin's new capital, Xin Shengjing, was built upon countless native remains. At the same time, Mongolia, which had also abandoned its country and fled, escaped to the European continent and likewise established its own country there. On the land of Europe, the Mongol iron cavalry was invincible, leaving no blade of grass wherever they went. To occupy more territory, the Mongol Empire used extremely despicable siege tactics. They threw the bodies of plague victims into European castles, causing a great plague that swept across the European continent. Fortunately, Ao Yongzi sensed it at the critical moment and promptly eliminated the spread of the plague. Even so, the Mongol Empire, relying on this tactic, crushed many countries. Eventually, Mongolia's iron cavalry attracted the attention of the European countries, who united their armies to confront the Mongol Empire. Due to the Mongol Empire's lack of logistics, both sides fell into a stalemate. After several months of attrition, ultimately, out of necessity, both sides chose to cease hostilities. They signed an agreement. The European countries recognized the Mongol Empire and were willing to accept its inclusion, while the Mongol Empire promised not to attack other countries and both sides would intermarry. Thus, the war subsided. The Mongol Empire completely settled down. Imperial Garden. Both sides are talented people. Europe is too weak. Zhao Gongming learned of the current situation of Later Jin in Mongolia and let out a sigh. This Europe is simply too weak. A crippled Mongolia could actually still jump around. It must be said, this group of European guys are truly useless. There's nothing to say about Later Jin's situation, after all, they came out of the East Asian monster house. The New World's version is too low, so it's normal that they can't defeat the new version of Later Jin. But the European continent is purely a basket of weaklings. The remaining Mongol army had no logistics, no numbers. And they still managed to conquer several countries? Are the European countries just freeloaders? The European countries' version isn't low either, at most, it's only one or two minor versions lower than Mongolia, so they shouldn't have been beaten to such a sorry state, right? Zhao Gongming was speechless. The European countries even called the Mongol Empire the Scourge of God. He laughed. If the remnants of the Mongol Empire can be called the Scourge of God, then what am I, the Great Zhao? God's own father? Chapter 231, 8,000 Eastern Warriors to destroy Great Zhao? It really is you, Shi Rengui, cannibal. I heard from fishermen that these days, when they go out fishing and encounter Japanese pirates, there's always a short-haired swordsman who saves them. The swordsman acts crazed, and often, after killing the Japanese pirates, he cuts off a part of them and takes it away. I didn't expect it to really be you. Shi Rengui, cannibal. Along the coast of Mindian, Zhao Defo led a group of imperial guards and found the mysterious swordsman by the sea. When they saw the swordsman's face, they suddenly understood. This swordsman was not some nameless person. On the contrary, he had a significant background. He was once the top assassin of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, an elder candidate, the first person to accept Zhao Gongming's bounty, and also the first to complete the bounty. Shi Rengui, cannibal. Du Fu had a high opinion of Shi Rengui, cannibal. The most important point. Shi Rengui, cannibal, did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even during the previous dynasty, the people he killed were all scoundrels. The only thing that people criticized him for was his peculiar hobby. He liked to eat evil people. It's me, Officer Zhao. Is something the matter? I don't think I've committed any crime. Killing Japanese pirates isn't illegal. When Shi Rengui, cannibal, saw Du Fu, he stopped and stated that he had not committed any crime. And he truly hadn't committed any crime. Because the laws of the Great Zhao Empire only protected the interests of the people of the Great Zhao Empire. As for the interests of foreigners, that had nothing to do with his Great Zhao Empire. As for Japanese pirates, it was a joke, they didn't even protect the interests of legitimate foreigners, let alone these Japanese pirates. Sometimes, killing Japanese pirates could even earn them a reward for their bodies. The Great Zhao dynasty greatly encouraged the killing of Japanese pirates. The rewards were very high. You could even join the local county yamen as a yamen runner if you killed a certain number of Japanese pirates. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I just think that you killing Japanese pirates alone is too inefficient. Why don't you join us? Let's kill Japanese pirates together. Du Fu extended an olive branch. No good. I don't like being involved with the authorities. Shi Rengui, cannibal, had suffered losses before, and he no longer trusted the so-called imperial court. Although the current Great Zhao dynasty was a very benevolent imperial court, even so, he did not want to have any involvement with the imperial court. Don't want to be involved with us? That's perfectly fine. You can be an auxiliary member and just help us keep an eye on the movements of the Japanese pirates. We will pay you. Just consider it your old profession. Du Fu changed his approach. Shi Rengui, cannibal, pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Whether to cooperate or not didn't matter, he could earn some money while killing Japanese pirates. He liked this, and it didn't require too much involvement with the imperial court. The Eastern Island country. Baka. Detestables Haina people. Killing my people, and daring to ignore my warnings. Baka. 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 The emperor of the eastern country was furious, smashing his palace. He had been ignored by the Great Zhao Empire. His subordinates told him that his letter had been thrown into the trash can by a Great Zhao official in front of the eastern envoy. Such a great humiliation had to be avenged by turning that dead Great Zhao official into sashimi and eating him to appease his hatred. Kamita insulted me, and the Despicable Haina people of Great Zhao also insulted me. They all deserve to die. The Kamita mentioned by the emperor of the eastern country was precisely the shogun of the eastern country, and also the actual controller of the eastern country. As for the so-called emperor, he was merely a puppet. Someone. Yes, your majesty. Lead 1,000 warriors, attack Chang'an and kill that Haina emperor. The emperor of the eastern country suddenly said. His words were full of confidence. Because, in his opinion, warriors were the main theme of the world, and 1,000 warriors were enough to flatten Great Zhao, and take this Haina emperor's dog head from amidst a vast army. Because the shogunate ruling the eastern country had only 3,000 or 4,000 warriors. A mere Great Zhao, 1,000 warriors would suffice. The emperor of the eastern country had been confined for too long. His understanding of the world was minimal. He considered himself invincible. In reality, he was just a joke. The term Yelang boasts of its size perfectly described the emperor of the eastern country. Half a month later, news that the emperor of the eastern country had dispatched 1,000 warriors to kill Zhao Gongming reached the Great Zhao Empire. The entire Great Zhao Empire was enraged. In the imperial court, many generals even spoke of destroying the eastern country. If they didn't destroy the eastern country, they couldn't swallow this anger. Your Majesty, your subject requests to fight. A small barbarian country dares to speak such wild words, it is truly audacious. Your Majesty, your subject requests to fight. Give your subject 1 month, and your subject will wipe out the entire eastern country, leaving no one alive. Zhao De immediately knelt down and requested to fight. And Tan Long, who was beside him, immediately knelt down as well. Your Majesty, your subject also requests to fight. Zhao De wants 1 month, but your subject only needs half a month. Your subject guarantees that within half a month, not a single blade of grass will grow in the eastern country. If there is 1 extra blade of grass alive, your Majesty can chop off my head. Your Majesty, your subject also wants to. Your subject only needs 1 week. 1 week? 1 week, my ass. What are you doing, rolling on the ground? 1 week? You won't even have enough time to travel. How are you going to wipe out their 10 clans in the eastern country? Many military generals requested to go to war. To stand out, they didn't hesitate to shorten their time, but they didn't expect that there was an asshole in the crowd who only wanted 1 week. Damn it. What are you doing, rolling on the ground? Half a month is about right. How can you get it done in 1 week? Their current war was not a war of conquest, but a war of annihilation, a truly meaningful annihilation, where not a single blade of grass would grow in the eastern country, and no one would be left alive, leaving no path for survival. If it were a war of conquest, would it need a week? With the small size of the eastern country, 2 days would be about right. 2 days would be enough for them to push from beginning to end. And in those 2 days, most of the time would be spent on travel. War? Does the eastern country even qualify? What trash! Your Majesty, a mere eastern country, let us scholars handle it. We scholars are not idlers. Look, even I, over 50 years old, can mount a horse and kill enemies. No one is better at killing, arson, and exterminating entire clans than us scholars. Zhao Shangde also wanted to go to war. Zhao Shangde, you old scoundrel, shut up. What are you meddling in our military general's work? What does this have to do with you? Are you trying to pick a fight? Many military generals stared wide-eyed at Zhao Shangde. Zhao Shangde closed his eyes, pretending not to see them. As long as I don't see it, don't hear it, then I haven't seen it or heard it. Opposition? I haven't heard any opposition, nor have I seen anyone opposing, so I am not wrong. Shut up. Stop arguing. Is a small eastern country worth all this fuss? Tianlong, you go. Lead an army of 100,000 and destroy the eastern country. I don't want to see a single living person in the eastern country a month from now. Zhao Gongming said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty, your subject will certainly complete the mission. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, I'm off first, my friend. Chapter 232, Expedition to Dongying, new members join the group. Your Majesty, what about me? I can do it too. I can do everything Tianlong can, and my merit points are even higher than his. Your subject is not convinced. Seeing Tianlong receive his orders, Zhao Dai, who was standing nearby, couldn't sit still. He had finally managed to surpass Tianlong, but if Tianlong annihilated Dongying, wouldn't his merit points exceed Zhao Dai's? That couldn't happen. Zhao Dai couldn't accept it. You're not convinced about what? How big is your wife's belly? Don't you have any idea? She's due this week, and you still have the mind to go on an expedition. Get back there and take good care of your wife. If you say another word, I'll freaking beat you up. Zhao Gongming glared at Zhao Dai. If he weren't trying to save Zhao Dai some face, he would have really gone down and given Zhao Dai a few big slaps. To make him sober up. Did he still think he was the same single dog from before? Your mother is in good health and doesn't need you to support her in old age, so you can still fool around. But now you have a wife, and she's heavily pregnant, about to give birth. Do you still have the mind to fool around outside? I think you really want to die. If I don't beat you up, you'll forget who you are. Ah? My wife is about to give birth? Oh, right, my wife is pregnant. Is she giving birth next week? Your Majesty, is my child a boy or a girl? Dragon and Phoenix twins. Ah? Dragon and Phoenix twins? Ha ha ha, I have a son and a daughter. Zhao Dai suddenly rushed in front of Zhao Shangde, excitedly picked him up, and kissed him. Bastard. Zhao Shangde was so angry he wanted to take off his shoe and beat Zhao Dai, that scoundrel, to death. In broad daylight, Zhao Shangde was kissed, and by a man at that. Could he tolerate it? If he could tolerate it, he wouldn't be Zhao Shangde. Bastard, give me back my innocence. Ah. Tianlong arrived at the military camp. In addition to mobilizing 100,000 soldiers, he also assembled 10,000 Zodiac Guardians. He planned to use the Zodiac Guardians as the main force, with their large army responsible for clearing the battlefield. Most importantly, the Zodiac Guardians' marching speed was extremely fast. With the assistance of the Zodiac Guardians, they could easily cross the Great Sea and go to Dongying's mainland to start a great slaughter. At noon the next day, Tianlong led the army and marched towards Dongying. At the same time, the samurai sent by the Emperor of Dongying entered the Great Zhao Empire. However, as soon as they set foot on the land of the Great Zhao Empire, they were annihilated by a group of people who suddenly appeared. Not a single one of the 1,000 samurai survived. This group of people were civilian bounty hunters. A special organization established under the leadership of the Great Zhao dynasty. A mercenary organization, similar to the Wind and Rain Pavilion, but not entirely the same, because this organization could not put bounties on people's lives, except for wanted criminals. Since the news of the Dongying samurai assassinating the emperor spread throughout Great Zhao, the Great Zhao dynasty had listed all people from Dongying as wanted criminals. As long as they were Dongying people, the citizens of Great Zhao could kill them, and there would be rewards. The higher the Dongying person's status and power, the higher the reward obtained. This was indiscriminate. Those Dongying merchants who remained in Great Zhao were decapitated by various bounty hunters overnight. Even villagers took action against those Dongying merchants. It would be a pity not to take the rewards that were offered on a silver platter. These Dongying shorties are short, ugly, and bow-legged. It's hilarious. They're truly a barbaric small country with no insight at all. Do they really think a mere 1,000 shorties can kill our Your Majesty? Are they not awake? The strong man, holding a pig slaughtering knife, was skillfully cutting off the heads of these Dongying people. This strong man was not from the county Yamen, nor was he even a bounty hunter. He was just a butcher from a nearby village, usually slaughtering pigs. He was well-fed, tall, strong, and powerful. Because of his appearance and age, he was not selected for conscription, and he didn't want to be a yamen runner, so he returned to the village to continue his old trade, slaughtering pigs and selling meat. Unexpectedly, just as he brought a pig back, someone at the village entrance said they saw Dongying people. He didn't hesitate, directly grabbed his pig slaughtering knife and went over. Together with a few martial artists from the village, they slaughtered these Dongying people. The combat power of these Dongying people was surprisingly weak. Aside from their decent knives, everything else about them was a mess. Even calling their fighting skills three-legged cat kung fu would be a compliment to them. Most importantly, they were short and had no muscle on their arms, so they naturally couldn't beat these few fierce men. They were cut down by them within a few minutes of engagement. Being conceited is normal. What I really can't accept is that these Dongying people treat us like fools. If you're going to disguise yourselves to run away, at least make it look convincing. Even when running away, they wear geta, have bow legs, and bow at every turn, as if they're afraid we won't recognize them. Damn it, they're humiliating us. His companions dug a large pit. They threw the bodies of these Dongying people into it and hastily buried them. As for the Dongying people's heads, the few of them divided them equally and sent them to the county yamen to collect the bounty. After returning to the village, the butcher thought about it repeatedly, and still picked up his pig slaughtering knife and headed towards the seaside. Many others in the same village had the same idea as him. They simply formed a team and ran to the seaside to wait. To see if there were any Dongying people trying to escape. If they encountered any, they would kill them. Gathering enough heads might even allow them to send their own children to the county yamen to become yamen runners. Meow xiao meow, ha 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 ha. Meow xiao meow, Zhao Gongming, you make me laugh. You actually got threatened by the little sun people. Meow xiao meow, 1,000 samurai sweeping across Great Zhao, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Meow xiao meow, your Great Zhao's deterrence is still too weak, the little sun people even dare to threaten you. Lu Suifeng, indeed, it's outrageous. Lu Suifeng, if it were me, I couldn't tolerate it either. Lu Suifeng, get rid of them, flatten the wheels, leave no one, scramble the eggs, split the earthworms vertically, pour magma into ant nests. Meow xiao meow, +1. Duan Xiaolo, drop a nuclear bomb, drop a few more. Anyway, the little sun people really like little boys. Zhao Gongming, you're getting more and more outlandish. Where would I get a nuclear bomb? Zhao Gongming, as for the little sun people, do you all think I'm someone who would suffer a loss? Zhao Gongming, rest assured, everyone, they won't live. Not a single one of them will survive. Duan Xiaolo, ha 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 ha. Duan Xiaolo, then he's dead for sure. Li Nana, ha 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 ha. Ding, the card player with 2.5 years of practice joined the group chat. Duan Xiaolo, oh, a new person is here. Zhao Gongming, welcome, real man. The card player with 2.5 years of practice, AI-kun? Joey Wheeler's smile. Zhao Gongming, we are all true fans. The card player with 2.5 years of practice, me too. Li Nana, Little Black Fans Mutual Aid Group. Meow xiao meow, why does Earth Mother always pull Little Black Fans into the group? Zhao Gongming, because we are true love. The card player with 2.5 years of practice changed their nickname to Zhou Xing Xing. Zhou Xing Xing, I am Zhou Xing Xing, not the movie's Zhou Xing Xing, but Zhou Xing Xing from Shu. Chapter 233, Lucky Critical Hit? The shogunate also has to flee. Zhao Gongming, oh, I thought you were the god of gamblers, Zhou Xing Xing. Zhao Gongming, I almost forgot this was a transmigration mutual aid group. Zhou Xing Xing, let me introduce myself first. Zhou Xing Xing, I come from a card world, a Xianhuan world with a system similar to summoners. The combat system in that world revolves around cards. Everyone can create their own cards. There are many types of cards, monster cards, equipment cards, trap magic cards, and so on. Zhou Xing Xing, the cards created can be sold or used in combat. By injecting spiritual power, one can summon the monsters from the cards to fight. Zhou Xing Xing, my golden finger is a lucky critical hit. When creating cards, there's a chance to trigger a critical hit, which can give me a critical boost in either the quality or quantity of the cards I create. Zhou Xing Xing, the highest critical hit can be *3, meaning quantity +3 or quality +3. Zhou Xing Xing, however, so far, the trigger probability is low. I've been creating cards for 10 years, and I've triggered it no more than 100 times. On average, it triggers once every more than a month. I create more than 10 cards a day, so it takes over 300 cards for me to trigger one critical hit. Zhou Xing Xing, it's tough, my friends. Meow xiao meow, Meow xiao meow, this is tough. Even if you trigger it once, it's not bad. At least you get something. Meow xiao meow, Li Nana's luck +1 has never shown any effect to this day. Zhou Xing Xing, Zhou Xing Xing, there are people in this group who are even unluckier than me. Zhou Xing Xing, well, then it's fine. I feel much better. Li Nana, damn. Li Nana, who said I haven't triggered it? I've triggered it many more times than you. Li Nana, in real life, although my golden finger isn't very useful, don't forget there's a sign-in function in the group. When have my sign-in rewards ever been small? Zhou Xing, oh, there's group sign-in too? Hold on, I'll go check. Li Nena, no need to check. The sign-in rewards are all ordinary items like money and such. Zhou Xing, ah? Just ordinary items? No divine artifacts or anything. Li Nena, no. Zhou Xing, well, then it's fine. I'm too lazy to sign in. I'm not short on money, my friend. Li Nena, my friend, what's your curse? Don't just talk about blessings and not curses. Zhou Xing, my curse? Zhou Xing, the curse is out of control. Items obtained through illegal means will inevitably go out of control, specifically referring to the critical hit rewards generated by my lucky critical hit. Zhou Xing, honestly, this is quite annoying. It feels a bit targeted. Meow xiao meow, not a bit, it is targeted at you. Duan Xiao, I'm also targeted. You get used to it. Meow xiao meow, how do you deal with out of control cards? Do they attack you? Zhou Xing, yes, but this out of control only targets me. I just don't use them. Meow xiao meow, that's such a waste. Zhou Xing, it's not a waste. I just sell them. Zhou Xing, although the cards are not under my control, I can sell them. Zhou Xing, high quality cards that are critically hit are quite expensive. Zhou Xing did not give up on his golden finger because of the curse. In fact, he even developed other uses for it. Sell them, sell them, sell them all. Out of control? Just sell them. A card player's energy is limited. They always use the same few cards. Cards that aren't used will eventually be sold. He just accelerated this process. His golden finger is quite good for making money. A no-cost business. Meow xiao meow, so you've switched to doing business? Meow xiao meow, you're no different from old Duan. Zhou Xing, oh, him too? Meow xiao meow, yes. Zhou Xing, ha ha ha, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Duan Xiao, ha ha ha, congratulations and prosperity. Duan Xiao, what rank are you now? Zhou Xing, a 5-star card maker. The lowest is 0 star, the highest is 10 star. Higher than that are the star, moon, and sun ranks. One level above that is divine rank. Anything higher than that, I don't know. The protagonist hasn't reached divine rank, so no one knows what comes after divine rank. Maybe it can continue to stack. Duan Xiao, then 5 star is really not low. You're definitely a backbone. Zhou Xing, sigh, just average. A life of toil. Zhou Xing, no more talk, I have to go offline. I recently took on a big business deal and need to go out into the wild to farm some materials. Duan Xiao, what materials? Duan Xiao, can you give me a sample? I want to study it. Zhou Xing, card making materials, for example, demonic beast body parts, fur, blood, and also magic potions, special minerals, these are all needed. Duan Xiao, oh, that's fine. Can you give me some? I can pay for it. Zhou Xing, no need for money, it's a small matter. I'm logging off now. In the card world, Zhou Xing arrived at the agreed upon location and entered the wilderness known as the Card Forest. What he didn't know was that several factions were already targeting him. A few months ago, he sold an 8-star card, which fetched a high price, thus attracting many covetous gazes. Those villains believed that this 5-star nobody had obtained the legacy of some great power. After all, a 5-star card maker couldn't possibly create 6-star or even higher cards. So, they speculated that behind Zhou Xing, there must be a mysterious force, or that he had obtained the legacy of a great power. After investigation, it was found that Zhou Xing had no one behind him and came from a humble background. This gave those villains ideas. A nobody with no background, possessing the legacy of a great power, isn't that just asking for it? And so, Zhou Xing was targeted. Zhou Xing has entered the card forest. Make your move. At the entrance, a man in black watched Zhou Xing leave, nodding repeatedly. Immediately, many people appeared at the entrance. They entered one after another. East Japan coast. Several large ships were docked, and a group of people rushed over and boarded the ships. Accompanying them were many samurai dressed in armor. They bore the mark of the Kamita family. These people came from the shogunate. The Kamita clan. Ever since the East Japan shogunate learned that the foolish emperor had angered the Great Zhao Empire, bringing down the Great Zhao Empire's heavenly soldiers, General Kamita was so terrified he couldn't sleep for days. They tried to beg for mercy, but all their letters were rejected without exception. The Great Zhao side even told them very directly that the Great Zhao's intention was to annihilate their entire country. Kamita was furious. This idiot emperor, why did he provoke the Great Zhao Empire for no reason? You damn it! The Great Zhao Empire rejected East Japan's surrender. Kamita had no choice but to take his family and samurai, intending to cross the ocean and flee. As for East Japan, let it be. Kamita didn't even have time to deal with his property. Whatever he could take, he took. What he couldn't take, he left behind. Everyone prepare, hoist the sails and set off. Woo, woo, woo. The Kamita family's large ships were about to depart. Chapter 234, True Dragon leads the way, East Japan annihilated. A woo. A long dragon roar echoed. Above the sea, endless cold chi swept in. Wherever the cold chi reached, all became ice. The originally turbulent waves were instantly frozen. Their ships were frozen before they even left the dock. The East Japan people on the ships trembled, looking in the direction of the dragon roar with fear. In the distance, on the sea, white cold chi swept in waves. A powerful army was approaching on the ice surface, moving at the fastest speed. And in the sky, a huge dragon shadow soared among the clouds. The cold chi freezing the sea came from the true dragon in the clouds. The Great Zhao Army, it's the Great Zhao Army. On the deck, General Kamita looked at the approaching army, his eyes wide with terror, his heart filled with endless panic. The powerful oppressive feeling scared all the East Japan samurai to the point of wetting themselves. A true dragon leading the formation throughout all dynasties, only the Great Zhao Empire did this. We can't escape. General Kamita drew his samurai sword, jumped off the ship without hesitation, and charged towards the approaching Great Zhao Army. Even if it was the strongest zodiac guardians in front of him, he would still charge. Because dying this way wouldn't be too painful. He could suffer less torment mentally. Kill. Follow the Lord, through fire and water. A group of samurai followed suit. Of course, those who actively sought death were ultimately a minority. Most of the samurai were scared witless and turned to flee. Meanwhile, on the Great Zhao side, Tan Long rode his horse, standing abreast with the front row zodiac guardians. He saw the East Japan people charging towards them. There was no ripple in his eyes. He only mechanically shouted. Kill. Leave no survivors, exterminate East Japan. Tan Long swung his saber, with a swish. General Kamita's head flew high. Then his headless corpse was trampled into a pulp by the advancing army, leaving no bones. In a single encounter, all the charging East Japan samurai were annihilated. Boom boom boom. The Zodiac Guardians threw their spears. The spears turned into fire, and with a loud bang, the ships were blown to pieces. Flames soared into the sky, and the East Japan people on board were engulfed by the fire, leaving no bones. The slaughter continued. Just as they had said when they came, leave no survivors, kill them all. After annihilating the Kamita clan, the Great Zhao army landed in East Japan, dispersed, and began an indiscriminate slaughter to annihilate the country. Wherever their gaze fell, there were only dead people. As long as they were East Japan people, without exception, all must die. The true dragon accompanying the army was the first to strike. A wave of cold chi covered them, turning them all into ice sculptures. The Zodiac Guardians followed, slaughtering the survivors. The army behind them then killed another round, ensuring a thorough cleanse. The slaughter continued for over half a month. The army led by Tan Long finally stopped its advance. They had reached the East Japan Imperial Palace. The entire East Japan only had the Imperial Palace left. The rest of the areas had already been annihilated by them in 3 rounds. Once the Imperial Palace was destroyed, East Japan would completely become history. How dare you, how dare you! I am a descendant of Amaterasu Omikami, how dare you kill me! Outside the Imperial Palace, a short, strangely shaped man, holding a blood-stained long saber, limped towards the Great Zhao country's army. His mind was not quite right. Tan Long, at the front of the formation, looked at the charging madman and fell into contemplation. Why did this East Japan emperor look like this? Even ordinary East Japan people would be considered super handsome in front of this emperor. Because this emperor was too ugly. His appearance was grotesque, emphasizing the bizarre. His head shape was abnormal, his face was abnormal, and his height was much shorter than ordinary East Japan people. His limbs were even more twisted. The most outrageous thing was that such a twisted and strange emperor could even kill the palace mates in his own imperial palace. Amazing. The thought process of these East Japan people was indeed not quite normal. Even such a useless person could kill. What a strange thing. Is that a human? Why did the East Japan people push such a thing onto the throne? Tan Long didn't understand East Japan language, so naturally, he didn't understand what the emperor was screaming about. He just found it strange. Why did the East Japan people choose such a strange thing? Could it be that in East Japan, normal people couldn't be emperors? General, you misunderstood. Their emperor is just a mascot. The real power is in the hands of the shogunate. They've been out of power for hundreds of years. Their imperial line claims to be descendants of some god, and the East Japan people are superstitious. Those shogunates who held power didn't dare to become emperors, so they let them continue. To maintain the sanctity of their bloodline, they intermarried internally. Over time, their royal line became like this, all looking similar. This one is considered good, there were many who died young or had no heirs. The strategist by Tan Long's side was a know-it-all, knowledgeable about dozens of countries surrounding the Great Zhao country and even fluent in dozens of languages. He was originally assigned to a department in the capital, teaching foreign languages to Great Zhao envoys. Later, by a stroke of opportunity, he latched onto Tan Long and became his strategist. Colloquially known as a dog-head strategist. What is this strange thing yelling? Tan Long pointed at the East Japan emperor who was still barking. General, do you really want this translated? He's cursing your majesty and us. And spouting nonsense. The strategist understood the East Japan emperor's insults and was very angry. He still suppressed his rage and quietly whispered the translation to Tan Long. Tan Long listened and became furious. Damn it, men, seize him for me. Flay him alive. I want him to die by 1,000 cuts. Cut off his little brother and stuff it in his mouth. I'll *and kill him. You can curse anyone, even him. But you absolutely cannot curse the master. Anyone who dares to curse the master must die. General, I have salt here, but unfortunately, I didn't bring chili. Salt, that's great. Stuff it into his wounds. Cut him and rub salt at the same time. Yes, as you command. The gibbering emperor, before he could even get close to Tan Long, was seized by Tan Long's subordinates. His little brother was cut off, salt was rubbed on him, and he was publicly tortured. He endured 1,000 cuts, finally breathing his last when he reached over 900 cuts. He died with his eyes wide open, unavenged. No, he had no eyes long ago. His eyes had been scraped off and sliced much earlier. With the death of the emperor, the army finally broke through the imperial palace, completely annihilating East Japan. Tan Long found a stone tablet, carved the achievements of this campaign on it, and then planted the stone tablet in the ruins of the imperial palace. Achievement completed, trampling Tokyo to admire cherry blossoms. Blood-red cherry blossoms, truly beautiful. East Japan is gone. So fast. Zhao Gongming noticed the increase in his divine weapon slots and immediately understood that East Japan had been annihilated. It hadn't even been a month. Not bad. Tan Long is improving. Zhao Gongming didn't take East Japan to heart. Just a small country, no need to care. Your Majesty, the Goryeo envoy requests an audience. Chapter 235, Goryeo Princess for Marriage Alliance, Great Zhao schemes run deep, I want to return to the northern barbarians. Goryeo envoys. For such a small country, you can handle it yourselves. Zhao Gongming didn't even lift his head, directly telling the Ministry of Rights to deal with the Goryeo envoys. This kind of work was originally the responsibility of the Ministry of Rights. Why should he take it on himself? Moreover, did a mere small Goryeo have the qualifications to speak with him? Was Goryeo worthy? Not at all. What class are they, to be worthy of speaking with me? Your Majesty, these Goryeo envoys are a bit different. The official from the Ministry of Rights said in a low voice. He kept glancing behind him from time to time. As if he was very worried that someone might come in. What's different about them? Don't they still have 2 arms and 2 legs? They all have 1 head, there's nothing different. Zhao Gongming stopped writing, raised his head, and looked at the official from the Ministry of Rights. Your Majesty, the Goryeo envoy is a woman, the Goryeo king's eldest princess, and she has come for a marriage alliance. The official from the Ministry of Rights said in a low voice. So what if she's a woman? So what if it's a marriage alliance? Didn't the Northern Barbarians envoy also come as a princess for a marriage alliance? Didn't you still reject her? Is Goryeo very special? Can you be so special to a small country? Zhao Gongming was a bit speechless. What exactly were these guys thinking? Your Majesty, Goryeo has been a vassal state of our Divine Land dynasty throughout history, unlike those barbarians from the Northern Barbarians. The official from the Ministry of Rights sighed. Indeed, in the eyes of the court officials, Goryeo's status was indeed a bit special. After all, Goryeo had served as their Divine Land's lackey for thousands of years. Throughout history, they had always been their most loyal lackeys. During the previous dynasty, later Jin had used troops against Goryeo, breaking 10 Goryeo cities in one day. The large army pressed on, besieging the city, almost annihilating Goryeo. Even so, Goryeo never surrendered, but instead persisted until the previous dynasty's reinforcements arrived. And for historical reasons, Goryeo was the most closely related of the many vassal states to the Divine Land dynasty, and it was very weak itself, a country that survived by relying on the Divine Land dynasty. They were also deeply influenced by Divine Land culture. The entire country, from top to bottom, imitated Divine Land culture in various ways. Tributes, etiquette, writing, all bore the shadow of Divine Land. It was known as Little Divine Land. Naturally, in the eyes of the Divine Land people, Goryeo people were considered half-barbarians, a successful case of civilization. There's nothing different. Since it's a vassal state, you can handle it yourselves. Zhao Gongming said calmly. Then, Your Majesty, about the marriage alliance. Throughout history, there has been a tradition of Goryeo royal women entering the palace. Should we also follow this tradition? The official from the Ministry of Rights glanced at Zhao Gongming and found that Zhao Gongming's expression was calm and he was not angry. He felt a little better and was not as nervous. Forget it, you arrange it. Zhao Gongming did not object, letting them arrange it however they wished. Yes, Your Majesty. This official takes his leave. Go. After the official from the Ministry of Rights left, Zhao Gongming looked at the huge imperial study and sighed. He didn't know if his decision back then was right or wrong. Under his rule, within the great Zhao Empire, it was stable and peaceful, everyone had food to eat, everyone had books to read. He tried his best to build this country into the utopia he once envisioned. No hunger, no pain, food to eat, clothes to wear, a house to live in, books to read, work to do. No natural disasters or man-made calamities, and no wars, at least within the great Zhao Empire there were no wars, everything was a picture of happiness. He achieved it. At the same time, he also lost a lot. If he hadn't taken this step, perhaps he would still be lying in the Zhao family now, slacking off, or writing books and making money. When bored, he could even hide in the treasury and count money. How wonderful that would be. Never mind. Let's go for a walk. It's quite boring staying in the imperial palace. Zhao Gongming concealed his dragon robe, retracted the golden dragons into his body, changed into his old clothes, took out a mask from the cabinet and put it on, then left the palace. Chang'an Street. Candied hawthorns, delicious and inexpensive candied hawthorns. Divine land awful, delicious and inexpensive. Throwing rings, 1 copper coin for 1 ring. Good sirs, don't miss it as you pass by, a century-old acrobatics family on tour. For only 2 copper coins, you can watch a wonderful juggling performance. Tofu pudding, very sweet tofu pudding. What? Your tofu pudding is sweet? You're selling sweet tofu pudding here in Chang'an? Are you trying to go out of business? On the street, a stall became noisy. So what? I'll sell it however I want. Are you going to bite me? The stall owner was also a short-tempered old woman, hands on her hips, she pointed at the troublemaking passerby and started scolding him. Watch me not smash your stall. The passerby was also not good-tempered, and immediately overturned the stall. The stall owner, instead of getting angry, smiled. Haha, I can go home early today again. The stall owner laughed heartily. And the onlookers looked at the troublemaking old man with pity. Before the troublemaking passerby could react, several constables walked out from both sides of the street and grabbed the troublemaking passerby. Causing trouble, are we? You two, come to the yamen and explain yourselves clearly. We thought there wouldn't be much to do today, but you guys are boosting our performance. Let's go, let's go. The two were taken to the yamen. The stall owner, instead of being afraid, was quite pleased. The informed passers-by nearby shook their heads helplessly at this sight. Another unlucky fellow. Why would you overturn someone else's stall for no reason? Isn't that just asking to lose money? Uncle, what happened? Why is that stall owner auntie so happy? Princess Katerina curiously asked the old man selling wontons opposite her. You wouldn't be happy if you could go home early. The old man said with a smile. Wasn't her stall smashed? Shouldn't she be sad? Princess Katerina's mind hadn't quite caught up. Little girl, you're still too naive. That old woman did it on purpose. Who doesn't know that our capital's tofu pudding is savory? Why would she insist on selling sweet ones? On one hand, you outsiders like sweet food. On the other hand, she deliberately provokes trouble, challenging those short-tempered people to smash her stall. That way, wouldn't she sell everything? She sold out shortly after opening her stall. Once he's in the yamen, that kid will have to pay compensation. The old man said with a chuckle. Ah. Isn't that illegal? Princess Katerina was stunned. What the hell? Are you great Zhao people so cunning? Isn't this clearly a trap? Isn't this illegal? Illegal? What's illegal? Selling sweet tofu pudding isn't illegal. The matter of smashing the stall. It's not like she forced that kid to smash the stall, is it? And the compensation is based on the actual price, so it's not considered illegal. Blame that young man for having a bad temper and falling for the trick. The old man said with a smile. Ah. It can be like that. Why not? Girl, would you like a bowl of wontons? You don't have these in the northern barbarians, you know. Uncle, are you going to trick me too? Princess Katerina was a little worried. Don't be silly, I'm a legitimate businessman, running a small business, no tricks involved. Then I'll have 3 bowls. Alright. Chapter 236, Golden Mask, Zhao family? Oh, right, uncle, how did you know we were northern barbarians? I don't think I ever said I was a northern barbarian. Princess Katerina and her maid were eating wontons when Princess Katerina suddenly remembered something and curiously asked the stall owner, Uncle, why he was so sure she was a northern barbarian. Aura. Although people from the northern barbarians and European countries both have blonde hair and blue eyes, there's a clear difference in aura between northern barbarians and other Europeans. Look at that stall over there. That man with the small mustache, it's obvious he's European. He has the air of a landlord, overly effeminate, clearly hasn't seen much of the world but tries to act like he has. He even uses a knife and fork to eat a bun. In my 50+ years of life, it's the first time I've seen such an oddball. You northern barbarians are easy to distinguish. See those few drunkards in the corner of the restaurant? It's obvious at a glance that they're from the northern barbarians. The difference in aura is too great, you don't even need to guess. The stall owner, Uncle, shook his head, looking speechless. Alright, there is some truth to that. Princess Katerina felt embarrassed seeing those northern barbarian drunkards. Sigh. The northern barbarians might never shake off this label. Boss, 1 bowl of wontons, no cilantro. Suddenly, a figure sat down at the table next to them. It was a tall figure, dressed in a white robe, wearing a half mask that covered the upper half of his face, revealing only his mouth. His specific appearance couldn't be seen, but his aura suggested he was either rich or noble, and his figure was dashing, giving the impression that he was a handsome man. Coming right up. Oh my, a golden mask. Is this official from the Zhao family? The old man exclaimed in surprise when he saw Zhao Gongming's mask. This somewhat surprised Zhao Gongming. Just by a mask, he could recognize his background? Was this stall owner a bit too extraordinary? His intelligence was astonishing. Official? How did you know I was an official? And that you think I'm from the Zhao family? Zhao Gongming said, lowering his voice. Ha ha ha, official, you jest. Anyone doing business in Chang'an knows that this style of golden mask is only worn by the Zhao family. That's a style His Majesty once wore, made by the Zhao family, unique. Throughout the entire great Zhao Empire, only the Zhao family has this mask. Coming from the Zhao family, you must be an official. How could we not know His Majesty's character? He never mistreats his brothers who risked their lives for him, let alone the Zhao family. The stall owner didn't recognize Zhao Gongming's identity, but he confirmed Zhao Gongming's background. Because this mask was exclusive to the Zhao family. Every member of the Zhao family had one. Only the Zhao family could wear this mask. His guess was absolutely correct. Haha. Indeed. I didn't expect boss to know so much. Boss, you're not simple, most people don't have such keen eyesight. Zhao Gongming smiled. It's nothing, when I was young, I also came from Beixiao Sheng's side. Later, I offended some people, so I retired. My ancestors had some skills, so I set up a stall to sell wontons. He was indeed no ordinary person. Beixiao Sheng's people were known for being excellent intelligence gatherers. Ever since Beixiao Sheng was incorporated, his subordinates were also brought in. They were dispersed and joined various departments of the great Zhao Empire. Intelligence talents can shine wherever they go. And it was indeed true. They could get their hands on all sorts of strange intelligence. They could even find out if an enemy emperor was hiding in a cat. It was like having a map hack. My heavens, uncle, are you that amazing? Princess Katarina exclaimed in surprise from the side. Ha ha ha, a hero doesn't boast about past glories. The boss said modestly. Boss, do you have any thoughts of re-entering the Jianghu? Zhao Gongming took a bite of wonton, the taste was indeed good. No wonder several palace maids recommended this wonton shop to him when he left the palace. It was truly delicious. Emperor certified. Sigh, forget it. I've been out of the Jianghu for nearly 20 years. My skills are rusty. Besides, my grandson was born, triplets. My daughter-in-law and old woman are busy with the babies every day, and my son joined the army. If I were to re-enter, there would be no one at home. Forget it, forget it. The boss shook his head with a smile. Oh, in that case, forget it. Family bliss is also quite good. Zhao Gongming said with a smile. Everyone has their own ideas. Zhao Gongming didn't force it. He respected everyone's choices. Some people value their careers, while others care more about family. Each has their own pursuits. Boss, the bill. 5 coins will do. Thank you. Zhao Gongming counted out a few coins, placed them on the table, and left. Princess Katarina looked at Zhao Gongming, then at the boss, also took money from her pocket to pay, and then followed Zhao Gongming. Hey, why are you following me? Zhao Gongming arrived in front of a noodle shop, turned around, and looked at the 3 people following him, asking curiously. I heard the boss say you're from the Zhao family. Him? And then? Zhao Gongming looked curiously at the northern barbarian girl in front of him. Judging by the girl's insignia, she should be Princess Katarina, the northern barbarian princess who came to the capital with the northern barbarian envoy a few months ago. Empress Katarina's biological sister. She also seemed to have divine land blood. However, her mixed race features were not obvious. But her divine land bloodline was from Great Jian, unrelated to his Great Zhao. You must have met the Emperor of Great Zhao, right? I just want to ask why your court is unwilling to establish diplomatic relations with us northern barbarians. I think establishing diplomatic relations between both sides would be good. It could promote peace and reduce war conflicts. It was the first time Princess Katarina had the courage to speak like this. In truth, it ultimately came down to the northern barbarians being too weak. The Great Zhao Empire was too strong, frighteningly strong. During her several months in the Great Zhao Empire, she witnessed its prosperity, which was far greater than that of the northern barbarians in European countries. Besides that, she could feel the desire for war throughout the Great Zhao Empire. Especially the young people, most of whom wanted to join the Great Zhao Empire's army to expand its territory for the country. Even disabled people had this idea. What was even more terrifying was that the Great Zhao Empire truly had the ability to expand its territory. This was the most terrifying aspect. It's not scary when others talk big, it's scariest when they truly have the power to destroy you. This was the most frightening thing. Good? Is it good? Is it necessary? Will diplomatic relations between 2 countries necessarily bring peace? The northern barbarians breaking agreements isn't a one-time or two-time occurrence. Instead of hypocritically signing some useless toilet paper. It's better for both sides not to interact. You don't provoke me, and I won't beat you. I think that's quite good. Who doesn't know the nature of the northern barbarians? Just ask the neighboring European countries. The European countries were the victims, constantly beaten by the northern barbarians. They signed peace treaties for hundreds of years, only to tear them up at will. They were even less effective than toilet paper. Establishing diplomatic relations or anything of the sort was completely unnecessary. Chapter 237, East meets West, Mongol Iron Cavalry vs. Northern Barbarian Bear Cavalry. This. Princess Katarina fell into deep thought upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words. She wanted to refute him, but each time she mustered the courage, the words got stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken. Her northern barbarian country had torn up agreements too many times. Especially since the person responsible for these actions was none other than her elder sister, Empress Katarina. Her sister's ambition was too great. She aspired to emulate the first emperor of the Central Plains, unifying Europe and imprinting a single mark on the lands of the European countries. Only then could the continent of Europe truly end its fragmented state of governance. Only through unification could there be greater peace. And, it would satisfy her sister Ekaterina's ambition and aspirations. She believed in her sister. But others did not. Zhao Gongming did not believe her, Great Zhao did not believe her, and the European countries believed her even less. Did the northern barbarian country have credibility? Not a chance. They were famously untrustworthy. Bilateral agreements were torn up at will. As long as the northern barbarians don't actively cause trouble, everyone will live in peace, Zhao Gongming said with a smile, then no longer paid attention to Princess Katerina. He had said everything he needed to say. His attitude was very clear. He was a peace-loving man. Of course, if you don't let me love peace, I'll just kill you, and then love peace. Once you're dead, no one will dare say I don't love peace. Sigh. Princess Katerina sighed helplessly, looking at Zhao Gongming who was no longer paying attention to her. She hoped her sister would have some sense. Otherwise, later Jin, Mongolia, Tubo, and Dongying would be the fate of their northern barbarians. Let's go home, Princess Katerina suddenly took a deep breath and said slowly. Oh? Is your highness returning already? Didn't your highness say she didn't want to leave a few days ago? The maid beside her was somewhat surprised by Princess Katerina's change. Just a few days ago, she was so captivated by the prosperity of Chang'an that she didn't want to leave. Why did she want to go back now? What a fickle princess, your highness. I need to go back and tell my sister everything about the great Zhao Empire. Princess Katerina's expression was extremely serious. Yes, Princess, your highness. The three left. Early the next morning, the northern barbarian envoy team departed the city. Most of the team were still unwilling to leave. After all, the great Zhao Empire was too prosperous, far more prosperous than their northern barbarians. Moreover, their mission had not been completed, and they feared that upon their return, they would be blamed by Her Majesty the Empress. After all, their Empress was famously tyrannical. A tyrant among tyrants, their nobles were also very afraid of their Empress. If the Empress were to blame them, everyone present would die. Fortunately, Princess Katerina had assured them that their crimes would be pardoned. If it were any other royal family member, they certainly wouldn't believe it, but this was Princess Katerina's assurance. The Empress's most beloved younger sister. Since she guaranteed their innocence, then they would certainly be innocent. Because she was Princess Katerina, and the Empress would never refuse Princess Katerina's request. This was their confidence. Northern Barbarian Capital. A mere Mongol empire, nothing but a stray dog, dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Mobilize the army, gather our forces, and destroy this accursed Mongol empire. Inside the palace. Empress Ekaterina roared at her ministers below, her voice hoarse. She absolutely could not accept this outcome. Those two countries were on the verge of collapse. They only needed 2 more months, and the northern barbarians would be able to swallow those two small countries. What they hadn't expected was this. At the crucial moment, the Mongol Empire intervened, claiming to be allied with those two small countries through marriage, offering them protection, and immediately killing the northern barbarian envoy sent there. How could this be tolerated? It would be strange if her northern barbarians could tolerate it. You, a perfectly fine Mongolia, running to the continent of Europe instead of staying on the steppes is one thing. When you established your country, my northern barbarians didn't pick a fight with you. When I was expanding my territory, you came to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. And even form a marriage alliance. A marriage alliance, my foot. When have you Mongols ever been so compliant with agreements when forming marriage alliances? You want to cause trouble, do you? Fine, 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 this Empress will accompany you to the very end. I want to see how much strength you, this stray dog, still retain. Let's see if your Mongol iron cavalry is more formidable, or my northern barbarian bear cavalry. Ekaterina was completely enraged. Your Majesty, your command. A brawny man with a rough face, kneeling on one knee, received the bear cavalry token from Empress Ekaterina's hand, then joyfully rushed out of the palace. The bear cavalry was the northern barbarians' strongest unit, trained from strong Siberian giant bears. The giant bears, clad in armor, possessed unparalleled combat power, and when paired with knights, they were extremely terrifying. Their tacit agreement was extremely high. To cultivate this tacit agreement, the giant bears and knights often lived together, eating, drinking, and sleeping together. The fame of the giant bear knights was well known to the European countries. Bear knights, 1 against 10. They often made the elite knights of Europe scream. The method of training the giant bears had always been a secret held tightly by the northern barbarian royal family, known only to the emperor and the royal elders through the generations. It was also the strongest force in the hands of the royal family. Due to the extremely high difficulty of training, the number of northern barbarian bear cavalry was not large. Even after Empress Ekaterina ascended to power, she continuously invested money, expanding their numbers despite the elders' objections. Even so, the northern barbarian giant bear cavalry numbered just over 10,000. To mobilize the bear knights, a bear cavalry token was required. 1 bear cavalry token could command 1,000 bear knights. However, 1,000 bear knights was already enough for him. In most battles, the Empress was unwilling to deploy the bear knights. Because they were too precious, even the Empress was reluctant to incur losses. Minister Soros, you must assist General Tadamir. I want Mongolia dead. Your Majesty, your command. Empress, Empress, your Highness is back, Princess Katerina is back. Suddenly, a maid's voice rang out from outside the door. The sounds in the palace instantly ceased. The ministers nervously looked at the Empress on the throne. Court dismissed. I want to see my sister. Yes, Empress. The war between Mongolia and the northern barbarians was on the verge of breaking out. Without any surprise, war immediately erupted between the two countries. The fierce clash between the Mongol Iron Cavalry and the northern barbarian Bear Cavalry on the battlefield taught the European countries a harsh lesson. They had never imagined that someone could actually contend with the invincible northern barbarian Bear Cavalry. Was Mongolia that strong? For both Mongolia and the northern barbarians, there was no great surprise. They were old rivals after all. What trump cards of the other side had they not seen? The Lion King of England was completely shocked upon hearing his subordinate's report. He stood up in disbelief. The northern barbarians deployed their Bear Cavalry. Mongolia held them off. Oh, my god. Chapter 238, Heavenly Dao's Evil Plan, A Boy Princess? How exactly did the Mongol Iron Cavalry manage to withstand the attack of the Bear Knights? How many troops did Mongolia deploy? Reporting, Your Highness, 3,000 Iron Cavalry. 3,000 Iron Cavalry? 3,000 Iron Cavalry can stop 1,000 Bear Knights. Oh my god, this isn't right at all. The King of England, the Lion King, collapsed onto his throne, his eyes filled with disbelief. Once upon a time, when they wanted to contend with the northern barbarians, they had to deploy at least tens of thousands of troops to resist 1,000 Bear Knights' attack. If it were cavalry, at least 10,000 cavalry would be needed to have any chance of resistance. Their casualty ratio had always been more than 10 to 1, with the best being 10 to 1. But now, the Mongol Iron Cavalry only used 3,000 cavalry to contend with the Bear Knights? What the hell? Is this the infamous Scourge of God? Truly terrifying. The European allied forces had also once fought against the Mongol Iron Cavalry. However, at that time, the Mongol Iron Cavalry had undergone multiple rounds of battles and were exhausted, with their combat strength somewhat diminished. It was only by relying on their immense numerical advantage that they managed to bring Mongolia to the negotiating table. To put it bluntly, their allied forces fought against Mongolia in its late stage, during its period of exhaustion, and thus they were not clear about the specific combat strength of the Mongol Iron Cavalry. Most of the countries that had fought against Mongolia in its early stages had already been destroyed, leaving Mongolia with only the title of Scourge of God. They never expected that the clash between Mongolia and the northern barbarians would allow them to witness such a powerful side of Mongolia. Your Majesty, how about we support Mongolia against the northern barbarians? The northern barbarians' ambition is too great, and the current empress is eager to devour us. Mongolia is weak and was crippled by the great Zhao Empire. It won't recover for decades. Compared to the northern barbarians, Mongolia is safer. The European countries do not lack resources, what they lack is a big daddy to help them soar. And now, the emergence of Mongolia filled this void. Provide blood to Mongolia, let Mongolia clash head-on with the northern barbarians. This way, the European countries would be safe. A half-dead Mongolia best served the interests of the various countries. Ha ha ha, that's a good suggestion. Send letters to the Conqueror King, Gilly III, and the French King, asking them to come and discuss. Oh, and send a letter to the Pope as well. Your Majesty, can the Pope do that? The Mongols are infidels, after all. Heh, Your Excellency probably overestimates the Pope's faith. Infidels? As long as they can withstand the pressure from the heretics in the East for him, he truly wouldn't mind baptizing infidels. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Mutual Aid Group. Zhou Xingxing, so hungry, this damn forest, why did it suddenly rain so heavily? It's been raining for several weeks, it's insane. Zhou Xingxing, I've been gnawing on dry rations for weeks, I'm practically skin and bones. Card Forest. Zhou Xingxing stood on a tree, sheltering from the rain, a hard piece of dry ration still in his mouth. His other companions were also all standing on nearby trees, similarly gnawing on dry rations. Below them, a pack of wolves was sniffing around, searching for their tracks. Unfortunately, they had long since cleaned up their scent, and had also set up a formation around them to shield themselves. No matter how the wolf pack searched, they couldn't find any trace of them. Duan Xiaolo, any harvest yet? Zhou Xingxing, a little, but I'm still missing several materials. I estimate I'll have to stay a few more weeks. Duan Xiaolo, get me some materials, just a little bit will do. I'll order a table of dishes and send them to you. Zhou Xingxing, forget it, not yet. I'm hiding from the wolf pack. When I get back to camp, then you can send them to me. Duan Xiaolo, okay, I'll order them first then. Duan Xiaolo, call me when you're back at camp. Zhou Xingxing, alright. Li Nana, dude, you're still not out of that forest? You've been in there for a long time, you know. Zhou Xingxing, normal, I'm used to it. Zhou Xingxing, every time I enter a place like this, I have to stay for several months. Zhou Xingxing, it was pretty good a while ago, no rain, I could eat something warm. Lately, I don't know what happened, it's been raining for several weeks. Zhou Xingxing, it's got me gnawing on dry rations all day, it's killing me. Lu Suifeng, ridiculous. Lu Suifeng, you Xianhuan types really have endurance. Lu Suifeng, going into the forest and staying for several months, ordinary people like us definitely can't afford that. Both physically and mentally, they can't afford it. Let alone staying in the wild for several months continuously, even 1 month, he couldn't handle it. His body couldn't take it. Zhou Xingxing, dude, actually I'm tired too, but there's no choice. These materials aren't sold on the market, so I can only come out and try my luck myself. Lu Suifeng, guys, I think I'm in love. Ning Yifeng, fake, it's all an illusion. Lu Denyu, fake, it's all fake. Zhou Xingxing, ha 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 ha. Lu Suifeng, don't always say fake. I'm considered the handsomest in town, can't I fall in love? Zhou Xingxing, you can, but dude, your world is a gay world. Zhou Xingxing, it's hard for me not to doubt your sexual orientation, dude. Lu Suifeng, you damn it. Zhou Xingxing, I saw information about your side a while ago. Zhou Xingxing, it's hard to imagine that you've lived in that environment for so many years and still haven't bent. Do you think I should believe you? Lu Suifeng, you damn it. Lu Suifeng was a bit triggered. Am I gay or not? Don't I know myself? Li Nana, look, he's getting agitated, ha 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 ha. Lu Suifeng, stop joking, I'm serious. Lu Suifeng, she is truly beautiful, very, very beautiful. Lu Suifeng, perfectly fits all my requirements for a partner. Lu Suifeng, do you know? It's hard for me to imagine that a woman who truly captures my heart would appear in this world. Every inch of her perfectly matches my definition of beauty. Lu Suifeng, she's truly too perfect. Li Nana. Lu Denyu, dude, you're a bit of a lovesick fool. Lu Denyu, how can it be that exaggerated? Lu Denyu, think with your butt, does such a woman really exist in this world? Li Nana, what the hell are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? Li Nana, are we not good looking? Meow xiao meow, exactly, you jerk. Lu Denyu, you two idiots, you really are idiots. Didn't you understand what I meant? Lu Denyu, I was talking about his world. Lu Denyu, how can there be true beauties in his world? Lu Denyu, are you confused? Lu Denyu, he said years ago that in his world, girls are all very ordinary, but handsome guys are of high quality, which leads to many gay people. Lu Denyu, isn't that clear enough? Lu Denyu, is the person he met a beauty? Lu Denyu, clearly it's a boy princess. Chapter 239, Dream Shattered, the goddess is actually a cross-dresser. Lu Suifeng, a cross-dresser? No, that's absolutely impossible. Can't I tell if it's a cross-dresser? Lu Suifeng, I'm a straight man. Even if the most beautiful cross-dresser stood in front of me, I'd be able to recognize him at a glance. Absolutely impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Lu Suifeng's eyes were wide, and he was shouting at the top of his lungs. He absolutely refused to believe that the person he liked was a cross-dresser. This was absolutely impossible. Couldn't he recognize a cross-dresser? Could a man have such slender fingers? That wasp waist, so slender it could be grasped in one hand. A perky, firm derriere that could balance a soda bottle. Those watery eyes, looking at you as if they could speak. Just that gaze made his bones melt. Who could resist that? Her only flaw was her rather small chest. But for Lu Suifeng, this was irrelevant. He wasn't that kind of shallow man. He loved her as a person, not her figure. Besides, he didn't like large chests, he preferred the petite kind. Hee. As soon as Lu Suifeng thought of the girl, he couldn't help but grin like a pig. Lu Denyu, you can tell? Sometimes I can't even tell, and you're telling me you can? Laughable. Lu Denyu, what are you? I'm Lu Xiaobu, the Casanova. Lu Denyu, I've dated more girls than you've ever seen. Lu Denyu, even a ladies' man like me sometimes can't distinguish a cross-dresser, and you're telling me you can? Lu Denyu, buddy, have you ever seen a top-tier cross-dresser? When it came to cross-dressers, who understood them better than Denyu? He was Lu Xiaobu, the super-invincible ultimate version of Liu Xiaobu. He never needed more than a day to pick up a girl. He had even dated a cross-dresser once because they were too difficult to distinguish. It wasn't until he went to the restroom that he realized, scaring him so much that now he always checks an ID to confirm gender before dating anyone. He had been fooled by a cross-dresser, so no one understood better than he did how difficult they were to distinguish. Often, the most terrifying thing was their makeup skills. With makeup, they were already androgynous, making it even harder to tell. Lu Suifeng, it's not that mysterious. Lu Suifeng, can't I tell male from female? I don't work out, so my head isn't pointy. Lu Denyu, you bastard, I work out naturally. How can you slander my innocence out of nowhere? Lu Denyu, I didn't use dragon, I didn't even eat protein powder. Lu Suifeng, what are you saying? Did I say anything? Lu Suifeng, why are you so anxious? Lu Suifeng, you didn't really use technology, did you? Lu Suifeng, take a picture and let me see if your head is pointy. Lu Denyu, then let me ask you, are you male or female? Meow xiao meow, oh no, Arnold has possessed him. Ning Yifeng, working out is fine, but no technology, you'll die. Lu Denyu, I didn't use technology. My wife is pregnant, I just work out a bit to relieve some stress. How could I have used technology? Look at my muscles, they're just ordinary. Do they look like I use technology? Everyone's just joking around. Jokes aside, Denyu wasn't stupid. Technological fitness was not advisable, he didn't want to become a tragedy in the bodybuilding world, nor did he want to ascend to the so-called steroid planet. Ning Yifeng, she's due soon, right? Lu Danu, Lu Danu, I'll tell you a secret, don't go to iron gyms. Really, just visit the shower rooms a few times and you'll know. I once discovered some things that shouldn't have been there, and after that, I never went to an iron gym again. I switched to going to commercial gyms to look at girls. I'd rather look at yoga pants a few more times than be backstabbed. Li Nana, what things? Lu Danu, guess. Li Nana, buddy, don't scare people. Li Nana, it's not that exaggerated. You can't slander iron gyms out of nowhere, there are girls in iron gyms too. Lu Danu, heh. Lu Danu, you have no idea how many women are in iron gyms, do you? Maybe the iron gyms you know have women, but the iron gym I used to go to was purely male. The registered members, the boss and the employees, not a single woman, do you understand? Lu Danu, you don't know anything. You only care about what you see and don't believe what your buddy experienced. Danu recalled his past experience, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. It was too terrifying. He thought they were brothers, but he didn't expect them to be brothers. Perhaps only those who had experienced it knew how great his psychological trauma was. A feeling of being backstabbed arose spontaneously. Fear. The smiles of the workout buddies in the iron gym suddenly changed their flavor. Disgust. Li Nana, how about you guys switch? Lu Danu, scram. Lu Suifeng, stop talking about all this nonsense. I don't believe she's a cross-dresser. Lu Suifeng, enough talk, I'm logging off. I've got a coffee date with her. Farewell. Lu Suifeng didn't believe the group's persuasion. These people were just trying to scare him. How could there be so many beautiful cross-dressers? Androgynous? Nonsense. He wasn't some brain-dead supporting character from a novel who couldn't tell a man in disguise. Please, I'm Lu Suifeng. A true man. A man among men, the straightest of straight men. An earth transmigrator, the straightest man. Lu Suifeng meticulously tidied himself up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Suifeng's lips unconsciously curved upwards. Lu Suifeng, oh Lu Suifeng, you're so handsome. Whether we're having porridge or rice depends on you. Lu Suifeng left his home, bought a single rose from a street florist, and then arrived at the agreed-upon lamppost. Leaning against it, he exuded charm. Suddenly, several exclamations rang out from down the street. Lu Suifeng looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, its hem swaying in the breeze, making her appear ethereal and absolutely gorgeous. However, the weather was so hot. Why was she still wearing a scarf? How strange. But, it didn't matter. Everything an immortal does is reasonable. Lu Suifeng's doubts vanished with the wind. She was too beautiful, he didn't want to think about anything else. He only wanted to pursue her. Over here, over here. You're so beautiful. Thank you, brother Suifeng. The woman's somewhat neutral voice made Lu Suifeng's bones tingle with an uncontrollable numbness. Suddenly, a child appeared and playfully tugged at the woman's scarf. With a single pull. Whoosh. The scarf was pulled off. The prominent Adam's apple on the woman's neck plunged Lu Suifeng into deep thought. His pupils dilated, filled with terror. An Adam's apple? An Adam's apple bigger than his own. Hey? Hey? No. This isn't what I wanted. Lu Suifeng immediately fell to his knees, letting out a mournful cry to the sky. At this moment, he was more despairing than Yuan Hua. It really was a cross-dresser. Chapter 240, Divine Rank Guards? Another Dingai Pearl. Alas, you still discovered it. Suifeng, is gender really that important? Seeing his identity exposed, the man no longer pretended. He immediately reached out and pulled off his long hair, revealing his original appearance. Even with his long hair gone, his appearance was still somewhat ambiguous, especially since he was wearing a long dress, which made him look full of immortal qi. Breathtakingly beautiful. It's you, Chen Zhuzi. Why did you deceive me? I wanted Chen Xiaomei, not Chen Zhuzi. Lu Suifeng looked at the man in front of him and roared in despair. Lu Suifeng was no stranger to Chen Zhuzi, because Chen Zhuzi was his university classmate. During university, Lu Suifeng had already noticed that Chen Zhuzi had feelings for him. As soon as he graduated from university and received his diploma, Lu Suifeng fled that city, left the class group chat and alumni group chat, unwilling to have any further contact with them. He never expected that even after fleeing to such a small town, that damned Lu Zhuzi still wouldn't let him go. He chased him to the town. Chen Zhuzi, you really deserve to die. Lu Suifeng stared with wide eyes, looking at Chen Zhuzi with immense resentment. That damned thing. My friends, my roommates, they all found their other halves. I originally thought I would be the same, that with persistence, you would accept me one day. But I didn't expect you to have such a big prejudice against gender. I didn't dare, I could only watch you from afar. But I won't give up. I believe that one day, you will accept me. I didn't expect you to disappear from the face of the earth after graduation. It took me a long time to find you. To make you accept me, I went to Siam for surgery. I didn't expect, I was still discovered by you. Tears streamed down Chen Zhuzi's face, looking pitiful and heartbroken. In that instant, Lu Suifeng actually felt that perhaps gender wasn't that important after all. At the same moment, it was also an instant. Lu Suifeng woke up from his confusion. He was horrified to realize that he had actually had such a thought. Something's wrong. Too wrong. This must be a conspiracy of the will of heaven. He was affected. No, I have to run. Otherwise, he would really be bent. Lu Suifeng didn't speak, he turned and left, as if having made a certain decision. Suifeng, Suifeng. Chen Zhuziai cried out towards Lu Suifeng's retreating figure. Heart-wrenchingly. But he didn't call Lu Suifeng back. Lu Suifeng, help, help. Lu Suifeng, help me. Lu Denu, what's wrong, what's all the fuss? Weren't you going to pick up girls? Why are you yelling for help? Did you really become a male cross-dresser? Lu Suifeng, yes, damn it, that guy is still my university classmate. I'll curse his grandpa. He was eyeing me in university, and he's still pestering me after graduation. He even went to Siam for me. It's killing me. Lu Suifeng, guys, open a location. I'll go hide. If I can, I don't want to go back. Lu Suifeng, damn it, that dog-faced will of heaven, screw you, heaven. Lu Suifeng was truly anxious. He was really going to run away this time. He didn't want to stay for another second. Lu Denu, I've opened it. Come over. Lu Suifeng, coming. Zhao Gongming, a bit terrifying, my friend. Zhao Gongming looked at the messages in the group chat and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. How cunning the will of heaven was. How disgusting. Damn it. Fortunately, he had already dealt with the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine what he would become. If he put himself in old Liu's shoes, he would want to die. Fortunately, he acted quickly. That was close. Zhao Gongming felt a bit fortunate. Zhou Xingxing at Zhao Gongming, brother, are you looking for a pearl? Zhou Xingxing, I found a very strange pearl here, I don't know if it's the kind you're looking for. Deep within the card forest, under a huge cave, there was a winding and continuous passage. Zhou Xingxing and his companions entered the cave and followed the passage downwards. The further down they went, the higher the rank of the monsters that spawned in the passage. Everyone's pressure instantly increased dramatically. Even so, everyone still pushed forward little by little, relying on their tacit teamwork. They avoided battles as much as possible. Soon, they arrived at the end of this passage. A more spacious underground area. Connecting the top and bottom of the underground area was a giant pillar emitting 5-colored divine light. And at the very center of this pillar was a glass pearl emitting 5-colored divine light. It was this pearl that attracted their attention. They subconsciously felt that this pearl was a secret treasure they had accidentally discovered. However, they had no way of dealing with the monsters guarding around the stone pillar. Because the lowest rank of these monsters was day rank. And there were a huge number of them. And next to the stone pillar, 4 top-tier monsters were guarding, with ranks as high as divine rank. Their entire bodies emitted the aura of a god, pressing down on everyone, making them unable to breathe. This was already the highest rank in their cognition. Divine rank, ah. What kind of secret treasure was this pearl, after all? To actually have 4 divine rank monsters guarding it, and countless day rank monsters accompanying it. Unreasonable. While the secret treasure was tempting, life was more precious. At the first moment, they became timid. Soon, several people in the team had the idea of retreating, and one by one, they cast their gaze towards Zhou Xingxing, awaiting Zhou Xingxing's decision. And Zhou Xingxing, at this moment, was also staring blankly at the pearl. Because he found that this pearl looked familiar. He seemed to have seen it in the group chat. He searched through the files and quickly found information about this pearl. Grand Myth 3000 Worlds, Qunkan Dingai Pearl. Zhao Gongming's innate treasure. Who was Zhao Gongming? A high-rank outer god of mysterious origin. This was the consensus in the group. What was an outer god? It was a superdimensional being on the same level as a world, or even higher than a world. It fed on worlds and even had the title of World Reaper. In short, it was something very terrifying. Could the innate treasure of such a terrifying existence be ordinary? Even the monsters in front of them were spawned by the outer god's innate treasure. Very terrifying. Brother Zhou, any thoughts? One of his companions asked. What thoughts? Retreat? Definitely not retreating. I know the owner of that pearl. I'm calling for backup. We'll go home after this job. It's a guaranteed profit. Zhou Xingxing smiled and said confidently. What? You know the owner of that treasure? Don't joke around, you'll die. This is no laughing matter. Our rank can't handle it. Another older brother in the team looked at the confident Zhou Xingxing and smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Zhou Xingxing got his courage from. Calm down, it's a guaranteed win. Chapter 241, Arrival in the Card World, the Dingai Pearl's Response. Zhou Xingxing was very confident. To be precise, he had great faith in Zhao Gongming, especially Zhao Gongming's conceptual abilities. What divine rank or not divine rank? In front of Zhao Gongming, they would all turn into mages. The anti-magic domain was not a joke. Looking him in the eyes would cause an explosion, even thinking about it would cause an explosion. There were also all sorts of strange conceptual killing moves. Zhao Gongming was a veritable monster. Even among those in the same group, Zhou Xingxing found him incredibly absurd. They were all transmigrators, all children of the Earth Mother, so why was Zhao Gongming so outstanding? But thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. After all, Zhao Gongming and these transmigrators were not existences of the same concept. Zhao Gongming was merely an outer god in a transmigrator's skin. His rank was unknown how many levels above theirs. An existence on par with, or even surpassing, the world's rank, couldn't handle mere divine rank demonic beasts? Don't scare me, Xing. This is no laughing matter. Even a slight mistake and we'll all die here. A female team member responsible for logistics was a bit flustered. After all, what rank was she? She was only rank 4, she joined the team as a dedicated support, so her combat power was almost zero, and her survival ability was naturally ridiculously low. If something happened, she would definitely be the first to die. How could she not be anxious? Everyone, do you know what that pearl is? The pearl guarded by these high-rank demonic beasts is just 1/36th of my friend's treasure. He has 36 identical pearls. Do you know what that means? You're actually worried about whether you'll die. You'd be better off worrying about whether you can carry all these materials away later. Zhou Xing laughed heartily. There were too many demonic beasts in this cave. And without exception, they were all super high-rank demonic beasts. To put it bluntly, a single hair or a fingernail dropped from these demonic beasts could fetch a high price in the outside world. One could imagine how thrilled they would be later. No, Zhou Xing, you're not boasting, are you? You actually know such a big shot. When have I ever boasted? Zhou Xing retorted. It seems you really haven't. No, what you're saying is too outrageous, I can't believe it. The team members found it hard to accept this reality. They originally thought everyone was insignificant, without backing or background, but they didn't expect Zhou Xing to have someone behind him. And it was an incomprehensibly powerful big shot. My goodness. Zhao Gongming, I see it, it's my item. Zhao Gongming, turn on location sharing, I'll be right there. Zhao Gongming, oh, your friends are nearby, right? Zhao Gongming, tell them to stay as far away as possible. When I arrive, I might awaken new abilities that are uncontrollable, and they will definitely be affected. Tell them to get as far away as possible. Before heading to the card world, Zhao Gongming still gave a reminder. Lest he awaken some strange ability upon arrival and harm others' friends, that would be awkward. Zhou Xing, okay, they've already retreated. Zhou Xing, I've set your location to that underground space. Be careful when you come over, there are many demonic beasts. Zhou Xing, and their rank is very high. Of course, this rank refers to me, you are an outer god big shot, you can ignore it. Zhao Gongming, damn it, you little rascal, playing these tricks. Zhao Gongming was a bit speechless. This was planning to throw him into a pile of monsters. But thinking about it, his disorder curse was enough to turn the area within hundreds of meters around him into an anti-magic domain. If you were an ordinary life form, that would be fine, there would be no impact. But if you were a transcendent life form, with transcendent power in your body, you would be waiting for loss of control. You would also face the risk of self-destruction. This ability, thrown into a pile of demonic beasts, had an effect comparable to a nuclear bomb. Too cruel. Zhou Xing, it's fine, you're invincible anyway. You, old man, are an outer god. Zhao Gongming, damn it. Duan Xiaoluo, very high rank? How high? Zhou Xing, 3 or 4 stories high. Duan Xiaoluo, damn it, no joking, seriously, how high is the rank? Zhou Xing, very high, the lowest rank of demonic beasts is sun rank. The 4 demonic beasts around the pearl are divine rank, which is currently the highest known rank. Zhou Xing, I'm freaking out. Zhao Gongming, you keep saying you're freaking out, but I don't see you freaking out anywhere. Zhou Xing, ha 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 ha. Zhou Xing, come quickly, boss, help me clear out these demonic beasts. After these demonic beasts are gone, I'll make a huge profit. Duan Xiaoluo, give me a share. Zhao Gongming, coming. I need to go out for a while. The matters in the palace will be left to you too. If there are any urgent matters that cannot be handled, have Ao Yongzi inform me. Zhao Gongming's consciousness returned to reality, and he slowly spoke, looking at the 2 figures before him. Understood. As Empress, I will certainly be responsible for the tasks your majesty entrusts to me. Zhao Lingxian showed a faint smile and said calmly. Humph, I also understand. Qin Meng glanced at Zhao Lingxian, a little displeased. This one snatched her position and even her lines. Truly a naturally wicked fellow. But Qin Meng would not refuse Zhao Gongming's command and nodded in agreement. Zhao Gongming nodded slightly at this. Although the relationship between the 2 women was not good, it was already much better compared to before. After all, they used to curse at each other and even come to blows whenever they met. Now, it was just a few sarcastic remarks and glares at each other. I'm leaving it to you two. Zhao Gongming casually took out the long Yuan sword, and a rift immediately appeared before him. Zhao Gongming then turned and stepped into it. Watching Zhao Gongming leave, the 2 women couldn't help but be surprised. Even though they had witnessed it several times before. But each time, they couldn't help but marvel at such miraculous methods. Card World. SHH, my friend is coming. You guys step back, don't get affected by his power. Zhou Xing received news of Zhao Gongming's departure and immediately informed his companions to retreat. Several people in the team immediately grabbed their bags and retreated several hundred meters further. Just as they retreated, at the edge of their vision, they suddenly saw a rift tear open in space. A figure emerged from the rift. This scene stunned several people. Holy cow, traversing the void realm, he's truly a big shot. Roar, roar, roar. The appearance of the spatial rift, or more precisely, Zhao Gongming's arrival, caused a subtle fluctuation in the Dingai Pearl within the Zhu Ziyi. Powerful energy reverberated in space. Immediately following this, the surrounding demonic beasts all let out booming roars. Chapter 242, Crushing Divine Rank Monsters, The Curse of Money. It really is my Dingai Pearl. As soon as Zhao Gongming landed, he felt the call of the Dingai Pearl. He immediately stretched out his hand in the direction of the Dingai Pearl. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the entire underground space began to shake. Cracks appeared on the Zhu Ziyi that sealed the Dingai Pearl. The Dingai Pearl continuously vibrated, responding to Zhao Gongming's summons. As for the monsters around, they roared and snarled, looking at Zhao Gongming with furious eyes. Especially the 4 divine rank monsters. They charged towards Zhao Gongming. Thief, how dare you touch our sacred object? And, die. The divine rank monsters spoke human words and attacked Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming didn't react to this, not even a ripple of emotion. Ants? The monster's self-definition was quite fitting. However, as ants, you actually dare to make a move. Disorder. The anti-magic domain was activated. Chaos. Zhao Gongming directly activated his 2 major abilities. Almost instantly, the attacking divine rank monsters were suspended in mid-air. As the chaotic fluctuations struck, the magic power within their bodies instantly went out of control. The usually docile magic power, as if injected with a madness potion, surged wildly within their bodies. Their bodies began to tear apart. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. The space around them, time, and their thoughts were also being eroded by an unknown power. Soon, their limbs, and even other parts, began to twist. One divine rank monster even split into several individuals on the spot, its body, which should have been immortal, rapidly aged. Something's not right. Something's not right, he's not human. The divine rank monsters, realizing it too late, suddenly discovered that the thieving ant they had mistaken him for was actually a higher rank monster. They watched helplessly as their bodies were affected bit by bit, then split into a large number of individuals, rapidly aging. The day rank monsters were also affected by Zhao Gongming's power. Compared to the divine rank monsters, the day rank monsters had even weaker resistance. After entering the range of Zhao Gongming's power, they turned into countless remains in less than a minute, and their consciousnesses were also dispersed. It was too terrifying. This scene was clearly witnessed by Zhou Xingxing and the others. Such a terrifying and bizarre scene made them begin to question life. What powerful strength! What kind of power was this exactly? Cards? No, cards definitely didn't have this kind of power system. Even divine rank, or even above divine rank, couldn't possess this power. How did this Zhou Xingxing manage to cling to such a powerful backer? They all wanted to cling to him too. What a strange power. I completely don't understand it. The team members said in surprise. He's a big shot. He has a body full of conceptual abilities. As for how I met him, don't ask. If you ask, I wouldn't know how to explain it to you. Zhou Xingxing said with a smile. Although these little friends had a good relationship with him. However, the matter of transmigration must never be told to them. He must also never expose his identity as a transmigrator. He's so handsome. Can you tell me his name? Is he still single? It's okay if he's not single, I don't mind being a concubine. The logistics girl in the team suddenly blushed and shyly looked at Zhao Gongming, who was tormenting the monsters. Although she only saw half of Zhao Gongming's profile. But, the aura of a high flyer couldn't be hidden. With such a perfect profile, how handsome must he be from the front? Oh my goodness! I can't take it anymore, the more I think about it, the more lewd it gets. The logistics girl, though small in stature, definitely had a lewd mind. Sis, do you think he could be single? Being a concubine? That's a bit difficult, you know. We're all so familiar, so I might as well be direct. Your looks are only upper middle, you won't get into his imperial harem. Zhou Xingxing glanced at the girl. He suddenly laughed. As he spoke, the girl's face instantly darkened. You damn bastard! Die for me! Take this move from your big sister, Eternal Millennium Kill. I stab. Ow 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 woo woo woo. For a moment of carelessness, Zhou Xingxing didn't dodge, nor did he expect the girl to be so ruthless. He immediately clutched his butt, letting out a tom-like howl. You don't play fair. You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. Zhou Xingxing grimaced in pain. It was agonizing. Gentlemen? I'm your damn big sister. After knowing each other for over 10 years, you show no mercy. Damn it. The logistics girl grimaced in anger. Truly ferocious. Alas. The female dragon of Shu are indeed hard to get along with. Zhou Xingxing, the cave is collapsing. Get out quickly. The shaking of the underground space did not stop, and even became more severe. Debris continuously fell. And with the struggle of the Dingai Pearl, the Zhu Ziyi finally couldn't hold on and shattered. The Dingai Pearl, freed from its restraints, transformed into a 5-colored stream of light and returned to Zhao Gongming's hand. Another Dingai Pearl. And with the loss of the Dingai Pearl's energy, this underground space was finally going to collapse. Huge boulders fell. Zhou Xingxing and the others, hearing Zhao Gongming's voice, didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to run. They escaped just before the collapse. Is it buried? All buried. Zhou Xingxing stared at the ruins in front of him, stunned. If it collapsed, what about the monster materials? But, the next moment, a dragon roar came from underground. A silver dragon shadow broke through the ground, and Zhao Gongming, surrounded by several dingai pearls, flew out of the ruins. Beneath him, a huge passage was left behind. And at the bottom of this passage was the previous underground space. It's not buried yet. The materials you want are down there. I killed all those monsters. Whatever you want. Go get it yourselves. Be careful. My curse is a bit strange, I'll go to the other side first. After Zhao Gongming returned to the surface, he shouted a few words to Zhou Xingxing, then rode Ao Yongzi and flew off in another direction. Okay. Brothers. Let's go down and find treasures. Take as much as you can, I'll take care of the rest. Zhou Xingxing said ecstatically. These people's storage spaces weren't small, but even the largest storage space had its limits. He was different. He had a chat group, red envelopes, and could exploit the red envelope bug for infinite storage. He could take away whatever was left. Go go go, same old rules. First come, first served. Okay. On the other side. Zhao Gongming landed in an open space. His face was flushed red, and one of his hands had turned golden. A dazzling, golden color. And this golden color was still spreading. Most terrifyingly, anything his golden hand touched turned into gold. Transmuting stone into gold. Curse, curse of money. Chapter 243, Mass-producing cannon fodder? Manager Zhang. The curse of money. Your will is the will of money. All concepts of money originate from you. Everything you touch will be corrupted by your will, transforming into objects representing the concept of money in the current world: gold, cursed, gems, cursed, shells, cursed, spirit stones, cursed, etc. The transformation varies according to the world. Objects corrupted by your will affect surrounding things, whether living or dead, causing them to develop a mysterious desire for the corrupted objects. Those who come into contact will receive a certain enhancement, thereby developing dependence, loyalty, faith, and other emotions towards you. It really is a curse. Zhao Gongming looked at his golden right hand and then at the objects he had transmuted into gold, all exuding an ominous aura. Invisible black chi swirled around the objects that had turned into gold. The surrounding land and unknown magical plants were also affected by the curse of money, growing eerily at a visible rate. Gradually, the objects turned into gold were enveloped by these strange magical plants, and the magical plants themselves were completely corrupted, becoming monsters in the true sense. Zhao Gongming vaguely sensed that these magical plants, corrupted by gold, had developed feelings of dependence and loyalty towards him. A power called faith linked Zhao Gongming and the magical plants. Yet another strong piece of evidence for being an evil god. Sigh. Zhao Gongming sighed. It seemed he was getting closer and closer to being an evil god. What helplessness. I'm clearly not an evil god. Did you cheat again? Impressive, as expected of you. The long Yuan sword at Zhao Gongming's waist flashed with a white light. Ao Yongzi slipped out and perched on Zhao Gongming's shoulder, her large eyes staring at the magical plants greedily wrapped around the gold. Especially the swaying branches and corrupted black chi of the monsters, which looked utterly evil. However, Ao Yongzi saw another use for Zhao Gongming's ability. Using this curse of money to mass-produce soldiers. After all, this curse of money could provide soldiers with a certain enhancement. The exact extent of the enhancement was unknown for now. But judging from Zhao Gongming's past skill characteristics, the enhancement level would surely be very high. And it was highly likely to be growth-oriented. The stronger Zhao Gongming became, the stronger the enhancement effect. The ability of the curse of money could also, to some extent, guarantee the loyalty of the enhanced soldiers and provide Zhao Gongming with endless faith. The most important point was, there was no quantity limit. In short, as long as Zhao Gongming wished, he could instantly create a large number of powerful mutated soldiers. Moreover, these soldiers didn't even need to be living beings, inanimate objects could also be transformed into soldiers. This alone was incredibly absurd. It greatly increased the number of summons Zhao Gongming could produce. Putting everything else aside, they were perfectly adequate as cannon fodder. Furthermore, these mutated soldiers could also receive even stronger buffs using the divine weapon forging method. Stacked enhancements. Invincible. At this moment, Zhao Gongming already possessed the conditions to conquer the stars and the sea. What are you talking about, cheating or not cheating? To be honest, I really dislike this curse. It's a bit disgusting. Especially with this eerie effect, and the black chi constantly bubbling up. What kind of ability is that for a decent person? Zhao Gongming complained. Ordinary people couldn't see the black chi bubbling up, but that didn't mean others couldn't see it. Anyone who saw that black chi would never think Zhao Gongming was a good person, they would surely identify him as some evil demon or crooked deist. Someone to be executed by everyone. Come on, how many of your abilities are decent? Can you name a single ability that could be called decent? It's fine to deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. Honestly, put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, do you really think you're a decent person? Ao Yongzi asked a probing question. Am I not? I didn't expect that in your eyes, I'm actually an indecent person. Zhao Gongming touched his chest and smiled bitterly in resignation. Then, he nodded firmly. Although you think I'm indecent. But, I have a clear conscience. I am a decent person, a true gentleman in every sense of the word. I, Zhao, have lived my life with integrity. My conscience is clear. Zhao Gongming spoke with righteous indignation, full of confidence. It was evident. He was quite shameless. And lacked a conscience. And asked himself honestly. Why don't you ask those unlucky people who died from your flower-induced deaths? And those who died tragically from various poisons? And those who died from overeating? And so on. The brothers who died at Zhao Gongming's hands each had their own unique way of dying, but the only commonality was that they all died in utter frustration, a dual death of body and soul. Physical death and social death. Sometimes, I find you quite shameless. Ao Yongzi looked at Zhao Gongming speechlessly. Sometimes, she found that Zhao Gongming's moral bottom line was like an elevator, sometimes very high, like a saint, and sometimes very low, like a beast, the kind that would make even Satan recoil. This guy was truly extreme. Extreme in both aspects. Ao Yongzi, you don't seem to have a clear understanding of your own identity. Is that how you slander your master? Are you asking for a beating? You want daddy to hit you again, don't you? Zhao Gongming gave Ao Yongzi a threatening look, and Ao Yongzi immediately lowered her head, indicating she was wrong. Just as Zhao Gongming was about to say something else, he suddenly heard some voices from nearby. A few people were talking. Coincidentally, a familiar name appeared in their conversation. Zhou Xing. Zhao Gongming and Ao Yongzi exchanged glances, and then their figures gradually disappeared. In the forest about a kilometer away from them, dozens of people were gathered around a bonfire. The leader among them was a middle-aged woman. She had a fierce face with a scar running from her forehead to the corner of her mouth, terrifyingly gruesome. In one hand, she held the hind leg of an unknown monster, and with the other, she forcefully tore off a piece of bloody thigh meat, stuffing it raw into her mouth to chew. It was very frightening. Across from the leader, a man's eating habits were distinctly different from those around him. He ate slowly, with a delicate orchid finger gesture, displaying aristocratic etiquette. It was clear he came from a large family. Manager Zhang. Our people have been in this wretched forest for several months now. Does your Zhang family even know the exact location of the target? You can't just let my brothers wander around the forest like headless flies, can you? Although the reward for this job is very generous, continuing to waste time like this isn't a solution. It's hard for me to explain this to my brothers. The middle-aged woman said in a low voice. Her tone was full of impatience. More than that, it was dissatisfaction with the reward. They had originally thought it would be a simple commission, something they could finish in a week. Unexpectedly, they had spent several months. And still hadn't found a trace of the target. If they continued to drag this out, they would definitely suffer losses. Commander, you mean? More money. Chapter 244 Zhao Gongming, my flower-waving hands, are they good? More money. Manager Zhang stopped his knife and fork, looking at the woman in front of him with a faint smile. Big sister, this isn't according to the rules. Raising the price at the last minute goes against your group's reputation. Manager Zhang's tone was calm, but his refusal was quite clear. He didn't want to pay more. Not according to the rules. Could it be that your Zhang family is according to the rules? The intelligence was a mess, wasting my and my brother's time. You said you'd provide detailed location information. And then, as soon as my brothers and I entered, we couldn't find the target. The promised location information turned into a pile of horse dung. My brothers found your so-called precise location in a pile of horse dung. Damn it. Are you Zhang family members messing with me? Your information is trash, and you won't even let us raise the price. You're really pushing it, aren't you? The middle-aged woman had a very bad temper, turning hostile in an instant. A terrifying chi immediately enveloped Manager Zhang and his subordinates behind him. Behind the middle-aged woman, a giant bear, covered in scars, faintly appeared. A giant bear dozens of meters tall. Its crimson, bloodthirsty eyes stared intently at the Zhang family members below. The iron bloodthirsty beast, an 8-star rank monster. One slap would be enough to smash everyone except Manager Zhang into a pulp. This was her confidence in raising the price. In the card forest, the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, whatever you say goes. The middle-aged woman's subordinates, seeing their big sister make her stance, also stood up. High-rank cards appeared in their hands, glowing as magic power was infused into them. As soon as their big sister gave the order, they would summon monsters and kill this effeminate guy. They had long found this guy disagreeable. He even had to pinch his fingers like an orchid while eating, it was disgusting. Hee. Manager Zhang merely looked up and glanced at them, his expression calm, not at all flustered. Big sister, the remuneration is negotiable, very negotiable. There's room for discussion. Regarding the intelligence, my Zhang family was ill-prepared, and we deserve to be punished. So, big sister, how much do you want to add? Manager Zhang didn't want to fall out with this 8-star rank expert over a bit of money. Double the original remuneration. The middle-aged woman looked at Manager Zhang and said. Manager Zhang's knife and fork instantly stopped. He then took a napkin from a subordinate and wiped his mouth. Big sister, isn't that a bit of an outrageous demand? Does my Zhang family look like a soft touch? Just letting you name your price. Manager Zhang stood up. A giant praying mantis, dozens of meters tall, quietly appeared. Its huge sides emitted black chi. The death mantis, an 8-star rank monster. As an 8-star rank expert himself, Manager Zhang wasn't afraid of this woman at all. At worst, they'd fight. He had Zhang family members behind him, didn't that woman also have her mercenary group brothers? At worst, it would be a trade of subordinates, a lose-lose situation. As an 8-star rank expert, are you the only one with a temper? He might be effeminate, but that didn't mean he was a pushover. You couldn't just casually squeeze him. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged woman looked at Manager Zhang and suddenly laughed. The giant bear behind her was also recalled into its card. As the saying goes, ask for the sky, settle for the ground. The price, we can discuss it. However, I hope Manager Zhang shows some sincerity. Don't let my brothers here harbor resentment. Name a bottom price. The middle-aged woman said. At most, an additional 50%. This is my bottom line, and also the Zhang family's bottom line. Manager Zhang stated his price. The middle-aged woman heard this and extended her hand. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. We also have a pleasure working with you. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the heads of the two groups. Zhao Gongming, riding Ao Yongzi, descended from the sky and landed among the crowd. Before the two groups could react, Zhao Gongming performed a flower-blooming move. Instantly, within a few hundred meters, flowers bloomed everywhere. This group of people let out screams and wails of all kinds. However, Zhao Gongming did not stop. Instead, he continued to wave his flower-waving hands, swaying and flicking. It wasn't until everyone was exhausted from the pain that Zhao Gongming stopped. Everyone, I'm terribly sorry. It's been a long time since I used this move, so I'm a bit rusty. Are you all satisfied? Remember to leave a good review, dear. Zhao Gongming looked at the miserable state of the group of people, a satisfied smile on his face. And Ao Yongzi, on his shoulder, felt a chill run through her body as she watched Zhao Gongming's smile. How evil. What a twisted sense of humor. He could clearly kill these people in an instant with other methods, but he chose to torment them first. Tisk. He still dares to call himself a decent person. Pa. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? We have never met Your Excellency, bear no grudges, so why do you inflict such a cruel hand? Manager Zhang, holding on with a last breath, said with indignation. Pain, too much pain. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This unknown fellow is truly despicable. Do we have to know each other, or have an enmity, to strike? We are strangers, but I find you all disagreeable, so I acted. Is there a problem? You people were just discussing how to kill my friend and interrogate my friend. Now that I'm here, you're unhappy again. Oh my, you're really hard to please. Zhao Gongming shook his head, truly troubled. Your Excellency's friend? This might be a misunderstanding. Manager Zhang said anxiously. No misunderstanding. Zhou Xingxing is an old acquaintance of mine. So, do you understand? In your next life, when plotting against others, remember to find a secluded place to do it. Everyone, have a safe journey. Before you die, let me treat you to a good meal. Cheers, brothers. Zhao Gongming snapped his fingers, then silently chanted a spell 100,000 times. The expressions of the crowd suddenly changed, and with a bang, they exploded. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. Amidst the remains, streaks of light flickered. Zhao Gongming gently waved his hand. Those lights converged towards Zhao Gongming, and cards of various colors and unique images fell into Zhao Gongming's hand. Zhao Gongming counted them, a total of over 200 cards. On average, 4 or 5 cards per person. Among these cards, the highest rank were 2 8-star rank monster cards. There were also several 7-star rank ones. The rest were generally 6-star rank monster cards, or some other cards. There were no cards below 6-star rank. An unexpected harvest. Zhao Gongming weighed the cards in his hand and smiled. These cards seemed to have a self-cleaning function. Even when taken from the remains, not a single trace of blood or other grime was on them, which saved him the trouble of cleaning them. Zhao Gongming at Zhou Xingxing, call me dad. Chapter 245, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey? Starting by exterminating a family. Zhou Xingxing, so disgusting, you actually like that? Duan Xiaolo, hey? Duan Xiaolo, oh my god, I'm scared. Zhao Gongming, your grandpa, I like your grandpa. Zhou Xingxing, I don't have a grandpa. If you want one, I don't mind recognizing one. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, stop bullshitting. Your daddy, helped you deal with such a big problem, and you have no gratitude at all. Zhao Gongming, I'm very disappointed. Zhao Gongming, I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful wretch. Zhao Gongming, alas, one day, I will make your chrysanthemum bloom all over the mountain. Zhou Xingxing, what? Your pictures are all wreckage. How would I know what you did? Zhou Xingxing, why don't you just say it clearly? Zhao Gongming, didn't I say it? Zhou Xingxing, did you say it? Zhao Gongming, alright, facts aside, don't you have any fault at all? Zhou Xingxing, hey? You're setting the facts aside, so what fault could I possibly have? Since you're setting the facts aside, don't you have any fault at all? Duan Xiaolo, I fell into deep thought. Lu Suifeng, 2 big smartpants, good heavens, the 2025 boxing championship. Li Nana, it seems both of you are descendants of Murongfu. The Murong family's unique skill, shifting stars, is being played to perfection by both of you, flowing smoothly. Meow xiao meow, stop it. So, what exactly happened? Zhao Gongming, I met a group of people, dozens of them. The most advanced one was an 8-star card creator. Zhao Gongming, a mercenary group, commissioned by a Zhang family, entered the card forest to capture Zhou Xingxing. According to them, they suspected Zhou Xingxing had obtained the inheritance of a powerful being. They wanted to interrogate Zhou Xingxing, then kill him and monopolize the powerful being's inheritance. Zhao Gongming, also, it's not just the Zhang family targeting Zhou Xingxing, there's also the Qin family, the Jia family, and a whole bunch of others. Zhao Gongming, this group of people followed Zhou Xingxing into the card forest several months ago. Zhao Gongming, I helped him kill these people. You calling me daddy is perfectly fine, right? Li Nena, perfectly fine. Li Nena, this indeed saved Zhou Xingxing's dog life. Lu Suifeng, 2 8-star ones? Zhou Xingxing is quite valuable, ha ha ha. Zhou Xingxing, what the hell? Zhou Xingxing, they can even make things up? The inheritance of a powerful being? Why don't I know I have such a thing? Zhou Xingxing, damn. Zhou Xingxing looked speechless. These families can really make things up, even imagining that he obtained a so-called powerful being's inheritance. It's hilarious. If he had the inheritance of a powerful being, he wouldn't just be 5-star. What made Zhou Xingxing most uncomfortable was that many people believed this claim. Especially those wealthy and powerful families, they actually believed such bullshitting speculation. And they even harbored ill intentions towards him. Zhou Xingxing's fists hardened. The kind that's extremely hard. Could it be that he, Zhou Xingxing, looks easy to bully? My ass. Well, he is indeed easy to bully. Zhou Xingxing was very helpless. After all, he was only 5-star. And those big families basically had moon level, or even sun level, advanced experts. This was something he couldn't achieve at the moment. Zhao Gongming, call me daddy, and I'll help you kill that Zhang family. Li Nena, you really have a mysterious obsession with being called daddy. I don't think Zhou Xingxing will call you that. Li Nena, he's a transmigration with ambition, you know. Meow xiao meow, +1. Lu Suifeng, +10,086. Zhou Xingxing, daddy. Lu Danu, hey? Lu Danu, Zhou Xingxing, what are you doing? Oh dear. Meow xiao meow, just now I thought you had dignity, but now you've just given in. Zhou Xingxing, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Calling someone daddy is nothing. Anyway, I don't have a father in this life. Zhou Xingxing, help me kill the Zhang family, and also back me up, so these bastards don't always think I'm easy to bully. Damn it, when my strength gets stronger, I will definitely kill them. Zhao Gongming, small problem. But are you sure you only want to exterminate the Zhang family? Zhao Gongming, you probably have more enemies than just the Zhang family. Zhao Gongming, I don't mind helping you kill them all. I'm idle anyway. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people. Zhao Gongming was increasingly dismissive of life. This might be a deeper reason. Zhou Xingxing, actually, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known the Zhang family had bad intentions towards me. The one enemy I know of is actually just one family. Zhou Xingxing, but I can deal with that family myself. Zhou Xingxing, I'm not clear about the other families. Zhou Xingxing, but after you exterminate the Zhang family and back me up, they shouldn't dare to have bad intentions towards me anymore. Zhou Xingxing, after all, I have a golden finger. When I grow up, ha ha ha, won't I be able to do whatever I want? Zhou Xingxing let out a lewd laugh, scaring the rest of the team to instinctively move away from him. Zhao Gongming, it would be embarrassing if you messed up. Zhao Gongming, don't be too confident. Zhao Gongming, you're not the protagonist. You don't have a protagonist halo. You even have a villain tag above your head. Don't get eliminated by the protagonist for battle achievements, that would be awkward. Zhao Gongming smiled, mercilessly striking down Zhou Xingxing's ego. After all, one should know their place. As a villain, don't try to act cool like the protagonist. It's very easy to act cool and end up looking like an idiot. Zhou Xingxing, at worst, I'll just run away. Zhou Xingxing, anyway, I have no family or relatives. I only have a few friends I can talk to in this world, so I wouldn't be reluctant to leave. Zhao Gongming, then it's fine. Li Nena, wait a minute, what did I discover? Li Nena, it's one thing for male protagonists to be orphans, but why are you villains orphans too? Meow xiao meow, I noticed it too. Meow xiao meow, ha 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 ha. Zhao Gongming, wow, you're attacking me personally, aren't you? Zhao Gongming, is this my problem? Zhao Gongming, this is clearly the Earth Mother's problem. Zhou Xingxing, yes, exactly. This is all the Earth Mother's conspiracy. Lu Danu, my chi is shaking and I feel cold. Ning Yifeng, actually, I do have relatives. Li Nena, you have a hammer. You and your relatives only have a blood relationship. If you had any feelings, you wouldn't have been kicked out. Ning Yifeng, you damn it. Ning Yifeng, you specialize in tearing open other people's wounds, don't you? Ning Yifeng, and you like to argue. Sooner or later, I'll send you to a construction site to lift rebar. Ning Yifeng, your female channel isn't much better. Ning Yifeng, aren't they also orphans? Ning Yifeng, you, with your complete parents, are also biased. The adopted daughter's life is precious, the biological daughter's life is cheap, constantly scheming. It's better for your female channel characters to not have parents, at least it's not so disgusting. Li Nana. Li Nana, and then what? Li Nana, what does that have to do with me? Li Nana, please, I'm a villain. Female villains usually have complete families. Ning Yifeng, you. Zhao Gongming, your grandpa. Zhao Gongming was so angry he wanted to give Li Nana the middle finger. Her words really hit a nerve. Zhao Gongming at Zhou Xingxing, give me the Zhang family's location. Zhou Xingxing, I sent it to you. Zhao Gongming, by the way, can I use this stack of cards? Or can I let others use them? Zhou Xingxing, yes, there are items for that. I'll get you some when I go out. Zhao Gongming, okay, time to get to work. Card City, the most luxurious villa estate. Suddenly, the weather changed. The originally clear sky was visibly covered by dark clouds. Rumble. Chapter 246, Zhao Gongming, a male-oriented world without moral blackmail is ultimately boring. Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed, silver serpents darting through the clouds. The strong wind made the plastic sheeting of the billboard flap loudly. On the street, passers-by looked up at the sky, overcast with dark clouds, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone on the street shouted. It's raining. Go home and bring in the laundry. Let's go, it's really going to rain. Brother, I didn't bring an umbrella. What kind of umbrella? A small umbrella? I brought one. Damn you. A rain umbrella for rain. What decent person carries a small umbrella when they go out? A true warrior must always have his weapon ready. You old fart. You warrior, my foot. Do you even have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, why are you acting like such a big shot? Still smiling, you pervert, you ass clown. Little brother, I don't have a girlfriend, but I can have a boyfriend. Oh my god. Dad, there's a dragon in the sky. Inside a shopping mall, a little boy, looking through the glass, gazed up at the sky and suddenly saw the faint shadow of a dragon appearing in the dark clouds. A single dragon horn pierced through the dark clouds, revealing itself. The little boy was startled, immediately tugged at his father's trousers, and told his father the news. A dragon? Where's a dragon? Don't talk nonsense, that's an illusion. Dragons are super high-level magical creatures. They disappeared in ancient times. The middle-aged man smiled and patted the little boy's head. He explained the existence of dragons to him. In this world, dragons exist. However, this world's definition of dragons is slightly different from that of other worlds. In this world, true dragons existed in ancient times. They were incredibly powerful. Later, they went extinct. And the dragons they speak of refer to dragon-shaped creatures, including Eastern dragons, Western dragons, as long as they have a dragon shape and a trace of dragon bloodline. Long, horned, super pythons, large lizards with wings, fire-breathing lizards, all can be considered dragons. After all, the magical creatures on cards come in various shapes, and many card makers, wanting to create dragons, merely use dragon bloodline materials, then stuffed in a bunch of strange materials, ultimately creating a strange magical creature called a dragon. No, I didn't lie to you, Dad. Look, the dragon is coming out. What a huge head. The little boy shouted loudly. It attracted the attention of the people around him. Everyone looked in the direction the little boy was pointing. Immediately, gasps of surprise echoed through the shopping mall. A dragon appeared. A dragon, extinct for countless years, appeared. Above the dark clouds, a huge white dragon stretched out its head. Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning as thick as buckets fell. They struck a manor below, reducing it to ashes. What is that? It's a dragon. Ah! The Zhang family is gone, holy crap. The Zhang family's manor has been wiped out. Where is the Zhang family's old ancestor? Where is the Zhang family's family head? Where are the two moon rank card makers? Dead, all dead. The moment the lightning struck, they died. I saw them being melted by the lightning with my own eyes. Directly vaporized. Too terrifying. This dragon, it couldn't be divine rank, could it? The families surrounding the Zhang family manor trembled as they looked at the giant dragon in the sky. They couldn't believe that the Zhang family, which had two moon rank powerhouses guarding it, was wiped out just like that. The Zhang family had no power to resist at all. Among these people, many had even seen with their own eyes the two powerhouses of the Zhang family charge up against the lightning, only to be vaporized by the lightning on the spot. It was terrifying. The two experts of the Zhang family, along with their card magical creatures, were all vaporized. Sun rank? Sun rank my foot. They had seen sun rank before. This dragon was definitely not some sun rank. It must be divine rank. Or even a more terrifying existence above divine rank. Who did the Zhang family offend? It seems only the Zhang family people died. Lightning continued to fall from the sky, but what was different was that those unfortunate souls struck dead by the lightning all shared a common characteristic. They were members of the Zhang family. Or people with Zhang family bloodline, or those closely related to the Zhang family. Without exception, they were all struck dead by the lightning. At this moment, they finally understood. The Zhang family had offended someone. They had offended a very terrifying person, leading to a catastrophic disaster. This is too terrifying, isn't it? What kind of hatred, what kind of grievance? A grudge that could only be appeased by annihilating the entire family and its descendants? What exactly did this Zhang family do? Look, there's someone up there. There's someone on the dragon. A loud cry. Everyone looked up, and indeed, a figure was standing on the dragon's head. Zhou Xingxing, I'm protecting him. I hope some people can behave themselves. If there's a next time, the Zhang family will be your fate. I mean what I say. Zhao Gongming did not deliberately amplify his voice, but his voice still spread throughout the city below. Every single one of them could hear Zhao Gongming's words very clearly. Clearly, this was a threat. And it was a blatant threat. A highly humiliating threat that completely disregarded them as human beings. Even so, no one below dared to resist. They all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Of course, more people were unaware. Most people didn't even know who Zhou Xingxing was. They had never heard of him. And those who did know Zhou Xingxing dared not speak up even more. Because the targets of Zhao Gongming's threat were them. They finally understood that Zhou Xingxing was not without support, it was simply that they were too weak and not qualified to know who was behind Zhou Xingxing. They had originally thought Zhou Xingxing was just a lucky boy who had stumbled upon a powerful being's inheritance. They never expected that Zhou Xingxing had such a terrifying backer. And one who didn't reason at all. He would wipe out an entire family at the slightest disagreement, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys for them to see. Blatantly threatening them. This. It was so uncomfortable, so stifling. But they were afraid of death, dared not resist, and had no objections at all. Very good, it seems you are all very smart, and no fools came out to refute me. I hope you will remember this lesson. Zhao Gongming was a little disappointed. He had originally thought some self-righteous do-gooder would come out to refute him, saying things like indiscriminate killing of innocents, or not all Zhang family members deserve to die, similar tactics to morally blackmail him. Unexpectedly, there was none of that. It was too disappointing. Zhao Gongming had even prepared himself for a massacre. Yet no self-righteous do-gooder came out to morally blackmail him. It was too disappointing. Could this world still be good? Indeed, male-oriented novels are male-oriented novels, there are no morally righteous do-gooders like in female-oriented novels to complain and nag. What a pity. This isn't the plot I wanted. Zhao Gongming left. He left writing Ao Yungzi. He left full of disappointment. Mutual aid group. Zhao Gongming, I'm home. Zhao Gongming, male-oriented novels are not fun at all. Zhao Gongming, I was all prepared to be morally blackmailed, but no one came out to blackmail me. Zhao Gongming, damn it. Zhao Gongming, disappointing. Miao Xiao Miao, what's wrong? You wanted to see a morally righteous do-gooder come out to condemn you and tell you to commit suicide? Zhao Gongming, yes. Chapter 247, Zhou Xingxing's good stuff. Zhao Gongming, don't you think this is very interesting? Zhao Gongming, the brain-dead protagonist comes out to morally blackmail, condemning me in various ways, and finally uses the big stick of morality to force me to commit suicide, or to disperse my qi. Zhao Gongming, inciting all living beings in the world to condemn me, making me feel too ashamed to continue. Miao Xiao Miao, and then? Miao Xiao Miao, will you really be morally blackmailed? Miao Xiao Miao, does that trick work on you? Miao Xiao Miao, I remember you don't have any morals either. Zhao Gongming, it's useless, I don't fall for that, but, one thing is one thing, I cannot fall for it, but he can't not have it. If he doesn't come out to morally blackmail me, I always feel like I've come here for nothing. Zhao Gongming, I don't feel any involvement at all. Zhao Gongming, don't you think this is very unfair to me? Miao Xiao Miao, since it's useless, why are you talking nonsense? You are truly being unreasonable. Miao Xiao Miao, what do you want to do? Miao Xiao Miao, the heavenly Dao isn't stupid. There's no reason it would let the protagonist come out to morally blackmail you, an outer god. If you cut him down with one slash, wouldn't the will of heaven go ballistic? Miao Xiao Miao, the villain is just brain dead, the heavenly Dao isn't brain dead. Zhao Gongming, it's too boring. Zhou Xingxing, what a pity, it would be great if the male lead came out. You kill the male lead, a win-win. Zhao Gongming, exactly, what a pity. Miao Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao, I'm very curious, if the male lead really appeared to morally blackmail you, what would you do? If he incited all living beings in the world to attack you, how would you torture him? Zhao Gongming, what are you saying? What are you saying? Zhao Gongming, torture? Zhao Gongming, please, in your heart, am I that kind of person? Zhao Gongming, at most, I would just make his chrysanthemum bloom all over the mountains, and let him die full and satisfied. Zhao Gongming, as for everyone else. Zhao Gongming, I would refine them in an instant. Miao Xiao Miao, sure enough, you, this inherently evil outer god, have a really heavy killing intent. Zhou Xingxing, more evil than I imagined, ha 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 ha. Zhou Xingxing, however, I can understand it. After all, it's such a waste not to use superpowers if you have them. If I had such superpowers, I would also play like this. Miao Xiao Miao, you beast. Miao Xiao Miao, too bad you don't have them. Zhou Xingxing, just chat, don't poke people's sore spots while chatting, how rude. Miao Xiao Miao, ha ha ha. Miao Xiao Miao, habit. Meow xiao meow, by the way, Gongming, have you figured out the use of your new superpower? Meow xiao meow, that superpower feels pretty awesome. Zhao Gongming, which superpower? Is it the I think it should work power? Meow xiao meow, yes, 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 that's the greenskin superpower. It feels very strong, a subjective superpower, even more outrageous than those conceptual superpowers. Zhao Gongming, it's strong, but it has trigger conditions. Zhao Gongming, there are still quite a few restrictions. Zhao Gongming shook his head. The I think it should work power is strong, and subjective superpowers are never weak. To some extent, the effect of this ability is even more outrageous than Zhao Gongming's other superpowers. It's just that there are quite a few restrictions. It requires lowering one's intelligence to use. Damn it, isn't this forcing others to become green-skinned? It's a green-skinned exclusive skill, and non-greenskins aren't allowed to use it, is that it? Meow xiao meow, many restrictions are normal. After all, this is a green-skinned exclusive skill. It's acceptable for a normal person to have a low trigger probability. Meow xiao meow, have you thought about using other methods? Meow xiao meow, try getting drunk? Zhao Gongming's skill has two trigger conditions, one is intelligence, and the other is consciousness. In terms of intelligence, one can refer to the greenskins. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the effect. Zhao Gongming cannot fulfill this condition, so there is a second method, consciousness. In a state of blurred consciousness, the same effect can be triggered. The more blurred the consciousness, the stronger the effect. Zhao Gongming, I can't get drunk, it's very strange. Zhao Gongming, 2 years ago, I could still get drunk, but now, my resistance to alcohol is getting higher and higher, almost to the point of immunity. Zhao Gongming, anyway, the alcohol in my world, whether native or high-proof liquor I brewed through distillation, cannot make me completely drunk. At most, I'll feel a bit tipsy, far from reaching a state of blurred consciousness. Alcohol, Zhao Gongming is almost immune to alcohol. This is caused by multiple factors. According to Ao Yungzi. On the one hand, the more heavenly Dao consciousness she devours, Zhao Gongming will also receive some feedback. On the other hand, Zhao Gongming's outer god essence has awakened. As his outer god essence awakens, Zhao Gongming's life level will also recover, gradually reaching higher levels until he returns to his original form. Mortal things like alcohol will have less and less impact on Zhao Gongming, until they are completely ineffective. Meow xiao meow, is it because of the outer god? Zhao Gongming, maybe, anyway, alcohol has minimal effect on me. Meow xiao meow, then how about some strong medicine? Meow xiao meow, try some alcohol from a transcendent world? Zhou Xingxing, I have some. Zhou Xingxing, in the basement of my house, I have a lot of good wines stored, none of them ordinary. They are all top-notch good stuff brewed with demon materials. Zhou Xingxing immediately stated that he could provide alcohol from a transcendent system. Zhao Gongming, what kind of alcohol? Zhou Xingxing, hee. Zhou Xingxing, a man's gas station, a great tonic, demon bear penis wine, also 1000-year tiger penis wine, flying donkey special donkey penis wine, and also ox, pig, elephant, anyway, there's a lot. Zhou Xingxing, I paid a hefty price to collect these good things back then. Zhou Xingxing, every year I brew some and store them. The oldest one now is already 10 years old. Zhou Xingxing, originally, I planned to keep them for myself, but since my brother wants to try them first, I can't be stingy. Zhao Gongming, hey? Zhao Gongming, what kind of wine did you say? Penis wine? Hey? Zhou Xingxing, don't you like this? If you really dislike it, I also have some egg wine. The effect is similar, and the taste might be a bit better, it's just not as aged. Zhao Gongming, hey? Lu Danu, holy crap, where did you find so many penises and eggs? And so many varieties. Are you a penis corpse hero? So brutal? Zhao Gongming, yeah, that's terrifying, buddy. Zhou Xingxing, what's so brutal about it? Can't men care for themselves and maintain themselves? Zhou Xingxing, sometimes, I really feel sorry for your little brothers, following big brothers like you who don't know how to maintain them at all. Zhou Xingxing, I'm not a single dog, what's wrong with me getting some good stuff? Zhou Xingxing, so what, so what? So what? Duanzilo, give me some, thanks. Duanzilo, I want to learn from you. Chapter 248 The first application of I think it should work power, success? Lu Danu, originally, I wanted to refute you, but thinking about it, your words are not without reason. Lu Danu, we men also need to take good care of ourselves, maintain ourselves well. You're good, I'm good, everyone's good, manage the family well, good brother, give me some. Lu Danu, we are brothers, we must try our brother's craft. Since Zhou Xingxing wanted to share good wine, how could they disappoint their brother's good intentions? Enough talk, I also want to try our brother's good wine. Don't get the wrong idea, as brothers, we just want to purely try our brother's craft. As for that maintenance or not, it's not important. Brotherhood is in the heart. As for how much of Danu's words were true, that remains unknown. Zhou Xingxing, what are you dreaming of? Zhou Xingxing, I don't even have enough for myself. Zhou Xingxing, how dare you just reach out and ask for it? Zhou Xingxing, do you really think I'm running a charity? Zhou Xingxing, Gongming is an exception, after all, he's the man who backs me up. How dare you guys even ask? Zhou Xingxing's fists clenched. These guys actually want to freeload? I'll punch your head in. Lu Danu, wow, this person, turns hostile just like that. We're brothers. Lu Danu, give your brother some to try. Lu Danu, not much, just 1 jar will do. Duan Xiaolo, exactly, we're family. Zhou Xingxing, 1 jar? I'll punch your head in. Zhou Xingxing, 1 bottle, however, can be discussed. Duan Xiaolo, that works too, 1 bottle it is. I'm not greedy. Lu Danu, +1. Ning Yifeng, +1. Lu Suifeng, plus 10,086. Zhou Xingxing, wait, old Lu, you want some too? Aren't you gay? Lu Suifeng, I'm a pure man, straighter than your shoe great Dao. I didn't even suspect you were gay, yet you're starting to suspect me. Lu Suifeng was so angry he stomped his feet. Zhou Xingxing, cough, you have a point, my mistake. I'll give you an extra bottle later as an apology. Zhou Xingxing suddenly remembered the region he was in and immediately felt a bit embarrassed. He really had no right to call others gay. After all, he was in the bear capital. Round face, bushy beard, white socks, slightly plump. Ew. Zhou Xingxing got goosebumps all over. Especially when he recalled a certain video. Give you 3 chances to push me down. Damn, my eyes are dirty, I don't want them anymore. Sometimes, I'd rather go to Lingnan to ride cockroaches than return to Shu to be a bear. Damn it. Zhao Gongming, is there a difference in alcohol content? Zhao Gongming, actually, I don't need this kind of thing. As long as it can get me drunk, that's fine. Zhao Gongming, my life level is a bit beyond ordinary people, so I don't need the effects you're looking for. Although it was awkward, Zhao Gongming still wanted to clarify that he drank this stuff to get drunk, not for certain unspeakable effects. Zhou Xingxing, I understand. Zhou Xingxing, a man needs his face, after all. Zhou Xingxing, I understand you. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming fell into contemplation. He felt the misunderstanding had deepened. Zhou Xingxing, I'll wait until I get back. Lu Suifeng, waiting for you. Ning Yifeng, brothers must wait for you. Ning Yifeng rubbed his kidneys, feeling a bit tired. But for a man's dignity, he couldn't bow his head. Ever since the female ghost was resurrected as a human, Ning Yifeng had been struggling. 30 women are like wolves and tigers, 300 female ghosts are like jackals and fierce tigers. The immense pressure on Ning Yifeng was imaginable. His body was already weak, even without the curse effect, his body was still slightly frail. Especially since his daughter kept saying she wanted a younger brother. This left Ning Yifeng very hurt and haggard. If he didn't take some medicine to supplement himself, he really couldn't hold on. A week later, Zhou Xingxing and his team left the card forest fully loaded. Although they hadn't collected all the materials they needed, the super high-grade materials in their backpacks were enough to make up for their deficiencies. For a very long time in the future, they would no longer need to enter the card forest to search for materials. Upon returning home, Zhou Xingxing immediately fulfilled his promise. He sent his good stuff to the many brothers in the group. Zhao Gongming looked at the bottles and jars on the table and fell into contemplation. There were at least 20 bottles of wine on this table, each a unique type, and the dates were written on them. Converted to Zhou Xingxing's world's time, all these wines were 10 years old. The best and strongest wine. This. Zhao Gongming once again fell into contemplation. What was Zhou Xingxing trying to do? He was trying to take the lives of the women in the palace. Zhao Gongming was already fierce, wouldn't he be even fiercer after drinking this medicine? Could he handle a one-on-one fight? Or should he try a group fight? As soon as he thought of it, Zhao Gongming immediately picked up one of the bottles and drank it all in one go. The alcohol content wasn't high, but the after effect was incredibly strong. The intoxication hit him all at once. His whole body felt warm and soft. It worked. Zhao Gongming noticed a slight haziness in his consciousness. Ao Yongzi. I'm here. Bring out the airplane model the craftsman made a few days ago. Zhao Gongming ordered. Ah? You're going for such a high difficulty right away. Ao Yongzi was instantly stunned. What was Zhao Gongming thinking? An airplane model? Was that an airplane model? It was a huge wooden box with 2 long sticks nailed to its sides. What kind of airplane model was that? To put it bluntly, it was just a large coffin-like box with handles. Aren't you talking nonsense? I think it should work. Power is used exactly like this. If greenskins can stick wooden sticks into rocks and drive them like cars, why can't I make a wooden box fly like an airplane? Zhao Gongming said, exasperated. Alright, as long as you're happy. I just thought it was a bit strange for you to go for high difficulty right away. Since you think it's possible, then it must be possible. Ao Yongzi coiled her body, and then, a white light flashed, and the wooden box with sticks, crafted by the artisans, appeared before Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming didn't speak, he just reached out and picked up another bottle of wine, gulping it down. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. As the empty wine bottles kept falling, the amount of wine on the table visibly decreased. And Zhao Gongming's consciousness gradually blurred. Soon, Zhao Gongming, with narrowed eyes, flushed face and unsteady steps, arrived before the so-called airplane. He opened the wooden box and climbed inside. The interior of the wooden box was very simple, with only a few wooden sticks serving as the airplane's controls. Zhao Gongming, with a hazy consciousness, sat down. His expression was somewhat dazed. Whoa, take off. Super invincible ultimate dragon number, take off. Take off. Zhao Gongming babbled nonsense, his body swaying. He kept shouting loudly. Just like that, soon, Ao Yongzi noticed a mysterious power emerging from Zhao Gongming's body. The wooden box moved. Woo woo woo. The roar of an airplane engine reached Ao Yongzi's ears. Her eyes instantly widened. Holy crap! This works too? Chapter 249, Idealistic Technology, Orc Prototype. It flew. It really flew. That big wooden box really flew. The roar of the engine grew louder and louder, and a fierce wind, a violent gale, appeared in the palace, blowing the surrounding books everywhere. And the source of this strong wind was the big wooden box that Zhao Gongming was piloting. Is this orc technology? It's truly incredible, idealistic power redefining the logic of the world. Changing the law of the world. Too fierce. I think it should work power is too outrageous. Is this an outer god? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Ao Yongzi's mouth hung open, watching the slowly ascending big wooden box in disbelief. However, Ao Yongzi did not forget her task. Just as Zhao Gongming was piloting the orc plane into the air, Ao Yongzi immediately used the power of the heavenly Dao to move Zhao Gongming and the big wooden box out of the palace. She transferred him to an open space. Then, she watched how Zhao Gongming piloted the big wooden box to soar in the sky. Boom boom boom. The roar of the plane echoed in the sky. Suddenly, the big wooden box, which was flying at high speed, lost power and wobbled in the air. After a few minutes, the big wooden box plunged downwards. At the critical moment, Ao Yongzi appeared. She used the power of the heavenly Dao to support the falling big wooden box. She landed it safely. Just a little, just a tiny bit. Zhao Gongming would have become the second generation of a certain big boss. A plane crash big boss. Ao Yongzi opened the big wooden box and found that Zhao Gongming was already asleep inside. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So he had fallen asleep. However, Ao Yongzi was very curious about what was inside the big wooden box. Her consciousness entered the box, and she was surprised to find that the box was still operating. That's right, even after Zhao Gongming lost consciousness, the box was still running, operating on an incomprehensible level. It seems. This I think it should work power has a permanent effect. Even if Zhao Gongming withdrew his ability, the effect of items modified by the I think it should work power still remained. This is even more outrageous. A completely new technology tree could be developed. However, this technology tree is limited to Zhao Gongming alone. The ability to modify items with the I think it should work power is only possessed by Zhao Gongming and the orcs. After an unknown period, Zhao Gongming awoke from his slumber. As soon as he woke up, he felt a fire within him that needed to be unleashed. A round of continuous gunfire. It lasted for a very long time, even missing the morning court on the second day, continuing until noon. Duan Xialo, woohoo, so fierce, this medicinal wine is invincible. Ning Yifeng, thank you, Xing Ji, you are the superhero, a true superman. Ning Yifeng, just one sip, and I found my confidence again, boo-hoo-hoo, I won for the first time, I won for the first time. Ning Yifeng, mama, I did it. Lu Denyu, cough, so fierce, hey? Cough, when my wife recovers, I'll try it too. Ning Yifeng, I'm telling you, it's super fierce. Ning Yifeng, I even thought I was invincible. Li Nana, hey, can we not talk about this? Li Nana, I thought I had joined a group for people with kidney deficiency and impotence. You guys, you can talk about these things privately, it's very inappropriate. Ning Yifeng, heh. Duan Xialo, very nice. Zhou Xingxing, anything produced by Xing Ji is a high-quality product. Zhou Xingxing, by the way, where is the god of wealth? Zhou Xingxing, he hasn't been online for a long time, not since yesterday. Could he have drunk too much? Zhou Xingxing, that's too much. Zhou Xingxing, which girl could handle that? Li Nana, why are you worried about him? Li Nana, girls? He has a huge imperial harem, would he lack girls? Don't joke around. Li Nana, which emperor doesn't have girls? Lu Suifeng, heh. Zhao Gongming, stop giggling. Zhao Gongming, I went to experiment with my superpower. Don't always have yellow dye in your head, I am a serious person. Li Nana, when he's serious, he's not human. Zhao Gongming, shut up, you're being inappropriate. Ning Yifeng, so, what's the conclusion? Zhao Gongming, experiment successful. Zhao Gongming, it's effective. Zhao Gongming, items modified by the I think it should work power have a permanent effect, but if damaged, they cannot be repaired by ordinary means, they can only be repaired by the I think it should work power. Zhao Gongming, let me show you my first experimental product. Zhao Gongming uploaded a picture of the big wooden box. And explained the internal structure of the box next to it. Actually, there wasn't much internal structure. It was just a very simple big wooden box, with 2 sticks inserted outside and a few small sticks inside acting as controllers. Such a crude and comical structure. Under the modification of the I think it should work power, it could actually fly. Zhao Gongming even posted a video. In the video, Zhao Gongming casually manipulated the controllers inside the big wooden box, allowing the big wooden box to fly into the air, even with the roar of an engine and a huge gust of wind. There was clearly no engine. Where did the sound come from? This big wooden box was full of strangeness, from top to bottom. An incomprehensible mode of operation. Orc technology, terrifying, truly terrifying. Ning Yifeng, is this orc technology? Ning Yifeng, incredible. Li Nena, what about energy consumption? How is the energy consumption? Zhao Gongming, energy consumption? There is no energy consumption. Do you see anywhere in this box to put engine oil? Li Nena, holy crap, no energy consumption. Infinite flight? Does this count as infinite energy? Li Nena, it doesn't make any sense. Zhao Gongming, it's idealistic technology, why are you talking about materialistic logic? Isn't it obvious? Zhao Gongming, the only problem is that it doesn't fly fast enough, and that's my problem. Perhaps, if it were painted red, it would fly faster? Ha ha ha. Zhao Gongming, Zhou Xing, can you brew some stronger alcohol for me? I don't need the aphrodisiac effect, I just need pure alcohol that can get me drunk. Zhao Gongming, proper alcohol. Zhao Gongming had almost finished Zhou Xing's alcohol. He didn't dare to drink the rest of the alcohol. The side effects were too great. If he kept drinking, the concubines in the imperial harem, even if they were made of iron, couldn't withstand this frenzied Zhao Gongming. Zhou Xing, proper alcohol, hey? Zhou Xing, another day. I'll brew some another day. Zhao Gongming, okay. Meow xiao meow, by the way, this big wooden box, aren't you going to repair it? Meow xiao meow, it's so ugly. Zhao Gongming, ugly is ugly, but it better reflects the effect of the I think it should work power. Zhao Gongming, as for the styling, I'll get a badge made later when I have the chance. This big wooden box is just an experimental product. To put it bluntly, it's a prototype. Which prototype looks good? If it looks good, is it still a prototype? Meow xiao meow, give it a name? Zhao Gongming, orc aircraft prototype. Meow xiao meow, what a lame name. Zhao Gongming, I'm terrible at naming things, my friend. Meow xiao meow, then never mind. Chapter 250, the feasibility of converting card monsters into divine weapons. Zhao Gongming, whether it sounds good or not doesn't matter, a name is just a code, no need to care. As long as you know what it is, that's fine. Meow xiao meow, that one, give it to me. Reaches out. Zhao Gongming, what the heck? Zhao Gongming, you just reach out and ask for it. Meow xiao meow, yet. Meow xiao meow, didn't you say it was a test product, a prototype? Meow xiao meow, you seem to dislike it so much, why don't you give it to me? I'll modify it, and if anyone dares to bully me in the future, I'll just drive it over and bomb them. Zhao Gongming's prototype, ugly as it was, had a truly massive internal space. If properly modified, it could totally be turned into a small bomber. Then, who would dare to bully her? Even if the female lead, who was scared away before, came knocking, Meow xiao meow would be absolutely confident in taking her down. Zhao Gongming, you can fly yourself, why do you need an aircraft? Meow xiao meow, come on, I fly with my actual body. What if she shoots me in the head? It's very dangerous, I'm scared of dying. Zhao Gongming, I can tell, you're very scared of dying. Zhao Gongming, but I might disappoint you. The prototype made of wood has no defense whatsoever, it's pathetically fragile. Meow xiao meow, ah. Well, in that case, forget it. Since it had no defensive capabilities, Meow xiao meow's idea fizzled out. As for how to deal with the prototype, Zhao Gongming decided to move it to the palace's inner treasury for collection. After all, it was a prototype, and still had collection value. At the same time, the item Zhou Xing had promised also arrived in Zhao Gongming's hands. It was a magic ring, an item used to assist ordinary people in summoning card monsters. Magic, this kind of thing, not everyone can use it. Card masters are, after all, a profession in the extraordinary system, and extraordinary individuals are always a minority. The card world where Zhou Xing resided was no different. Those ordinary people who did not possess magic but still wanted to become card masters needed an item, the magic ring. Simply put, this was an item for storing magic. It had a switch, and by activating the switch, the stored magic within could be released and infused into a card, thereby activating the monster or item within the card. Of course, card masters also used this item. After all, if magic wasn't enough, items could make up for it. Sometimes, card masters also needed magic replenishment. This magic ring was a very cost-effective and cheap item. Often, the fingers of some low-rank card masters would be covered in magic rings. Besides its magic storage function, this ring had another function. Autonomous charging, or energy conversion. After the magic stored in the magic ring was depleted, the ring would enter a long-term autonomous charging state. The ring would replenish itself by converting natural energy or other forms of energy. Internal energy and true qi also counted as energy. They could also be converted into magic. I have to say, this ring isn't bad. Zhao Gongming put on one of the rings. Its pure silver surface was edged with fine, spider web-like magic circuits. A 1-star ring. A single 1-star ring could activate a 1-star card. A 2-star card required 10 1-star rings. Higher rank cards were out of the question. If the rank of the summoned monster exceeded the card master's own rank, there was a chance of losing control. The greater the rank difference, the greater the chance of losing control. Generally speaking, the highest rank of monster an ordinary person could activate was 2-star. If it was an item card or equipment card, the highest rank that could be activated was 3-star. He wondered what rank of magic the true chi of a Xiantian realm martial forest expert was equivalent to. He would know after testing it in a while. The cards in Zhao Gongming's possession were all advanced rank cards, the weakest was 5-star. Zhao Gongming was unsure if his subordinates would be able to use them. If not, he would have to procure a batch of low-star cards from Zhou Xing. Zhao Gongming pulled out a card from his spoils of war. The ring on his finger emitted a faint blue light. Magic surged into the card. Soon, the ring's magic was depleted, and the card in Zhao Gongming's hand only emitted a very faint white light. It had not been activated. Not enough energy? Zhao Gongming's mind stirred, and the dragon chi in his body surged into the ring. In an instant, the ring emitted a dazzling blue light, and suddenly Zhao Gongming's finger trembled. A crack sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the ring's surface, growing increasingly brilliant, and with a poof, the ring shattered. Zhao Gongming stared blankly at the ring fragments, lost in thought. This, It just shattered like that? Questionable quality, a shoddy product. Was this genuine? Not from Pinduoduo? Are genuine products really that fragile? Zhao Gongming didn't recover for a long time. He had only infused a tiny bit of dragon chi, and that tiny bit of dragon chi had actually caused the ring to explode. Is it crazy? Although the ring exploded, before it shattered, the converted magic satisfied the card's magic requirements. The card emitted a faint glow, and then the card itself gradually dissolved into white light. A giant monster appeared in the palace. Its body resembled a tiger, completely black, with a long, slender tail and a single red horn on its head. It was a long-tailed red-horned ghost tiger, a 6-star monster. The ghost tiger sniffed the air, then obediently came to Zhao Gongming's feet, affectionately nudging his calf, appearing very docile and well-behaved. The monsters from that world feel pretty good. I wonder if they can be modified into divine weapons. Zhao Gongming reached out and stroked the ghost tiger's head. The fluffy texture felt really nice. Although it was a bit weak. But, this ghost tiger's appearance perfectly suited Zhao Gongming's aesthetic. A big black tiger, so cool. If he could get another big white tiger, that would be even cooler. It probably won't work. These are card monsters, not native creations. Their consciousness is weak, only possessing biological instincts, so they cannot be forged into complete divine weapons. As for divine weapon puppets, that would be like the Zodiac Guardians. However, this tiger has high base attributes, so converting it into a divine weapon puppet would also make it stronger. Ao Yongzi flew out, curiously examining the card monster, and gave her conclusion. Card monsters are, after all, card monsters. Ao Yongzi had also been to the card world. There was quite a difference between the wild monsters in the card forest and card monsters. One evolved naturally, while the other was created by card masters according to their preferences, needs, and aesthetics. The difference between them was like that between a dog and a mechanical dog, or a human and an android. Perhaps, in terms of function and combat power, the difference between them was not great. However, their fundamental essence of life was completely different. In fact, they were not even the same thing. Ao Yongzi was not optimistic about these card monsters. Although Dragon Chi, this kind of thing, contained infinite possibilities. As long as enough time passed and there was enough Dragon Chi. Acquired returning to innate, artificial transforming to native, was not impossible. But, if there were options. She still wanted to choose wild monsters. After all, time investment was also a cost. If there was a better choice, who would choose a worse one? Chapter 251, 300 Imperial Guards, Third Great Conscription. Wild magical beasts aren't that easy to capture. Besides, don't you think man-made ones also have some advantages that wild magical beasts don't? Zhao Gongming's thought moved, and the originally docile black tiger let out a meow before transforming back into specks of white light, recoalescing into a card in Zhao Gongming's hand. Advantages? What advantages? Ao Yongzi scratched her head, looking confused. Coolness. In terms of aesthetic advantage, man-made ones have more feel. Customizable at will, make whatever you want. Color, appearance, style, race all can be customized. Sometimes, whether it's strong or not truly doesn't matter. Strength is temporary, coolness is eternal. Zhao Gongming had a different perspective. Compared to wild magical beasts, the disadvantage of man-made magical beasts was their innate deficiency, requiring a significant time investment to bridge the gap between the two. In terms of combat power. Unless wild magical beasts underwent complete divine weapon forging. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference in their combat power. As for time cost. That was absolutely not a problem. Because the one thing Zhao Gongming had in abundance was time. You really are a look chaser. As long as it's strong, is appearance really that important? Ao Yongzi rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. Not important. If you don't care about appearance, why don't you modify your true form and make it uglier? Zhao Gongming looked at Ao Yongzi with disdain. This dragon was truly shameless. She kept saying appearance wasn't important. Yet her own true form was so beautiful, made to be so beautiful. Such a double standard. Are you crazy? This is how I look, why would I make myself ugly? Isn't that what you chose, idol? Is that the same thing? How is that not the same thing? Zhao Gongming retorted. Ao Yongzi didn't know how to refute and fell silent. Outside Chang'an City, in the military camp, the selection of soldier kings was underway. This was an order from the imperial court. The court intended to select soldier kings from the Great Zhao Empire's army and then incorporate them into special forces, to be used for cultivating elite troops. The soldier king selection was equivalent to the selection for elite special forces. This was very appealing to ordinary officers and soldiers. Special forces received better treatment and earned more merit points each month. The most important point: special forces would have non-combat missions, providing more and richer channels to earn merit points. This alone was very attractive. In the Great Zhao Empire, no one could refuse the allure of merit points. If there was, it must be an act. On the open ground of the barracks, two bare-chested men were engaged in a fierce confrontation. The fisticuffs, punch for punch, were very entertaining. Hoo hoo hoo. Ha 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 ha. Demon subduing fist, dragon subduing palm. Upper 3 punches, lower 3 punches, air severing kick. Damn it, why don't you learn proper martial arts and only learn these despicable, underhanded moves? One of the burly men carefully dodged the opponent's attacks, growing more and more alarmed as he fought. How could this guy's moves be so despicable and vulgar? He had never seen anyone spar by attacking the lower body. After much difficulty, he blocked it. He immediately countered with an eye-gouging, throat-sealing, face-ruining claw. What a shameless fighting style. Who cares if I'm underhanded or not? As long as I can win. To become a soldier king, I have no choice. Take this move, rabbit-kicking eagle. Holy crap. The big man didn't react in time and was kicked out of bounds, eliminated. Lu Taidan wins, entering the finals. Acknowledged. Damn you, I'll remember this grudge. Soon, the finals began, but this despicable boxing style did not advance further, quickly being defeated by another, even more despicable boxing style. The soldier king for camp number 1 in Chang'an City was decided, and the list was submitted. Not only that, military camps in other regions also successively selected their own soldier kings, who then came to Chang'an with their certificates. On another front, the first National Imperial Guards selection had also chosen qualified candidates. However, the number of qualified candidates was truly somewhat awkward. There were only a mere few hundred people. And among these few hundred, many were officers and soldiers returning from the front lines. They had broken through to the Xiantian realm by accumulating merit points, thus gaining eligibility to apply. Only a very small portion were wild recruits enlisted from other parts of the Great Zhao Empire. Palace. Your Majesty, the first Imperial Guards selection has concluded. We have recruited a total of 300 qualified Imperial Guards. They have traveled from all over the country and will arrive in the capital in 1 week. The official below reported on the Imperial Guards selection situation. Zhao Gongming nodded. You all make the arrangements. Continue the Imperial Guards selection. 300 people, that was already quite good. After all, his requirements were so stringent. But he wasn't in a hurry. If it wasn't full, then it wasn't full, keep recruiting. It would be full eventually anyway. He firmly believed that as the Great Zhao Empire's rule grew longer and various aspects of development became more perfect, the overall quality of the Great Zhao Empire would improve. Whether it was cultural quality or physical quality, neither would be a problem. After all, the Great Zhao Empire guaranteed their basic needs. Only with full stomachs did they have the energy to practice martial arts and the inclination to strive for advancement and a better life. Your Majesty, should we also conduct the third great conscription? Troops in various regions are still lacking. The Minister of War suggested commencing the next round of national conscription. Your subject seconds the motion. Seconded. Me too. Your Majesty, we are short of people. For the third conscription, let's conscript another 400,000. Zhao Gongming pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, 400,000 is not enough. A mere 400,000 is not enough to fill our vacancies. Yes, the Great Zhao Empire's territory is unprecedentedly vast, even 1.2 million isn't enough, we need at least 2 million. 2 million? 2 million isn't enough. Central continent, Europe, Siberia, New World, think about it, with such vast lands, is a mere 2 million enough? Right, not enough, not enough. 2 million isn't enough, we need 3 million. 3 million is barely enough, I hope the next round of conscription can increase to 8 million. With an 8 million strong army, our Great Zhao will be invincible throughout the world. The officials below argued vehemently, they had disagreements about the conscription numbers, wanting more and more soldiers. This way, their expansion would be unstoppable. 8 million? You seriously dare to think that? An 8 million strong army, do you have enough food to feed them? How many days have you been well fed? And you're already so inflated? You even dare to conscript 8 million? The Great Zhao Empire has only about 100 million people in total, if you conscript 8 million, what is that if not excessive militarism? Do you need 8 million to bully a bunch of rookies? Are you crazy, or am I? Are you all too crazy? 8 million, you really dare to think that? Do you need an 8 million strong army to bully a bunch of weaklings? Zhao Gongming was speechless. Then 3 million. 2 million, the Great Zhao Empire can only handle 2 million at present. Any more is a waste. Zhao Gongming directly set an upper limit. For this conscription, 400,000 for the army and 400,000 for the navy. Chapter 252, Pirate Heritage. Southeast Monkeys Rebel. Navy. Sailors. Does your majesty intend to develop the Southeast Islands? What's there to develop in that place? A bunch of savage, dead monkeys who don't understand human speech. The Nanzhao kingdom spent hundreds of years and still couldn't tame those monkeys. The officials below, upon hearing Zhao Gongming's plan to conscript 400,000 naval personnel, immediately thought of the numerous Southeast Islands, the vast sea, and the maritime trade route, also known as the Maritime Silk Road. It was a crucial route for East-West exchange. This passage had a very important strait checkpoint, which could collect a large amount of wealth. 200 years ago, it was controlled by the Nanzhao kingdom. However, 200 years ago, a major event occurred. The monkeys of the Southeast Islands rebelled. They colluded with the European countries and forcibly seized a large area of territory around the strait from the Nanzhao kingdom. The monkeys of the Southeast Islands then established their monkey country. Due to the European countries, the Nanzhao kingdom gradually gave up the idea of reclaiming the strait. Now, the Nanzhao kingdom has been incorporated into Great Zhao. Your Majesty wants to establish a navy. Could it be that your Majesty wants to recover the strait checkpoint of the Maritime Silk Road? This is excellent. The former officials of the Nanzhao kingdom had sparkling eyes. Will this 200-year-old grudge finally be settled? Suddenly, they felt a bit excited. Your Majesty, do you intend to reclaim the Strait of Malacca? To retake the Maritime Silk Road? An official asked excitedly. Yes. Zhao Gongming nodded. He did indeed have this idea. After all, Malacca was quite profitable. For Great Zhao, it was a maritime lifeline, and its strategic position was extremely important. He had no reason not to take it back. Of course, this was only one aspect of his consideration. More importantly, he was considering completing the land, sea, and air configuration. A powerful empire must possess complete military branches. Land, sea, and air. Your Majesty, please entrust this to your servant. Your servant was originally in charge of Nanzhao's navy and has experience in naval warfare. Your servant has considerable research into training sailors. Entrust it to your servant, your Majesty can rest assured. An official proactively stepped forward and said loudly. What kind of sailors are you talking about? Is Nanzhao the only one that has them? My Fuzhou has plenty of such talents. Who doesn't have a navy? Your Majesty, please give this task to your servant. My old father was a pirate, and I also know this family craft. My old father once said that I have learned the essence of the ancestral craft, surpassing him. I can take on this important responsibility. A rather young official from the Ministry of Personnel proactively stepped forward. His face was flushed red as he spoke loudly. Xiaonian, your family's ancestral craft is piracy. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? The friend of this young official from the Ministry of Personnel looked at his brother in surprise. Ancestral pirates? Piracy is also considered a craft? Can piracy be passed down ancestrally? Dude, you're a bit special. How do I see you as a merit point? Ancestral, pirates, craft. Zhao Gongming fell into contemplation. He didn't expect that he would have such extraordinary individuals under his command. Good, good, good. In terms of talent, I've gathered both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix. It was the first time he had seen someone so proudly introduce themselves as a pirate. You are capable. Zhao Gongming looked at the young official below, and suddenly, he felt this person looked familiar. Are you surnamed Zhang? Zhao Gongming said with some uncertainty. The appearance of this young man was quite similar to an old acquaintance of Zhao Gongming's. This face shape, these eyebrows, they were very similar, too similar, it felt like they were cast from the same mold. It's just that Zhao Gongming's old acquaintance's physique was slightly fuller and rounder. Replying to your Majesty, your servant is indeed surnamed Zhang. The young official said excitedly. Surnamed Zhang, hey. You were a Juren in the previous dynasty, weren't you? Yes. Is your father Yuanwei Zhang? His ancestral home is Fuzhou. Your Majesty, you know my father. Yes. Zhao Gongming smiled and nodded. He could confirm it now, this young man was indeed Yuanwei Zhang's son. Who was Yuanwei Zhang? The fat man who engaged in piracy and made his eastern island concubine prosperous. Yuanwei Zhang had a younger son who passed the Juren examination during the Great Jian dynasty and even invited Zhao Gongming to a banquet. Zhao Gongming didn't go and sent Qin Meng instead. He didn't expect that after the Great Jian's demise, his Juren son would enter his Great Zhao Empire. And even rose to this position. It was evident that he was a very capable and diligent individual. After all, if he wasn't diligent enough, he wouldn't be able to attend court. Very well, the navy will be in charge of the two of you. Zhao Gongming directly appointed the two officials who had volunteered earliest. Thank you, your Majesty. Your servant will definitely complete the mission. Just as everyone was continuing to discuss the details of conscription. Suddenly, Da Fu's voice came from outside the palace. Your Majesty, something has happened in the Southeast Islands. Those monkeys have rebelled. Zhao Da Fu, his face red with anger, rushed in from outside the palace and shouted. Something had happened in the Southeast Islands. A rebellion had occurred. Zhao Da Fu had just received news that the natives of the Southeast Islands, whom they referred to as monkeys, the slaves of the Nanzhao kingdom, had rebelled. Ever since the Nanzhao kingdom was incorporated into Great Zhao abolished slavery and granted those monkeys civilian status, the same treatment as other conquered races. As long as you were willing to become a Great Zhao person, you would also be a Great Zhao person. However, those monkeys feared power but not virtue, and even became increasingly presumptuous. Given food, they wanted meat, given meat, they wanted more, their greed was endless. The Great Zhao Empire also became angry. It directly abolished their civilian status and ordered them to get out of Great Zhao within a month. Unexpectedly, those monkeys became even more excited and more reckless. Even incited by the monkey country's envoy, they stormed into the local county office at night, attempting to kill the local grassroots officials. Fortunately, the Zodiac Guardians stationed there intervened in time and killed all the invading native monkeys. This completely blew up the situation. The monkeys rebelled, and the monkey country sent troops, attempting to forcibly invade the Zhao country. The general stationed there also became furious. His good temper didn't mean they could push him around casually. He had already given them face, and they still wanted to be presumptuous. The general stationed there directly dispatched a large army and killed all the invading troops from the monkey country. He also collaborated with local officials to issue a decree, arresting all monkeys within the territory. All of them were captured and imprisoned, reported to the imperial court, awaiting orders from the court. Good, good, good. It's still Yunanzhao people who understand these monkeys. They are indeed a bunch of beasts. Since they don't understand human speech, this old man suggests sending them to their demise. Your servant proposes that all monkeys be killed. Including the monkey country that incited them, they also deserve to die. Not a single one left. Lay the wheels flat, whoever is taller than the wheel shall be killed. Zhao Shang said excitedly, completely disregarding whether his body could withstand it. Your servant seconds the motion. +1. Chapter 253, Everyone is a Chengji? Referring to Europe. The civil and military officials unanimously agreed to nip the problem in the bud, eradicating all the monkey natives. Whether they participated in the rebellion or not, they were all to be executed. Ever since Nanzhao was incorporated into Great Zhao, officials of Great Zhao had been reviewing the Nanzhao kingdom's records concerning the natives of the Southeast Islands, which included the number of rebellions launched by the native slaves of the Southeast Islands over several centuries. Over 10,000 times. There were over 10,000 recorded rebellions in historical texts. The reasons for rebellion were bizarre and varied. But looking through them all, it simply boiled down to a desire to rebel. The monkey natives of the Southeast Islands harbored extreme hostility towards Nanzhao, and indeed, towards the entire Divine Land. Many tourists from the Divine Land who visited the Southeast Islands also encountered attacks. These attacks were often without reason. They involved murder for wealth, rape, and plunder. Not only did the Divine Land despise the native monkeys, but the Nanzhao kingdom also detested them. Otherwise, after ruling for several centuries, they would not have withheld civilian status from them. The only entities capable of enraging a gentle nation like the Nanzhao kingdom were the former Tuba royal family and the monkeys of the Southeast Islands. From the Nanzhao kingdom's records, one conclusion was drawn. The monkeys of the Southeast Islands were untamable and unteachable. The 100 schools of thought in the Great Zhao dynasty unanimously agreed that the native monkeys of the Southeast Islands should be humanely destroyed. Their only debate was over the method of their destruction. One general proposed dismembering them by chariots. A civil official argued that dismemberment by chariots was time-consuming and labor-intensive, suggesting beheading would be more suitable. A general disagreed, stating that beheading was monotonous and lacked novelty, proposing the method of slow slicing. There was even a suggestion to smoke the Southeast monkeys to make dried meat. Wow! Such a method was unheard of. Brother, aren't you a bit too perverse? Can't you be a little more normal? Even Zhao Gongming, an extremist, found this old man's suggestion a bit too extreme. You, every single one of you, are wasteful, too wasteful. Although they are like beasts, you shouldn't be so wasteful. Can't you bury them in the ground? Burying them in the ground nourishes the soil, which can increase next year's grain yield and save some fertilizer. Isn't that good? Every single one of you is too well fed. The words of an old man in the crowd awakened everyone. Good idea, burying the monkeys in the fields was indeed a good idea. As expected of an elder of the school of agrarianism, insightful. I am not as good as you. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Alas. Everyone, can you be a bit more humane? It's a bit too cruel. My heart is uneasy, Your Majesty. Zhao Gongming looked at the assembled officials below, feeling somewhat helpless. So cruel. Who did each of you learn this from? Do you not have hearts? Being so cruel, won't your hearts ache? Your Majesty, are we very inhumane? You used to teach us this way. Among the officials, a dull general scratched his head, not immediately understanding. However, the next moment, his comrade next to him clapped a hand over his mouth to prevent him from saying anything more shocking. What? When did I ever teach you these things? I am a proper person, Your Majesty. I am an upright, righteous, and benevolent good person, Your Majesty. How could I teach you such things? What words, what words? How can you falsely accuse me out of thin air? When did I ever teach you these things? The general who spoke was also from the Zhao family, so his words were naturally true. Zhao Gongming had indeed taught them how to deal with enemies, but he had absolutely not taught them how to torture enemies. It was Zhao Deifu, that idea man, who taught them how to torture enemies. However, Zhao Deifu followed Zhao Gongming every day, so naturally, the other members of the Zhao family mistakenly believed that Zhao Gongming taught Deifu. Your Majesty, the monkeys of the Southeast Islands are beasts. To deal with beasts, one naturally has to use any means necessary. Yes, yes, Your Majesty just doesn't look, and if you don't look, you won't know, and your conscience won't hurt. The old man is right. Your Majesty is too kind. This infamy, Liu, will bear it. Among the generals, a young commander stepped forward, offering to lead troops to deal with the monkeys. Nonsense, what is your rank? What is your rank? Do you have the qualification to bear it? Young man, you can't handle this infamy, let uncle do it. Uncle is old, uncle has thick skin, I'll do it. Also from the ranks of the generals, a white-haired general stated that he was old and could take the command. Nonsense, you're old and you stink. Why should I give you the credit? Your rank isn't much higher than mine either. Don't you dare act all high and mighty just because you're old. I will not give up this task. When it came to snatching tasks, not even his own father would do. The young man immediately became furious. Young man, you don't understand reason, do you? If you don't understand reason, I still have some martial arts skills. The old general glared, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to start a fight. Fighting, is it? Come, let's fight. Whoever wins leads the troops to quell the rebellion. The young man made the same gesture, and the two stared at each other, clearly intending to have a showdown. Stop shouting. What kind of decorum is it to constantly argue in the Great Hall? This is the Great Hall of our Great Zhao, not the vegetable market in the south of the city. If you want to argue, get out and argue. I suggest that for this troop leadership, we draw lots. Whoever draws the lot leads the troops. I think that works. +1. Draw lots? We must also get involved. Among the civil officials, some also expressed a desire to get involved. After all, the Great Zhao dynasty had many talented people. Most officials were proficient in both civil and military affairs, capable of leading troops in battle and handling government affairs. To earn merit points, one had to understand a bit of everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't even get a bite of the hot food. Why? You civil officials really want to get involved in everything. Is it your job? Why are you snatching it? I haven't even snatched your government affairs work, and you're trying to snatch our troop leading work. I've disliked you for a long time. It's always like this. The generals still had fiery tempers. Hearing that the civil officials wanted to snatch the work, they immediately wanted to start a fight. For a time, the civil and military factions argued endlessly, just on the verge of fighting. Zhao Gongming slammed the dragon throne. With a loud boom, the argument in the Great Hall subsided. Always arguing, are you all so idle? Quell what rebellion? The Southeast Garrison General has already quelled the rebellion. What are you arguing about? The matter of conquering the monkey country will be handed over to the Southeast Garrison General. You old foxes, stop snatching the merits of your subordinates. It's quite embarrassing. Zhao Gongming said angrily. The officials below, hearing this, all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Are they embarrassed? Nonsense. They had the thickest skin, the words embarrassed did not exist in their dictionary. Your Majesty, what about the European countries? Behind the monkey country, there must be the involvement of the European countries. Given the monkey country's nature, they wouldn't dare to make small moves without someone backing them. This must be a conspiracy by the European countries. Your subject requests to fight, to send troops to Europe, to display our national might. Your subject seconds the motion. +1. Chapter 254, Martial Artists Awaken, Huashan Senior Brothers Tavern Speech. Your Majesty, this subject feels the same way. Behind monkey country, there must be Europe. This subject is willing to lead an army of 100,000, trample Europe, and slaughter the European countries. One by one, the generals shifted their target from monkey country to Europe, their intention clear, to attack the European countries. Your Majesty, you won't let us take work from our subordinates, so we'll go attack Europe. We're actively looking for new work, so you can't refuse us now, can you? This subject is willing to go. General, take me with you. Your methods combined with my intelligence will surely lead to an unstoppable advance. Me, take me with you. We are sworn brothers from different fathers and mothers, so take care of your little brother. The Great Hall once again became boisterous. One by one, they started asking to fight in Europe, making Zhao Gongming speechless. How warlike were these guys, really? Leading an army to war, was it really that addictive? Sigh. The matter of Europe will be discussed after the matter of monkey country is concluded. All monkey country natives are to be annihilated. Order the Southeast Garrison General to lead an army of 10,000 to annihilate monkey country, regardless of casualties. Adjourn the court. Zhao Gongming was a bit tired. After the court session ended, the order to deal with the monkeys of the Southeast Islands was also transmitted to the front lines through various channels. The news of the expedition against monkey country spread throughout the Great Zhao. Almost everyone knew about the rebellion that had erupted in the Southeast Islands, and they also knew that the imperial court was about to send troops to suppress monkey country. For a time, there were also some small ideas among the populace, especially among those in the Martial Artist Association. After all, not all members of the Martial Artist Association could obtain fixed official positions, only those sect leaders and elders with prestige and strength received such treatment. The others were mostly freelancers, without a fixed income of merit points. If they wanted to improve, there was only one way, to compete. Those who could compete would compete, and those who couldn't, would also compete. As long as you had enough merit points, you could improve. The people of the Martial Artist Association were always unranked and could travel all over the Great Zhao, acting as heroes, suppressing bandits, treating commoners, teaching martial arts, and so on. In short, as long as it benefited the imperial court and the common people, they could receive rewards. They could completely form a volunteer army on their own, go to monkey country, assassinate high-ranking monkey country officials, destroy important facilities. This was entirely feasible. Moreover, the imperial guards also did this kind of work. If the imperial guards could do it, why couldn't their martial artist association? Would the imperial guards have any objections? That wouldn't be the case. It was well known that the imperial guards were short-handed. They even needed to recruit some external personnel to assist with domestic affairs, let alone overseas work. Their martial artist association could completely take on this job. After all, wasn't this the ecological niche of the martial artist association? The martial artist association was a brick, it could be moved wherever it was needed. They could get involved in any kind of work. To share some scraps. Anyway, their sect elders taught them this way. If local officials thought they were stealing work, they could talk to their sect elders. They, the juniors, only knew how to work and didn't understand human relations. Don't look for me, thank you. I'm not listening, the turtle is chanting sutras. Master taught it, sect leader said it. If you have any objections, talk to them. Don't make it difficult for us juniors. We'll snatch the work, and the sect will take the blame. At the foot of Mount Huashan. The Huashan senior brother, along with a group of companions, gathered friends from other schools and came to a tavern at the foot of Mount Huashan. The Huashan senior brother stood on the second floor of the tavern, while below sat his junior brothers and junior sisters from Huashan, as well as fellow enthusiasts from other schools, his companions they played with. The Huashan senior brother held a pot of wine in his hand and, in front of everyone, drank it all in one gulp. The wine dripped from his lips, soaking his clothes, but the Huashan senior brother did not stop until the pot was empty before he put it down. The Huashan senior brother's face was flushed, and as he spoke to his companions below, the atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone. You have gathered here, and I presume you already know my purpose. However, I still have a few words to say. Everyone, do you know how much a flying dragon armor transformation device costs? 1 million merit points. That's right, it's 1 million merit points. These merit points are something we can never accumulate in our lifetime. Don't you want it? Tell me, do you want this cool and awesome flying dragon armor transformation device? The Huashan senior brother roared loudly. His words infected the martial forest companions below, and they all clenched their fists. Didn't they want it? Who among them didn't want it? They were all young, and they all liked cool and good-looking items. The flying dragon armor was cool and awesome, and they wanted it too. But they couldn't afford it. 1 million merit points. This was an astronomical figure. Not to mention them, even their masters, sect elders, and sect leaders couldn't afford it. Those high-ranking elders of theirs would also have to compete for decades to even hope to purchase a flying dragon armor transformation device. What about them? They were just a bunch of casual laborers, temporary workers. Forget competing for decades, even for hundreds of years, they couldn't afford it. Of course, there was another way to get an even cooler and more awesome transformation device. That was to join the Imperial Guards. The problem was, they didn't meet the requirements for the Imperial Guards. The requirements for the Imperial Guards were too strict. They were far from meeting the demands. Unless they could get rich and use merit points to raise their realm, then they could meet the Imperial Guards admission criteria. You're not speaking, but I know what you're thinking. You want it, you really want it. Good. Me too. I've set my sights on the flying dragon armor, but compared to the flying dragon armor, I want to break through to the Xiantian realm even more and join His Majesty's Imperial Guards. Because the Imperial Guards transformation devices are cooler, fiercer, and stronger. Moreover, joining the Imperial Guards means we can be closer to His Majesty, and we will have many opportunities to seek higher positions and more merit points. If you want to advance, you must join the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are the only path for us martial artists. But I don't have merit points. My aptitude is not heaven-defying enough, I am not qualified to join the Imperial Guards. I refuse to accept this. How are we worse than them? We are just a little weaker in talent, a little worse in luck, and a little slower in growth. But we are young. We are not yet 40, we still have a chance. We need to earn more merit points so we can break through to the Xiantian realm and join the Imperial Guards. Our masters and the others can earn a lot of merit points because they are shameless. We can also be shameless. We can even be more shameless than them. We must not let go of any opportunity to earn merit points. We will make joining the Imperial Guards our primary goal. Now, an opportunity has appeared. There is a monkey country in the direction of the Southeast Islands. The Imperial Court has already issued an order for an expedition. In less than a month, the Great Army will gather at the southeastern border. Our opportunity lies in Monkey Country. Everyone, come with me and charge into Monkey Country. Before the Great Army annihilates Monkey Country, we will use any means necessary to obtain all the merit points we can. By any means necessary. The senior brother roared. By any means necessary. The crowd below immediately responded. Long live victory! Long live us! Long live Great Zhao! West Sea. Chapter 255, Burying the Monkeys Alive, the Monkey's Demise. By imperial decree, those involved in the rebellion shall be executed, and all others shall be buried alive. Execute. After the Southeast Garrison General received the imperial edict, he no longer hesitated. He immediately led the garrison to execute all the southeast monkeys who had participated in the rebellion, torturing them to death. Those who had not participated in the rebellion met the same fate. Although they were not executed or tortured to death, their end was already sealed. They were driven out of their cells, their hands bound, and herded to the wasteland south of the city. What are you doing? We didn't participate in the conspiracy, you can't arrest us. We want to see the county magistrate. Let us go. These southeast monkeys had long understood the nature of the Shenzhou language people, as long as they didn't participate in a rebellion, they would absolutely not die. Because for the hundreds of years the Nanzhao kingdom ruled them, this was how it was, some rebelled, some lay in wait, and they could never be completely killed or eradicated. As long as their tribe existed, their rebellions would never cease. Even if the Nanzhao kingdom was incorporated into Great Zhao. In the eyes of these natives, there was no difference. Anyway, that was just how the rules were. As long as they lay low and didn't expose themselves, they would absolutely be fine. However, today's events were beyond their comprehension. These Shenzhou language people actually didn't release them, instead, they locked them in prison. After being imprisoned for more than 10 days, they originally thought they would be released. Unexpectedly, Great Zhao not only didn't release them but also tied them up and escorted them to the wasteland south of the city. What did Great Zhao want to do? During the escort, many people sensed danger and began to struggle. They spoke in awkward Shenzhou language, questioning the soldiers escorting them. However, their only response was a large, dark elbow. Yelling? Are you still yelling? There was nothing a large elbow couldn't handle, if there was, then there would be another one. The soldiers' large elbows immediately made this group of native monkeys suffer immensely. Regardless of gender, age, or youth, anyone who dared to bark received an elbow until they stopped shouting. This elbow threat quickly became ineffective. Because when this group of monkeys arrived at the wasteland south of the city, they saw large pits dug there. Immediately, they started to panic again. Such large pits! Could these native monkeys not understand what they were for? They were just cheap, not stupid. Moreover, in previous years, when they launched rebellions, they had also dug deep pits to bury Shenzhou language people and even Nanzhao kingdom civilians alive. Now, seeing the deep pits, they immediately understood Great Zhao's intention. This was an attempt to bury them alive. Damn it! How could Great Zhao treat them like this? Were these still the morally upright Shenzhou language people? Shouldn't the emperor of their celestial empire pardon and appease them, these foreign tribes? How could it be a live burial? Something was wrong, extremely wrong. Let us go, you can't bury us alive. This is not what a celestial empire should do. Wu, I don't want to die. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again, please, please let us go. Various pleas for mercy were constant. Even after receiving countless large, dark elbows, they did not stop, continuously shouting for mercy. However, patience, after all, is finite. A young soldier delivered a flying kick, directly sending the most boisterous monkey at the front into the deep pit. You ungrateful wretches! Do you really think Great Zhao can't do without you? What the hell are you? Do you really think our Great Zhao will coax you like the Nanzhao kingdom did? Go to hell. The Nanzhao kingdom couldn't civilize you for hundreds of years. Do you still think our Great Zhao will coax you and continue to civilize you like the Nanzhao kingdom? Heh. You should restart. His Majesty the Emperor has decreed, the southeast natives, exterminate the clan. After saying that, the other soldiers no longer held back. They drew their weapons and slashed at the natives around them. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, some unruly natives were cut down with a single stroke, their bodies falling to the ground, blood splattering. The natives behind them retreated in terror, but what awaited them was only a clean, swift kick. Wrong, don't kill us. Don't kill us. Shut up, you ungrateful wretches. Great Zhao gave you land, but you didn't settle down and farm, instead, you caused trouble. What are you yelling about now? What right do you have to yell? Greedy, cowardly, and playful ungrateful wretches. Die for me. Round after round of natives were buried alive. And on the wasteland further out from the south of the city, a large group of martial forest heroes were swinging hoes, digging large pits at the fastest possible speed. These heroes came from all over the country. They came to the southeast archipelago with only one goal. To earn merit points. As long as they could earn merit points, they would do any job. Swinging hoes, digging deep pits. They could even do such crude work happily, because there were merit points. Woo, 121, 121, dig hard. So tired. A sturdy middle-aged man put down his hoe, panting, and sat down in a cool, shaded spot to rest. From time to time, he would take out a medicinal pill from his pocket and pop it into his mouth to restore his internal energy. My goodness, you, kid, you even need to take medicinal pills to restore internal energy when digging a pit? No, are you using internal energy when you dig pits? Do you have to be so competitive? Can you give us a break? The old man next to him looked at the middle-aged man who was taking pills to restore his internal energy, and he was dumbfounded. Buddy, you only earn a few merit points for digging a pit, do you need to try so hard? Trying hard is one thing, but what do you mean by spending money on it too? Are your Shenzhou language martial artists so rich? I have to be competitive. I'm 39 this year. My current cultivation is at the acquired peak realm. I'm just one step away from the Xiantian realm. If I can break through to the Xiantian realm before I turn 40, I can sign up for the Imperial Guards and rise to prominence. How can I not try my best? The middle-aged man said, panting. What? You're only 39. You only look 39. Young man, although I'm old, my eyesight isn't bad. You're not just 39, I think you look like 45. The old man was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be under 40. Truly incredible. A young man under 40, yet he looks so old. Hey, I just look older, that doesn't mean I am old. If I were over 40, I wouldn't need to be digging pits here to earn merit points. That's true. It's hard for you. Digging pits here just to earn some merit points. I, too, came to dig pits for my grandson. To give my grandson a better future, my whole family came out. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed heartily. Didn't all of them, this group of people, earn merit points for a better future? Little did they know, at the border, a group of young martial artists were planning something big. Chapter 256, Water Moon Palace, Sacred Beast of the Grasslands appears. Late night at the dock. Waves crashed, and in a hidden inn, a group of people had each found their teams. Everyone, when entering Monkey Country, you must be extremely careful. Do not be greedy for achievement and rush forward, your lives are important. Kill if you can, run if you can't, don't give them any opportunities. It's best to use poison and hidden weapons. Goo also works. Be as covered as possible. 5 people per group, if there are too many, the target will be too large, making it difficult to fish in troubled waters. My master has news, tomorrow at noon, the Southeast General will lead the Great Zhao army into Monkey Country. We must reach the capital of Monkey Country before noon. Focus on the Monkey Country's imperial family and ministers, if possible, killing the Monkey Emperor would also be good. But, as I said before, your lives are most important, and everything should prioritize safety. Understood. Senior brother, don't worry, I'm most afraid of death, I definitely won't run around. Everyone, finish this drink and then we'll board the ship. The senior brother of Mount Hua raised his glass and drank it all with everyone. After finishing the drink, everyone found their teams and quietly left the inn. They did not go to the dock. Instead, they went to the shore, found the fishing boat owners, bought boats from them at a high price, and then set sail themselves under the cover of night. Just as their approach implied, they were going to pull off something big. Those with strong abilities and high martial arts skills formed teams to smuggle themselves into the capital of Monkey Country to assassinate high-ranking officials and imperial descendants, while those with weaker abilities went to other important cities in Monkey Country to assassinate city lords and important generals. In any case, they would do everything in their power. Kill if they could, run if they couldn't. Anyway, the high-ranking officials of Monkey Country were going to die sooner or later, either by their hands or by the Great Zhao army. In one of the small boats crossing the sea, there were 5 women on one small boat, all dressed identically. Their clothing was the same, clearly indicating they came from the same school. And the name of the school was written in small characters on their collars. Water Moon Palace. A somewhat famous female school in the Jianghu, whose ancestral master was a female swordswoman from several centuries ago who had a romantic history with Gu Fenjiu. Her name could no longer be verified, it was only known that the female swordswoman was abandoned by Gu Fenjiu, severed her emotional ties, cultivated alone, and after Gu Fenjiu's death, she achieved a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm and established Water Moon Palace. From its inception, Water Moon Palace stipulated that no disciple of Water Moon Palace was allowed to marry or fall in love. If discovered, their martial arts would be abolished, and they would be expelled from the school. Of course, that was an old rule. Since the founding of Great Zhao and the establishment of the Martial Artist Association, Water Moon Palace voluntarily abolished this school rule. Times had changed. If you want to pass on your legacy, you must change yourself. Abolishing unreasonable school rules was a necessity. Otherwise, why would anyone want to join your school? They could just self-study. It wasn't as if there were no secret manuals. Senior sister, where are we going? To the capital of Monkey Country like that senior brother from Mount Hua. Among the 5, the youngest disciple asked softly. No, no, no. We are not going to the capital. The senior sister of Water Moon Palace shook her head, indicating they were not going to the capital, they had a better destination. There are too many people in the capital, we won't be able to compete with them. We're going here. The senior sister of Water Moon Palace took out a map and pointed to a port city marked on it. South Java Island. One of Monkey Country's most important island cities. It was also the most developed trading city, without a doubt. Because this island was a treaty island between Monkey Country and the European countries. It was entirely composed of concessions belonging to the European countries. Large and small concessions, all occupied by ambassadors and great merchants from various European countries. Her target was this island, or more precisely, the foreign ambassadors on this island. Because the intelligence channels of various schools all had a suspicion that this rebellion in the southeast of Monkey Country was related to Monkey Country. And Monkey Country was also related to the European countries. Without the European countries plotting behind the scenes, would Monkey Country dare to cause trouble? Clearly, they wouldn't. Therefore, they unanimously believed that the European countries played a very dishonorable role behind the scenes. So, their target was the masterminds of this war, the suspects, the ambassadors of the European countries. Killing them should earn them good achievements points. Moreover, the competition would also be less. Wow, senior sister, you're so naughty. But we should be fine killing European ambassadors, right? What could happen if we kill a few foreigners? Besides, who said we killed them? As long as we kill them and don't say anything, then it wasn't us who killed them. Oh, right, all of you change your clothes and use disguise techniques to alter your appearance, so you don't get discovered. Alright, senior sister. The five immediately changed into a set of local monkey country clothing and used disguise techniques to make their appearances as similar as possible to the native look of monkey country. They did not keep the clothes they took off, they burned them directly on the boat and, under the cover of night, after stepping onto the territory of monkey country. The few people destroyed their boat and immediately left. At the same time, on the Mongolian grasslands. These former grasslands had been divided into several small plots, primarily for cultivation and grazing. One side for planting, the other for grazing. Double harvest. A herdsman, who had just stood up after harvesting his own wheat, saw a white streak appear on a distant high mountain. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming it again, he shouted in terror at the white figure on the distant high mountain. A sacred beast, it's the sacred beast of eternal heaven. The herdsman shouted loudly. A white wolf, a giant pure white wolf. This was the sacred beast of the grasslands, its status and treatment equivalent to the dragon in the central plains. Because in their belief, pure white things were sacred, and wolves were their totem, so a white wolf combining these 2 points of belief was undoubtedly their sacred beast. Most importantly, the white wolf's size was enormous. It was several people tall, which is why the herdsman called the appearing white figure a sacred beast, the sacred beast of eternal heaven. Before the Mongol Empire was established, the sacred beast of eternal heaven had appeared several times. Each appearance was due to the emergence of a heroic ruler in the human world. And the closest time to them was several centuries ago, when the heroic ruler who established the Mongol Empire appeared. It is said that the heroic ruler received the favor of the sacred beast White Wolf and possessed invincible power. The name of the White Wolf has always been sung in their praises. He never expected to see the White Wolf today. Did this mean he was about to get rich? Presenting the sacred beast White Wolf to his majesty. Would he receive more rewards? That would be great. Chapter 257, Knowing Hearts, Foreseeing Disaster, Ancient Sacred Beast. The sacred beast of the eternal heaven? Is that for real? Is that thing still alive? In Jeyuan City, the city lord, Gao, looked at his subordinate with a surprised expression, somewhat disbelieving the news that had come from below. The sacred beast of the eternal heaven, the White Wolf. This was a legend of the Mongolia Plateau, a sacred beast in the hearts of the Mongolians. Similarly, Great Zhao also had records of the White Wolf. The White Wolf was the faith of the Mongolians, not the faith of Great Zhao. Great Zhao's records of the White Wolf described it as an exotic beast. Like the Mangu Zhu toad, it was an exotic beast left over from ancient times. Similarly, the White Wolf, like the Mangu Zhu toad, possessed incredible power. Legend has it that the White Wolf understood human speech, knew human hearts, and possessed the magical ability to foresee disasters. Most importantly, the White Wolf's fur could bring people good luck. The White Wolf represented a sacred blessing, only the fur willingly given by the White Wolf could bring good luck. This luck could make a person invincible and ward off disasters. Legend has it that the founding monarch of the Mongol Empire, while still a slave, encountered the White Wolf and received its assistance, which allowed him to rise rapidly, lead his iron cavalry, and establish the Mongol Empire. However, that was already hundreds of years ago. For countless years, not only the people of the Mongol Empire themselves, but also the martial forest figures and ambitious individuals from later Jin, northern barbarians and even Great Zhao and other nations, had been searching for traces of the White Wolf. They also wanted to receive the White Wolf's blessing. However, after the White Wolf appeared before the powerful ruler of the Mongol Empire once hundreds of years ago, it was never seen again. Perhaps it was because of human greed that it chose to stay away. After all, the White Wolf could see through human hearts. What puzzled City Lord Gao of Jeyuan City the most was this White Wolf still alive? Are the lifespans of those ancient exotic beasts all that long? City Lord Gao did not question the authenticity of the White Wolf, he was simply surprised that the lifespan of this exotic beast seemed a bit too long. City Lord, perhaps this isn't the same one from hundreds of years ago. His subordinate thought for a moment and reminded him. Forget it, don't worry about it too much. Send people to look for it. If they can find it, notify the garrison in the city to try their best to capture the White Wolf and present it to His Majesty. This should be beneficial to the country, they shouldn't shortchange us on the merit points. Even if there are no merit points, it's good to gain some favor with His Majesty. City Lord Gao said, a silly smile appearing on his face. He was already fantasizing about his promotion and ennoblement in the near future. How delightful! Then, the reward for the herdsman. Give him 10,000 taels of silver. This is a great achievement, it wouldn't be right to reward too little. City Lord Gao waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to bestow a grand reward. 10,000 taels of silver? Holy crap, are you crazy, kid? We don't have that much money in our accounts. As soon as his subordinate heard that his city lord wanted to bestow a grand reward of 10,000 taels of silver, he immediately disregarded his official position. He directly cursed him as outrageous. They were all officials from the same batch of the academy, and their official ranks were not much different. He was not some subordinate. When he was in a good mood, they addressed each other by their ranks. When he was in a bad mood, it would lead to physical altercations. You fellow, you have no manners. It's working hours now. Address me by my rank during work, call me City Lord. City Lord Gao looked displeased. City Lord, my ass. Our ranks are similar, so why are you putting on airs? The treasury has no money, understand? 10,000 taels, are you going to pay for it? His subordinate immediately became annoyed. He was in charge of the city's treasury, managing the entire city's public funds. No one knew the city's economic problems better than him. He was clear about every single fund in the city, its source and destination. Even the funds that hadn't been spent yet and their intended future uses had already been planned out. He really couldn't squeeze out 10,000 taels. The treasury was so poor that even a mouse entering would cry when it came out. And you still want 10,000 taels from him? Why don't you just go to hell? Too small, your perspective is too small. Look at your stingy self. Do you know why our ranks are similar, but I can become the city lord, and you can only manage the treasury? It's precisely because my perspective is grand. Just a tiny bit grand. The significance of these 10,000 taels is not just 10,000 taels. There's a deeper meaning, but you wouldn't understand even if I told you. These 10,000 taels won't come from public funds, I'll pay for them myself. City Lord Gao looked proud. You'll pay for it yourself? Then it's fine. Anyway, it's your money, so why not spend it? However, I'm very curious, where did you get 10,000 taels? Could it be that you embezzled? No, that's not right. I've always kept an eye on the money in the treasury, so you wouldn't have had a chance to embezzle. His subordinate looked puzzled. I embezzled your ass. Does this old man need to embezzle? My family has been in business for generations, dealing in fur trade for decades. Can't I, the dignified young Master Gao, pull out 10,000 taels from my pocket? Who are you looking down on? Do you know what a local tycoon is? How can you imagine the wealth of my Gao family? Laughable, your Gao family still has money. Didn't you, this prodigal son, contract most of Jiyuan City's livelihood projects? I still remember your father chasing you around with a stick because you spent all the family fortune. His subordinate sneered repeatedly. It was true that the Gao family was very rich. But this city lord was a prodigal son. Relying on being the sole heir of the Gao family, after graduation, he went on a spending spree, contracting various public welfare projects for free, directly spending all the Gao family's decades of wealth. City Lord Gao's administrative ability was average, but he was foolish and rich. Otherwise, how could he become the city lord? Wasn't it because he had a lot of merit points? This hurt him, the top student of his batch, greatly. It's good to be rich. I already said, your perspective is small, you don't understand. Money, this thing, is only money when it's spent. If you hide it in your hands, it won't multiply. Honestly, is money as important as merit points? Money doesn't disappear into thin air, it just accompanies us in a different way. For example, merit points. My father and mother's 20-year life-extending pills. They were all exchanged with merit points. City Lord Gao looked proud. His business acumen told him that merit points were more important. Stop talking nonsense and give me 10,000 taels first. His subordinate reached out for the money, looking unconvinced. Hehe, your perspective is small. City Lord Gao didn't explain much. This top student was good at everything, with super strong abilities in all aspects. Whether it was handling government affairs, managing finances, logistics, and so on, he was first-rate. In the court's jargon, this guy was a pure hexagonal warrior, the king of overachievers. His only flaw was that he was too stingy. He was overly sensitive to numbers. As soon as money was involved, he would turn into a pixie, not giving up a single hair, a pure iron rooster. Extremely stingy. However, this might be related to his family background. His parents died, and he was deceived into the beggar clan due to hunger and cold. Fortunately, his natural talent for numbers led the beggar clan to train him as an accountant. After the establishment of Great Zhao, he left the beggar clan, enrolled in the official academy, and was his desk mate. City Lord Gao's deepest impression of this guy was how he haggled over a copper coin for a steamed bun, stubbornly earning half a steamed bun more. This took him an entire morning. City Lord Gao had recognized his ability a long time ago. When they graduated, they happened to be assigned to the same place. City Lord Gao then tricked him into doing all sorts of political achievements together. City Lord Gao had money, and he had ability. A strong alliance, invincible in the world. Look carefully, my private stash. City Lord Gao pulled out a banknote from the sole of his shoe. Not much, exactly 10,000. You actually still have money. Give me 10 taels as hush money, or I'll tell your wife. Damn it, you F***er. City Lord Gao's defenses completely broke down. Chapter 258, Three-Tailed Fox? Mountain God? Your Majesty, herdsmen in Jiyuan City have discovered the sacred beast of the eternal heaven, the White Wolf. The Lord of Jiyuan City and the defending general led a large army to capture the White Wolf. It will be sent to the capital tomorrow and presented to your Majesty. As soon as he returned to the palace after the imperial court session, Zhao Gongming received this news from his subordinates. The sacred beast of the eternal heaven, the White Wolf? So familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and quickly remembered where he had seen an introduction to the White Wolf. The record of exotic beasts. He had once consulted that record of exotic beasts when he was searching for the Mangu Zhu toad. One of its pages contained an introduction to the White Wolf. However, the White Wolf was not his target, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. White Wolf. You may withdraw first. Yes, your majesty. After the palace attendant left, Zhao Gongming looked at the sword at his side. Ao Yongzi, sensing Zhao Gongming's gaze, emerged from the sword. Ao Yongzi, tell me about the White Wolf. Zhao Gongming inquired. What about it? The White Wolf? An ancient exotic beast, just like the mangu zhu toad you ate before. Both are rare and exotic beasts from the ancient era that have survived in this world. Ao Yongzi landed on Zhao Gongming's head, her four claws playing with his hair before she settled down. For some reason, she really loved to perch on Zhao Gongming's head. An inexplicable fondness. Are there many of them? What are the effects of this white wolf? What abilities can one gain from eating it? Zhao Gongming was a bit curious if this white wolf was edible. Since it was an ancient exotic beast like the mangu zhu toad, it should have similar effects, right? For example, gaining some abilities by eating it. Not many. These ancient exotic beasts are products of an old era, and it's already very difficult for them to have survived. There are 10 that have passed down to this era. These 10 represent both the number and the types. The last mangu zhu toad was completely digested by you, so now there are only 9 left. The white wolf is one of them. The white wolf has no special effects, eating it would be pointless. The white wolf itself has some abilities, it understands human speech, comprehends human hearts, avoids disaster, can see through the world's deceptions, and can bestow blessings. Those who receive its blessing become extremely lucky, turning misfortune into good fortune and succeeding in everything they do. The white wolf has a very long lifespan. Besides the mangu zhu toad, it has the longest lifespan, theoretically able to live for 10,000 years. The apparent lifespan of the mangu zhu toad was only a few hundred years, but the mangu zhu toad could achieve rebirth by possession of its own eggs. Even if it was eaten, if not completely digested, it could return to heaven and earth upon the host's death. Theoretically, the mangu zhu toad had no lifespan limit. Its only drawback was its weakness, making it easy for martial forest masters to capture, which led to a sharp decline in the number of mangu zhu toads until the last one was completely absorbed by Zhao Gongming, bringing about its total extinction. This white wolf is quite socially anxious. Except for a few major events arranged by the former heavenly Dao, it has always hidden in the Mongolia plateau, secretly observing humans. I originally thought this white wolf would always hide, but I didn't expect it to come out voluntarily. Ao Yongzi shook her head, somewhat surprised by the white wolf's choice. Are you sure it was voluntary? Zhao Gongming chuckled. That's a bit of a silly question. If it wasn't voluntary, who in this world, besides you and me, could find it? Understanding human hearts and avoiding disaster isn't just empty talk. Do you think the white wolf is weak? The white wolf can withstand a Baden, embrace the core, martial artist. Without your intervention, only the chosen protagonist of destiny in this world could defeat it. The white wolf's true strength was considerable, capable of contending with human Baden, embrace the core, realm powerhouses. Among the remaining exotic beasts, it ranked in the top 3. It was just that the white wolf was very timid and socially anxious. With the slightest disturbance, it would flee far away. This was why various nations had not been able to find it for 1,000 years. Cowardly yet strong, fast, and with built-in full map warning. To catch it, you'd have to be cheating. Then what use is this white wolf to me? Zhao Gongming smiled. It's good looking. The white wolf is handsome and large. Don't you like this kind of creature? If it just lies there in the palace, it immediately elevates the prestige. When you travel, it can also serve as a mount. You can even cosplay as a village chief. Isn't that wonderful? Ao Yongzi laughed loudly. Is it very handsome? Super handsome, and very large. How large? Several meters tall. That's good, it does sound a bit handsome. Strength isn't important, being handsome is the most important. Ao Yongzi used the power of the heavenly Dao to materialize the appearance of the white wolf, and Zhao Gongming expressed his satisfaction. By the way, besides the white wolf, are there other exotic beasts? Where are they all hiding? The 9 revolutions life and death silkworm, born for 1,000 years, dies for 1,000 years, a reincarnation every 3,000 years, with a lifespan of 9,000 years. Eating it grants 1,000 years of life. It is currently at the bottom of the Arctic Sea. The year mayfly, ordinary mayflies are as fleeting as morning dew, born and dying in a day. The year mayfly, however, can live for a year. The year mayfly is born from ordinary mayflies, only when a mayfly's cycle of life and death breaks through one day can it achieve the 1-year realm. Only one exists at a time. Eating a year mayfly allows one to live in a dream, reliving a lifetime in a dream to resolve regrets of this life. In ancient times, it was used to refine the floating life pill. A new year mayfly has not yet been born. The 3-tailed fox, a solitary female, speaks human language, possesses arcane arts, likes to transform into human form and lurk among people, learning human etiquette, customs, and knowledge. It can command beast herds and enlighten all beasts, a natural mountain god. One tail represents one life 1,000 years. It is currently in Fuzhou City, studying medicine. The 3-tailed fox is protected by the will of heaven, eating it will surely incur divine wrath. Protected by the will of heaven. What the hell? Why are you protecting this thing? Zhao Gongming was stunned. Other exotic beasts aren't protected, but you protect a fox? Could it be that you, Ao Yongzi, also have a soft spot for this? Dragon girl loves fox girl? Reasonable, reasonable. Can't your mind be a little cleaner? This was protected by the previous heavenly Dao. Didn't you hear clearly? This three-tailed fox is a natural mountain god, inherently carrying certain responsibilities of heaven and earth. Isn't it normal for it to be protected by the will of heaven? Ao Yongzi really wanted to strangle Zhao Gongming. This scoundrel. Alright, continue. The spiritual Ganoderma, a 1000-year-old fleshy Ganoderma, its flesh resembling meat, attached to large rocks and soil, regenerating endlessly. As long as a trace remains, it can rebirth, but it only has a 1000-year lifespan. Before dying, it will split open, giving birth to new spiritual Ganoderma. The spiritual Ganoderma knows the changes of the seasons and can tunnel 1000 li underground. Eating it grants 100 years of lifespan. Currently, it's hiding on another continent. Don't even think about it. The spiritual Ganoderma tastes incredibly bad, similar to feces, and you already have infinite lifespan. Ao Yongzi noticed the change in Zhao Gongming's expression and immediately stopped him. This spiritual Ganoderma was even more timid than the white wolf. Precisely because it feared death. Moreover, the spiritual Ganoderma didn't taste good, it was just an unknown lump, comparable to eating feces. Zhao Gongming, you can't possibly have a liking for that, can you? You misunderstood, I don't want to eat that thing. I just remembered some interesting things. Zhao Gongming smiled. A certain cup, mistakenly identified as a Ganoderma, appeared in his mind. Ha ha ha. Chapter 259, Treasure Hunting Rat, Qiling's Observation. A treasure hunting rat, it understands human speech, feeds on gold and silver, possesses an innate talent for finding treasure, is extremely greedy by nature, and frequently visits silver and gold vaults, or gold mines. It's also very timid. Once caught, it will actively offer gold and silver, begging for its life. Currently, it's lying in a gold mine in Dongying. Do you want it? If you need it, I can catch it for you. I feel like a treasure hunting rat suits you very well. God of wealth and treasure hunting rat, a perfect match. Ao Yongzi suddenly said. Catch it and let me see. Zhao Gongming was somewhat interested, a rat that eats gold and silver. That's a bit interesting. Alright. Ao Yongzi replied, wagging her tail. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a large rat with golden fur appeared before Zhao Gongming. This gold-seeking rat didn't look much like a typical rat. Instead, it resembled a chinchilla. Its body was round and chubby, like a moving furball, with large ears and blinking eyes that looked very dull. Its short little paws were clutching a piece of gold, which it was gnawing on. When it was brought before him, the gold-seeking rat struggled frantically, its eyes filled with panic. Especially when the gold-seeking rat saw Zhao Gongming, its struggles intensified. Unfortunately, how could the mighty power of the heavenly Dao be something a tiny gold-seeking rat could break free from? Seeing that it couldn't break free, the gold-seeking rat looked at Zhao Gongming with pleading eyes, letting out pitiful whimpers. Its two small paws offered the large gold nugget to Zhao Gongming, seemingly wanting to use it to buy its freedom. A gold-seeking rat? It's a chinchilla. Zhao Gongming was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ao Yongzi in surprise. Is there a problem? I didn't say the gold-seeking rat was a rat, did I? Isn't a chinchilla also a rodent? Is there any problem? No problem, as long as you're happy. Zhao Gongming chuckled, then reached out and grabbed the gold-seeking rat. As for the large gold nugget the gold-seeking rat offered, he graciously accepted it. Buying freedom with a gold nugget? How could there be such a good thing? Foolish, you're already my pet, so your gold nugget is naturally mine too. Ao Yongzi landed on Zhao Gongming's shoulder, extended her tail and tapped the treasure hunting rat's forehead. Then, she used the will of heaven to modify the treasure hunting rat's will. Soon, under the influence of the heavenly Dao's power, the treasure hunting rat calmed down, docilely allowing Zhao Gongming to stroke its fur. What else? The 9-segment poison centipede has 9 segments, each with a different venomous property. When all 9 segments are combined, they can produce the most potent venom in the world. Even a Baodin, embrace the core, realm martial artist would struggle to resist its deadly poison. Other than its potent venom, it has no other effects. It is the natural enemy of the Mangu Zhu toad. The last 9-segment poison centipede has entered its final stages of life and will die in 1 year, with no offspring. The mountain climbing goat, a spirit beast of the red cliff, can climb and walk on sheer cliff faces, even at 90 degrees or completely inverted at 180 degrees. 1,000 years ago, the most lethal light body martial art, stepping on the heavens, was created by observing the mountain climbing goat. The mountain climbing goat is massive in size, has no other special effects, possesses astonishing combat power, and will ram opponents at extreme speed with its hard horns. Its vitality is tenacious, it can survive a year without food or water. However, it's very ugly and doesn't fit your aesthetic. Ao Yongzi slowly said. Very ugly? How ugly? Extremely, extremely ugly. Ao Yongzi visualized the appearance of the mountain climbing goat. It didn't differ much from an ordinary goat, but the mountain climbing goat's eyes were extremely unsettling, the kind that would make one's sin value plummet upon seeing them. Indeed, it was very ugly and did not conform to Zhao Gongming's aesthetic. The super sea dog, a reversion to the ancestral form of an ordinary sea dog. Its capabilities in a certain aspect are 10,000 times that of an ordinary sea dog. Its lifespan is the same as an ordinary sea dog. Its desires in a certain aspect are powerful, and it will indiscriminately violate any species, including stones and other inanimate objects. Its kidney is a great tonic. If consumed, one's capabilities in that certain aspect will double and remain permanently, unaffected by time. Ah. Ao Yongzi, are you joking? Are you serious? Zhao Gongming's eyes widened, looking at Ao Yongzi in disbelief. A super sea dog. Are you really not just making this up? Seriously? Does such a thing really exist? However, if such a thing truly exists, why hasn't it gone extinct yet? Which powerful figures wouldn't be tempted? Impossible. If super sea dogs truly existed, they would have been driven to extinction by those powerful figures long ago. Their demands are simply too strong. How many super sea dogs could satisfy their needs? What joke am I playing? This thing is real. Originally, this creature existed as individual entities, but because its effects in that certain aspect were too strong, the entire species of super sea dogs was consumed to extinction. This ancient exotic beast can now only reappear in the world through bloodline reversion in ordinary sea dogs. Currently, this sea dog is on a certain uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. It will only refresh there. Oh, then it's fine. Do you need it? I don't need it, thank you. A true man doesn't need such flashy things. Ao Yongzi. Fuzhou City. ACH Chu. Who's thinking of me? In the back courtyard of the medical hall, a small, short girl was drying medicinal herbs when she suddenly sneezed several times in a row, looking somewhat puzzled. Did she catch a cold? She shouldn't have. With her physique, how could she catch a cold? Perhaps, a patient was thinking of her. San Niang, a new patient has arrived. Come over. Suddenly, someone called out to her from inside the medical hall. San Niang immediately put down the medicinal herbs in her hand and scurried into the house. Master, I'm here. Come here and watch me diagnose. Yes, master. Studying medicine was very tedious, but this young girl could immerse herself in it, which greatly pleased the old Chinese physician. He had long regarded this young girl as the disciple who would inherit his legacy, imparting all his knowledge to her. If this young girl could learn all his medical skills before he died, then he would die content, having honored his sex ancestors. Outside the medical hall, a gaze silently observed every move within. To be precise, this gaze had been fixed on the young girl. The young girl also sensed this gaze, but the owner of the gaze bore no ill will. Most importantly, she was not an opponent for the owner of this gaze, so she could only pretend not to see it. She silently went about her business. Studying medicine, gathering herbs, saving people. A fox transformed into a human. Should I report to my master? Dragon Guard number 2, Qiling, silently watched the little girl. Fuzhou City, as Zhao Gongming's home base, even after the establishment of the nation, Zhao Gongming never abandoned his home in Fuzhou City. He even specifically dispatched a Dragon Guard to be stationed there. To protect the Zhao family in Fuzhou City. Long ago, Qiling had discovered San Niang's existence. A three-tailed fox, surprisingly capable of transforming into a human. Although it was an illusion, this illusion was very real, ordinary people couldn't discern her disguise at all. Even a martial artist in the Xiantian realm couldn't see through it. However, this little fox bore no ill will towards humans, so Qiling did not act against her. She had been silently observing the little fox's movements. Chapter 260, The Female Lead Attacks, Meow Xiao Meow calls for help. Why would a mere fox enter the human world? And even learn human medical skills? What is her purpose? Qiling was very curious about this. Humans are very complex. Extremely complex, mainly due to human nature, which contains both good and evil. When good, they are gentle, kind, frugal, and humble. When evil, they are like Asuras. Their dragon guards rarely interact with humans. When they have no missions, they prefer to stay in the sky, free and unconstrained. Although there are restrictions from the dynasty, humans currently won't have any malicious intentions. But humans are humans after all. Even under the dynasty system, there will still be individual interests among them, and they will form cliques. Their thoughts are chaotic, and human nature is complex. These young dragons are simply not suitable to be with them. Except for a certain old dragon who is addicted to gossip. He is an exception. After all, he is old. Not easily influenced. Third Lady finished her work. In the evening, Third Lady bid farewell to her master, packed her things, and headed out of the city. Her steps were slow, but her speed of movement was very fast. Just like those martial forest experts. In the blink of an eye, she was out of the city, far from human habitation, and entered a mountain forest. After entering the mountain forest, Third Lady sensed that there were no living human chi nearby, so she dispelled her illusion and reverted to her original form. A small fox. A small fox with 3 tails. Her pink fur was quite adorable. Wherever she went, the wild animals she encountered involuntarily stopped their movements and paid their respects to Third Lady, and some even bowed to her. The innate mountain deity was fully displayed on her. You little fox, you are indeed extraordinary. Qiling's voice echoed through the mountain forest. Immediately, a streak of fire descended from the sky, landing not far from Third Lady. Her tall, fiery figure, and the crimson long whip at her waist, shimmered with red light. Third Lady seemed to have sensed Qiling's movements long ago and was not flustered. Instead, she transformed into human form and respectfully bowed to Qiling. This humble woman greets Dragon Guard adult. Third Lady's attitude was respectful. She knew the identity of the Dragon Guard in front of her. Qiling, her true body is a red dragon. Her strength is immense, far from what a small beast like her could contend with. What is a Dragon Guard? The strongest unit under the Great Zhao Emperor. The general of the Zodiac Guardians, the Dragon Guard. And Qiling is a fire attribute Dragon Guard. Her strength is even greater. Little fox, can you tell me your purpose? You are an ancient exotic beast of this world, yet you transform into a human and mingle among mortals. What exactly is your purpose? Qiling was very curious. Third lady raised her head, looked at Qiling, and then said something that Qiling did not know how to answer. Dragon Guard adult. Must there be some ulterior motive for mingling among mortals? I study medicine because of interest, and I mingle among mortals because I like it. I am a three-tailed fox, naturally endowed with the responsibility of civilizing all beasts. However, with the great changes in the world, beasts are ignorant, and the responsibility of civilizing them cannot be fulfilled. The three-tailed fox clan has a lifespan of 3,000 years. I have lived for several hundred years. The mountains are boring, but the human world is interesting. I go to the human world simply because I like it. Dragon Guard adult, I mean no harm to the human world, to Great Zhao. I hope you will forgive me. If the adult minds, this humble woman can leave this place. Third lady said humbly. No need. You can stay if you wish. As long as you mean no harm to Great Zhao, I won't do anything to you. Remember, do not harm Great Zhao, otherwise, I will erase you. Just like this. Qiling drew her whip and flicked it to the side. In an instant, flames pierced through the entire mountain forest, carving a long, huge gash into an entire mountain. The scorching flames burned the gash crimson. The next moment, Qiling retracted her whip, and the flames also receded, leaving only a trace of being scorched by the flames. MMMMMMMMM. This humble woman would not dare. Third lady's head bowed even lower. Too terrifying. Is this the legendary dragon? Indeed terrifying. Indeed, she is not a small fox who can casually provoke her. Fortunately, she did not provoke her, otherwise, no one could save her. Heavenly Dao? Isn't Heavenly Dao also a dragon? The Heavenly Dao of this world has long become the dragon venerable in the Dragon Guard's mouth. Good that you understand. After Qiling finished speaking, her figure transformed into a true dragon and flew into the sky, disappearing from sight. Third lady breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Qiling had left. She dispelled her human form, reverted to her true body, and trotted away from the area. Mutual Aid Group. Meow Xiao Meow, the female lead is here again. Meow Xiao Meow, damn it, is she ever going to stop? Didn't I scare her away already? Meow Xiao Meow, oh my god. Zhao Gongming, hey? Zhao Gongming, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Xingxing, what do you mean? Li Nena, I don't understand. Li Nena, Meow Meow, explain it more clearly. Meow Xiao Meow, do you remember that female lead in my world? Meow Xiao Meow, the one who bought the live stream, the one I didn't kill with one shot and scared away. Li Nena, I remember, but weren't you the one who got scared away? Li Nena, you didn't kill her with one shot, and then you got scared away by her ability. Meow Xiao Meow, bullshit scared away, that was a strategic retreat, it was caution, not being scared away. Meow Xiao Meow, besides, she was also scared by me, right? She hasn't appeared for several months, and I even scared her into moving. Li Nena, oh, then you're right. Li Nena, and then? She came back again? Meow Xiao Meow, yes, she came back again. Meow Xiao Meow, I even saw her a few days ago. Meow Xiao Meow, it seems like she came specifically to find me. Meow Xiao Meow, damn, I feel like I'm being targeted. Li Nena. Li Nena, she hasn't even seen you, what are you afraid of? Li Nena, at worst, we'll fight. Li Nena, your backing is us, after all. Li Nena, killing a female lead, what's the big deal? Don't you agree, Gongming? Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, makes sense. Zhao Gongming, yes, you're right. Zhao Gongming, so, is Sister Nena going to personally make a move? Witty. Li Nena, shouldn't it be you? Zhao Gongming, oh, I thought Sister Nena was going to personally step in. Disdain. Li Nena, damn it, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully a poor young girl, you bastard. Zhao Gongming, what's wrong? Are you going to entangle me with blue silver grass? Li Nena, you're the one with blue silver grass entanglement, I'm the Buddha's furious lotus. Zhao Gongming, Buddha your head. Zhao Gongming at Meow Xiao Meow, open a location, I'll go meet the female lead and see how strong she is. Chapter 261, Heavenly Dao's Petty Moves, The Battle of Transmigrators. Family, I, Liu Kaiun, am back again. After a few months of development, I feel like I can do it. Today, let the streamer lead the family to investigate. Let's see what exactly attacked the streamer a few months ago. No matter if it's a human or a ghost, the streamer will take it down. Liu Kaiun was full of confidence. She had been developing for several months with the help of her live streaming system. She was cautious by nature, and to be even more prepared, she specifically spent a lot of money to exchange for skills targeting spooky entities. Things like Palm Thunder, Millennium Peachwood Sword, Pure Chi Refining Art, and a whole bunch of other miscellaneous skills she exchanged for a portion of each. All for the sake of better dealing with those inexplicable spooky things. Even if it really was a ghost, she could still kill it with a single slap using these skills. If it wasn't a ghost, then it was simple. Palm Thunder is also effective against living people. With one Palm Thunder, whether you're human or ghost, you're going to die. Oh, has the streamer forgotten the humiliation of a few months ago? She was scared witless, ha 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 ha. Personally, I think the possibility of it being a ghost is very small. After all, the streamer's golden finger already indicated that that world has no supernatural system, it's just a very simple ancient world. Nonsense, an ancient world? Was that figure an ordinary person? Can your ordinary person cause such destruction? Buddy, you can fool others, but don't fool yourself. The streamer's golden finger is unreliable. Unreliable +1. Liu Kaiun's live stream was constantly flooded with bullet comments. The number of viewers wasn't large, only a few hundred, but the number of bullet comments was comparable to live streams with thousands, or even tens of thousands, of viewers. Family, the golden finger is correct. The problem is not with the golden finger. This world is indeed an ordinary ancient world, and there is no supernatural system. The cause of these problems might be something else. Liu Kaiun suddenly said. Something else? Does the streamer mean that besides herself, there are other transmigrators? Holy crap, that possibility is really not small. If there are other transmigrators, then the attack the streamer encountered before can also be explained. My goodness, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Compared to the existence of other transmigrators, I'd rather accept supernatural events. No matter how scary supernatural events are, they're still PvE mode. Transmigrators are definitely PvP, and the incoming one isn't friendly at all, showing no martial ethics and directly trying to kill you. Too terrifying. Streamer, as long as there's life, there's hope. Let's happily run away. Run, run, run. Run for what? Are you Han Run, who runs whenever something happens? Are you a coward? Han Run even had his title as Heavenly Venerate Han, and you only know how to run. The streamer has developed for several months and has a body full of skills. What is there to be afraid of? What about a transmigrator? Just take them down and it's over. The bullet comments had various opinions, some advising her to leave, others supporting her in confronting other transmigrators head-on. Of course, Liu Kaiun would consider their suggestions, but definitely not now. Because she had already made up her mind before coming, and her decision would absolutely not be changed. Whether it was a supernatural event or a transmigrator, she wanted to get to the bottom of it. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Kaiun's speed was extremely fast, especially with the enhancement of spiritual power. She moved 10 meters in a single step, like teleportation, rapidly shifting her position. This was thanks to the system's investment. She couldn't afford her skills originally. However, perhaps due to the attack, the system suddenly became very benevolent. The exchange price of skills plummeted. She even got a 90% off card. The pure chi refining art was bought this way. Her strength rapidly increased, and naturally, she also became more courageous. It should be just ahead. Liu Kaiun trod on branches and leaves, darting through the forest. She had a feeling that her target was waiting for her not far ahead. This was a woman's sixth sense. Very accurate. Soon, she passed through the woods and arrived at the top of the mountain. There was smoke ahead. Liu Kaiun stepped forward. A small village came into view. It's not a ghost, it's a transmigrator. The village below was bustling with people, living people, not dead ones. That meant that the one who attacked her a few months ago was a transmigrator. Liu Kaiun's expression instantly darkened. She then drew the peachwood sword from her waist. This Millennium Peachwood sword was no longer an ordinary item. Its texture was hard, and it could cut iron like mud. It could definitely be considered a divine sharp weapon. It was sufficient to deal with the upcoming battle. She's here. In a corner of the village. Miao Xiao Miao slowly pushed her wheelchair out of the house. Her gaze swept towards the direction of the mountain peak. In an instant, their eyes met, and they quickly confirmed that the other was the person they were looking for. Miao Xiao Miao's expression instantly turned sour. How did this female lead find her way here? If she remembered correctly, she hadn't exposed herself, had she? How did this female lead find her way to her doorstep? And there was killing intent in her eyes. Damn it! Miao Xiao Miao thought of something. She couldn't help but curse immediately. Dog Heavenly Dao. Playing dirty. Miao Xiao Miao was basically certain that behind all this was the Heavenly Dao's machinations again. This female lead must have been arranged by the will of heaven. Damn it! So disgusting. I've already become a nobody, and I'm not causing trouble, so why are you targeting me? Fortunately, I'm not easy to bully either. You want to kill me, and why wouldn't I want to kill you? A disabled person. A transmigrator in a wheelchair. For some reason, the moment she saw Miao Xiao Miao, Liu Kaiun's mind immediately identified Miao Xiao Miao as a transmigrator from another world. Killing intent appeared unconsciously. Her killing intent was stirred. Even Liu Kaiun herself didn't know why she wanted to kill Miao Xiao Miao. She didn't delve into it, immediately jumped down the cliff, and rushed towards Miao Xiao Miao's direction. 100-meter high mountain was no mountain at all to her. With a few leaps, she arrived at the foot of the mountain. A transmigrator in a wheelchair, this might be a bit pathetic. Be careful, this transmigrator's legs might be a disguise. When she attacked you before, she was in the sky. Come on, didn't you see her legs? They're atrophied like that, unless she can fly. Oh, she's coming for me. Looks like I've been underestimated. Meow Xiao Meow smiled slightly, and then she simply flew up. And this scene was just seen by the audience in the live stream. Holy crap, she can actually fly. Yuri for real. All transmigrators have cheats. This is going to be an intense battle. Fight. I love watching girls fight the most. Pull her hair. Tear her mouth. Hey, wrong set. This isn't the set for the lip-smacking god of war. Oh, then poke her eyes. Chapter 262, A New Curse? The Awakened Outer God Essence, World Ender. You can fly. It really is you. Lu Kaiun landed on a rooftop not far from Meow Xiao Meow, glaring at Meow Xiao Meow. It's me, so what? Damn native, no martial ethics, playing dirty. Meow Xiao Meow retorted. Native? Sister, I'm a transmigrator. Lu Kaiun frowned. Am I not supposed to know if you're a transmigrator? I almost forgot, you're a native. You don't know the situation. You're wearing a fake transmigrator persona and actually think you're a transmigrator. You were able to find me, wasn't it because of this world's will of heaven interfering? I've been very well behaved, but I didn't expect this dog Heavenly Deo still wouldn't let me go. Meow Xiao Meow grew angrier as she spoke. She didn't mention at all that she was the one who made the first move a few months ago. Fake transmigrator. The more Meow Xiao Meow spoke, the more confused Lu Kaiun became. However, the bullet comments in the live stream became more frequent. Donations were also very frequent. All kinds of planes, all kinds of rockets. And in the bullet comments, opinions seemed to have reached a consensus. Kill her. Spreading evil rumors, hurry up and act. Kill her, and I'll send you 10,000 rockets. Kill, kill, kill. The silly bullet comments instantly changed style. They became extremely bloodthirsty. All the bullet comments were roaring. The emotions of the bullet comments also affected Lu Kaiun. Lu Kaiun's eyes instantly changed. Her pupils turned crimson. The peachwood sword in her hand was dyed with a layer of white light. You will surely die today. Lu Kaiun's voice was cold, completely different from usual. It carried a hint of indifference towards all living beings. Oh, account taken over. Meow Xiao Meow noticed Lu Kaiun's change. Without another word, she pulled out her small pistol, aimed at Lu Kaiun, and do-do-do-do-do, a clip of bullets flew out. Phantom 9 transformations. Meow Xiao Meow's methods were insidious, but they didn't pose much of a threat to Lu Kaiun. Instead, they activated Lu Kaiun's ability. Her figure split into 9, and she charged at Meow Xiao Meow. So disgusting. Meow Xiao Meow took out the equipment she got from Duan Xilo and held up her transformation device. Light, I am light. Super magical girl, transform. Brilliant light bloomed, and Meow Xiao Meow, within the light, put on her magical girl armor. She took out her weapon and began fighting the attacking Lu Kaiun. If Zhao Gongming could customize transformation devices, why couldn't she? Duan. The two sides fought fiercely. The aftershocks of these battles even affected the ordinary people in the village. Even though Meow Xiao Meow tried her best to pull the battlefield to a more open mountain forest. However, both sides had very high combat power. Even the weakest aftershocks, if they spread, were not something ordinary people could withstand. Fortunately, none of Meow Xiao Meow's family members were among the innocent people affected. As soon as she noticed the female lead approaching, Meow Xiao Meow had her family secretly leave through the tunnel. As for the other villagers, well, she could only apologize. She couldn't worry about the lives of others. She could only wait until Zhao Gongming arrived, killed the female lead, changed the world, and then resurrected them. Anyway, resurrecting some ordinary people was not difficult for the Heavenly Deo. Ao Yungzi shouldn't refuse her. Palm Thunder. A brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the battlefield where the two were fighting. Meow Xiao Meow didn't react in time. She was directly sent flying dozens of meters by a single palm strike. The powerful impact made Meow Xiao Meow's body a bit overwhelmed. Even with the armor's enhancement, she still found it difficult to withstand this sudden burst of palm thunder. Pfft. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Meow Xiao Meow was a bit confused. How could the female lead's damage be so high? It's unscientific. Is this kind of damage something a human can dish out? What Meow Xiao Meow didn't know was that this palm thunder was palm thunder enhanced by the Heavenly Deo, so its power was naturally not ordinary. No, I need to call for backup. Meow Xiao Meow silently activated her location. And called for people in the group. You despicable thief, your career is over. I will end you. Lu Kaiun was expressionless. Unparalleled electric light erupted from her entire body. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by heavy dark clouds, and endless lightning, like it was free, fell madly. These lightning bolts were absorbed and condensed by Lu Kaiun. The lightning in her palms became even more dazzling. Palm Thunder's highest realm, Thunder God descends. Ah! Lightning erupted. A giant figure constructed of lightning appeared. The phantom of the Thunder God held a lightning spear and fiercely stabbed it down towards Meow Xiao Meow below. Damn it! Zhao Gongming, hurry up and come! Meow Xiao Meow shouted. As if sensing Meow Xiao Meow's cry. The sky was violently torn open, creating a huge rift. Endless darkness surged from the rift. A roar, indistinguishable as human or monster, came from the rift. Meow Xiao Meow, run! Zhao Gongming is out of control. Take your family and run into the rift. Quick, escape this world. Ao Yongzi, covered in wounds, was thrown out of the rift. The blood on her body almost drowned the surrounding villages. Miao Xiao Miao was stunned by the scene before her. What the hell? Ao Yongzi, how did she get hurt? What happened? Miao Xiao Miao couldn't understand what she was seeing, but she didn't ask any questions, nor did she hesitate for a moment. She turned and ran, rushed out of the village, and at the other end of the tunnel, took her family and rushed into the passage Ao Yongzi had specially opened for them. They fled to the world where Zhao Gongming was. Ao Yongzi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Miao Xiao Miao wisely escaping. As for Lu Kaiun's attack, it was swallowed by a mysterious force before it even landed. Lu Kaiun seemed to sense something amiss, her expression instantly changed dramatically, and she looked at the dark rift in horror. Terrifying roars continued to emanate from the rift. Outer God! It's an outer god! You bastard, you actually let an outer god here. Are you trying to die with me? Lu Kaiun glared at the blood-soaked Ao Yongzi. I led the outer god here. Heh. Isn't this your damn doing? You're blaming me. Despicable native, he has so many essences, yet you don't touch any of them, and instead go and touch the one power you shouldn't. You've even dragged me into this, damn it. You idiot. Ao Yongzi was in a lot of pain. She originally thought this would be another easy win. Unexpectedly, she almost got eaten. Zhao Gongming, who entered the world passage, was suddenly affected by this world and acquired a new curse. The problem was this curse. It was too outrageous. Ao Yongzi wanted to curse. Curse, gluttony uncontrollable new. The dormant essence of life was accidentally awakened. Endless years of hunger have devoured your sanity. You will transform into a ruthless eating machine, devouring everything in sight. Things devoured will transform into the purest power, alleviating your hunger and repairing the fatal wounds left by your endless years. Devour, this is your inherent duty. Ah! Terrifying shouts came from the rift. Immediately, two huge golden palms stretched out, grabbed both sides of the rift, and violently tore it open. Chapter 263, Surrounded by Outer Gods, the Outer God's Curiosity. Brilliant golden light pierced through the world's barrier. A giant figure shrouded in golden light tore the barrier of this world into fragments. What thunder, what hurricanes in front of this figure enveloped in golden light, they were like a child's squirt gun, unable to stir up even a ripple. After breaking free from the world's shackles, the figure shrouded in golden light continuously grew larger. In just a few breaths, the golden figure had expanded to an indescribable extent. The world before him was as tiny as a grain of sand. So hungry. The golden figure emitted a rumbling, wailing sound. The unique aura of an outer god firmly locked down the entire world. Even Ao Yongzi, who possessed half heavenly Dao and half outer god bloodline, was no different in the face of Zhao Gongming's true outer god form. She was so pressured she could barely breathe. However, compared to the heavenly Dao of this world, Ao Yongzi's situation was already quite good. After all, she was the dragon bound to Zhao Gongming. Even under the indiscriminate suppression of the outer god's aura, she could still gain some respite through her connection with Zhao Gongming. The trouble you caused, you deal with it yourself. This old lady isn't serving you anymore. Ao Yongzi mocked the will of heaven, then her entire body transformed into specks of light, converging towards Zhao Gongming and merging into his golden true form. In contrast, the will of heaven of this world. The possessed Lu Kaiun was directly crushed by the outer god's aura. Even her soul was not preserved. Not only the female lead, but all living beings in this world were crushed into nothingness under the terrifying aura suppression of Zhao Gongming. The entire world was on the verge of destruction. A single eye suddenly appeared in the world on the verge of destruction, looking at Zhao Gongming's true outer god form with a sense of powerlessness. Outer gods were too restraining for the will of heaven. Although both belonged to the same level. However, outer gods were natural enemies, capable of completely suppressing the heavenly Dao. All the power controlled by the heavenly Dao was ineffective against an outer god. No matter what kind of power, it was ineffective. It wouldn't even cause a ripple when it struck Zhao Gongming's body. In fact, to some extent, the heavenly Dao's powerless struggle greatly increased Zhao Gongming's appetite. At this point, he wouldn't be doing himself justice if he didn't have a meal. So hungry. His golden hands slammed together, shattering space, and the river of luck was violently pulled out by the golden hands, not a single bit left behind. It was then pulled into his mouth by the golden hands and slurped up like noodles. The river of luck was completely severed. As the world's lifeline, the moment the river of luck was sucked dry, the entire world completely collapsed. Including the will of heaven itself, it also shattered and was completely annihilated in that instant. Zhao Gongming, who had ended a world, did not stop. He opened his maw and swallowed the remaining world debris in one gulp. So hungry. The hunger did not subside, the unconscious Zhao Gongming still wanted to devour more worlds. As Zhao Gongming let out a series of low roars. Suddenly, cracks appeared before him. From beyond the cracks came an alluring scent. Zhao Gongming followed the cracks to other worlds on the verge of destruction, and under countless disbelieving gazes, Zhao Gongming feasted heartily, mercilessly devouring everything he encountered. After successively devouring several unlucky worlds, the endless hunger in Zhao Gongming's belly was relieved. Gradually, his true form dissipated, and Zhao Gongming floated in the void of the interstitial space, closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Gongming awoke from his slumber. The first thing he saw upon waking was this empty, void interstitial space. Endless darkness. He felt no fear. On the contrary, he felt more comfortable here. He was born to belong here. But reason told him he didn't belong here. He had to go back. Zhao Gongming habitually raised his hand, and a crack opened in space. Zhao Gongming slowly drifted into it. He disappeared from that space. After an unknown period of time, a ripple appeared in space. A dignified figure appeared at this spot. Mixed auras. Zai Wei? How? Or Zhao Gongming? No, he is Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming actually became their main body? It's incredible, the wills of several emperor lords couldn't overcome Zhao Gongming. Interesting. The dignified figure let out a laugh, then her figure melted into the void. Woohoo, finally back. I was so scared just now. A group of outer gods were watching us out there. I was really afraid they would eat me. As soon as Zhao Gongming returned, Ao Yongzi actively flew out from within Zhao Gongming's body, saying with a horrified tone. Outer gods? Where were their outer gods? Also, what happened to me? How did I wake up in that space? Tell me, didn't I go to Miao Xiao Miao's world? Why was I unconscious? Zhao Gongming did not understand Ao Yongzi's words, instead, he opened his mouth to ask Ao Yongzi why he had fainted and what had happened during this period. From the moment Zhao Gongming stepped into the crack to go to Miao Xiao Miao's world, he lost consciousness, and he didn't remember anything that happened during that time. Ao Yongzi did not hide anything, telling Zhao Gongming every detail of what happened during that period, including Zhao Gongming continuing to devour other worlds after destroying the world where Miao Xiao Miao was. Hearing Ao Yongzi's account, Zhao Gongming frowned deeply, he was starting to not understand himself. Curse, gluttony controllable. Your gluttony has been controlled, but, absolutely do not activate it. Once activated, you will once again become an unconscious hungry beast, devouring everything. The effect of the curse had changed. Also, no new curses appeared on him. This puzzled Zhao Gongming a bit. During the period he was unconscious, he had visited several worlds on the brink of destruction and devoured those worlds. However, no new curse effects appeared on his body. Does this indicate that he in that state was his complete form? After all, a complete outer god releases all its essence, so it naturally wouldn't be affected by the will of the world. The already lit dynamite doesn't need a second ignition, his complete form was a bit terrifying. Zhao Gongming felt a lingering fear. Hey, the point isn't your complete form. It's those outer gods. Do you know how many outer gods were watching us in that space just now? A whole bunch. All those eyes, they made my hair stand on end. I peed my pants. Ao Yongzi complained. Although Zhao Gongming's loss of control was unexpected, the side of him that emerged after losing control perfectly matched Ao Yongzi's image of an outer god. What she feared more were the outer gods in that mysterious space. Chapter 264, Missing for 3 months? Europe being targeted. If you are powerless and surrounded by wolves and tigers, aren't you afraid? Of course, you'd be scared. Ao Yongzi almost peed herself from fright. All the outer gods were staring at her. Ao Yongzi had no doubt that if it weren't for Zhao Gongming, she would have been devoured alive by that group of outer gods. Dead without a trace. Fortunately, Zhao Gongming's own deterrent power was very strong, intimidating the outer gods who were watching. Ao Yongzi could tell that the outer gods were afraid of Zhao Gongming. Their gazes towards Zhao Gongming were filled with deep fear. Those outer gods dared not act recklessly, even though Zhao Gongming was in a lethargy state, they didn't dare to harbor any ill thoughts. Outer gods? I didn't see any, you might have misseen them. Zhao Gongming shook his head, thinking Ao Yongzi might have been mistaken and scared herself. Anyway, when he woke up, he didn't notice anything amiss, the only feeling he had was that the space was very comfortable, and he was naturally suited for that space. As for outer gods or not, he really didn't see any. Nonsense. Could I have misseen them? I was almost scared to pee by them, what could I have misseen? Damn it. Ao Yongzi immediately became unhappy. What did he mean, misseen? She, Ao Yongzi, wasn't blind, her eyesight was excellent, and her perception wasn't obscured, her mind wasn't muddled, she could still distinguish between outer gods and non-outer gods. Being mistaken was absolutely impossible. The space where Zhao Gongming was located was definitely the lair of outer gods. She only took a quick glance and saw no less than 20 outer gods, what else could it be but a lair? It was terrifying. Ao Yongzi, you're just weak. Coward. Zhao Gongming mocked. Damn you, if you were me, you might be even worse than me. Ao Yongzi said unwillingly. The problem is, there's no if dot. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly. Humph. By the way, how long have I been in a lethargy state? 3 months, I suppose. Ah. 3 months. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened, failing to react. He was just out of control for a bit, and it's been 3 months? Absurd. Counting it, this should be the longest he's ever been away from this world. He wondered if there had been any changes in Great Zhao during his absence. Zhao Gongming returned to the Imperial Study. The Imperial Study hadn't changed much, the only difference was the stack of memorials piled on the table. 3 months' worth of memorials filled the table. Zhao Gongming sat down and unhurriedly examined the memorials. Gradually, he sorted through the changes of these 3 months. Actually, there weren't many changes. The various departments of Great Zhao had clear divisions of labor. Even without Zhao Gongming, Great Zhao could operate stably. In these 3 months, Great Zhao's territory had expanded considerably. Mainly, the monkey country in the southeast islands was flattened by Great Zhao's army, and the southeast garrison general, who was responsible for conquering the monkey country, even wiped out all the monkeys, leaving no survivors. The war to conquer the monkey country went smoothly. There were even some unexpected surprises. The heroines of Water Moon Palace accidentally found evidence that European countries were secretly instigating the monkey country to offend the Great Zhao Empire. What followed was a large-scale crackdown and arrests. All merchants and envoys from the countries involved in the instigation were captured by the imperial guards and martial artists from the populace, then escorted to various prisons. The imperial court, naturally, would not let go of this golden opportunity. Immediately, the civil and military officials jointly submitted a memorial to subjugate the European countries. Especially for the countries involved in the instigation, they even raised the slogan of national annihilation and racial extermination. They wanted to kill all people and nations who had offended the Great Zhao Empire. However, due to Zhao Gongming's absence, their memorial did not receive a response. They could only discuss privately how many troops to send and which generals would lead the army to subjugate the European countries in the future. They knew Zhao Gongming's character very well. Zhao Gongming would absolutely not let the European countries off the hook, so they might as well discuss in advance who would go on the expedition. That way, when Zhao Gongming issued the order, they could immediately launch an attack, saving a lot of unnecessary time. Besides this matter, the memorials also contained harvest reports from various regions. Grain harvests in various parts of the Great Zhao Empire were abundant, and under the system of the dynasty, they even reached an unprecedented yield of several thousand caddies per mu. Part of the reason was that the crop varieties they cultivated were high-yield varieties brought by Zhao Gongming from other worlds. On the other hand, it was due to the dynasty's system. The dynasty's system would ensure that all land within Great Zhao's borders achieved perfect planting conditions, and with various bonus effects, even without using chemical fertilizers, their grain production could still surge. Because there were cheats, they could even achieve multiple harvests a year. My eyes are a bit tired. Ao Yongzi, these are for you. Zhao Gongming rubbed his nose, then pushed all the remaining memorials on the table to Ao Yongzi. Damn it, are you even human? I'm a dragon, you're asking a dragon to help you process memorials. You're treating me like an ox or a horse, aren't you? Ao Yongzi wanted to curse. She had never seen such a scummy master. To actually make a dragon help him with government affairs, is this something a human would do? What are you saying? What are you saying? Are you a dragon? Are you an ox or a horse? How can you look down on yourself like that? You are a human, a living, breathing human. In my eyes, you will always be a person full of passion for struggle. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Zhao Gongming drew various grand visions and bluffed in various ways. Of course, Ao Yongzi wasn't stupid either. Could she not understand whether it was a bluff or not? It was hard to fool her. However, Ao Yongzi did not refuse the task given by Zhao Gongming. The master's task still needed to be completed. Nevertheless, Ao Yongzi immediately outsourced these memorials. Outsourced to whom? Naturally, to the vast number of civil servants in Great Zhao country. They would earn merit points for processing just one government affair. These memorials didn't even require Ao Yongzi to actively distribute them, she just needed to throw them into the system, and in no time, these memorial tasks would be completed by the civil servants below. The main focus was efficiency. Mutual aid group. Zhao Gongming, Kunkans, I'm back. Zhou Xingxing, welcome back, King Kunkan. Ning Yifeng, Kunkan, I'm your fan, ah. Zhao Gongming, damn it. Zhao Gongming, you are Kunkans, I am not. Zhou Xingxing, no, you are. Ning Yifeng, by the way, where did you go these 3 months? Ning Yifeng, that guy Miao Xiao Miao was scared to death by you. Ning Yifeng, the mission also failed. Li Nana, +1. Li Nana, Xiao Miao cried for a long time. Li Nana, where did you go these 3 months? We thought you were gone. Everyone was still quite curious about where Zhao Gongming had been for these 3 months. There was no news at all. The most important point. On the day Zhao Gongming disappeared, Xiao Miao's mission suddenly failed. Even the world she was in directly vanished. It was terrifying. Chapter 265, Miao Xiao Miao's Choice, New World. Zhao Gongming, I didn't go anywhere, I lost control. Zhao Gongming, influenced by that world's heavenly Dao, I lost control and consciousness. Zhao Gongming, I only regained consciousness recently. Zhao Gongming, here, look, this is the effect of my new curse. Zhao Gongming, image. Zhao Gongming posted the effect of his new curse in the group. There was no point in saying more, by presenting the facts, they would understand the situation. For a full half an hour, there was no sound in the group. Miao Xiao Miao, in front of her screen, looked at the effect of Zhao Gongming's new curse, and she finally knew what had happened 3 months ago. Loss of control, true body of an outer god. Everyone knew what a rampant outer god could do. The so-called will of heaven was just a dish in front of an outer god. A rampant Zhao Gongming appearing in Miao Xiao Miao's world naturally meant a feast. No wonder she couldn't return to her own world, and no wonder Earth Mother told her the mission failed. If the world was gone, how could it not fail? The most crucial thing was that when Zhao Gongming descended upon Miao Xiao Miao's world, slaughtering the will of heaven, Earthwell didn't even dare to appear to collect luck. Why? Because Earthwell was also afraid. Back then, when Tai Lang's world was marked by an outer god, Earthwell dared to go out and collect luck, which showed how bold Earthwell was. However, in Miao Xiao Miao's world, Earthwell did not dare to appear. A rampant Zhao Gongming, even Earthwell was afraid. Li Nena, holy crap, you really ate it. Li Nena, so you really turn into an outer god when you lose control. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Li Nena, ahem, I didn't mean any harm. Zhao Gongming, I know. Li Nena, how did the world taste? Zhao Gongming, I don't know, I was unconscious. Li Nena, alright. Li Nena, after you ate the world, did you feel anything? Was it different from 3 months ago? Li Nena, swallowing a world should be beneficial to you, right? No, you didn't just swallow one world, you seem to have swallowed several worlds. Li Nena, swallowing so many worlds should bring many benefits. Ning Yifeng, indeed. Ning Yifeng, if there were no benefits, why would outer gods feed on other outer gods? Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, I really don't know the answer to that question. Zhao Gongming, because I don't feel any different. Although he had swallowed several worlds, Zhao Gongming did not feel anything amiss with himself. He didn't know if there had been any changes. Ning Yifeng, alright, you might be the most confused among all outer gods. Zhao Gongming, this. Zhao Gongming fell into contemplation, he really couldn't refute Ning Yifeng's words. Because he was indeed the most confused. He had only a superficial understanding of his own situation. Miao Xiao Miao, alas, such bad luck. Miao Xiao Miao, I originally thought I could get a free mission, but I didn't expect the mission to be gone. Miao Xiao Miao was crying her eyes out. Zhao Gongming, how are you doing now? Miao Xiao Miao, not bad, I'm staying at your old base in Fuzhou City. When I transmigrated, I met your Defu, and he arranged for me to stay with the Zhao family in Fuzhou City. Miao Xiao Miao, I have to say, your old base in Fuzhou City is really nice, with all sorts of modern decorations and electricity. I'm impressed, you really know how to enjoy life. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, come on, if you don't spend money, what do you keep it for? To breed? Zhao Gongming, the decoration in Fuzhou City is similar to the Imperial Palace, with the Imperial Palace being slightly larger. When Zhao Gongming was building the Imperial Palace, he purchased a large number of modern appliances. The appliances in the Imperial Palace were also available in the Fuzhou City base, and the specifications were similar. Fuzhou City was essentially a second Imperial Palace. Miao Xiao Miao, at first, my family found it difficult to adapt to this world, but after a while, they got used to it. Miao Xiao Miao, they even learned how to use appliances. Miao Xiao Miao, old Zhao, please help me look after my family from now on. Zhao Gongming, hey? Zhao Gongming, what on earth? You sound like you are giving your last will and testament, are you going to die? Probably not, mission failure at most means no reward, there's no need to act like you are dying, right? Miao Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao, no, I'm not dying, but I've decided to go to other worlds. Miao Xiao Miao, when the mission failed, Earth Mother approached me and gave me 2 choices. Miao Xiao Miao, live out this life peacefully, or return to Earth for reincarnation. Miao Xiao Miao, or, try again, go to a new world, and continue to complete the mission. Zhao Gongming, you chose the second one? Miao Xiao Miao, yes, I chose the second one, and this time I won't use reincarnation, but rather an illicit crossing. Miao Xiao Miao, to cross illicitly, I need your help. Miao Xiao Miao, without your help, I can't cross illicitly. Direct illicit crossing has too high a chance of being discovered. Reincarnation is the safest method. However, reincarnation is not the only way to enter other worlds. For example, Zhao Gongming, he transmigrated with his physical body, crossing illicitly directly. However, he is an outer god. He can cross illicitly with his physical body. Other transmigrators don't have this ability. Nothing is absolute. If Zhao Gongming is willing to provide some help, a mortal like Miao Xiao Miao can also go to other worlds through the hands of an outer god. Just like 3 months ago, when they were sent to Zhao Gongming's world. Zhao Gongming's role is to put a layer of outer god skin on Miao Xiao Miao, so that even if the heavenly Dao of the new world discovers Miao Xiao Miao's identity as an illicit crosser, it won't react too strongly. Zhao Gongming, how do I help you? Miao Xiao Miao, just help me open the passage to the new world, Earth Mother will arrange the rest. Zhao Gongming, okay. Zhao Gongming, when do you plan to leave? Miao Xiao Miao, in a few months, at least after I get used to my legs first. Miao Xiao Miao, being paralyzed for more than 20 years, suddenly being able to stand up, it's a bit hard to get used to. Zhao Gongming, that's true. Zhao Gongming, oh, I have a question, I'm very curious. Zhao Gongming, when you go to the new world, will you have a new blessing? Miao Xiao Miao, no. Miao Xiao Miao, it's still the old routine. I hope the will of heaven of the new world will give me a less painful curse out of respect for your face. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, I don't have any face. Miao Xiao Miao, what if? Zhao Gongming, you go ahead. Zhao Gongming, if it's really not working, call for help. Miao Xiao Miao, okay, just don't lose control. Zhao Gongming, I won't, calm down, I won't lose control again. Zhao Gongming, I won't fall into the same pit twice. Chapter 266, Kings of Europe tremble. Happy New Year's Eve. Meow Xiao Meow, it's all your fault. Meow Xiao Meow, I was originally going to slack off and just live until I died if I couldn't complete the mission, but I didn't expect all of you to complete your missions. This makes me very awkward. Meow Xiao Meow, especially Nana, she completed her mission. If I don't, how embarrassing would that be? Li Nana, hee hee. Meow Xiao Meow, speaking of which, the people under your command are truly fierce. Meow Xiao Meow, I only heard you say before that they were very extreme and warlike, but I personally didn't feel anything. Meow Xiao Meow, ever since I came to your world. Meow Xiao Meow, good heavens, I finally understand what you meant. Meow Xiao Meow, they are extremely extreme and warlike. Meow Xiao Meow, not just your subordinates, but the common people of your country are the same. Meow Xiao Meow, every single one of them spontaneously went south to kill the monkey country people. They're too fierce. Meow Xiao Meow, did you give them some kind of drug? Ever since coming to this world, Meow Xiao Meow clearly felt that the common people of this world had a qualitative difference from the common people of her world. In the world she originally belonged to, the common people were all sallow and emaciated, looking lifeless. They were completely indifferent to the surrounding matters. National righteousness, ethnic righteousness, life and death, in their eyes, were not even as important as a steamed bun. They didn't care who became emperor. Whether it was the aristocratic families or the foreign races. To them, it was all the same. However, in Zhao Gongming's world, the appearance and spirit of the common people were completely different. Every single one of them was full of spirit, with rosy complexions. They cared about politics, about people's livelihoods. They knew what they wanted, and they lived like true people. Secondly, there was their personality. Extreme, warlike. Even children had the determination to go to the battlefield and achieve great deeds. If children were like this, how much more so were young and strong adults? If they couldn't join the army, they secretly organized teams and went to the monkey country. How could the common people under Zhao Gongming be so warlike and extreme? Zhao Gongming, drugs? What drugs? Do I need drugs? They became like this entirely because of the reward mechanism under the dynastic system. Zhao Gongming, as long as they do anything beneficial to the country, anything, they will receive merit point rewards. Zhao Gongming, killing enemies for the country also counts. Zhao Gongming, they are so extreme and warlike because they want to gain merit points. Zhao Gongming, do you think they're really fools? Without benefits, who would be warlike? Zhao Gongming was speechless. Meow Xiao Meow, but it shouldn't be that outrageous. Meow Xiao Meow, there's a limit to being warlike. Meow Xiao Meow, and they're all just drawing big cakes, so why is your big cake so potent? Zhao Gongming, no, 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 the big cakes others draw can only be looked at. The big cakes I draw can actually be eaten. Zhao Gongming, if you kill enemies for the country, you get merit points. These merit points have no subjective consciousness, no one can steal your credit. Zhao Gongming, merit points can be exchanged for anything you know, silver, grain, water, houses, various national prepared by jobs, official positions, noble titles, anything. Zhao Gongming, you can even exchange them for lifespan, cultivation, talent and even the talent and learning of your future descendants, benefiting future generations. Zhao Gongming, the merit points of my great Zhao Empire are more valuable than gold. Zhao Gongming, give me a reason not to be fanatically warlike. Meow Xiao Meow. Meow Xiao Meow, damn it. Meow Xiao Meow, but I still think it's outrageous. Zhou Xing Xing, +1. Zhao Gongming, you'd better stop being outrageous and spend more time with your family. Meow Xiao Meow, okay, I'm logging off. Zhao Gongming, don't worry, I will arrange your family well. You don't need to worry. As friends, how could Zhao Gongming watch Meow Xiao Meow's family fall into poverty? On one hand, Zhao Gongming still felt some guilt for the consequences he had caused. Zhao Gongming intended to give Meow Xiao Meow's family a noble title, granting them a lifetime of glory and wealth, which could be considered a form of compensation. It was a small effort. Northern Barbarian Court. The monkey country was destroyed by Great Zhao. Serves them right. Those barbarians brought it upon themselves. Of all people to provoke, why provoke Great Zhao Empire? Didn't they see that even their own backing didn't dare to face Great Zhao directly? Laughable. Empress Ekaterina saw the war report, her lips curving into a disdainful sneer. The monkey country was too arrogant. They were blind, being fooled by a few European nobles and actually daring to meddle in Great Zhao's affairs. If it didn't die, who would? The destruction of their country and extinction of their people was purely self-inflicted. Empress Ekaterina was already looking forward to Great Zhao Empire's next move. As far as she knew, Great Zhao Empire had a bad temper. Since they destroyed the monkey country, then the backing behind the monkey country, and those instigating nobles, would certainly not have an easy time. Great Zhao Empire would not let them off. Her northern barbarians just needed to watch the show. The war with Mongolia had been in a stalemate, and she had been in a very bad mood. Now, seeing this war report, she instantly felt relieved. Someone present, Empress. Our war with Europe is over. Accept their request for a truce. Next, it's their war with Great Zhao. Empress Ekaterina sneered. Yes, Your Majesty. The war was over. Empress Ekaterina's order reached the front line, and along with it, intelligence on the monkey country and the European nobles behind it. General Tademi, who was at the front line clashing with the Mongol iron cavalry, burst into laughter the moment he saw the intelligence. He had seen incompetent teammates, but never such utterly incompetent teammates. Ha ha ha. Their war was over. Hopefully, these pedantic European nobles could survive the blades of Great Zhao's divine soldiers. Otherwise, he would only be able to laugh at them at their graves. Those who create their own evil cannot live. Europe Alliance headquarters. They're crazy, crazy. Why did these old geezers provoke Great Zhao? It's bad, it's bad. Great Zhao is targeting us. What should we do? If Great Zhao's divine soldiers descend, how can we resist Great Zhao? Great Zhao's divine soldiers are far more terrifying than the northern barbarians' bear cavalry. The kings of the Europe Alliance were all stomping their feet in anger. They had seen foolish people, but never such foolish people. What were those pampered great nobles thinking? Of all people to provoke, why provoke Great Zhao Empire? Didn't they see that the invincible Mongol iron cavalry had been driven to the continent of Europe by Great Zhao Empire? From such a long distance, why did you go and provoke Great Zhao Empire? Don't you understand the principle of befriending distant states to attack nearby ones? Damn it. It's fine if you want to court death, but don't drag us into it. We don't want to fight with Great Zhao Empire. What to do, what to do? Who can tell me what to do? Let's surrender. The King of France suddenly suggested. Chapter 267, The King of France. France has been a part of the Divine Land since ancient times. Anyway, we can't beat them, so why not just surrender? Perhaps the Great Zhao Empire will spare our lives for being sensible, or perhaps we can become nobles of the Great Zhao Empire, like the old emperor of the Nanzhao Kingdom, and maybe even become one of them. I have some acquaintance with the old emperor of the Nanzhao Kingdom. The Great Zhao Empire's merit points are truly miraculous, they can even grant us eternal life. The Great Zhao Empire is truly a country blessed by God. With our strength, we simply cannot contend with the Great Zhao Empire. Honestly, I don't want to fight. Napoleon VII, the King of France, showed no shame at all for surrendering, in fact, he was quite proud of it. He actively persuaded other kings to surrender. Just as he said, he had an acquaintance with the old emperor of the Nanzhao Kingdom, so he naturally knew some things about the Great Zhao Empire's internal situation. Especially those merit points. He coveted them too. He also wanted eternal life and the dragon armor. He wanted everything. However, all of this was predicated on him being a citizen of the Great Zhao Empire and possessing merit points. He wanted to become a part of the Great Zhao Empire. If he surrendered himself, he might gain quite a few merit points. What if he persuaded other kings to surrender? Did this mean he could earn even more merit points? Napoleon VII simply couldn't resist such a temptation. France is France, their minds are only on surrender. You truly disgrace your ancestors. Does your Napoleon family have no dignity at all? For such a small gain, you surrender just like that. If Napoleon the Great were to revive, he'd probably die of anger because of you, you disgraceful coward. The Lion King, the King of England and an old rival, immediately sneered. Surrender was absolutely out of the question. He, the proud Lion King, would never bow his head to the east. He, the Lion King, had no intention of being someone's dog. Your Majesty, are you serious? Gilly III, the King of Scotland, said earnestly. Gilly III expressed that he needed to consider the matter of surrender. Coward? Haha, no matter how cowardly I am, I'm still better than you, a defeated general. When my ancestor, Napoleon the Great, trampled England, your ancestors didn't even have the courage to resist. If not for Scotland's help, your England would already be history. And you think you are worthy? King Napoleon VII sneered. England and France were old rivals. From the aristocratic era, their two families constantly clashed. In the end, both families became rulers of their respective countries, and this clashing never stopped. 1,000 years of animosity could not be resolved overnight. Even if the two families were intermarried, it didn't change the outcome. They were natural adversaries. They couldn't stand each other. Stop arguing. What kind of decorum is this, bickering like children? You are all kings, there's no need to argue all the time. Regarding the King of France's proposal, I refuse. I would rather die fighting than live on my knees. The conqueror king, the King of Macedonia, had a serious expression. The King of France said he could surrender, and he naturally could, as France had no conflict of interest with the Great Zhao Empire, nor any personal enmity. He even had correspondence with the former old emperor of the Nanzhao Kingdom. For him, surrendering was just a matter of words. But they were different. Others might not know, but he, the conqueror king, could not surrender. Because among the European noble manipulators behind the monkey country, there were nobles from his kingdom of Macedonia. And the identity of this noble was very high, he was one of the top nobles in Macedonia, deeply involved, and also his maternal grandfather and father-in-law. How could he surrender? Do you think the Great Zhao Empire would be willing to accept Macedonia's surrender? Don't even think about it. He didn't understand the Great Zhao Empire, but he understood Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming and the Zhao family's temperaments were extremely bad, they always repaid grudges. Unless he was willing to voluntarily sever ties with that great noble, or personally kill that great noble and bring their heads over, otherwise, don't even think about it. The Great Zhao Empire would not accept their surrender. It was a dead end. Since it was a dead end anyway, he preferred to die standing. At least dying standing would be worthy of their family's ancestors. It would preserve some royal dignity. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, the Conqueror King is truly the Conqueror King, unlike some people whose knees are very soft. The Lion King of England continued to mock France. Hee. In that case, let's not discuss it any further. I bid you farewell, do as you please. I, Napoleon VII, representing France, withdraw from the Europe alliance. Farewell. Napoleon VII stood up from his chair with a cold face, ignored his friend's attempts to make him stay, glared fiercely at the Lion King, and then left. Gilly 3 shook his head helplessly. Gentlemen, I also need to go back and consider this carefully. Scotland also had its own considerations. Directly confronting the Great Zhao Empire was too unbelievable. They didn't want to fight with God, after all. After all, the Great Zhao Empire was a country promised by God. Even the Pope had never received such treatment. Neither legally nor practically. They could not be the Great Zhao Empire's opponents. The Europe alliance, each with its own agenda, had differing interests. After all, the implicated nobles were not related to everyone, at most, it was some in-law relationships. In-law relationships were not an issue at all. It was no longer big news for their relatives to kill each other. Most of these allied countries had a chance to surrender. The king's discussions in the alliance ended hastily, with many kings parting ways unhappily. And very quickly. A letter from France was sent to the Duke of Nanzhao's residence. France wants to surrender? Voluntarily merge into the Great Zhao? Wants to offer the French princess to His Majesty. What's wrong with this old brother? There's no need to be so alarmed, is there? This doesn't even involve France. The Duke of Nanzhao looked at the letter in his hand, utterly bewildered. The content of the letter was extensive. It mentioned anti-Great Zhao elements within the Europe alliance. That's right, Napoleon VII used the term anti-Great Zhao elements. He portrayed England and other countries as dissatisfied with the Great Zhao Empire's rule and then divulged all the relationships between the Europe alliance and those nobles, as well as their plans. There was also news about the Mongol Empire. The letter also claimed that their Napoleon family were descendants of the Divine Land, and one of their ancestors came from the Liao dynasty of the Divine Land. Strictly speaking, their France was also the ancient homeland of the Divine Land. It had been so since ancient times. He strongly demanded that His Majesty the Great Zhao re-accept their Divine Land descendants' return and strongly demanded that the Great Zhao station troops in France. This, how shameless. The Duke of Nanzhao fell into deep thought after reading the letter. This was the first time, the very first time, he felt that this old brother, whom he had known for over 30 years, was shameless. Too shameless. Just surrender if you are going to surrender. Why bring up ancient homeland of the Divine Land and since ancient times? Aren't you embarrassed? The Liao dynasty, this was indeed a good excuse. After all, the Liao dynasty was famous for having many descendants. They were spread throughout the Divine Land, and even the formidable ruler who once established the Mongol Empire could be linked to the Liao family. However, they were at least of the same race, lived not far apart, and maintained continuous contact with the Divine Land for thousands of years. You, living on the continent of Europe, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers from the Divine Land continent, how dare you claim such a connection? You've completely lost all sense of shame, haven't you? Chapter 268, Taking over France, Attacking England. Happy New Year. Dad, what should we do about this? Your old brother, he has no shame at all. How dare he say such things? Since ancient times, what a great phrase, since ancient times. In the court, only Zhao Shangde, that shameless fellow, plays this trick. I didn't expect that your good brother, Dad, would also play this trick, and even use it on himself. I'm truly blessed. The second son of the Duke's family looked speechless. He never expected his father's good friend of over 30 years to be such a shameless character. Sure enough, they were of the same kind, that shameless nature was just like his father's. You brat, what kind of look is that? Your look makes me very unhappy. The Duke instantly became furious when he saw his son's expression. What do you mean? It's one thing for you to curse my brother. But your look, it's as if you are telling me that I'm also one of those people? Damn it. I raised you for nothing. I offered you the throne and you didn't want it, and now you dare to be yin and yang with your old man? Take this kick. The Duke immediately launched a kick, sending his second son flying like a ball. Even his second daughter-in-law, seeing her husband kicked away, didn't react, instead wearing a look of schadenfreude, watching the show from the side. Stop watching, take your husband and get lost. The Duke glared angrily at his second daughter-in-law, who was cracking melon seeds, and was half dead with rage. Oh. The second daughter-in-law pulled her husband and ran off. The Duke, in a huff, returned to his room, put on his court attire, and then, holding the letter, headed towards the palace. If he could facilitate France's integration into the Great Zhao Empire, he might also earn some merit points. As for the marriage alliance with the little princess of France, he didn't take it to heart. Because the little princess was too young. Only about 18 years old. She didn't yet meet the conditions for entering the palace. She posed no threat to his daughter. As for what she looked like, that was hard to say. But she shouldn't be ugly. After all, Napoleon VII and his queen were quite attractive, with both parents having high appearance, they couldn't possibly give birth to a child that was a detoxification product, could they? How horrifying would that be? Grand Duke, is something the matter? Please inform your majesty, this subject has a very important matter to report to your majesty. Please enter. Several days later, a general from the court, along with several strategists, led 10,000 men and quietly sailed to the continent of Europe. Regarding the King of France's request, the Great Zhao Empire accepted it. They accepted Napoleon VII's surrender and granted him a noble title. At the same moment, on the other side of the ocean, the King of France, who was anxiously waiting in his palace, suddenly felt his entire being change. The voice of Zhao Gongming echoed in his mind. He had awakened. It's done. Ha 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 ha. Napoleon VII's noble title wasn't high, but he was already very satisfied. After all, this was a noble title from the Great Zhao Empire. Even the lowest rank of nobility was still a noble title. This title alone was enough to ensure the family's prosperity for thousands of years. One could imagine how wise his decision was. He would lead the Napoleon family to a new peak. A brighter peak. Barbarians of Europe, I, Napoleon VII, have long found you displeasing. Today, I shall represent the Great Zhao and chastise you barbarians. What? I am also a barbarian. Nonsense, my surname is Liu, and I am Napoleon VII Liu. I am a noble Great Zhao person. Barbarians of Europe, die for me. Of course, the matter of sending troops to conquer the European countries was something Napoleon VII only thought about, just a bit of verbal bragging. Before the Great Zhao Empire's garrison arrived, he still needed to be cautious. Once the Great Zhao Empire's garrison arrived, that would be his time to be arrogant and domineering. By then, the entire continent of Europe would kneel before the blade of his Great Zhao Empire. A month later, the Great Zhao Empire's garrison quietly entered the French royal palace, and France was officially incorporated into the Great Zhao Empire's rule. At the same time, the Napoleon family, along with some important noble families, were also negotiating with the Great Zhao Empire. Eventually, a portion of the old, weak, sick, and disabled quietly traveled to the Great Zhao Empire by sea. Those who remained were all young people. Some ambitious individuals. As a royal family and nobility of a country, how could they not know the internal situation of the Great Zhao Empire? Things like merit points, the Great Zhao Empire had never kept secret, it was something almost everyone knew, so how could they be unclear? The reason they stayed behind. Was it not to get a share of the pie? In the Great Zhao Empire's war to reclaim the continent of Europe, this cake was not small. If all went well, they could make a huge profit. For their family, for themselves, for a better tomorrow, and to gain a foothold in the Great Zhao Empire, they risked it all. Napoleon VII, are you sure? You're not young anymore, are you sure you want to go to the battlefield with them? In the French royal palace, the general in charge of this war looked at the white-haired, wrinkled old man with a hint of disdain. The King of France was already 70 years old. At this age, in the Great Zhao Empire, he would be considered quite old. Without the longevity extension from merit points, he would essentially have one foot in the grave. At your age, why are you joining in the fun? Aren't you afraid of dying on the battlefield? General, don't look at my age, I'm actually very capable in a fight. The Napoleon family has no cowards. Also, I've already extended my lifespan by 30 years. I'm equivalent to a 40-year-old in his prime, I can still fight, General, so don't worry. Napoleon VII, clad in armor and on horseback, was very serious. He only chose to extend his lifespan, as for restoring his appearance, he could have chosen it, but he didn't. Because he was very satisfied with his elderly appearance, it was very dignified. Only his appearance was different. Physically, he was equivalent to a middle-aged person. There was no need to worry that he would suddenly die midway. For this, he had also quietly exchanged for many things. Although he was no longer the King of France, he was still the clan chief of the Napoleon family. How embarrassing would it be if he died on the battlefield? He couldn't possibly be looked down upon by the young people of the Napoleon family. I find you to be a truly strange person. You could clearly restore your youth, yet you insist on keeping this aged face. And yet your wife has restored her youthful appearance. Speechless. The general grumbled. I maintain my elderly appearance because I like my elderly appearance, it's very benevolent, very deceptive, and also very dignified. Napoleon VII said so. All right, as long as you are happy. The general did not continue to concern himself with the Napoleon family's affairs, anyway, during the campaign, they wouldn't be on the front lines. They were too weak, cleaning up the battlefield would be enough for them. Late into the night of the next day, the border town of France suddenly opened its city gates, and 10,000 soldiers of the Great Zhao Empire, under the cover of night, left the city and headed for England. Behind the monkey country, there were quite a few methods employed by English nobles. The most important point was that they were close to France, so England became the Great Zhao Empire's first target for its journey to Europe. Arcane cannon, charging. Kill, breach the city. Chapter 269, England annihilated, European nobles trembling Happy New Year. The city wall is breached. Charge. Charge. Boom. 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 As war drums thundered, the well-equipped Zhao army, their eyes bloodshot, charged towards the shattered city wall, heedless of their own lives. This scene of frenzied, suicidal bravery stunned the nobles who were following behind to claim battle merits. Are the soldiers of the Great Zhao Empire not afraid of death? What drives them to such madness? However, they soon discovered one of the reasons for the Great Zhao Empire's soldiers' desperate frenzy. The general at the forefront cleaved a knight in two with a single swing of his saber. The fully armored knight, a mass of iron, was split in half by the general's blade as easily as a sheet of paper. The downward swing, its force undiminished, landed on another knight nearby, and with a swift slash, he too was cut in two. Holy crap! What kind of sharp weapon is this? Is this exclusive to generals? No, it was the weapon of every soldier. The foot soldiers at the front, their weapons and equipment identical to the generals, possessed the same power, slaughtering the English knights as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. What terrified them most was the Zhao army's armor, a thin layer, yet it could block the blades, hammers, and other attacks of the English knights. A Zhao country soldier, after taking a few hits, was completely unharmed and retaliated with a counter-slash. Each of them was like a war god. No wonder the Zhao country's soldiers were so mad, it turned out they all possessed sharp weapons. They cut down people like chopping vegetables, and others couldn't even harm them. They were utterly invincible. Kill. 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 Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed from the sky. Several people looked up. They saw a warrior in chicken-featured armor flying above their army. He plunged his long spear towards the castle below. Rumble. The distant castle simply vanished. It was instantly destroyed by a single move. Zodiac Guardians, Chicken Guardian. This is the Great Zhao Empire's Chicken Guardian, rumored to be the Great Zhao Empire's top combat power. Above him, there's also the Dragon Guard, the leader of the Zodiac Guardians. I wonder if the Great Zhao Empire's Dragon Guard has also come for this war. Napoleon VII's voice trembled, and he shivered uncontrollably. The invincible Great Zhao Empire. It was indeed true. No wonder the undefeated Mongol Empire was beaten so badly. Encountering such monsters, it was already good enough to escape. The war continued. To be precise, the slaughter continued. England's cities simply had no capacity to contend with the Great Zhao Empire. Neither in quantity nor quality were they remotely comparable. Moreover, they didn't have many troops. The entire city, including the castle, only had a few thousand knights and tens of thousands of retainers. The Chicken Guardian's single move instantly destroyed the castle, causing thousands of knights and most of the retainers to evaporate. The remaining 1,000 or so knights were not even enough to go around. This Great Zhao army, like wolves and tigers, hadn't earned battle merits in a long time. In less than an hour, the entire city was taken over. The next task was to purge the city's nobles and redistribute land. This aspect of the work was quite difficult. Because in the eyes of the Zhao people, all Europeans looked the same. Those city nobles, with their blackened faces and tattered clothes, made it impossible to distinguish between nobles and commoners. Few commoners on the European continent spoke Shenzhou language, making it difficult to identify nobles hiding in the crowd through recognition. Fortunately, there was the Napoleon family. No one knew better than them who the nobles were. Most of the nobles, big and small, were acquainted. Soon, the city's nobles were rounded up by the younger generation of the Napoleon family. After a thorough purge, a few dozen people were left to garrison the city, managed by members of the Napoleon family. The rest continued their advance. 3 days later, the Great Zhao Empire's army stormed the capital of England. The King of England, the Lion King, hadn't even reacted when his castle was obliterated, and he nearly died just barely escaping. He looked up and saw the Chicken Guardian flying in the air. He went limp, collapsing to his knees, scared out of his wits. His royal palace guard knights also didn't last long, slaughtered by the wolf-like Zhao country army. A swift figure, cutting through the crowd 7 times in and out, finally landed before him. A thick smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A blood-stained saber slowly descended towards the Lion King's head. You are the Lion King. How are you not dead? I thought you died in the castle. Hey, why did he wet himself? The general noticed that the Lion King had wet himself and immediately showed a look of disgust. How disgusting. Scared like this by such a small scene? Is he even a king? Ha ha ha, how boring. You are even more boring than the small countries in the western regions. Men, tie him up and send him to the capital. Since he's not dead, let the people in the capital deal with him. Dafu probably enjoys tormenting foreign kings. Capture him personally. No thanks, he wasn't willing to capture such a smelly fellow, all covered in excrement and urine. How disgusting, brother. Ah. Us. The 2 adjutants beside him instantly looked displeased. If the general wasn't willing, were they? What a joke, they weren't willing at all. They weren't into that kind of thing. If not you, then me? Who is your boss? Hurry up, go. The general urged. General, I have a bold idea. Speak. We can have people from the Napoleon family tie him up. The adjutant thought of a good idea. All right, you clever little devil, you don't want to suffer any loss, do you? I don't care who does it, as long as this guy is escorted to the capital. Yes, sir. Soon, an unfortunate member of the Napoleon family was brought forward. However, he showed no sign of disgust, instead, he was quite excited. Because this King of England was the archenemy of their Napoleon family. Capturing the clan chief of their sworn enemy's family gave him bragging rights for the next 10 years. Hee hee. The junior from the Napoleon family gleefully tied up the king. During this, he casually and forcefully slapped the Lion King several times. His excuse was, helping you swat mosquitoes. Wow, this person is so insidious. He's right up my alley. I suggest he immediately join my Great Zhao army. Rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we continue our march. Yes, sir. England has been annihilated, and the Lion King captured. The Great Zhao Empire's army is too strong. The news of England's destruction spread throughout the entire continent of Europe in less than a day. The nobles of various countries trembled in fear at the news of the Great Zhao Empire's slaughter of England. In truth, most of them didn't care who destroyed England. At most, it simply meant a change of marriage alliances and relatives in the future. However, they cared that it was the Great Zhao Empire that destroyed England. It was well known that the Great Zhao Empire was not very friendly towards powerful families and nobles. Although they had not offended the Great Zhao Empire, nor participated in that affair. Still, they were afraid. Your Majesty, what should we do? Chapter 270, 400,000 allied forces. Mere clay chickens and pottery dogs. What else can be done? Since you ask, you already know the answer in your heart. Since you did it, you must take responsibility. Who told you to offend the Great Zhao Empire? The Conqueror King looked at the nobles below, especially his maternal grandfather, whose panicked expression disgusted him. All of this, wasn't it because of you? How dare you ask me what to do? You were the one who caused the trouble. Do you think you can still live? Laughable. Among the nobles present, only you are not qualified to ask that question, nor are you qualified to live. Your Majesty, you are the invincible Conqueror King. You cannot abandon us. The Conqueror King's maternal grandfather and father-in-law shouted, desperately clinging to the Conqueror King's leg. Currently, the Conqueror King was his only chance to survive. Once the Conqueror King abandoned him, he, and even his entire family, would completely disappear. The king will not abandon you. As the King of Macedonia, I will live and die with the Kingdom of Macedonia. As for you, fend for yourself. Guards, escort him out. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Macedonian royal palace, the clamor continued, and eventually, the nobles, led by the Conqueror King's maternal grandfather, were driven out. Among the remaining nobles, many were willing to live and die with the country. They were all captivated by the Conqueror King's charisma and were willing to face death with him. Only a very small number of nobles chose to flee. They took their gold, silver, and valuables and headed for the Third World. They were going to Africa. That wild Third World. To escape the Great Zhao Empire's punitive expedition. Pass on my command, gather all the knights in the country. We will fight one last battle with the Great Zhao Empire. The Conqueror King issued his final decree as king. The Conqueror King knew that in terms of both quantity and quality, they would not be a match for the Great Zhao Empire. Rather than sacrificing themselves like a gourd doll saving its grandpa, it was better to go all out directly. The first battle would be the decisive battle, determining the fate. The life and death of the Kingdom of Macedonia depended on this battle. To increase their chances of victory, the Conqueror King of the Kingdom of Macedonia also contacted his allies in other countries. Except for a few who refused, most countries responded to the Conqueror King's call. They, too, were unwilling to give up their rights, and some were the masterminds who had provoked the monkey country. They had no choice but to fight. Soon, a 400,000-strong allied army gathered on the border of England. In just 3 days, they managed to gather an army of 400,000. Was this still the fragmented Europe? Of this 400,000-strong army, the vast majority were the accumulated strength of various noble families. It was clear that they were also planning to fight to the death. The great Zhao general looked at the continuously gathering army in front of him and smiled. He had originally planned to rest for 3 days and then continue the attack. He didn't expect these small European countries to organize forces to resist him. He smiled. I want to see what you are capable of. 400,000? Not bad. Although the great Zhao only had 10,000 men, they were not flustered at all. They even temporarily slowed their march, garrisoning the city and giving the other side time to gather their army. Because their general wanted to play a big game. These 400,000 were probably the trump card of the European countries' allied army. If they were all annihilated, the subsequent operations would only be about mopping up, which would greatly save them time in conquering Europe. As for the 400,000-strong army, he didn't take them seriously at all. A 400,000-strong army was nothing more than 400,000 blades of grass. They could be harvested at will, no need to worry. How confident the great Zhao is. The Conqueror King rode his horse to the front line, accompanied by Gili III and the kings of other countries. Gili III ultimately stood on the opposing side of the great Zhao. Originally, he could have surrendered. As a new royal family, he had few entanglements with the old nobles in the country. Scotland had no conflict with the great Zhao Empire, but the demise of England frightened this honest man. Ultimately, he decided to stand with the European allied army. Nobles were, after all, nobles. Nobles could never empathize with commoners. He was unwilling to let the great Zhao Empire seize his Gili family's wealth, and he didn't want to be annihilated like his neighbor England. He could only resist. We still have 2 days, and then our forces will be fully assembled. Don't worry, the people from the great Zhao sent word that they would give us time to prepare. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the great Zhao Empire to be so particular at times. It's truly unexpected. It's a pity, the great Zhao Empire is not a country of nobles after all. There is no coexistence between us. Conqueror King, may the Lord bless you. You will be the hope of our West. For the glory of the Lord, you must win. The Pope solemnly came before the Conqueror King, removed his crown, and placed it on the Conqueror King's head. The moment of life and death for the Western world had arrived. As the Pope, there was no other choice. The Great Zhao Empire would not tolerate the existence of a powerful religious military force within its own country. If he wanted to survive, he would have to castrate himself, just like the Buddhist and Dao in their country, becoming a lamb. This was something the Pope could not accept. The Pope was no longer the Pope he once was. The papacy was no longer merely a place of faith. They were a military force, religious nobles. Moreover, their hands were not clean. The Great Zhao Empire had a habit of settling scores. Even if they were willing to self-castrate, they would never survive. The innocent lives in their hands were at least several hundred, if not 1,000. Especially their Pope and bishops. If they didn't have the wronged souls of dozens of young boys in their hands, they wouldn't even dare to call themselves bishops. With their sins, would the imperial guards let them go? A joke. These walking merit points would probably be snatched up by others before the imperial guards even made a move. Win. Ha ha ha. I hope so. The Conqueror King didn't say much. He knew very well in his heart. Winning was impossible. Moreover, the Lord was with the Great Zhao Empire on the other side. What are you doing here? Pure nonsense. It's truly humiliating to work with these dirty scumbags. Like me, the Conqueror King, ascended the throne at 6, went to the battlefield at 8, killed countless enemies, and at 16, established the territory of the Kingdom of Macedonia, expanded its borders, and was invincible. It is truly shameful that an outstanding hero like me would work with such human filth. Alas. Time quickly passed. In a flash. Their European allied army was fully assembled. Unfortunately, the strongest Mongol iron cavalry was missing from this allied army. No matter how the Pope and the other kings tried to persuade them. The Great Khan of the Mongol Empire simply refused to join the allied army. Even when threatened with expulsion from the alliance, they still wouldn't join. That's right. After all, no one understood the terror of the Great Zhao better than the Mongols. The psychological shadow the Great Zhao Empire cast on Mongolia was too severe. It had reached the point where they would change color at the mention of Zhao. General of the Great Zhao Empire. Would you like to fight me? The Conqueror King rode forward, holding a knight's lance, and shouted at the Great Zhao army. A duel. Yes. This general will grant your wish. This general's blade does not cut nameless people. The city gates opened wide. The Great Zhao general rode out. With thousands of soldiers and horses before him, he showed not a trace of fear. I am the Conqueror King of the Kingdom of Macedonia, Alexander VI. May I know the general's name? Conqueror King? You are a renowned figure. This general has long heard of you, upright and a heroic figure. Listen, this general comes from the Zhao family, Zhao Yuexu. I will be the strongest general under my lord. Chapter 271, Annexation of the European Continent. To die by my hand, you haven't lived in vain, Zhao Yuexu said indifferently. Perhaps so. The Conqueror King did not refute. Instead, his gaze was like a torch as he looked at Zhao Yuexu, his hand gripping the spear tightening unconsciously. Charge. Almost simultaneously, both men charged at each other. The soldiers behind them all stared ahead, partly to watch their own general, and partly to keep an eye on the enemy. After all, there's a saying that all's fair in war, and on the battlefield, rules are often disregarded. It's common for sneak attacks on generals or assaults to occur during a duel, and no one can guarantee the opponent will play by the rules. However, so far, both sides seemed normal, with no dirty tricks. Humph. Ha. The two finally clashed. The Conqueror King's long spear thrust forward, swift and sudden. Zhao Yuexu dodged, then raised his saber and struck. The high-frequency vibrating slash instantly cut through the charging knight's long spear. The Conqueror King was shocked. He hastily drew the sword from his waist and swung it back. However, Zhao Yuexu did not dodge this time, striking directly. With a swish. The Conqueror King's sword, like his spear, was cut in half at the waist. Zhao Yuexu's blade continued its trajectory, aiming for the Conqueror King's head. The Conqueror King retreated, but even so, Zhao Yuexu's blade grazed his chest. He wasn't killed instantly. But the outcome remained unchanged. Zhao Yuexu's blade cut from the Conqueror King's left shoulder to his right hip, the wound so deep that his internal organs were visible. Blood gushed out. The Conqueror King's movements ceased. His face turned much paler. He let the blood flow freely. He knew he was beyond saving. The wound was too severe. I lost. General Zhao, you went easy on me, I know. It's a pity I couldn't make the general enjoy himself. Zhao Yuexu's equipment vastly outmatched his. His martial prowess was also far superior. Logically, with their strength, let alone 3 moves, the Conqueror King wouldn't even be able to withstand one. Under Zhao Yuexu's blade, he was no different from an ordinary soldier. The fact that he lasted 3 moves was purely because Zhao Yuexu held back. Alas. Even with him holding back, he couldn't make General Zhao enjoy himself. You did your best, Zhao Yuexu said calmly. General Zhao, I hope you will treat the people of my Macedonia kingdom kindly. They have suffered greatly. The Conqueror King's face grew even paler, and his breathing became extremely weak. As long as they do not violate the laws of the Great Zhao Empire, they will be safer than anyone else. Zhao Yuexu would make no guarantees. If the people the Conqueror King spoke of were not scoundrels who committed crimes, then they would have the best future in history. Because the Great Zhao Empire was the most benevolent country towards commoners in history, without equal, unprecedented and unrivaled. Thank you. The Conqueror King seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He fell from his horse, blood pooling on the ground, and breathed his last. The Conqueror King, deceased. Zhao Yuxu looked indifferently at the dead Conqueror King. Gradually, the expression on his face changed slightly. You were a good king. It's a pity you shouldn't have opposed the great Zhao. Men, take the Conqueror King's body and give him a lavish burial. The rest of you, follow me and charge. Kill. For the great Zhao. Kill, kill, kill. The earth-shattering roar of killing struck fear into the hearts of the allied forces ahead. The great Zhao Empire, however, had no intention of giving them time to react. The fierce cavalry charged to the front lines. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into the European allied army, with other branches of the military following close behind. Without the leadership of the Conqueror King, the other kings fought independently, leading their respective armies to clash with the great Zhao army. Bodies constantly fell from horses. Countless knights and retainers met tragic deaths. A war of 10,000 against 400,000 was proceeding in a crushing manner. What was incomprehensible was that the crushing side was not the allied army, but the great Zhao army, which numbered only 10,000. The 400,000 allied forces were routed, throwing away their armor and abandoning their weapons. Many directly laid down their arms and surrendered. The great nobles and kings in the allied army did not even survive the first 10 minutes of the battle. They were prioritized and eliminated by the great Zhao soldiers who plunged into the crowd. After all, the higher the official position, the higher the merit points. How many merit points could an enemy foot soldier be worth? Could they be as high as these kings and minor bosses? They were targeted from the very beginning. Surrender? They had to have a chance to surrender first. Just because you shout surrender, I have to stop? Why? The battlefield is so loud, can I necessarily hear you? If I didn't hear you, it doesn't count as a surrender. Just obediently become my merit points for advancement. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The 400,000 allied forces ultimately lost to the 10,000 of the Great Zhao Empire. In fact, the Great Zhao Empire suffered no casualties. Only a few dozen people were injured due to exhaustion and being surrounded. Days after the battle ended, the Great Zhao Empire once again dispatched tens of thousands of people. Among these tens of thousands, 10,000 were newly graduated grassroots officials. Another 10,000 were teachers proficient in various languages. Their main purpose in coming to the European continent was to teach the local Shenzhou language and assist grassroots officials in educating the local natives. The last 20,000 were new recruits. They were responsible for assisting Zhao Yuxu in reclaiming the European continent and garrisoning the area to maintain order. 3 months later, the entire European continent, with the exception of the northern barbarians, was incorporated into the Great Zhao Empire's dominion. Even the Mongol Empire, which had fled to the European continent, eventually chose to submit and came under the rule of the Great Zhao Empire. The powerful Great Zhao was not something a crippled Mongolia could contend with. More importantly, even if the Great Khan and a host of nobles wanted to resist, no one was willing to follow them in resistance. Especially the soldiers and civilians who had followed them in their escape to the European continent. When they learned that their compatriots ruled by the Great Zhao Empire had received land, houses, cattle, and sheep, and were free from worry about food and clothing, with hope for all aspects of their lives. While they, to this day, still had nothing. How could they not envy their compatriots ruled by the Great Zhao Empire? As ordinary people, they simply didn't care who the emperor was, or who the Great Khan was. They just wanted to eat their fill and live a good life. Whoever gave them a better life, that person was their Great Khan, their emperor. Even if this Great Khan was a Shenzhou person, they would be willing. Now they could live a better life. Why should they risk their lives for the Great Khan's power and status? And sacrifice their own good lives? Why? The annexation of the Mongol Empire went extremely smoothly. In fact, many Mongol nobles were even tied up and handed over by their own people. It was very comical. Chapter 272, the 7th Superpower, this is very open door. Imperial Study. Now, all that's left are North Africa, the Northern Barbarians, and the later Jin in the New World. A massive map was projected. Ao Yongzi used her claws to gesture on the map, drawing and marking on it. This map clearly showed the countries on various continents of this world. Any region with a civilization in a continuing country was marked. As for the unmarked areas, such as the continent south of the Sahara, Australia, Antarctica, the Arctic, etc., these were considered completely dark places. Those regions were entirely without value to Ao Yongzi. Places without civilization would not significantly increase the divine soldier quota even if conquered. Meaningless. Once the few places Ao Yongzi mentioned were completely occupied, this world would be unified. Ao Yongzi's next step would be to integrate the many worlds under her control. After integration, she could advance into other worlds. We need to slow down for a bit. Swallowing an entire Europe continent at once has significantly increased the personnel shortage. The Ministry of Personnel is already tearing its hair out. Zhao Gongming said helplessly. The Europe continent was not like the Shenzhou continent. The countries surrounding the Shenzhou continent had, to varying degrees, been influenced by the Shenzhou dynasty. Their local natives were not unfamiliar with the Shenzhou language and writing, some even mastered parts of the Shenzhou language. Annexing them was not difficult. For local grassroots officials, managing them was not hard. At most, different local customs made management slightly more challenging, but essentially, it was manageable because communication was possible. However, the Europe continent was different. Except for a few merchants, most people there did not understand the Shenzhou language, and their customs were vastly different. Lack of communication made management extremely difficult. To manage that region, grassroots officials who understood the local languages had to be dispatched, and people also had to be sent to eradicate illiteracy and popularize the Shenzhou language. This significantly increased the difficulty. They mobilized the entire country and only managed to gather about 10,000 people, which was far from enough. They needed more, meaning they had to train a new batch. In the short term, the personnel shortage in the Europe continent could not be resolved. Slow down, my ass. It's just language, just exchange for it. Are they really unwilling to spend a tiny bit of merit points? Ao Yongzi immediately entered the dynasty's system and, in the system's mall, launched language packs for various regions of Europe. The language packs were very detailed, even precise down to the village level in each area. All sorts of accents. Once you exchanged for it, even locals wouldn't be able to tell if you were from out of town. Because your accent and other aspects would be even more authentic than theirs. It was incredibly genuine. After doing all this, Ao Yongzi didn't forget to push this message to all officials of the Great Zhao Empire. Suddenly, the pressure on the Ministry of Personnel vanished. Because at the same time, the Ministry of Personnel received many letters of self-recommendation from grassroots officials volunteering to go to the Europe continent. You really did it. Sigh. Stop sighing, you're scaring away the good fortune. Quickly issue the order to reclaim other regions. Ao Yongzi urged. Issue what? Why the rush? No one has offended us, so you're just going to attack them. Are you a bandit? Can't you have some bottom line in how you conduct yourself? Zhao Gongming rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated with Ao Yongzi. Having a bottom line as a person, what does that have to do with me? I'm not a person. What bottom line does a dragon need? Ao Yongzi immediately retorted. These words made Zhao Gongming fall into deep thought. Her words made so much sense, he couldn't refute them. Damn it. Take it slow, no rush. If others don't offend me, I don't offend others. Zhao Gongming rejected Ao Yongzi's request. Alright, if others don't offend you, you don't offend others, right? What about later Jin then? They absolutely cannot be let off. They're still committing massacres in the New World. Later Jin even offended you, they can't be let off. Forget about the northern barbarians in North Africa for now, let's kill later Jin first. Ao Yongzi continued to urge. There was no reason to act against North Africa and the northern barbarians, but for later Jin, surely you had no reason to refuse. Later Jin was not dead yet. They were still causing trouble in the New World. Could you let him off? This. I understand. Tomorrow, I will issue an imperial decree. Zhao Gongming didn't ponder for too long, he immediately nodded and made a decision. Later Jin, good, he must die, must die. Those who offend me, Zhao Gongming, cannot be let off. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I cannot let you go. The Bering Strait had entered its freezing period, and the ice layer was quite thick, meeting the requirements for troop movement. It was perfect for dispatching a large army through the Bering Strait into the New World to deal with the later Jin there. Perfect. At the morning court the next day, Zhao Gongming issued the order to attack later Jin. A general from the court would lead 100,000 troops through the Bering Strait. After the order was given, some time passed. A voice echoed in Zhao Gongming's mind. Ding, you have transmigrated to another world for the 7th year. Your superpower has awakened again. Ding, you have awakened the superpower. This is very open door. This is very open door, active superpower. When used, you must silently recite the incantation, this is very open door. You can travel through doors to any place, disregarding distance, space, and time. Note, the scope of this superpower's effect is extremely vast, and its danger coefficient is also extremely high, especially regarding time. Do not travel to any timelines that touch the past or future, to avoid irreparable consequences. Open door with caution. Note, do not open door after drinking, do not drink after opening door. Improper open door, 2 lines of tears for loved ones. 7 years. Time really flies. Zhao Gongming suddenly remembered that he still had a golden finger. But what the hell was the 7th superpower? Very open door? Was this a superpower for appraising treasures? However, after reading the introduction, Zhao Gongming misunderstood. This superpower had nothing to do with appraising treasures. This superpower simply required silently reciting the incantation when activating it. Very open door, as the name suggested, was the ability to open doors. Similar to the door fruit in One Piece. It allowed one to travel through doors to any place. However, his superpower was an enhanced version. This door was not a literal door. Of course, a literal door could also activate this ability. As long as it was a door, whether a real door, an amen, a heart's door, or an unspeakable door, it could be opened. Once opened, Zhao Gongming only needed to think of the place he wanted to go, and he could travel there. This any place, as the name implied, meant any place. The future, the past, other worlds, even your dreams from last night he could go there. As long as you wished, you could go. Chapter 273, Zhou Xingxing's Little Secret, a 9-star battle made. This is very open. Zhao Gongming drew a rectangle in the void realm, imagining it to be a door. The moment he uttered the incantation, a golden gateway appeared before him. The shape of the great door was exactly as Zhao Gongming had just drawn it. Zhao Gongming tried to push open the great door. He didn't feel any weight, the door was pushed open. As the great door opened, the scenery beyond it came into view. It was a hillside. Wild flowers covered the mountains, swaying in the wind, their delicate fragrance filling the air. Zhao Gongming's gaze fell upon Li Nena, who was sound asleep among the flowers. Zhao Gongming stepped through the great door, without much other movement. He merely looked around at other places for a few moments, and soon, he confirmed that this world was indeed the dragon soaring to the heavens world. This door, as described, could lead anywhere. At least, traveling to other worlds was feasible. Zhao Gongming didn't disturb Li Nena. He turned and returned outside the door, back to his own world. Withdrawing his ability, Zhao Gongming watched the great door dissipate into specks of golden light. Then, he drew another door in the void realm. Pushing open the door, Zhao Gongming saw a scene he shouldn't have. Zhou Xingxing was at his computer, observing a teacher giving a lesson. He held a card in one hand and sketched the teacher from the computer screen with the other. It seemed he intended to imprint the teacher's image onto the card, creating a card. Good heavens! You, young man, have this trick up your sleeve too. Isn't this clearly not enough just to watch, but to also handcraft the teacher for one-on-one immortal master teaching? You scoundrel, you truly have ambition. Ahem. Zhao Gongming's dry cough broke the awkward atmosphere. Hey! Why are you at my house? The sudden cough startled Zhou Xingxing, who was in the middle of doing something lewd. When he turned around and saw Zhao Gongming, he became even more serious. Holy cow! How was Zhao Gongming here? If he remembered correctly, he hadn't enabled location sharing, had he? Not only had he not enabled it, but his world hadn't been taken by Ao Yongzi's possession yet. Logically, Zhao Gongming shouldn't be appearing at his house. Ahem, let's not talk about that first. I think we have other serious matters to discuss. For example, this teacher San Shang, I think I could. Zhao Gongming walked to the computer and pointed at the card being drawn. Hey, you can't do that. You already have an imperial harem of 3,000 beauties. Why are you still staring at my childhood goddess San Shang? Teacher San Shang's beauty isn't even a third of your imperial harems, there's no need, is there? Zhou Xingxing immediately put away the unfinished card and looked at Zhao Gongming warily. Sentiment, do you understand what sentiment is? As a person, you can't always think only of yourself. Zhao Gongming said with a yin and yang tone. You old geezer, this isn't a Sai Heiwen, and you're not Yi Zonghai, don't pull this stuff. You, who are well fed, don't know the hunger of others. Stop trying to take advantage of me, please. Zhou Xingxing shivered with anger. Alas, what a pity. You know, I talk in my sleep. Sometimes when I'm asleep, I don't know what I'll say. You understand me? Don't you? Zhao Gongming smiled as he looked at Zhou Xingxing. This one won't do. Here, this teacher Nena is for you. Just finished, never used. San Shang was his goddess, he couldn't hand her over. He could only reluctantly give up another goddess from his pocket. Teacher Nena, that works too. Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow and took the card. You must keep it a secret. Also, how exactly did you get here? Zhou Xingxing asked his question. A new superpower. I'm testing out a new ability. Zhao Gongming didn't hide it and straightforwardly explained his ability. After all, developing a new ability requires inspiration. One person's mind is limited, it's better to find silly group members to help develop more uses. These group members with abstract thought processes might even discover new applications. Hey? A new superpower. Mommy, it's not fair. Before Zhou Xingxing could wail, Zhao Gongming waved his hand and disappeared from this world, leaving Zhou Xingxing to his meaningless lament. Returning to the imperial study, Zhao Gongming took out the card Zhou Xingxing had given him. He stared at it intently and was stunned. Hey? 9-star rank? A card for a maid's purpose, 9-star rank? No, that's not right. Could this card have triggered a lucky critical hit? That's not right either, shouldn't a lucky critical hit be 8-star rank? Did that guy Zhou Xingxing get promoted? Zhao Gongming scrolled through Zhou Xingxing's message history. Indeed, that guy Zhou Xingxing had already been promoted to a 6-star card maker at the beginning of the month. No wonder he could critically hit a 9-star card. No wonder Zhou Xingxing was willing to give away the card, turns out the guy couldn't use it himself. The ranks were too far apart, it would be uncontrollable. Zhou Xingxing couldn't use it either. Giving it away to shut Zhao Gongming up, he wouldn't lose out. One thing, Zhao Gongming found quite outrageous. That was, Zhou Xingxing was a bit wasteful. For a doll-type card, he actually used 6-star rank materials, various precious 6-star rank materials. Zhao Gongming glanced at the skill list. Oh. Multi-form transformation? Succubus? Angel? Black and white nun? Finishing move, Nana's power, randomly extract 50 to 99% of the opponent's stamina to replenish her own. The lower the enemy's rank, the higher the stamina extracted. Black Stockings boost, increases self and all allied units attack speed by 100%. White Stockings boost, increases self and all allied units critical hit chance by 50%. Red Stockings boost, increases self and all allied units attack power by 100%. Gradient boost. Zhao Gongming fell into thought as he read the skill description. Zhou Xingxing, this guy, is a talent. So, this is the standard for a battle maid. Seriously speaking, her skill effects are quite fierce, a top-tier support. Indeed fierce, worthy of her 9-star rank quality. Hey, did you just go somewhere? Zhao Gongming, deep in thought, suddenly heard Ao Yongzi's voice. Ao Yongzi flew back from outside, carrying several supersized drumsticks in her claws. Her mouth was greasy, and she looked at Zhao Gongming curiously. I awakened a new superpower. Just went out to test the waters. It's quite good. Zhao Gongming finished speaking, then directly drew a door in the void realm in front of Ao Yongzi, and then pushed the door open and walked in. Ao Yongzi didn't think much, immediately dropped the drumsticks in her hand, and followed him in. This. A new world. Ao Yongzi felt the chi of the destination, then suddenly woke up with a start, looking at Zhao Gongming, her eyes full of shock. This was a new method to travel to other worlds. It was easier, simpler, and faster than previous methods. Chapter 274, Lin Daiu uproots a weeping willow? A modified dream of the Red Chamber. There are ways to travel to another world. Zhao Gongming and Ao Yongzi both know them, and more than one. However, those methods require stringent conditions, and the opened passages are unstable and time-consuming. How could anyone simply open a door and arrive at their destination like Zhao Gongming? There's simply no such thing. I can open doors and travel through various doors to any place I wish to go. Including but not limited to the past, future, other worlds, dreams, and so on. Past and future? Timelines. You can even go to timelines. Is it a major timeline or a minor timeline? Ao Yongzi asked in return. This question, she had to know. A major timeline and a minor timeline are not the same thing. Timelines exist between objective and subjective. The essence of time is movement. It is a concept humans use to describe movement. It is born from human subjective consciousness, unseen and intangible. However, movement is objectively real. It exists between the subjective and objective, at a dimension higher than what humans can observe. It exists, yet it does not. Because humans cannot observe timelines. Nor can they touch them. Correspondingly, there is also space. And there are two distinctions for timelines. The timeline of the Great World and the timeline of the Small World. The timeline of the Great World is the major timeline, which is the time that exists in all worlds. It is also the main branch of the timeline. And the timeline of the Small World is the minor timeline, which is the timeline of a single world itself, a tributary of the timeline. For example, if a world's female lead experiences countless rebirths. In her own timeline, it will only record the female lead returning to the beginning of the plot, the rebirth point of the minor timeline. It is controlled at will by the will of heaven of the world. No matter how many times this protagonist failed or rebirth, she would only remember that it was her first rebirth. However, in the records of the major timeline, it will accurately record the female lead's nth rebirth and nth failure, all recorded, and the will of heaven cannot modify it. The major timeline represents the general trend. The minor timeline represents the minor trend. Minor trends can be changed, but major trends cannot. High-dimensional life forms can observe the flow of timelines, and they can even transcend time themselves, unrestricted by it. However, there is one point: high-dimensional life forms cannot arbitrarily change the major timeline, as it would lead to temporal chaos, with unbearable consequences. All karma would befall them. Even outer gods would have to give up. Legend has it that in countless ages, countless high-dimensional beings tried to change the fate of the overall Great World's destruction, ultimately leading to the demise of all those high-dimensional beings. Of course, this is just a legend. The specific truth is unknown to anyone. Major or minor timelines. Theoretically, both are possible. But I wouldn't dare. The superpower information clearly states that transmigration to the past or future is dangerous. Although Zhao Gongming was unclear about the difference between the so-called major and minor timelines. But he trusted his superpower. Since the superpower said that transmigration to the past or future would be dangerous, he wouldn't go. He didn't have such strong curiosity. Nor did he want to bear the unpredictable consequences. One must be steady. Staying alive is the most important thing. Playing it safe won't lead to losses. Don't touch it, seriously, listen to my advice, don't touch it, people will die. Ao Yongzi said gravely. And she informed Zhao Gongming of the information she had within her will of heaven regarding this matter. Touching upon this knowledge, Ao Yongzi's soul couldn't help but feel fear. Whether it was the part from the outer god or the part from the will of heaven, both indicated danger. Calm down, I'm even more afraid of death than you are. What are you afraid of? I'm not the protagonist in a horror movie, who courts death by deliberately seeking out danger when they know it exists. Do I look stupid? Zhao Gongming waved his hand, indicating he knew his limits. Never mind all that, look, what kind of world is this? This world gives me a feeling that is both familiar and strange. Zhao Gongming looked up in confusion at the clear blue sky, falling into bewilderment. He hadn't thought about which world he wanted to go to, he had just subconsciously opened a door, intuitively picked a random world, and came here. Then, he subconsciously felt this world was very familiar, as if he had been here before. But he couldn't remember what world this was. The only thing he could be sure of was that he had never been here. He wasn't a child, didn't he know if he had been somewhere or not? A strange sense of familiarity. Dream of the Red Chamber. Hey. I said this is the dream of the Red Chamber world. Ao Yongzi said seriously. It seems to have been influenced by some power. The timeline and storyline of this dream of the Red Chamber have undergone significant changes. At least, it doesn't match the dream of the Red Chamber in your mind. At least 50% of the plot doesn't match. But the character settings still conform to the Dream of the Red Chamber's settings. Ao Yongzi floated in midair, shaking her head, she couldn't quite grasp it at the moment. Is it a modified Dream of the Red Chamber world? Zhao Gongming suddenly said. Yes, 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 it's a modified one. In what way has it been modified? Zhao Gongming asked, puzzled. The female lead, the male lead, and a whole bunch of others have all been modified. The sickly female lead Lin Daiyu has innate divine power, capable of lifting tripods, uprooting weeping willows, and opening the 8 inner gates at the slightest disagreement. Jia Beiyu, who was originally attracted to both sexes, has become much more innocent, only liking male demons meaning, male monsters. Wait, I don't quite understand. Lin Daiyu uprooting weeping willows, I can still understand, abstract as it is, I can accept it. But what on earth is this Jia Beiyu liking male demons? Are there demons in this world? The wrinkles on Zhao Gongming's brow deepened. He felt that this world seemed a bit outrageous. It was a little bit abstract. Although the original work had a mythological background, the plot rarely mentioned this aspect, making it more like a historical fiction. But what does this demon mean? A historical fiction with a mythological veneer, and you actually bring out a demon? I cannot accept this. Yes, and many of them. This world also has a cultivation system. A cultivation system that is openly displayed. The 2 emperors, Jiujing, and various monks, nuns, and Daoist priests all possess cultivation. You can understand it as a demonized Xianhuan version of the Dream of the Red Chamber. There's a Daoist temple on this mountain, you can go up and ask. Friendly reminder, the abbot of this Daoist temple is an important character. Ao Yongzi suddenly said. Important character. Should I eliminate him? Are you already that eager? Also, you're investigating so thoroughly, aren't you afraid of being discovered by this world's heavenly Dao? Zhao Gongming was puzzled. Hehe, no fear. Because this world's heavenly Dao is already asleep. Endless slumber. It seems to have suffered some injury, otherwise the plot of this world wouldn't be so fantastical. Ao Yongzi didn't care at all about the state of this world's heavenly Dao. Because this heavenly Dao was offline. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, even if it wasn't offline, would it dare to appear? Does it not know who Zhao Gongming is? I'll just unleash my outer god true form directly, crunch, crunch, crunch. Tastes like chicken. Chapter 275, Liao, the bizarre natural disaster. Injured. No wonder I didn't get a new curse. So he was injured. Zhao Gongming immediately understood. No wonder he hadn't received any negative curses after arriving in this world. The will of heaven of this world was severely injured and had fallen into a deep slumber, giving it no opportunity to play tricks on him. The Daoist temple on the mountain. Let's go see. I'd like to know what you're up to. Zhao Gongming walked towards the mountain. Ao Yongzi floated behind him. However, as Zhao Gongming walked up the mountain, his brows furrowed. Because in just a few hundred meters, he saw dozens of corpses. They were the emaciated kind, with yellow skin and bones, mere skeletons of people who had starved to death. Among these corpses, there were many young ones. This made Zhao Gongming's expression very grim. Especially when he saw the lush green, vibrant scenery of the mountain, his expression became even worse. Logically speaking, if a famine occurred in an area, it would be impossible for such abundant green vegetation to survive. Because starving people would eat any vegetation they could find. Tree bark, wild grass, all these things, they would eat them, whether poisonous or not, they would stuff them into their mouths. They were so hungry they even ate dirt, so why would they care if something was poisonous? Yet, the green plants in the mountain still existed. Unbelievable. Did these starving people prefer to starve to death rather than eat them? Did this mountain have an owner, or was there another reason? As Zhao Gongming walked, he soon saw the truth. Suddenly, sounds of fighting and killing came from the mountain road in the distance. Zhao Gongming's speed instantly increased, and the scene he then witnessed filled him with immense anger. A child, skin and bones from hunger, was frantically stuffing wild grass into his mouth with both hands, while the people behind him beat him with sticks until his head was bleeding profusely. Damn it, stop. This is the Jia family's land. Every flower and blade of grass is the Jia family's property. How dare you eat the Jia family's flowers and grass? Beat him hard, beat him to death. 2 wicked servants mercilessly smashed the child's body, head, hands, and feet with sticks, leaving him bloody and bruised, yet they showed no sign of stopping. It seemed they truly intended to beat the child to death. Good, good, good. I haven't seen such beasts in a long time. You deserve to die. Zhao Gongming could no longer tolerate it. His figure flickered, and the wicked servant's sticks suddenly froze. A figure appeared behind them. They sensed someone, but their bodies were completely out of their control. Unable to move. Zhao Gongming reached out his hand towards them and gently touched their bodies. In an instant, they were covered by a golden power at a visible speed. Their flesh, soul, and every aspect were being transformed into gold by an incomprehensible force. The pain of being transformed. It was simply beyond words to describe. It was like watching yourself being minced into meat paste, as if chopped into pieces, and during this time, your consciousness was clear, you could distinctly feel the pain of every inch of your body being chopped up. Ah, 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 ah. The 2 wicked servants let out silent wails. Their souls, eventually, under the erosion of this power, completely perished, turning into 2 golden statues. The curse of money, The effect was still significant. These two golden statues caused the surrounding trees to begin to mutate. However, Zhao Gongming acted in time, controlling the scope of the curse of money, and with a gentle touch. The golden statues that the two men had turned into gradually dissipated. And the hungry child was still frantically stuffing wild grass into his mouth, oblivious to everything else. Is wild grass tasty? Zhao Gongming said calmly. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I just want to be full. Sires, please don't hit me. I don't want to die, boo-hoo-hoo. As the child spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her actions didn't stop, she continued to stuff wild grass into her mouth. Ao Yongzi. Zhao Gongming sighed. He called out to Ao Yongzi. Ao Yongzi descended in front of the child, and with a wave of her claw, a roasted duck appeared on the ground. The child looked up at Ao Yongzi, who had materialized before her, and a faint ripple appeared in her numb eyes. Eat it, it's for you. Ao Yongzi waved her hand. The child kowtowed to Ao Yongzi several times with great force. Then she grabbed the roasted duck and began to gnaw on it. As she gnawed, tears flowed uncontrollably. Her injuries also healed at a visible speed as she ate the meat. This was, of course, Ao Yongzi's doing. If her injuries hadn't been treated in time, she probably wouldn't have lived much longer. Ugh. Suddenly, the child let out a painful retching sound. Her stomach and intestines were enduring an amount of grease they shouldn't have, but this abnormal state was quickly removed by the power of the heavenly Dao that Ao Yongzi had injected. By the time the child finished the roasted duck, her condition had returned to normal. Thank you, immortal sire, thank you, immortal sire. The child immediately turned around and knelt before Zhao Gongming, kowtowing repeatedly. Even if her head became bloody and bruised, she still didn't stop. She knew that the person who saved her was actually the immortal sire in front of her. If not for the immortal sire, she would still be getting beaten at this very moment. And because of the immortal sire, she was able to get a full meal. Child, you don't need to kneel to me. Zhao Gongming gestured. A force appeared beneath the child, supporting her. Look at me. Tell me everything you've experienced. Tell me, where did the starving people in this mountain come from, and are there any other starving people in this mountain? Zhao Gongming's voice was very gentle, making people involuntarily calm down. Boo-hoo-hoo. Immortal sire, everyone in our village is dead. They all starved to death. Only I am left. Boo-hoo-hoo. The little girl burst into tears. Subsequently, Zhao Gongming and Ao Yongzi learned the truth of everything from her. The little girl's name was Liao, and she was from outside Jin. Originally, their village had houses and fields, and life was carefree with good weather. Until a deist arrived and settled in their village, claiming that evil spirits had been born and that he needed to perform a ritual, which would not require their village to pay. Their village chief thought that since they didn't have to pay and could watch the deist expel evil, he allowed the deist to perform the ritual. After the ritual ended, the deist left. Everything changed. The next day, the village chief died mysteriously, his blood completely drained, and his death was horrific. Afterwards, their water source disappeared, wells dried up, rivers stopped flowing, and crops withered. It wasn't just their village. The surrounding villages, an entire region, were plunged into a mysterious drought. After the drought, a plague of locusts, covering the sky and earth, followed. The locusts ate all the crops, and even people. Locusts the size of a fist, impervious to swords and spears, would land on people and devour their flesh and blood, leaving only skeletons behind. Countless people died in this natural disaster. Li Yi's family, along with their neighbors, followed the refugee group towards the capital. They thought that the capital, being at the feet of the emperor and a city of great compassion, those lords would surely not watch them die. However, they thought too much. Chapter 276, This world needs a great purge, ushering in an era of grand conquest. At the Son of Heaven's feet, the most benevolent land. But what did that have to do with them? Although there were no natural disasters in the capital, there was no place for them to settle. Everywhere they went was the private land of nobles and landlords, every blade of grass and every tree belonged to the nobles. Forget about begging for food, even if they ate a mouthful of tree bark, the cruel servants and private soldiers of these nobles would beat them to death. The imperial court not only failed to provide disaster relief but even dispatched troops to drive them back. The army was everywhere, capturing people. Li Yi's family and a few neighbors fled into the mountains to survive, and hearing that there was an immortal master in these mountains, they thought of going up the mountain to seek the immortal master for a way to live. However, the immortal master was of the same ilk. The cruel servants of the deist temple drove them away and killed them. Her younger brother, too hungry, ate a blooming flower and was beaten to death by the cruel servants, and her parents also lost their lives in the resistance. Their lives were not even as good as a dog's. What a terrible world! Zhao Gongming, upon hearing this, uttered a few cold words. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be restrained. He disliked this world where human lives were as cheap as grass. The nobles and landlords of this world were not even as good as the landlords and powerful clans of his world. At least the landlords and powerful clans would still maintain a shred of decency, and the imperial court would not dare to carry out such operations as driving away disaster victims. Clearly, the bottom line of this world was unusually low. This world needed a purge. A thorough and complete great purge. Zhao Gongming looked at Ao Yongzi. Ao Yongzi nodded as if sensing his thoughts. This world needs a little help. Immortal. Master, are you the emperor? Why are you wearing a dragon robe? Liao, realizing belatedly, looked at Zhao Gongming's clothes and immediately reacted. Zhao Gongming's attire seemed to be quite different. A dragon robe. This immortal master in front of her was actually wearing a dragon robe. Emperor. My name is Zhao Gongming, and I am the Emperor of Great Zhao. Zhao Gongming said bluntly. Great Zhao. Isn't it Great Sheng? Li Yi's eyes were dull. Great Zhao? A name she had never heard of. Wasn't the current dynasty called Great Sheng? How could the Emperor immortal master in front of her be the Emperor of Great Zhao? Li Yi was not old, the world she had encountered was too small. In her worldview, there was only one country, and that was Great Sheng. No, it's Great Zhao. Soon, the Great Sheng you speak of will no longer exist. Zhao Gongming patted Li Yi's head and assured her. Originally, Zhao Gongming had no ill will towards this world. But now, it could only be said that he was full of malice. In his mind, he would not allow such a country to continue to exist. He would personally bring about a thorough and complete great purge for this world. Let's go. Zhao Gongming drew a line in the void realm, and the door of space ability opened. Oh? Aren't we continuing up the mountain? Aren't you curious about the changes in this world? Ao Yongzi suddenly said. No need. When the army of my great Zhao Empire steps through this world, all secrets will be unconditionally revealed to me. Zhao Gongming said calmly. Secrets? Curiosity? Once my great Zhao Empire conquers this world, all so-called secrets will be at my disposal to examine. As for any important characters, get out of my way. Just wait for my great saber to split open your skull. Actually, Zhao Gongming already knew who the so-called important character was just now. After all, the cruel servant had already revealed who the owner of this mountain was. Jia family, cultivating Dao. Weren't these two pieces of information obvious enough? Jia Jing. Conquer, conquer, conquer. Woohoo. Ao Yongzi smiled, then followed Zhao Gongming into the light door. After returning to the imperial palace, Zhao Gongming ordered someone to take Li Yi away and settle her in the imperial city, ensuring she was well cared for. He then summoned the ministers of the court and informed them of the news of another world. Initially, Zhao Gongming thought they would be afraid. After all, it involved another world, and that other world had a more advanced transcendent system. Facing a dangerous and unknown world, fear was a human instinct and understandable. But when he told them everything, the attitude of his subordinates made him fall into contemplation. Fear? Not at all. Instead, they showed fanaticism, excitement, and eagerness to act. That's right. They were very excited, even wishing they could immediately go to the other world, fiercely conquer it, expand the territory for the Great Zhao Empire, and let the glory of the Great Zhao Empire shine upon the other world. Goodness! You guys aren't afraid at all. Aren't you afraid? Zhao Gongming said indifferently. Afraid? Your Majesty, why should we be afraid? Afraid of death? Your Majesty, if we were afraid of death, we wouldn't be standing here. Your Majesty, my wife gave birth to a pair of twins a while ago. I have 10 sons. I am not afraid of having no heirs. If I die, my sons will take my place. If my sons die, there are still more sons to follow. I only worry about one thing in this life, that I die before earning enough merit points. Watching merit points fly away from my grasp, I would die with my eyes open. Your Majesty, I request to fight. I am willing to lead the army to conquer the tyrannical and lawless country. Your Majesty, I also request to fight. I want to cut off the head of that usurper Emperor of Great Sheng and present it to Your Majesty as a urinal. Your Majesty, I can do it too. In the imperial court, generals with flushed faces eagerly requested to fight. Not only the military officials, but the civil officials on the side were also red-faced and excited. They also saw an endless stream of merit points flying towards them. They had originally thought that after conquering the various countries, there would be no more opportunities to gain large amounts of merit points. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, their emperor had brought them a whole new world. What did this mean? This meant more merit points, more opportunities. As for life and death, they had long since cast it aside. Life is precious, but merit points are even more valuable. Only a fool wouldn't make money when he could. Only an idiot wouldn't earn merit points when he could. No one could refuse the temptation of merit points. If there was, then offer more. Good. Then let's fight. Zhao Dai, Tan Long. Your subject is here. X2. Each of you will mobilize 500,000 troops. I will have the Zodiac Guardians assist you. At that time, you will divide into 2 routes. I want you to destroy the so-called Great Sheng within 1 month. Zhao Gongming issued the order. Your Majesty, 1 million might not be enough. We can mobilize another 1,000,000 troops. As for maintaining order in the homeland, we can completely deploy new recruits. They have been in training for a long time and can fully meet the needs of daily order maintenance. The official from the Ministry of War immediately offered a suggestion. After all, 1 million was indeed a bit few. If it were an ordinary world, let alone 1,100,000 would be enough. But the world on the other side had a more advanced transcendent system. 1 million was a bit few. If it were 2 million, then nothing would be lacking. And with the Zodiac Guardians accompanying them, they truly weren't afraid. Is the new recruit training over? Reporting to Your Majesty, yes. Good, then 2 million. Each of you will lead 1 million troops. You can decide on your own generals and vice-generals. Ministry of Personnel, Prepare 200,000 grassroots officials. Ready at any time to take over the cities of the New World. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 277, Jiajing Scapegoat, the Grand Army marches out. What new world? Has Your Majesty found a new world? Haha, our Your Majesty is indeed an immortal. It seems our great Zhao's children can once again gallop on the battlefield. Originally, I thought that after conquering the world with no rivals, our great Zhao would have no more opponents. I didn't expect Your Majesty to find us another good place. Ha 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 ha, we're going to get rich. Hey? Aren't there still the northern barbarians? Northern barbarians? Do you think the northern barbarians dare to bare their fangs? They wouldn't dare. I actually hope the northern barbarians bare their fangs at us, so we'd have a reason to kill them. However, it's said that this new world is the dream of the Red Chamber world. What? Isn't the dream of the Red Chamber a novel? It's even said to be written by Your Majesty. How did it become a new world? The passerby was shocked, his face full of confusion. What? The new world is the dream of the Red Chamber? Are you an idiot? It's already been said that Your Majesty is an immortal. An immortal dreams of 3,000 worlds. Your Majesty must have visited the new world in his dreams and recorded some things about that world. However, my relative said that some incredible things happened in that new world, causing it to change. It's different from the dream of the Red Chamber we know, with huge differences in many details. Moreover, the new world has a new system, different from our martial artists' system. Below the Xiantian realm, there might be life-threatening dangers. There are monsters there. There are also cultivators. If we go there, we must be careful. The passerby said with concern. What do you mean we go there? Are you confused? Do we have the qualifications to go there? You haven't joined the army, nor are you a grassroots official. What qualifications do you have to go? And be careful? Let's talk about that after our great Zhao has completely conquered that place. The passerby's companion ruthlessly retorted, making the passerby feel very ashamed. Humph, the imperial court is sending an expedition to the new world, mobilizing 2 million troops at once. The domestic military strength will inevitably be depleted. I don't think it will be long before the imperial court starts a new conscription. This time, I must join the army. Ha 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 ha, give it up. You're over 30 and still an only child. The imperial court doesn't take only children. Don't fantasize. The passerby's companion always couldn't help but discourage his brother. After all, his brother was a 9th-generation single heir. Each generation's legacy was so difficult, and the imperial court had long ago stipulated that it would not accept only sons without heirs to join the army. He was ultimately just wishful thinking. Nonsense, I already have an heir. My wife is about to give birth. The doctor said it's Dragon and Phoenix twins. I have an heir, so according to the regulations, I can join the army. Sigh, you're really talking nonsense. To serve the country, must you join the army? Can't you work at the grassroots level? You're the one talking nonsense. At the grassroots level, I barely know any words, and I don't have any special skills. Can I pass the school entrance exam? Alright then. News about Great Zhao's impending expedition to the New World spread throughout the country and abroad. What most people focused on, however, was not the so-called expedition to the New World, but conscription. It was well known that the Great Zhao Empire's army had excellent benefits, and it was also currently the best place to earn merit points, both in terms of speed and quantity. Even in the territories recently incorporated into Great Zhao's rule, the local natives, even if they couldn't speak Shenzhou language, wanted to join the army. Because no one could truly refuse merit points. Even them. They also yearned to have merit points, to give themselves, their families, and their descendants a better future. They longed to join the army. Alas! The Great Zhao Empire had no new conscription tasks for a long time. This made them very uncomfortable. Being a citizen of the Great Zhao Empire was truly troublesome. Why was it so difficult to serve the country? At this moment, how they wished Great Zhao had a custom of forced labor. The modified dream of the Red Chamber world. Xianzhen Temple. So cold. I have already attained the Dao, and immortal chi protects my body. Why do I still feel cold? Could it be that something big is about to happen? Jiajing, who was cultivating in the pill refining room, suddenly felt a chill all over his body and abruptly woke up from his cultivation. He was greatly puzzled. He had attained the Dao many years ago, so why would he still feel cold? It shouldn't be. Jiajing, son of the first-rank divine might General Jiadewa, former head of Ningguo Mansion, was born with extraordinary talent, possessing the ability to remember everything he saw. He was considered the hope of the Jia family. After coming of age, he passed the imperial examination and became a Jinshi, originally thinking he could make a name for himself in the imperial court. He was unexpectedly caught in the 9 princes' struggle for the throne. The princes rebelled, attempting to seize the throne. After quelling the rebellion, the retired emperor carried out a major purge. Later, the retired emperor, remembering Jiadewa's service in saving him and his mother's kindness in nursing him, pardoned Jiajing from the death penalty. Jiajing was confined in prison. An immortal appeared from outside the heavens, traveling from afar, imparting a Dao scripture to him and enlightening him. After leaving the imperial prison, Jiajing read the Dao scripture day and night, becoming engrossed in it. A month later, he announced his withdrawal from the world to cultivate the Dao, which literally angered Jiadewa to death. The family's peerage was passed to his grandson, Jiazhen. Jiajing was proficient in the Dao of alchemy. He cultivated the Dao and practiced alchemy for 50 years, even creating the Dragon and Phoenix Immortal Pill, which was deeply loved by both emperors, and he enjoyed considerable imperial favor. Now, although he was 66, his cultivation was profound, and he appeared to be 40 years old. He could be called an immortal master. Jiajing put down his whisk and made a calculation with his fingers. Immediately, his face turned ugly, and white smoke visibly emanated from his body. Moments later, he spat out blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Half a month later, a Daoist boy pushed open the door and found Jiajing unconscious, anxiously calling for help. A few days later, Jiajing regained consciousness. He remained silent about his fainting spell. However, whenever he thought about it, his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. Just a little bit, just a little bit. He would have died. And it would have been the kind where his divine soul was completely annihilated. Fortunately, when he attained the Dao, he received a magical artifact from a true immortal. By sacrificing the magical artifact, he saved his own life. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought of this. He shouldn't have calculated. He didn't calculate anything, and he almost lost his life. Damn it. What Jiajing didn't know was, when he calculated Zhao Gongming, an immortal mountain disappeared because of his calculation. Along with it, the 108 true immortals who had once been connected to him also disappeared. Jiajing's survival was not due to his good fortune. Instead, a group of true immortals took the blame for him. Tragic. At the same time, outside Chang'an City, 2 million troops had already assembled. Not only that. Above the army, 200,000 Zodiac Guardians were constantly on standby. Several true dragons also joined the expedition this time. This was definitely the most solemn expedition in history. Which previous power had ever received such treatment? Let alone 2 million troops, even if Great Zhao deployed 50,000 troops, it would be considered Great Zhao holding them in high regard. And this time, Great Zhao deployed 2 million. And a host of powerful Zodiac Guardians. A giant gate of light appeared outside the capital. Zhao Gongming rode on Ao Yungzi's head. He spoke to the army below. 1 month. I want you to destroy all resistance in the new world within 1 month. 1 month, by any means necessary. I believe in you. Chapter 278, Plans, South Heaven Gate? Miao Xiao Miao, Dream of the Red Chamber? Miao Xiao Miao, is it the dream of the Red Chamber I know? Zhao Gongming, no, didn't you hear the news? It's a magically modified version of the dream of the Red Chamber. Zhao Gongming, I can't really explain the situation there, but it's a magically modified version, not a simple historical alternate world. Miao Xiao Miao, oh, I've been busy making money recently, so I haven't paid attention to outside matters. Zhao Gongming, making money? Don't you have a lot of money? Did you spend all your old money? You shouldn't have. Miao Xiao Miao, you have no idea how high the prices are in Fuzhou City. My old savings were spent long ago. I just bought a few properties, and it was all gone. Miao Xiao Miao was very helpless. The prices in Fuzhou City were too outrageous. As the Dragon's Ascent land of the Great Zhao Empire, and its second capital, Fuzhou City attracted countless merchants from home and abroad. The business atmosphere was even, to some extent, better than Chang'an City. The people of Great Zhao were also superstitious about Zhao Gongming's identity as the god of wealth. Since the imperial city of Chang'an was off limits, they flocked to Fuzhou City, causing housing prices there to skyrocket. With more people, prices naturally went up. Although Miao Xiao Miao had some savings, the prices in Fuzhou City were ridiculously high. She planned to use her savings to buy more shops and become a landlady, but to her surprise, her savings were only enough for a few shops. Tears. Zhao Gongming, buying property? Like commercial shops? Miao Xiao Miao, yes, and I also bought a mansion, but it's not as big as your Zhao family's, a very small one. Zhao Gongming, it can't be, why spend that kind of money? Zhao Gongming, just live at my place, that's all. Would I lack a place for you guys to stay? Zhao Gongming, please, we're brothers. Zhao Gongming, brothers who would go through fire and water for each other. Miao Xiao Miao, forget it, living under someone else's roof doesn't feel good, and I'm not that thick-skinned. I'll be leaving in a while, and I don't know if I can come back. When I leave, my family won't feel comfortable continuing to live at your place. After all, you have a relationship with me, but not with my family. Miao Xiao Miao, I plan to settle them with some properties before I leave, so they won't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Zhao Gongming, I remember giving them noble titles, what are you afraid of? Miao Xiao Miao, sigh, it's always better to prepare a little more. Miao Xiao Miao, this is what you taught me. Zhao Gongming, alright. Zhao Gongming, how's your leg? How much has it recovered? Miao Xiao Miao, it's almost fully recovered. Miao Xiao Miao, I plan to trouble you again after you've dealt with the new world's matters. Zhao Gongming, that works too. Zhou Xingxing, what's this dream of the Red Chamber you're talking about? What's a magically modified version? Zhao Gongming, as the name suggests, it's a magical modification. Zhou Xingxing, for example? Give me an example. Zhao Gongming, Jiu Beiyu is gay, a good male demon. Zhou Xingxing, Jiu Beiyu was originally bisexual, wasn't he? Zhao Gongming, but the Jiu Beiyu I found in that world isn't bisexual, he's gay, purely gay, and also a furry enthusiast, he likes male demons. Zhou Xingxing, there are demons too. Zhao Gongming, yes, the new world has a complete cultivate system with demons, monsters, ghosts, and so on. Zhou Xingxing, I know that, the dream of the Red Chamber originally had immortals and the like. Zhao Gongming, ghost immortals. Although the cultivate system of the new world is very complete, they are all crooked paths, methods of cultivating into ghost immortals. Others cultivate to immortal ascension, to live forever, but they cultivate into ghost immortals, neither human nor ghost. Zhao Gongming, anyway, it's quite bizarre. Their combat power is very average, they just live longer. Zhou Xingxing, by the way, if Jia Beiyu is gay, what about Lin Daiyu? Zhou Xingxing, she wouldn't be a lesbian, would she? Zhao Gongming, no, she's not, but Lin Daiyu is quite a contrast. Zhou Xingxing, how much of a contrast? Zhao Gongming, uprooting a weeping willow, capable of lifting a cauldron, possessing innate divine power, does that count? Zhou Xingxing, hey? Zhou Xingxing, the sickly Lin Daiyu, able to uproot a weeping willow? Zhou Xingxing, what's the relationship between this new world's Lin Daiyu and that Xiao Peng? Sarcastic. Zhao Gongming, I don't know. Li Nana, Lin Daiyu uprooting a weeping willow is indeed quite a contrast, very wild. Ning Yifeng, brother, be careful, don't mess up. Zhao Gongming, I'm calm about that. Zhao Gongming, if I mess up, I'll just summon my true form and devour the world. Ning Yifeng, fierce. Zhou Xingxing, I wonder if the 12 beauties are good looking. Zhou Xingxing let out a silly laugh. Ning Yifeng, the 12 beauties, which 12 beauties are you talking about? There are the main register, and the supplementary register, a total of 36. Zhou Xingxing, it must be the main register's 12 beauties, of course. Zhao Gongming, I don't know. Zhao Gongming, I didn't pay attention to that. Zhou Xingxing, whatever, whether you pay attention or not, it won't affect them entering your imperial harem and becoming one of your many collectibles in the end. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, can you be a little more serious? Zhao Gongming, I'm not Chancellor Cao. I haven't inherited men's ambition. I don't like married women. Zhou Xingxing, what? Zhou Xingxing, if you don't like married women, what do you like? You like Ayo? Zhao Gongming, you damn it, is your brain only filled with yellow liquid now? Zhao Gongming, can't a person have some great ambition? Zhou Xingxing, give it a rest. You keep talking about great ambition, but I haven't seen you have any great ambition. All I see is that you're a salted fish, a big salted fish who throws all work to his subordinates. Zhou Xingxing, I, Zhou Xingxing, am a vulgar person. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. I'm lustful, I'm greedy for money, I'm despicable, I'm lewd, I'm guilty, I'm a sinner. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, actually, you didn't need to come clean. Everyone understands, we all know what you are. Zhao Gongming, sometimes, I always have a regret, why did the group chat turn off friendly fire? Zhao Gongming, if friendly fire hadn't been turned off, sometimes I really want to hit you a few times with flowers bloom everywhere. Zhou Xingxing, wow, you're such a malicious person. Zhou Xingxing, your skills are for outsiders, not for us. Ning Yifeng, ha ha ha. Ning Yifeng, actually, I wanted to say that too. Ning Yifeng, it would be great if I could hit Zhou Xingxing a couple of times. Zhou Xingxing, damn it. Zhou Xingxing, you're all not being human, are you? You'll get your comeuppance eventually. Zhao Gongming, if you keep acting tough, you'll fly to the magically modified dream of the Red Chamber world. It was high noon. A group of people were transporting supplies on the official road. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. A giant golden gate suddenly appeared in the sky, dazzling with divine light, like the legendary South Heaven Gate. What is that? Is this the South Heaven Gate? Hey, someone's there. Someone walked out of the South Heaven Gate. Chapter 279, the southwestern Jidushi abandons the city and flees, despairing noble families. My great Zhao army's sons, charge with me. Tan Long was the first to burst out from the Golden Gate, riding a swift horse, leading the charge at the very front of the great army, becoming the first general to reach the New World. Didn't you always say there were no military merits to be had? Military merits are ahead, charge with me. Although Zhao De was a step slower, he calmly rushed out of the Golden Gate, catching up to Tan Long's pace, with the great army following closely behind. A mighty force of over 100,000 cavalry swept forth. The other military branches, though lacking the cavalry's speed, were at this moment operating with overloaded equipment, each transforming into a human motorcycle, keeping pace with the cavalry. Rumble. The marching sound of a million-strong great army was immense, audible for tens of miles around. Especially those local natives who witnessed the opening of the Heavenly Gate and the great army flying out from it, they trembled uncontrollably. What terrified them even more was that above this million-strong great army, there were hundreds of thousands of densely packed zodiac guardians, who, compared to the army below, seemed to have stepped out of a myth. The location Zhao Gongming opened this time was Shu of this world. Within tens of miles of the portal, there was a large city. At this moment, the southwestern Jidushi, seeing the surging great army, trembled all over with fear. He stood on the city wall, shaking uncontrollably. These are not good people, they are not good people. The other party doesn't seem like ordinary mortals, nor do they seem like good people. Oh no. Their target is Shu City. What should I do? What should I do? The southwestern Jidushi commanded 100,000 strong great army. Within the entire Great Sheng, he was considered a high-ranking regional official. After all, few who held military power were weak. He had been stationed in the southwest for decades, experienced countless wars. What grand spectacle hadn't he seen? However, the grand spectacle before him was something he had never witnessed. Heavenly soldiers. These were all heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers and generals with ill intent. How could he not be afraid? What? Fake? Go to hell. Does he not know if they are fake? Does he not have eyes? That golden gate, towering high into the clouds. The mighty great army, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The heavenly generals flying through the air. Could he not see them? He saw them, and he saw them very clearly. These fellows are definitely not mortals. This is bad. He's finished. No, he cannot die. If he dies, his family will be ruined. No one understood the temperaments of the two emperors better than he did. They were all cold-blooded, heartless, and ungrateful individuals. If you die for the country, wrapped in horsehide, facing national calamity, they will only think you are a good-for-nothing, and in turn, exterminate your family. Even if they don't exterminate your family will be ruined. With such emperors, who would be willing to go to war for them? Dying for the country and facing national calamity? Just think about it, that's all. Not only could he not die, but his soldiers also could not die. As for this city, they can have it. Someone, mobilize the great army and retreat. Ah! General, you. Do you not understand military orders? Retreat. They come with ill intent, we cannot resist them. As long as the green hills remain, there will be wood to burn. Yes, sir. The southwestern Jidushi did not hesitate, immediately leading his great army to abandon the city and flee. The common people in the city, as well as the noble families, were stunned. What the hell? Where is Lord Jidushi? Why did Lord Jidushi flee in the face of battle? Damn it! Why didn't he say anything before fleeing? Years of tribute, not a single return, what beasts! 100,000 strong great army has been discovered ahead. They have abandoned the city and fled. The Zodiac Guardians reported the situation ahead. The Chicken Guardian quickly obtained military intelligence from the Great Shang dynasty ahead. After Tan Long and others received the news, they did not give up on pursuing the 100,000 strong army. To their knowledge, a general who could command 100,000 strong great army would not be a minor character. They knew nothing about the situation in the other world, and capturing a high-ranking general from the other world would help them understand the new world's situation. Therefore, they would never let this southwestern Jidushi escape. Immediately, Zhao De led 10,000 iron cavalry, catching up to the fleeing 100,000 strong great army at the fastest speed. The rest of the people split into several routes and began the occupation of this world. There's a town ahead, charge in. Old rule, those who surrender will not be killed, those who resist will be executed without mercy. Yes, sir. Hehe, we understand. No indiscriminate killing, but absolutely no holding back. Kill, 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 for your majesty. For the emperor. For great Zhao. For my wife. Wait, old new, your slogan doesn't sound quite right. Heretic. We have a heretic in our ranks. Oh my. Shu City, as one of the largest cities in the southwest, faced the great Zhao army like wolves and tigers. Especially after their Jidushi took the lead and fled, they offered little resistance. One could say they didn't even make a move to resist before being directly occupied by the great Zhao army. Afterward, new banners were hoisted in their yamen. A banner they had never seen before. What puzzled the city's inhabitants most was that this army seemed somewhat different from the armies they knew. Normally, when an army invaded a city, there would be at least 3 days of burning, killing, and looting, and some more severe cases could go on for several months without sheathing their swords, massacring the city. The people trapped in the city had long prepared for abuse. However, after this army entered the city, there was no looting whatsoever. In fact, soldiers politely knocked on their doors, asking them to go to the city to register their population information, and even promised to distribute land to them. Hey? What the hell? Distribute land? Where would there be any land inside or outside the city? Where did the land they were to be given come from? Naturally, it came from the noble families in the city. Those noble families were also stunned. What the hell? As soon as you entered the city, you immediately distributed our land? We are noble families. Even the imperial court would not dare to offend them so easily. So, the noble families didn't care who was emperor. Anyway, whoever was emperor couldn't do without these local noble families. However, this unfamiliar army was completely different. Not only did they disregard the noble families, but they also wanted to seize their land. Isn't that too unreasonable? Immediately, many stubborn noble families found a few representatives to negotiate with the great Zhao army. And then? There was no then. The heads of those who negotiated were chopped off and hung at the city gate. Furthermore, the noble families who had ideas were directly raised by the great army. Their tens of thousands of secretly hidden private soldiers, even with excellent equipment, could not withstand the blades of the great Zhao army. A mere 1,000 men annihilated their tens of thousands and, incidentally, destroyed those few families as well. Uprooted. Exterminated. The iron-blooded methods shocked everyone in the entire Shu city. They no longer dared to speak out. Because this army was completely unreasonable. If it said it would exterminate your entire family, it would exterminate your entire family. Saying one extra word was wrong. Too brutal. Tyrants. Chapter 280, Humans and Yao live together, Lin Rui's concerns. Name. Zhang Xishan. You are Zhang Xishan. I wouldn't dare deceive the heavenly soldiers, your excellency is indeed Zhang Xishan. What is your official position? What is your noble title? Southwestern Jidushi of the Great Shang Dynasty, a second-rank official, and hereditary Marquis Genese. Oh, a hereditary Marquis? A super-grade noble title, and a Gen-level Marquis at that. It seems your status is not simple. The young general in charge of the interrogation was only slightly surprised, then immediately returned to the interrogation, continuing to question the Southwestern Jidushi, obtaining information about this world from him. After a day of interrogation, news about this world was compiled. The unified dynasty of this world was called the Shang Dynasty, also known as Great Shang. The history of this world changed during the Southern Song Dynasty. After the Yuan dynasty destroyed the Song, Great Shang's great ancestor led 12 people in an uprising against the Yuan, gaining the recognition of the people. 3 years later, he destroyed the Yuan and established Great Shang. And these 12 people who followed Great Shang's great ancestor to conquer the tyrannical Yuan and establish the empire were later known as the Four Kings and Eight Dukes. The Zhang family, to which Zhang Xishan belonged, had ancestors who were once subordinates of the Four Kings and Eight Dukes, but later broke away from the founding meritorious noble camp, established their own family, and became one of the top families in Shu. They had military power, they had status, and they were not much worse than the Four Kings and Eight Dukes. In some respects, the Zhang family's life was even better than that of the Four Kings and Eight Dukes. In the imperial court, there were two main factions. The Emperor's faction and the retired Emperor's faction. In the 60th year of Hongli, Emperor Hongli, who had reigned for 60 years, was dissatisfied with the status quo and wanted to enrich his 10 complete martial achievements. The Son of Heaven personally led an expedition against the Xiongnu, suffered a crushing defeat, and returned gravely wounded and on the verge of death. The princes in the court, led by the Crown Prince, launched a rebellion to seize the throne. 9 princes participated, known as the Nine Sons succession struggle. At a critical moment, a bald monk appeared from the sky, offered a golden core, and saved Emperor Hongli's life. The attempt to seize the throne failed, the Crown Prince committed suicide, and the other princes were all executed. Emperor Hongli, heartbroken, abdicated the throne to the 15th prince, Emperor Yanjian. Although Emperor Hongli abdicated the throne, he still controlled the government, the so-called Emperor Yanjian was merely a puppet. However, Emperor Yanjian was no pushover, he secretly courted many ministers, eventually forming two major factions. The Emperor's faction and the retired Emperor's faction. Zhang Xishan belonged to the Emperor's party, while the Four Kings and Eight Dukes belonged to the retired Emperor's party. In addition, they also received other news from Zhang Xishan. Besides obtaining the golden core from that monk, the retired emperor also obtained a cultivation technique for immortality. This method was extremely vicious, requiring the extraction of the dynasty's fortune to cultivate. As a result, droughts and other disasters frequently occurred in various parts of Great Shang. And the culprit behind these disasters was the retired emperor. To achieve immortality, the retired emperor frequently dispatched cultivators to various parts of Great Shang to extract the local dynasty's fortune for his own cultivation. Naturally, places from which the dynasty's fortune was extracted experienced various disasters. In the court, all meritorious nobles of some standing were aware of this. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Xishan chose to side with the emperor's faction. Because Zhang Xishan's hometown had once had its dynasty's fortune extracted. Of course, Zhang Xishan was not acting for the sake of the disaster victims. Rather, Zhang Xishan owned a large amount of land in his hometown, and the natural disasters greatly harmed his interests. The emperor, in contrast, was naturally no benevolent figure either. Since ancient times, kings, marquises, generals, and ministers have all feared death, and the emperor was no exception. To achieve immortality, he searched all temples, immortal mountains, and ethereal palaces, and ultimately, the emperor chose the Ya race. The emperor obtained a cultivation technique from the Ya race. This technique's malevolence was no less than that of the retired emperor's cultivation technique. This cultivation technique required the blood of virgins. The higher the noble status, the better the temperament and appearance, the better the effect. Women whose virgin blood was taken would rapidly age, their life force depleted, and they would die. Every year, the emperor required a large number of imperial concubines to supply his cultivation. The noble women of various families were also among the emperor's targets. However, due to the power of the various families, the emperor did not dare to be too presumptuous. Even so, the noble women who entered the palace only lived a few years longer than ordinary imperial concubines, with no other difference. Besides the Great Shang dynasty, there was also a dynasty called the Xiongnu dynasty. The Xiongnu of this world were different from the Xiongnu of their world. The Xiongnu of this world were mixed bloods of humans and Yao, half human or half Yao. They could barely be considered part of the human camp. It was also the dynasty with the most chaotic relationship with the Ya race. Within the Xiongnu dynasty, humans and Yao had long lived together, having long become indistinguishable. They were inherently ferocious and had a preference for cannibalism. Besides the two great dynasties, there were also various large and small Yao countries in the outside world. There were immortal mountains, Buddhist nations, ghost nations, and so on. The forces in this world were very complex. And very chaotic. This news made everyone in the Great Zhao Empire incredibly excited. It was very challenging. So many countries, that's how many battle merits and merit points. This wave was going to make them rich. They also wondered if monsters could be governed. Could governing monsters earn merit points? Everyone in the Great Zhao Empire was very interested in this point. After obtaining all the information they wanted from Zhang Xishan, the life of Zhang Xishan, the once influential southwestern Jidushi, came to an end. Zhang Xishan wanted to surrender, but the Great Zhao Empire didn't want him. After taking over Shu, they had already investigated Zhang Xishan and his Zhang family in the city. The information they ultimately obtained sealed the fate of Zhang Xishan and his Zhang family. Extermination. They had committed too many heinous acts. Just as Your Majesty had said, the meritorious nobles and powerful figures of the New World all deserved to die. What they had done, killing them 100 times wouldn't be enough. That night, Zhang Xishan was dragged to the city gate and beheaded. His head and body were hung on the city wall. At the same time, the main army also captured the remaining cities. They performed the same operations, thorough purges, trials, and land redistribution. Then, a portion of the people were left to maintain order, while the rest continued to conquer cities and territories. In just a few days, the entire southwestern region of the Great Shang dynasty completely fell. The Great Shang dynasty had long noticed such a large-scale movement. However, the mysterious and powerful Great Zhao army plunged the entire Great Shang dynasty into panic. Logically, they should have organized an army to resist the Great Zhao Empire's attack. However, they discussed for several days without agreeing on who to send to battle. It wasn't until the entire southwest fell. They finally agreed. Niu Zhizong, a first-class earl of the Zhenqiu Manor, would be the main general, leading troops to resist the Great Zhao army. Although the meritorious nobles of the Great Shang dynasty were utterly corrupt, they still managed to organize an army of several 100,000. However, what they didn't know was that the Great Zhao army numbered over 2 million. The several 100,000 they organized were merely an appetizer for Great Zhao. Just a little snack to satisfy their cravings. A few days later, Lin Manor in Yangzhou. Lin Ruhe, pale-faced, looked at the battle report on the table, his mind unsettled, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Huguang had fallen. After the fall of the southwest, Huguang also did not hold out for long, being successively captured by that mysterious army. A one-sided defeat. When did Great Shang become so weak? Who exactly was that Great Zhao? Could it be, as the intelligence suggested, heavenly soldiers and divine generals from the heavenly court? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be any heavenly soldiers and divine generals in this world? The heavenly court was merely an illusion. Lin Ruhe fell into a panic. Great Shang was doomed to fall. Chapter 281, Lin Daiyu fights a tiger, Daiyu advises rebellion. The Great Shang dynasty was doomed, this was not his wild talk. Rather, Lin Ruhe truly felt the signs of a country's demise. The Great Shang dynasty had been established for barely over 100 years, yet it was already so corrupt. The nobles were busy indulging in pleasure, and the emperor was busy scrambling for power and profit, sucking every inch of the country's lifeblood, cultivating immortals, practicing alchemy, and neglecting the government. For the sake of cultivating immortals, the retired emperor had even committed such beastly acts. The ruler was not like a ruler, and the ministers were not like ministers. Throughout the entire country, not a single person cared for the nation or its people. Those common folk lived as if in purgatory. This country, even without the Zhao army, would eventually perish. Moreover, the Great Zhao's army was too strong. No one in the Great Shang dynasty's military could stop them. The two were simply not on the same level. Most importantly, the Great Zhao country's army did not seem like a mortal army. Lin Ruhe was not like those corrupt and extravagant nobles, he was not foolish. Over the years, he had been operating his own intelligence channels. According to the information returned from the intelligence department, the Great Zhao's army had dragons, mythical dragons. Not ordinary monsters, but true dragons, divine dragons capable of altering natural phenomena. Besides this, there were also special troops called Zodiac Guardians. With just a simple move, they could shatter mountains and thick city walls. Even a single spear thrust from a Zodiac Guardian could blast through a city wall. It's imaginable how terrifying these unknown numbers of Zodiac Guardians were. Even their legendary immortals and great demons didn't possess such capabilities. These were practically figures like the legendary heavenly soldiers and divine generals. As for the combat power of the divine dragons, although the divine dragons had not attacked, from their dominant position, it was clear that these divine dragons were even more formidable. With such powerful opponents, how could the Great Shang dynasty not be annihilated? Lin Ruhe was very fearful, but from the intelligence, he shouldn't need to worry about his own safety. Although the Great Zhao army would purge the local powerful families and nobles, what did that have to do with his Lin family? Although his Lin family was once a noble family of hereditary marquises, it had long since declined, and the family's peerage was no longer in existence. The Lin family was a family of scholars, with few descendants. By his generation, there was no son to carry on the family line. The Lin family was not like those corrupt nobles, the Lin family's family education was strict, and for generations, none had wantonly taken lives or harmed the local community. Even if the Great Zhao army carried out a purge, it would not reach his Lin family. At worst, they would take away the Lin family's land, and Lin Ruhe didn't care. The Lin family's main wealth had never been land. What Lin Ruhe cared about more now was his integrity. If the Great Zhao army reached Yangzhou, what should he do? Should he surrender, or die for his country? Die for his country? Although he could preserve his integrity and the family's reputation, what about his daughter? His daughter, Daiyu, was not yet betrothed. In this man-eating era, a solitary woman with vast wealth would inevitably attract a pack of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards to devour her inheritance. Find a reliance for his daughter? Who could be his daughter's reliance? The Lin family's collateral branches? Nonsense, they would only devour Lin Daiyu until not even her bones remained. The Jia family? That was even more ridiculous. Others might not know the Jia family, but did he, Lin Ruhe, not know what kind of family the Jia family was? In the two Jia family residences, from top to bottom, not a single man was clean, they were utterly corrupt, debauched, and incompetent. The only one with a bit of ability, Jia Jing, had gone off to cultivate the Dao and practice alchemy. As for his mother-in-law, grandmother Jia, she was even more laughable. She favored that good-for-nothing Jia Beiyu. Who was Jia Beiyu? An oddball who openly declared his fondness for male demons. Recently, his mother-in-law had even written to inform him that she wanted to betroth his daughter to that Jia Beiyu. Damn it. Pa. What scheme was grandmother Jia plotting? How could he not know? The beads had been thrown in his face, how could he not understand? Wasn't this clearly trying to devour his Lin family's inheritance? Knowing that the Jia family was a fire pit, could he still push his own daughter into it? This was impossible. Even if he surrendered and lost his reputation, he would never send his daughter to the Jia family. Father, what are you doing? You look terrible. Suddenly, the study door was pushed open. Lin Daiyu walked in and immediately saw the pale-faced Lin Ruhe. She immediately asked with concern. Ever since her mother passed away, Lin Daiyu had noticed that her father's health was getting worse and worse. His physical condition was visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. For this, Lin Daiyu sought help from famous doctors in the city and obtained a folk remedy from their mouths. It required fresh tiger bones. For this, Lin Daiyu did not hesitate to go into the mountains herself, fighting barehanded. She killed several tigers in a row. During this time, she even encountered a tiger demon. Lin Daiyu fought the tiger demon for 300 rounds, and in the end, the tiger demon's skull was smashed by Lin Daiyu. It was dragged down the mountain and made into medicine. Take your medicine quickly. Hey, the medicine is finished. It's all right, daughter will go up the mountain tomorrow and get you a few more. Lin Daiyu flipped through the medicine box and found that Lin Ruhe's medicine had been used up. She immediately patted her head and said directly that she would go up the mountain again tomorrow to get a few tigers for Lin Ruhe to make into medicine. Daiyu. Come in, father has something to tell you. Lin Ruhe looked at his formidable daughter, and he suddenly thought of something. His good daughter, born with divine power, possessing immense strength, and capable in both literary and martial arts, with such combat power, perhaps no one could bully her. However, he still told Lin Daiyu about his worries and gave her the choice. What? Dying for the country? Father, you are confused. Why should father die for the country? What's so good about that unfeeling and unrighteous emperor? Father, you have served him for many years and achieved so many merits, has he ever promoted you? When mother died, he didn't even show any concern, not even a patent of nobility. To hell with that dog emperor. Father, let's rebel. There's no future in following such an emperor. Lin Daiyu's personality was very bold and uninhibited, which was related to the teacher Lin Ruhe had found for her in her early years. Her teacher was also bold and uninhibited, often cursing. Alas! Looking at his own daughter, Lin Ruhe fell into deep thought, his face filled with pain. His own daughter, after all, had been spoiled. All of this was the fault of that martial arts teacher, who only taught Lin Daiyu bad habits. Minor, I have failed you. Our daughter is ruined. Daughter, you are a young lady from a prominent family, can you please not curse? Etiquette, etiquette. Lin Ruhe exclaimed. Ah. I'm sorry, father, your daughter was too angry and couldn't control herself for a moment. It won't happen next time. Lin Daiyu apologized. There's a next time. Lin Ruhe's mind exploded. Then there won't be a next time. But father, I don't accept your decision to die for the country. I choose neither the Jia family nor the Lin family. What are they? Why should they decide my fate? Your daughter alone is stronger than any of you. Can they defeat me? I can crush them with one hand. After Lin Daiyu finished speaking, she picked up the teacup on the table with one hand and gently squeezed it. The teacup immediately shattered, and the fragments turned into a pinch of dust under Lin Dai유's immense strength. Ah, my unique glazed item. Lin Ruhe suddenly let out a wail. Chapter 282, The Jia family sells their daughter, Great Sheng is nearing its end. So weak. These guys' battle intent isn't even as good as the Tubo. Neither soldiers nor generals, completely devoid of battle intent, greedy for life and afraid of death. One charge, and they all scatter. What a bunch of trash. The Great Shang dynasty's resistance was too weak. The Great Zhao army captured cities and territories, sweeping all before them. Wherever they went, the Great Shang dynasty's armies fled in defeat. In some places, their local garrisons had already deserted before the Great Zhao army even arrived. They didn't even have the will to resist. Those who did have a will to resist were pathetically weak. After a few charges, their battle intent dispersed, and all that was left was fleeing. Every one of them was a donkey cart god of war, escaping at lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Zhao Gongming had not given them orders to take prisoners, otherwise, they would have wasted a lot of time just capturing those donkey cart gods of war. Since there were no orders for prisoners, they didn't need to hold back. Often, a single skill from a zodiac guardian would be unleashed. The donkey cart god of war and his attendants would all fall together. Simple and quick. And it saved time. 2 weeks later, the Great Zhao army had occupied half of the Great Shang dynasty's territory. The southwest, Lingnan and Jiangnan regions all fell under the rule of the Great Zhao Empire. After occupying half the territory, the Great Zhao Empire's army rested for a few days, thoroughly eliminating remaining resistance forces, and then resumed their northern campaign, intending to annex the entire Great Shang dynasty within the remaining 2 weeks. On the Great Shang dynasty's side, after losing half their territory, their main army finally arrived. Upon reaching the front line, Niu Zhizong did not forget to motivate his soldiers, making all sorts of grand promises. However, when the war began, with just one simple charge, the Great Shang dynasty's soldiers scattered completely. It was a one-sided slaughter, and these hundreds of thousands of troops did not hold out for long before admitting defeat. The main general, Niu Zhizong, was killed on the spot, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. The demise of the Great Shang dynasty had become a reality. It had even begun a countdown. Everyone knew that Great Shang was doomed. However, some people were still dreaming, or perhaps they simply didn't realize that Great Shang was about to fall. Perhaps they didn't have access to such information. For example, the Jia family. Mother, grandmother, you want me to enter the palace? Don't you know the price of entering the palace? You want to trade my life for the Jia family's prosperity, don't you? Jia Yuanchun looked at her mother and grandmother, who were forcing her to enter the palace, her eyes filled with despair. Her mother and grandmother, who had always cherished her as their precious pearl, were now coldly demanding her sacrifice for the family. Their expressions, in particular, filled Jia Yuanchun with despair. Is it for her younger brother? It must be for her younger brother. Jia Yuanchun knew clearly that the Jia family had lost the emperor's favor. Neither the emperor nor the retired emperor held any affection for the Jia family. There was no one in the current Jia family capable of supporting it. To revitalize the Jia family. And even more so, to secure a future for her wasteful younger brother, Jia Beiyu, who was fond of male demons. Grandmother Jia had actually set her sights on her. To be precise, on the emperor's idea. Many years ago, the emperor had issued an edict, as long as a noble daughter from an aristocratic family entered the palace, His Majesty would bestow generous rewards upon that family. Who in the capital didn't know what happened after entering the palace? Entering the palace meant death. The emperor cultivated an evil technique that required absorbing the vital essence of virgins. Once one entered the palace, it meant being drained of vital essence and dying at the emperor's hands. Even a noble daughter could not escape this fate. It was still death, it was just that a noble daughter like her might live for 2 more years. Grandmother Jia and Madame Wang, knowing this outcome, still forced their legitimate daughter to enter the palace. Wasn't that obvious enough? They were trading their legitimate daughter's life for the Jia family's prosperity. Jia Yuanchun saw through this, tears welling in her eyes, filled with grief and indignation. That feeling of being betrayed by one's dearest family and friends. It is hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Yuanchun, this is your responsibility as the legitimate daughter of the family. The family raised you and nurtured you for the prosperity of the family. As the eldest legitimate daughter of the family, you should understand this responsibility even more. Sacrifice for the family's interests. Grandmother Jia said coldly. There was no longer any trace of her former affection in her eyes. Only cold, piercing blades. Stabbing into Jia Yuanchun's heart, one after another. Jia Yuanchun glanced at Madame Wang behind Grandmother Jia. Madame Wang dared not meet Jia Yuanchun's eyes, her head slightly bowed, offering no response. However, from her demeanor, it was clear she sided with Grandmother Jia. Seeing this, Jia Yuanchun showed a miserable expression. She was merely a pawn. I understand. Jia Yuanchun resignedly lowered her head, then turned and left without a word, and with no trace of their past affection. After entering the palace, she would no longer owe the Jia family anything. Just as Grandmother Jia had said, she was merely a pawn of the family. How could a pawn have feelings? A few days later, Jia Yuanchun entered the palace. The Jia family also received the rewards they desired. Jia Zheng was promoted by 1 rank, and Jia Beiyu received a noble title as he wished. However, the Jia family had not been happy for long. The Great Shang dynasty's sky collapsed. Because Great Zhao had arrived. After many days of campaigning, Great Zhao's army of 2 million had already reached the capital, besieging the city. The nobles of the Great Shang dynasty trembled in fear. At this moment, the Jia family finally realized that the sky had fallen. A change of dynasties was coming. They had suffered a huge loss. A legitimate daughter for a minor title in the previous dynasty. No matter how they thought about it, it was a loss. Who on earth is this Great Zhao, and why has our Jia family never heard of them? What do we do, what do we do? I heard that the Great Zhao army is extremely brutal, many powerful families have been annihilated. Will our Jia family also be annihilated? What about the imperial court? Why hasn't the court quelled the rebellion yet? What exactly did Niu Zhizong do? Is he a good for nothing? Hundreds of thousands of troops couldn't destroy one Great Zhao. Master, Great Zhao has 2 million heavenly soldiers. What? Great Zhao also has the assistance of a true dragon, our army was defeated by them. Heavens, the heavens want to destroy Great Shang, the heavens want to destroy our Jia family. Grandmother Jia wailed and cried, while Madame Wang, hearing what Great Zhao had done in other places, turned pale with fright. What she had done was not good at all. It was all ruthless, evil deeds that left no descendants. If the Zhao army found out, wouldn't she be finished? Madame Wang immediately turned ashen, unable to even stand steadily. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. A figure descended from the sky, landing before Grandmother Jia and the others. The person was none other than Jiajing of Ningguo Mansion. At this moment, Jiajing looked haggard. When he saw Jia Beiyu, his eyes lit up. Beiyu, come with me. Now, only you are the Jia family's last hope. Jiajing stepped forward, grabbed the trembling Jia Beiyu, and was about to pull him away. At this moment, Grandmother Jia and the others also reacted. They all held on to Jia Beiyu, looking angrily at Jiajing. Brother Jing, what are you doing? Aunt, I don't have time to explain. Nephew Beiyu is the future of our Jia family, I must take him. No. Chapter 283, Two emperors beg for surrender, refused, city breached and account settled. Grandmother Jia wasn't truly foolish, how could she be swayed by a few words? Moreover, the person Jiajing took away was her beloved little darling, Jia Beiyu? Absolutely not. Grandmother Jia's intelligence was primarily focused on Jia Beiyu. As soon as Jia Beiyu was involved, her intelligence would immediately take the high ground. And, there's no time to explain. Let go quickly. Jiajing said angrily. Being held back again and again, even with his good temper, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. If Jia Beiyu wasn't connected to his life and cultivation, he wouldn't bother with Jia Beiyu. He didn't even care about his own sons and grandsons, he only wanted to take Jia Beiyu because of Jia Beiyu's identity. He was the legendary divine jade attendant. This was an immortal from the immortal realm, responsible for guarding the heaven-mending stone left behind by Nuwa. That was the precious jade Jia Beiyu was born with. Simply put, Jia Beiyu was an immortal reincarnated, who had a significant mission upon reincarnating into the Jia family. He hadn't known this originally. It wasn't until several years ago that the limping deist who had taught him his cultivation technique actively sought him out and informed him of Jia Beiyu's identity. Since then, in addition to cultivating and alchemy, he had an extra task. That was to protect Jia Beiyu until Jia Beiyu completed his mission. And his reward would be to enter the illusory realm of Great Void 100 years later, seek higher cultivation techniques, and cultivate to immortal ascension. The illusory realm of Great Void was located above the heaven beyond the heavens, a true immortal cave. To be able to enter an immortal cave for cultivation, what a temptation that was for a cultivator. For the sake of immortal ascension, he didn't even care about his own son, he only wanted to achieve immortal ascension. A few days ago, Fairy Jinghuan, the master of the illusory realm of Great Void, guided his divine soul into the legendary illusory realm of Great Void and informed him about the invaders from another world. She also gave him a mission, to take Jia Beiyu and escape the invaders' pursuit. If he completed the mission, he could enter the illusory realm of Great Void early. The invaders Fairy Jinghuan spoke of were undoubtedly the mysterious Great Zhao army. Jiajing was completely helpless against the Great Zhao army. He was just a weak cultivator, he couldn't even contend with Great Sheng's 10,000 strong army, let alone the Great Zhao army, which was even stronger than Great Sheng's army. They even had immortal level combat power. How could he have the guts to contend with immortals? All he could do was take Jia Beiyu and flee. Then enter the illusory realm of Great Void and forever stay away from the mortal world. As for the riches of the mortal world, what did they have to do with him? The most anxious ones now weren't Jiajing, but the two in the imperial city. In terms of cultivation, their cultivation was much higher than Jiajing's. After all, Jiajing's cultivation technique was quite proper, unlike the cultivation techniques of those two emperors, each more sinister than the last, purely evil cultivation. He also killed fewer people. After all, alchemy always required materials. The people he killed were basically due to alchemy needs. He considered himself not a wanton killer, and even felt that being able to use others for alchemy was a kind of blessing to them. I forbid it. If you forcibly take Beiyu, this old woman will report it to the emperor. Grandmother Jia threatened. The emperor? Forget the emperor, even the retired emperor is as anxious as an ant right now, he wouldn't give a damn about you. The Jia family has long since declined, it's only you old fogies who still think the Jia family is a ducal mansion. Get out of my way. Jiajing also got angry. Giving face but not taking it. Then don't bother. Jiajing waved his sleeve, and a strong wind erupted, blowing Grandmother Jia and several people around her several meters away. He then picked up Jia Beiyu, flew into the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beiyu, my Beiyu. Ah! Grandmother Jia shouted towards the direction Jiajing disappeared, then, with qi and blood rushing to her heart, she fainted. Madame Wang, who was nearby, was also like this. Immediately, the Jia family was thrown into chaos. Jia Shi, who was nearby, watched the scene with a cold gaze. He then silently returned to his room, continuing to drink and enjoy himself, indulging in debauchery. Even when his younger brother Jia Zhang angrily rebuked him, he still went his own way. Jiajing's actions were enough to show that Great Sheng was doomed. If Great Sheng was doomed, what good end could the Jia family, a noble family that parasitized Great Sheng, have? Since they were all going to die anyway, why not enjoy themselves to death? At least, they would have had fun before dying. He was also too lazy to pretend in front of his brother. It was even considered a complete falling out. Great Sheng was finished. The Jia family was also finished. Mother, just keep showing favoritism. Your Beiyu will not have a good end. Serves him right. Ha 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 ha. Jia Shi's laughter echoed in the room. Outside the city, a figure, stepping on a long sword, shot out from the city wall with a whoosh, and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Just as the figure thought he had escaped, an even faster sword light struck. Almost instantly, it severed his head, and the headless body fell from the sky. A cultivator, and one who can fly. What a pity, this old man can too. The white-haired demon lord walked out from the shadows, casually picked up the head from the ground, and looking at the face with wide open, unseeing eyes, the white-haired demon lord smiled coldly. Several disciples from beyond the heavens quickly searched the headless corpse, finding many good things. Cultivation secret manuals, medicinal pills, and some translucent, glowing white jade pieces. The white-haired demon lord only took the secret manual and the white jade pieces, giving all the remaining medicinal pills to his disciples. These cultivation secret manuals were good things. Although their combat power was weak and they were quite sinister, these things could be exchanged for high merit points. As for the glowing white jade pieces, they were spirit stones. They contained abundant spiritual chi. They were the most important treasures for cultivators in this world, and also the currency for cultivator transactions. Even for martial artists, they had great benefits. Perfect cultivation materials. Spiritual chi was easier to convert than the human body's vital chi, and had no side effects. Unfortunately, the spiritual chi in this world was too thin. The spirit stones in the hands of these cultivators were extremely rare, and their size was quite awkward. Rather than spirit stones, they were more like spirit stone fragments. Thin pieces. Comparable to paper money. What a garbage world, full of poor people. Spirit stones? Spirit paper, perhaps. Old geezer, you made a profit again. Not long after the white-haired demon lord returned to the camp, he heard a sarcastic voice. A bald abbot walked in. His face was full of displeasure. Hee, first come, first served, that's the rule. This is a sword cultivator, he's just faster than you baldies. The white-haired demon lord had a smug look on his face. This made the old abbot grit his teeth. Damn sword cultivator. This grudge, this abbot remembers it. One day, I will get my revenge. Ever since the great Zhao army surrounded the capital of the great Shang dynasty, cultivators would occasionally escape from the city. For various purposes, some to flee, some to gather intelligence, and some just to be given away for free. The great Zhao side certainly wouldn't be polite to these cultivators. Without exception, they were all killed. After discovering medicinal pills, spirit stones, and secret manuals on the first cultivator killed, the atmosphere in the camp changed. It was the first time they realized that these cultivators were so valuable. Killing them earned merit points, secret manuals could also be exchanged for merit points, and if they obtained their magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and spirit stones, they could make a huge profit. Cultivators were all big fat sheep. No one could refuse such fat cultivators. As for whether they might accidentally kill the wrong person, that was out of the question. The cultivators in this world were not strictly speaking righteous path practitioners. They were either ghost cultivators or demon cultivators. In any case, every single one of them belonged to evil and unorthodox paths. Their cultivation methods were all sinister. Purely evil cultivators. It's just that their degree of evilness varied. For example, the two emperors of the great Shang dynasty. They were the biggest devil heads. One devoured the vital essence of young girls, and the other devoured the luck of the entire nation. There were also some relatively milder ones. They raised ghosts, transformed into ghosts, and devoured human vital essence. Demon cultivators consumed humans to refine chi. Alchemy practitioners had a slightly better reputation, but not by much. After all, many medicinal pill materials were human or demon body parts. Where did they come from? Naturally, they were obtained by killing. Jing, in order to refine a furnace of medicinal pills that extended life, ordered his subordinates to seize 100 civilian infants to use for alchemy. Without exception, they were all beasts. Killing such beasts, they had absolutely no psychological burden. They even secretly wished for more. Free rewards, why not take them? You bald donkey, you're just sour grapes. Bragging, are you? Have you ever killed a cultivator? Have you ever seen a cultivator? Such a big cultivator, full of treasure troves, have you seen one? Are you on the righteous path? So what if you're on the righteous path? You still can't kill cultivators. Bragging, you can only watch your demon lord grandpa kill. That's called strength. Do you understand, you dead bald donkey? The white-haired demon lord unleashed a barrage of taunts and provocations, infuriating the old abbot to the point of wanting to fight. This dog-like fellow was too infuriating. Humph. The old abbot left, seeing no advantage to be gained. The next morning, the assembly horn blew in the camp. The great Zhao army gathered once again. At the same moment, on the city walls of the great Shang dynasty, two figures wearing dragon robes appeared. The two had extremely sinister temperaments, especially the middle-aged man, whose face was completely dark, like a venomous snake in a gutter. In contrast, the white-haired old man next to him, though his temperament wasn't as sinister, was filled with death chi from head to toe, with visible black chi emanating from his body. The two individuals before them were precisely the two emperors of the great Shang dynasty. Initially, they were unwilling to step out and face the great Zhao army directly. They even fantasized about voluntarily surrendering in exchange for future glory and wealth, and more cultivation resources. However, their dispatched envoys, without exception, never returned. They were all killed by the great Zhao side. This infuriated them greatly. This great Zhao army was too disrespectful of rules. They had no rules, no martial virtue whatsoever. Didn't they know the rule that during a war, envoys are not to be harmed? Damn it. Rebellion was rebellion. The two emperors were half dead with anger. They could only be forced to come to the city wall, still fantasizing that they could make Great Zhao withdraw its troops. They had even secretly prepared various humiliating and nation-selling treaties. What was a nation or not, it didn't matter. As long as they could survive, what did it matter if they betrayed their country? Disrespecting their ancestors? A joke. At worst, they would change their names and surnames in the future, and get new ancestors. That way, it wouldn't count as disrespecting their ancestors. On the Great Zhao army side, a figure also appeared. A figure they had never seen before in this world. He was also dressed in a dragon robe, but the aura around him was completely different. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but fall to their knees, trembling all over. Including the two great Shang emperors on the city tower, they were also like this. This person was Zhao Gongming. His aura was incredibly powerful. Deliver my command. Kill. Breach the city, settle accounts. Zhao Gongming looked coldly at the imperial city below. He was already tired of this disgusting world. Especially the imperial city. It perfectly embodied the saying, behind vermilion gates, wine and meat go to waste, while on the road, people freeze to death. After all, it was the capital of a nation, under the emperor's feet, the most benevolent place. Logically speaking, the imperial court should pay more or less attention to the situation in the capital. The capital was the face of a nation. There shouldn't be starving captives and such. However, this great Shang dynasty was the kind that completely disregarded its reputation. They ignored their great Shang citizens, caring nothing about their lives or deaths, never putting them in their eyes. This capital was like other places. Starving captives were everywhere, and the poor were ubiquitous. Even those nobles, for fun, would recklessly slaughter people with their horses, just to satisfy their desires. Truly a foul and dirty world. If there wasn't a major purge, Zhao Gongming would feel displeased. Damn it, this was the first time he felt so displeased. Wait. May I ask if you are the Emperor of Great Zhao? My son and I are willing to perform the leading a sheep ritual, bowing our heads in submission. Even signing an agreement is acceptable. We only hope your majesty can spare our lives. All our imperial harem beauties and great Shang's wealth are offered to your majesty. Emperor Hongli immediately knelt down and shouted loudly. You are not worthy. Kill. Those with innocent blood on their hands, execute without mercy. Zhao Gongming didn't even turn his head. He pointed behind him, and immediately the great Zhao army, as if mad, charged towards the imperial city. No. If you don't let us live, you won't live either. Heaven-devouring star-consuming great technique. The emperor went mad. He unleashed his spiritual power towards Zhao Gongming's back. In an instant, endless blood-red chi swept over. Half of the imperial city was covered by it, seemingly wanting to devour everything. Dragon-slaying killing intent. The retired emperor's white hair flew wildly, his demeanor withered at a visible speed, and a faint golden dragon was suddenly struck down by a blood-red sword. Then, golden light poured into the retired emperor's body, and the retired emperor pointed at Zhao Gongming. A dazzling golden light attacked. The cultivators in the city all unleashed their ultimate killing moves, throwing them at Zhao Gongming. A desperate struggle. Petty tricks. You really don't put us in your eyes. Ants. A dragon's roar came from the sky. In an instant, the great Shang dynasty's offensive shattered. Several divine dragons of various colors descended from the sky, surrounding the great Shang imperial city. Kill. Kill them. Don't let me catch them, or I'll hack them into 1,000 pieces. You can hit me, you can even hit my brothers. But you absolutely cannot harm a single hair on His Majesty. If you glare at His Majesty, your entire family will die. Kill them all. Leave no blade of grass. The old man wants to eat sashimi today. Watch my sashimi knife skills, slice them up. Chapter 284, You're testing this dragon with that? Fairy Jinghuan appears. It was a complete and utter crush, the great Shang dynasty had no power to resist whatsoever, and its defenses were directly breached by the brutal great Zhao army. Their cultivator strength was decent, they could even exchange a few blows with ordinary great Zhao soldiers. However, this great Zhao army wasn't just made up of ordinary soldiers. Many martial forest experts had infiltrated these soldiers, and to participate in this campaign, they had spent a large number of merit points to purchase equipment. To a certain extent, their equipment was even more refined than that of ordinary soldiers, as it was the paid version. Coupled with their impressive martial arts, and with the enhancement of their excellent equipment, they didn't flinch when facing these cultivators. These cultivators weren't much stronger than them. They simply had more bizarre methods. Without equipment, they might not have been a match. But, with the enhancement of their equipment, they slaughtered cultivators as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Those cultivators hadn't even tangled for long before they were ambushed and killed by martial forest experts who suddenly appeared. As for the two emperors, they had long been beaten into 2 dead dogs and thrown aside by the dragon guards, who had transformed into human form. There wasn't a single intact spot on their bodies, their heads were bleeding, and they were covered in their own excrement and urine. Their bowels had been ruptured. Fortunately, they were cultivators, so they wouldn't die immediately. But from their condition, it seemed they were suffering a fate worse than death. Die? The dragon guards wouldn't let them die. Dare to lay hands on their boss? Do they have no temper? Are their dragon guards easy to bully? Ignore us dragon guards? If I don't torture you, I'll take your surname. After the war, they absolutely had to deal with these two emperors properly. After all, I am disciple Zhao Deifu. When it comes to torturing people, I have achieved some success. Yo, there's a lone cultivator here, ha 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 ha, this young master is going to get rich. A burly man descended from the sky, smashing down with a sledgehammer. It struck a cultivator dressed in a daoist robe below, immediately causing his head to bleed, his ears to ring, and his entire body to fall to the ground. The burly man didn't stop, but continued to smash fiercely, each blow with full force. In a short while, the cultivator's head was brutally smashed to pieces. After killing the cultivator, the burly man immediately put away his hammer and began to collect his spoils of war. Although this cultivator's strength was weak, his family fortune was not small at all. He had countless medicinal pills and many magical artifacts. Although there were no spirit stones, there were basic secret manuals, so the big man made a good profit. However, the big man looked at the cultivator's magical artifacts with disdain. What sinister magical artifacts? A human skin drum, a human bone flute. What the heck? Was this cultivator perhaps a graduate from Tibet? Why is he so evil? The big man thought about it, and finally raised the hammer in his hand, smashing it down fiercely on the magical artifacts. With several clang bang bangs, he shattered these evil magical artifacts. After dealing with it, the big man was about to leave when he suddenly heard some movement nearby. He immediately smashed open a broken wooden box not far away with his hammer. Who's there? Don't hit me, don't kill me, I didn't see anything, sir, don't hit me, don't kill me, I can't see, can't see. Inside the wooden box lay a scrawny little figure. His face was sallow and sunken, like a hollow. His clothes were barely clothes, and his body was covered in wounds, infected and crawling with maggots. Most importantly, this was a child. A blind child. The pleading child's eyes were deeply sunken and hollow, clearly having been forcibly gouged out. Because he was too thin from hunger, his whole body was just a skeleton. The big man couldn't tell if the child was male or female, or how old he was. This. A hint of pity flashed in the big man's eyes. Pity for the common people living at the bottom of this world. Because he himself was born at the bottom, he had a natural affinity for the common people. It was precisely because he was at the bottom and had no way out that he entered the Jianghu to make a living. He was lucky enough to meet a good master who taught him martial arts and brought him into the fold. After the establishment of Great Zhao, his master immediately brought him to pledge allegiance to the Great Zhao dynasty, where he secured a minor official position. He followed his master at the grassroots level of Great Zhao, and it was precisely because of this that he personally witnessed how those once miserable common people gradually came to live a good life without worrying about food and drink. Although he was a Jianghu person, he never considered himself superior. Because he always remembered where he came from. This was what his master taught him. People should not forget their roots. Even when he came to another world. When the big man saw the plight of the common people in this other world, his heart couldn't help but stir. Child, are you all right? The big man put away his weapon and cautiously approached the child. The closer he got, the more he saw the shocking state of the child's body. His fists unconsciously clenched. Sir, don't hit me, I'm going to die. The child thought the big man was there to hit him, and his voice grew even more frightened. I'm not an official. No one will ever hit you again. The big man took out a medicinal pill from his in my arms, then vigorously ground it into powder and sprinkled it on the child's body. The medicinal pill powder seemed to purify all defilement in the world. The moment the powder touched the child's wounds, the defilement was cleared, and the wounds healed at a visible speed. However, the child's eye sockets remained hollow. This medicinal pill could only heal injuries, it couldn't regenerate severed limbs. The child's eyeballs had long been gouged out by evildoers, so how could they be restored? So comfortable, thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The child felt the goodwill and knew that his injuries were getting better, and the painful wounds were gone. He immediately kowtowed in the direction of the big man. He knocked his head heavily on the ground, until his forehead bled. He had no eyes, he couldn't see where the big man was, he could only kowtow in the direction of the sound. At this moment, he wanted to cry, but he had no eyes and couldn't cry. What's your name? Sir, I don't have a name. They all call me Blind Doggy. Blind Doggy. Are you willing to become my disciple? I am willing, Blind Doggy is willing. Good. From now on, you will be the 4th generation disciple of the Iron Hammer sect. I will give you a name. You shall be called Zhao Chui. Zhao Chui. Thank you, master. The big man found a piece of clothing, then carried Zhao Chui on his back, and left the city towards the encampment. Acquaintances along the way merely glanced at him and didn't pay him much mind. Just saving a poor soul. Nothing to be surprised about. The small interlude did not affect the course of the battle. An hour later, the capital city of the Great Shang dynasty was completely captured, and the Great Zhao army quickly took control of the entire capital. All the great martial forest experts were dispatched, searching everywhere for the hidden cultivators. Zhao Gongming arrived at the imperial palace of Great Shang. He sat on the dragon throne that only the Great Shang emperor could once sit on. In the imperial harem, the sounds of slaughter continued, lasting for a long time before finally subsiding. The stubborn elements in the imperial palace had been purged. I've annihilated this country, and this heavenly Dao still hasn't woken up. How severely injured is it, exactly? Zhao Gongming asked curiously. Very, very severely. The kind that almost kicked the bucket. It's still crippled to this day. Ao Yongzi flew out from the side, responding to Zhao Gongming's query. Since it's like this, don't you feel even a little tempted? Ao Yongzi, this isn't like you. The you I know isn't so easy to talk to. Would you not eat meat that's delivered to your doorstep? Zhao Gongming was puzzled. Had Ao Yongzi changed her ways? A severely injured and unconscious will of heaven, and she could actually control herself. Unbelievable. Humph. I didn't find it. Ao Yongzi landed, tilting her head up, and said. Didn't find it? What do you mean? I originally intended to devour it, but then, I don't know why, it suddenly disappeared, as if someone had hidden it. I can clearly sense its existence, but I just can't find its location. Ao Yongzi said, looking distressed. Hidden? Who could hide a will of heaven? Ao Yongzi, you're confused. Could it be that there's another will of heaven? Nonsense. It would be good enough if an external will of heaven didn't devour it completely, let alone help it hide. That's really far-fetched. Zhao Gongming had a speechless expression. A severely injured will of heaven, in the eyes of its peers, was the most delicious tonic, an experience book. If you don't devour it, what do you keep it for? Wait for it to recover and then fight you? Are you stupid? Are you cheap? Well, I don't know, anyway, I didn't find its specific location. Ao Yongzi had also encountered such a thing for the first time. She herself didn't know how to deal with it. Then what should we do? Will the old methods still work? Zhao Gongming inquired. The old methods involved killing a protagonist, disrupting the plot, causing the river of luck to collapse and manifest, thereby forcing out the will of heaven. He didn't know if this severely injured will of heaven could still be forced out. It should be possible, right? Want to try? Even if it doesn't come out, I can still devour the luck of this world and render it powerless. Once I render it powerless, it's useless. Even if it recovers and comes out, it won't be able to do anything to us. Ao Yongzi nodded, having some thoughts of trying. Dream of the Red Chamber has two important protagonists, Lin Daiyu and Jie Beiyu. I don't know if the modified version of Dream of the Red Chamber still has these two protagonists. Which one do you want to try? Zhao Gongming inquired. Jie Beiyu, I guess. Lin Daiyu's reputation in this world is quite high. She can lift a tripod, punch tigers, and fight wolves, possessing a strong chivalrous spirit, and has a good reputation in Yangzhou. Killing her, I'd find it a bit hard to do. Because I am kind. Ao Yongzi suddenly said. You're kind, my foot. What are you pretending for? What kind of person you are, wouldn't I know? You have no kindness whatsoever. Zhao Gongming had long seen through all of this. Ao Yongzi kind? Kindness, my foot. If Jie Beiyu didn't cause the river of luck to manifest, Ao Yongzi would kill Lin Daiyu without hesitation. Because such a thing as kindness was entirely up to her to say. She just said it, and you believe her? Then I need to mark you first, and sell you health products when you're old. Sigh, you actually don't believe me. I admit, I hate Jie Beiyu, alright. Ao Yongzi wagged her tail and said. Are you going to do it yourself, or will someone help you? Zhao Gongming inquired. Let the dragon guards do it. I've already located him. That Jiajing still wants to take him and run. Naive. Ao Yongzi shook her head. She had long sensed Jiajing's location. That old fellow was taking Jie Beiyu and crawling through the city's drainage system. What a pity. He was destined not to escape. Ao Yongzi had already ordered the dragon guards to guard them. When they thought they had escaped, they would be immediately cut down. Captives? Not needed. Whatever you want. As Zhao Gongming was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a spatial ripple appear outside the capital. At this moment, outside the capital, at the drainage outlet, two figures were crawling out. Just as they thought they were escaping to freedom. Several figures were coldly staring at them. The dragon's aura, without any concealment, pressed down on them. Jiajing immediately vomited blood and knelt down. As for Jie Beiyu, he had already fainted and was unconscious. Spare us. I'll give you money. Jiajing waved his hand. Immediately, boxes of gold and jewels appeared in front, attempting to bribe the dragon guards present. Unfortunately, these dragon guards didn't care for his meager wealth at all. Gold and silver treasures? Would they lack them? Please, they were dragons. What would they want with gold and silver treasures? This stuff couldn't be eaten. Moreover, they had plenty of gold and silver treasures, they truly weren't short of Jiajing's small offering. Zhu Ming, is he trying to bribe us? Qiling, holding a whip, looked bewildered. She pointed at the boxes below, a bit confused. Looks like it. Damn it. Just these few boxes of withered gourds and cracked dates, and he dares to bring them out to make a fool of himself. I'm a dragon. A dragon who has lived for countless years. You really think I haven't seen the big world, hey? You damn, you're using this stuff to test the cotters. What kind of cotter can't withstand this kind of test? You bastard. Zhu Ming immediately became displeased. He felt insulted. Damn it. He was super annoyed. If you're going to bribe, be generous. Being so stingy, who are you looking down on? Am I, Zhu Ming, a dignified number 1 dragon guard, just a country bumpkin in your eyes? You think a few boxes of jewels can get rid of me? The price of a single dragon dung that I sell is more than your few boxes of jewels. Do you understand the value of dragon dung? You're testing a cotter with this trash? The more I talk, the angrier this dragon gets. Even dragons have tempers. Hit him. Anyway, the Dragon Lord's order is to kill both of them. Let's move. Zhu Ming hadn't finished speaking. The hot-tempered Qiling had already struck. She lashed out with a whip. Jiujing was directly vaporized by her whip. The dragon's flame was simply something trash like Jiujing couldn't withstand. As for Jiu Beiyu, he didn't fare any better. Qiling's second whip came back with a flick. Just as it was about to strike. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space in front of Jiu Beiyu. It blocked the whip for him. A figure walked out from the ripple. A beautiful figure gently flew out. This little fairy Jinghuang greets the Dragon Lords. Chapter 285, Demonic Star? Gods and Buddhas perish, Jiu Beiyu dies. Immortalis? Fairy? A kaleidoscope of colors shone forth with the appearance of fairy Jinghuan. A gentle force blocked Qiling's whip. This power was continuous, possessing a magical ability to bewilder one's mind. This was the power of lust. Qiling had never seen this power, but Zhu Ming had. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan had tried to control this power, but it was somewhat sinister. Dragons who attempted to control it were often seduced by it, fell into the demonic path, and eventually perished. Of course, the power of lust wielded by this human woman was not strong, even pitifully weak. It couldn't affect their dragon clan at all. Those who toy with lust will not come to a good end. Moreover, you are toying with illicit love. Little girl, you are very bold. Zhu Ming descended, his gaze coldly fixed on fairy Jinghuan. He was full of disdain. A mere power of lust was not qualified to snatch someone from his grasp. Fairy Jinghuan? What the hell are you? Dragon Dominator, he cannot die. He is the divine emissary of the Crimson Palace, responsible for guarding and protecting the sky-mending stone left by Mother Nuwa. He is very important to the world. He cannot die. I hope all you Dragon Dominators, for Mother Nuwa's sake, spare his life. Jinghuan will be eternally grateful. Fairy Jinghuan was not foolish. She was no match for any of the dragons in front of her. She couldn't even defeat them one-on-one, let alone face a group of them. Fairy Jinghuan was not so arrogant as to be that delusional. However, the Dragon Dominator's intent to kill Jiu Beiyu was too strong. To save Jiu Beiyu, she could only invoke Mother Nuwa's name, hoping to make the other party show some restraint. Very important. Ha 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 ha. He's important for what? What kind of thing is he? Just a parasite sucking the blood of the common people. The world can turn without anyone. As for him, he. Without him, it's very important to the world. I don't care who he is, what his background is, or anything about Nuwa. All of you, get lost. I don't know any Nuwa. I am a dragon, and I only recognize the Dragon Lord, Dragon Dominator, and Ancestral Dragon. Everyone else, scram. You have 1 minute to get out of here. Otherwise, you and he will die together. Divine Emissary? Nuwa? Who are they? Do I know you? In Zhu Ming's world, there was no such great deity as Nuwa. Even if there were, he wouldn't care, because he only obeyed the commands of Zhao Gongming and Ao Yongzi. Everyone else could get lost. You. Hearing Zhu Ming's words, Fairy Jinghuan's face instantly changed. She looked at Zhu Ming in horror. She had never thought that this dragon from another world would dare to disregard Mother Nuwa. And even dare to despise Mother Nuwa. Uttering such wild words. Damn it, this dragon is truly rude. Doesn't he fear Mother Nuwa's wrath? Could it be that this dragon knows Mother Nuwa and the others are no longer here? Impossible. These outsiders absolutely could not know the secrets of their world. Fairy Jinghuan's face was very grim. Because the former heavenly court no longer existed. The once high and mighty heavenly court, the dominator of the three realms, was taken away by a sudden apocalyptic disaster 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, an apocalyptic catastrophe descended. A demonic star from beyond this world arrived, bringing with it extremely terrifying heavenly demons and violent energy. That violent energy destroyed the foundation of this world, leading to the depletion of spiritual qi, making cultivation extremely difficult. The heavenly demons that came with the demonic star caused even greater havoc. Those cultivators were constantly subjected to the enticement of the heavenly demons. A single moment of weakness, and they would fall into the demonic path, becoming evil cultivators who plagued the world. As a result, 1,000 years later, this world was left with only evil demons and heterodox paths. Orthodox cultivators were completely wiped out. The heavenly court naturally knew the dangers of the demonic star and the heavenly demons. The celestial emperor mobilized heavenly soldiers and divine generals to annihilate the heavenly demons and the demonic star, and countless gods and Buddhas responded. However, the power of the demonic star and the heavenly demons far exceeded the imagination of the gods. Ultimately, the gods and Buddhas perished, and the heavenly court completely became history. These minor deities who relied on the heavenly court, having lost its protection, saw their own divine ranks plummet. They lost incense and spiritual qi. It was extremely difficult for them to survive. The human world, with its depleted spiritual qi, was not suitable for their survival. Living in the human world would only lead to their slow death. They could only survive in small worlds. The surviving immortals and gods all had their own methods. She was no exception. To survive, she did not hesitate to discard half of her cultivation and switch to cultivating the Dao of lust. Furthermore, she sent a group of female immortals into the human world, allowing them to reincarnate and experience the loves and passions of the mortal realm. Through her deliberate arrangements, countless tragic illicit loves were created, from which she sought to gain a large amount of the power of lust. Relying on this power of lust, she sustained the operation of the entire illusory realm of Great Void. If the heavenly court were still here, how would this mere dragon clan dare to say such words? Thinking of this, Fairy Jinghuan couldn't help but clench her fists. Get lost. Seeing that Fairy Jinghuan was still unwilling to move, Zhu Ming also grew angry. He roared again. The weapon in his hand was already ready. If Fairy Jinghuan didn't move now, he would act. When he acted, he wouldn't care if you were a child or a woman. In his eyes, there were no such trivial distinctions. There were only enemies and dead people. Becoming an enemy meant only two possibilities, a dead person, or an enemy who hadn't had time to die yet. Fairy Jinghuan did not move. It seems you are determined to seek death. Then I shall grant your wish. Zhu Ming moved, Qiling also moved, and the dragon guards next to them also moved together. They didn't bother with any martial ethics. They just wanted to kill her. To complete the task Zhao Gongming had given them. Alas! Fairy Jinghuan looked at the skills being hurled at her, a hint of despair flashed in her eyes, then she lowered her head, and her figure dissipated. She retreated. Losing her life and the entire illusory realm of Great Void for Jia Beiyu was not worth it. Moreover, her acquaintance with Jia Beiyu wasn't worth such a great sacrifice. Therefore, after several failed attempts to save Jia Beiyu, Fairy Jinghuan decisively gave up on him, even abandoning her incarnation in the human world. As Fairy Jinghuan's incarnation dissipated, the attacks from Qiling and the other dragons struck. Almost instantly, a large section of land outside the city simply vanished into thin air. The dragon guard's damage was too high. As for Jia Beiyu, of course, he was dead. He was so dead that not even a speck of him remained, his entire body had been vaporized. The moment Jia Beiyu died, 1,000 miles away in Yangzhou, Lin Dai felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her, and her power seemed to have grown stronger. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Drops of crimson rain fell. As if heaven and earth were weeping. Chapter 286, Seizing World Control, Purging the Nobility. The will of heaven did not appear. However, the river of luck did. The golden, brilliant river was cut off, and the severed luck was like headless flies. It was at this moment. Ao Yongzi revealed her true form, a dragon shadow encompassing the entire world, holding the whole world in her palm. The creatures of this world looked at the dragon shadow with terrified faces, unable to believe their eyes. Only the great Zhao army seemed to have long grown accustomed to it. They knew very well that this dragon shadow was their heaven, and also their direct superior. But soon, their heaven would also become the heaven of this world. After all, they themselves were once brought under heaven's command in the same way. Watch closely, learn well. This is our heaven. Don't be so surprised, you will be working under heaven's command someday too. Your eyes were also restored by heaven. Work hard, earn more merit points. Your eyes drained your master's retirement fund, so remember to repay him later. The brawny man patted his apprentice's head. Master, I will definitely work hard in the future and take care of master's old age. I really can't find a trace. Strange. Even after Ao Yongzi revealed her true form, she could still sense the aura of the will of heaven, but she still couldn't pinpoint its exact location. However, she didn't delve deeper, opening her mouth and fiercely sucking at the river of luck below. The river of luck was absorbed at a visible speed, shrinking little by little until it completely disappeared. After doing all this, Ao Yongzi spat out some of the refined luck from her belly, regathering it to form a river of luck that she controlled, connecting the beginning and end, completing the cycle. And the control of this world was completely seized by her. The original will of heaven was left hollowed out. Even if the will of heaven, having lost all its authority, were to awaken and return, it would be in vain. After completing all this, Ao Yongzi used her great power to open a gate to the previous world in an open space outside the capital, linking the capitals of the two worlds. The sphere of influence of the great Zhao Empire officially entered this world through this gate. Zhao Gongming's quota for divine soldiers once again surged. After everything was done, Ao Yongzi's figure dissipated. This world returned to its original state. Meanwhile, the purge in the dream of the Red Chamber world's capital was not yet over. The great Zhao army was still heading to the mansions of the noble families, capturing everyone, from the eldest to the youngest. They were interrogated layer by layer. Those found guilty were beheaded, those innocent were detained for a few days and then released. Their situation was already much better. If it were in the past, they wouldn't care if you were guilty or not, they would just chop you down directly. The current great Zhao Empire is much more civilized. They only kill the guilty, not the innocent. For several days in a row, the capital's marketplace was packed with people. Noble families from all over the capital were escorted to the marketplace to be beheaded. There were also some locals who came to watch the excitement. Ever since they learned about the situation of the great Zhao Empire, they no longer feared the great Zhao officials. According to them, they didn't break the law, so what was there to fear? The great Zhao army officers do not kill innocent people. Compared to fear, they wanted more to see the old nobles beheaded. Seeing those nobles, who were usually arrogant and overbearing, lose their heads, such a good thing was rare. It was a shame not to watch. 3 outer rings and 3 inner rings, the periphery of the marketplace was packed full. Everyone came to watch the show. The marketplace execution ground. Great Zhao's grassroots officials sat on the platform, their tables piled with archives of crimes, their eyes red with exhaustion. They flipped through the archives while announcing death sentences for the nobles below. These past few days, they had been utterly exhausted, with no time to rest. They had been working continuously for 72 hours. 3 days and 3 nights, without rest. If their bodies hadn't been strengthened, they wouldn't be able to do this job. However, despite the exhaustion, their merit points were substantial, and they received overtime pay. Calculating it this way, these days of sleeplessness could directly earn them merit points that they couldn't earn in several months normally. Thinking this way, staying up for 3 nights didn't seem so unacceptable. It was painful yet joyful. Whose turn is next? Let me have a drink of water first. Damn it, there are so many beasts in this world. In one noble mansion with over 3,000 people, more than 2,000 had to be beheaded. I'm truly speechless. The dream of the Red Chamber world is truly a den of beasts. One of the grassroots officials put down his cup, his eyes bloodshot, and said. 3 days and 3 nights, and it's still not over. I'm truly speechless. There are 2 more baskets of archives behind us, and I don't know if the Yamen has any new ones. The capital of this world has 6 execution grounds, all operating at overcapacity. Damn it, I don't know how many more nights we'll have to pull all-nighters. This world is truly messed up. None of these nobles are human. What kind of terrible things have they done? Kidnapping men, forcing 70-year-old women, damn it, they're truly beasts. Another official complained. Coming to this world, they had truly seen the world. All sorts of bizarre cases, one after another, each more outrageous than the last. Stop complaining, hurry up, who's next? Next, Grandmother Jia of Rongguo Mansion. Oh, this person seems to be the grandmother of the one His Majesty is hunting down. She's done quite a lot of terrible things. Murdering concubines' children, murdering concubines, beating servants to death. Behead her. The charges are sufficient. After a brief discussion, the officials immediately sentenced Grandmother Jia to death. No, no, I am a first-rank noble lady, personally appointed by the Emperor. My Jia family has contributed to the court and the country. You cannot kill me, you cannot kill me. Grandmother Jia was brought forward. Her face was haggard, her hair disheveled. Seeing the blood-soaked ground and the uncleaned headless corpses, she panicked. Especially when she heard that she was sentenced to death, she immediately lost control and shouted at her surroundings, attempting to break free. The officials responsible for escorting prisoners were not to be trifled with. They didn't care what your former status was. Dare to shout at the execution ground? Are you perhaps looking for death? Immediately, an official kicked Grandmother Jia's legs, breaking them at a 90-degree angle, with bones protruding. Grandmother Jia immediately screamed in pain, allowing herself to be dragged before the executioner. As the verdict was announced, the executioner brought down his blade, and Grandmother Jia's head fell to the side, her eyes wide open in death. Grandmother Jia has been executed. Next, Madame Wang. No sooner had Grandmother Jia died than Madame Wang was brought forward. As soon as Madame Wang was brought up, she saw Grandmother Jia's corpse lying to the side and immediately wet herself in terror. Her limbs went limp, and she fell to the ground, unable to control her urine and feces. Damn it! You've done so many heinous things, and now you're scared, too. What a pity, it's too late. The official responsible for escorting Madame Wang knew her very well. He himself had read the dream of the Red Chamber. This Madame Wang was the maximal version of Wang Zifeng. N times more beastly than Wang Zifeng. Even 1,000 cuts wouldn't be too much. Chapter 287, The Survivors of the Jia Family, Ao Yongzi's Prudence. Madame Wang was dragged up like a dead dog. Ultimately, her crimes were too numerous, the evil deeds she committed too many, and the people who died directly or indirectly because of her were countless. Just by tallying the cases from recent years, there were already over 1,000 lives. Her wickedness was beyond description. Most importantly, the grassroots officials responsible for the judgment unanimously agreed that for special circumstances, special measures should be taken, and a better punishment should be chosen for her. 1,000 cuts. She was sentenced to slow slicing. They specifically borrowed someone from the Imperial Guards, and in front of countless people, Madame Wang was slowly sliced. At the same time, within the Imperial Palace, the concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs also underwent scrutiny. With Ao Yongzi's special enhancement, nothing these palace residents had done could be hidden. The Imperial Guards investigated their situations. Those who had committed evil were taken out and beheaded. Those who had not committed evil were given some severance pay and allowed to leave the palace. The Imperial Palace of Great Zhao was not so easy to enter. Every position in the palace required layers of scrutiny to gain the opportunity to enter. These former palace staff did not have the qualifications to enter. At least not yet. My lord, please have mercy on us. We truly have nowhere to go. We entered the palace as children and have learned nothing but serving His Majesty. Even if we leave the palace, with our identities, we won't be able to survive. At the severance office, a young eunuch immediately knelt down, pleading with the Imperial Guards not to drive them away. After all, for eunuchs like them, being driven out of the palace meant there was no longer any possibility of survival. Palace maids could still marry, but what about them? What could they do? Their strength was not much greater than that of palace maids. They couldn't farm, their strength was inferior to able-bodied men, and they had almost no skills in various aspects. All they had was the ability to serve people. Where else could they go besides the palace? What do you mean only know how to serve people? Aren't you despicable? Humans are born as humans, how can they be servile? His Majesty is giving you, these oppressed poor people, a chance to choose a new life, not forcing you to die. Put away your servile and humble expression. The citizens of Great Zhao are not allowed to be like this. You are human, not tools. Don't treat yourselves as slaves. Our Great Zhao Empire is letting you become human again, not dogs. After leaving the palace, someone will arrange things for you. Those who want to farm will be taught, those who want to weave will also be taught. All sorts of various livelihood skills will be taught. You just need to learn. The opportunity has been given to you, whether you can seize it or not depends on yourselves. The Imperial Guard said with disdain. Leave the eunuchs behind? That was out of the question. Even the palace maids of this world couldn't stay, let alone a group of eunuchs. Stop all this crying and wailing. What kind of decorum is this? You have no ambition as humans. The Imperial Guard looked at the crying palace staff in front of him, feeling quite speechless. However, he continued his work, giving these palace staff their severance money and their new identity documents. Next one. Next one. Jia Yuanchun? From the Jia family? Your resume, lived in the Jia family for over 20 years, and you haven't committed a single evil deed? Impressive. Untainted by the mud, that's good. Take your documents and severance pay. Oh, and you don't need to go back to the Jia family. The entire Jia family was involved in crimes, and most of them have been dealt with. A female Imperial Guard picked up Jia Yuanchun's file, somewhat surprised. After all, to have lived in a chaotic place like the Jia family for over 20 years and still remain clean, one could only say that she was a good person. The Jia family? What happened to the Jia family? My lord, could you be more specific? Jia Yuanchun was a bit slow to react. The Jia family has been purged. Those with murder charges were all sent to the marketplace to be beheaded. Out of the 1,000 or so people in the Jia family, including the main family and the servants, those who haven't harmed anyone, including you, don't exceed 30. You can indeed be considered untainted by the mud. The Imperial Guard's words sent a chill down Jia Yuanchun's spine. Because the Imperial Guard's words essentially described the current situation of the Jia family. Execution of the entire family. A large family of over 1,000 people, with only about 30 survivors left. What was this if not the execution of the entire family? As for her mother and grandmother, Jia Yuanchun no longer held any hope. Although she didn't know what her mother and grandmother had done. But she knew her mother and grandmother would never be good people. Especially her mother. Although on the surface she appeared to believe in Buddhism, the malevolence in her eyes could not be hidden. Several times, she had personally witnessed her mother attempting to beat servants who made mistakes to death. Jia Yuanchun had tried to dissuade her a few times, but Madame Wang only let them go superficially. In any case, Jia Yuanchun never saw those servants in the mansion again. My lord, do you know about my mother? Madame Wang, right. Well, how should I put it, among your Jia family, Madame Wang committed the most evil deeds. In just these past few years, more than 1,000 people have died directly or indirectly by her hand. Yesterday, she was already sentenced to slow slicing. Alas. Jia Yuanchun sighed upon hearing the news of her mother's death. She had already prepared herself for it. Given her mother's fate, her grandmother's outcome probably wouldn't be much better. She also wondered how many of her relatives were left in the Jia family now. Even if there were, it would have nothing to do with her anymore. What she owed the Jia family, she had already repaid. The Jia family. Jia Zheng looked at the Jia family mansion, already sealed, his expression dazed. All his relatives were dead. His mother was dead, his wife was dead, his concubine was dead, his son was dead, his elder brother was dead, his sister-in-law was dead, his nephew was dead. The other surviving Jia family members were either too distantly related to him or were female, unable to continue the Jia family's bloodline. This left the pedantic and feudal Jia Zheng in despair. He felt his life was utterly bleak. The Duke of Rongguo's mansion was no more. Alas. Imperial Palace. Demon Star, Heavenly Demon. What exactly are these things? Ao Yongzi, do you know the location where the Demon Star fell? I'm quite curious about this Demon Star. What kind of divine being is this Demon Star that could cause the spiritual chi of this world to dry up and the gods and Buddhas to perish? If we don't deal with them, we'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Zhao Gongming pondered, this Demon Star was not easy to deal with. The Demon Star had not been dealt with to this day. Instead, the Demon Star and the heavenly demons it brought had dealt with the gods and demons of this world. He strongly suspected that the heavenly Tao's injury in this world had a great deal to do with that Demon Star. In Kunlun. The ruins of the old heaven. Ao Yongzi gave the answer. 1,000 years ago, the Demon Star fell on Kunlun, shattering the ancestral pulse, leading to the depletion of spiritual chi. The gods and Buddhas of this world went to the ruins of the old heaven in Kunlun to battle the heavenly demons. In the end, the gods and Buddhas perished, which means they did not eliminate the heavenly demons. If there are no surprises, the Demon Star should also be there. What do you mean should? You are the heavenly Dao. This world is under your control. For a Demon Star, can't you be more precise with its location? Zhao Gongming was a bit speechless. I wouldn't dare. The will of heaven of this world was severely wounded by that Demon Star. If I were to go, I would also be severely wounded. Then what? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Ao Yongzi said with a serious expression. Damn it. You coward. I'm not a coward, I'm just more prudent. Scram. Chapter 288, Kunlun? Heavenly Demon? New chat group member, Android. Kunlun. What a dilapidated place. The ruins of the old heavenly court, where are the ruins? The howling cold wind and biting chill seeped into the gaps in his clothes. This area was covered in ice and snow, with animal corpses frozen into ice sculptures everywhere. There were no plants. An absolute human forbidden zone. However, this very area was the Kunlun of this world. It was also the ancient heavenly court station of this world, the dwelling place of many ancient gods and Buddhas. Now, it had also become the place of annihilation for the heavenly court, and even the gods and Buddhas. The war of gods and Buddhas destroyed it. According to the information recorded in this world, Kunlun was the initial landing place of the will of heaven, and also the birthplace of the primal gods and Buddhas of this world. The heavenly court, formed by these primal gods and Buddhas, was the earliest heavenly court. Later, the human race gave birth to too many gods and Buddhas, even gaining a dominant position. An irreconcilable conflict arose between the primal gods and Buddhas and the human race gods and Buddhas. Therefore, the will of heaven of this world personally intervened and presided over a war of deification in another realm. Ultimately, the Great Zhou, supported by the human gods and Buddhas, defeated the Great Shang, supported by the primal gods and Buddhas. Afterward, to better rule the three realms, the new heavenly court moved its residence from Kunlun to the nine heavens. The main reason for this was that in the late stage of the war of deification, both sides gods and Buddhas fought fiercely, completely wrecking the old heavenly court. Rather than repairing it, it was more cost-effective to rebuild a new heavenly court. Later, the gods and Buddhas' campaign against the heavenly demon further devastated the already ruined old heavenly court site. If you walk a few more kilometers ahead, you'll probably see a large pit. The old heavenly court is in the pit. There should still be some tile fragments. Ao Yongzi briefly described some of this world's history. Every universe has its complete system, whether it's a weak universe or a powerful universe, they inherently possess a very complete and reasonable system. The universe where Zhao Gongming was located was like this, and this universe was also like this. It's just that this universe encountered some changes, leading to the severing of its legacy and the system becoming incomplete. Damn. Where is the demon star? Also in the big pit. Zhao Gongming, why didn't you just teleport me directly into the big pit? Are you idle? Zhao Gongming was speechless. Just as he was about to say something. Suddenly, he sensed some fluctuations ahead. Streaks of blood-red shadows attacked from the other side of the snowy ground. The blood-red shadows were particularly conspicuous on this vast expanse of white land. What is that? Zhao Gongming sensed malice and instinctively drew his long yuan sword, slashing forward with a single stroke. Dragon shadows flickered. He saw the streaks of blood-red shadows rapidly approaching suddenly fall to their knees, hands clasped together. However, the dragon shadow sword light sliced through. These blood-red figures did not catch Zhao Gongming's sword and were cleaved into two halves by the sword light. They fell to the ground, transforming into two puddles of unknown blood-red liquid. What in the world is this? Why are they just blobs? Are they some kind of monster? Ao Yongzi. Zhao Gongming arrived at the spot where the blood-red figures were cleaved to death. There were no corpses in front of him, only puddles of unknown blood-red liquid splattered on the snowy ground. There were quite a few. Zhao Gongming counted, there were over 30 blobs. His previous sword strike had cleaved over 30 blobs of unknown liquid to death. As everyone knows, the prerequisite for being 100% disarmed is that you can catch the sword. If you can't catch it, then that's a different story. These are heavenly demons. According to the information recorded in this world, heavenly demons are derivatives brought by the demon star and have no physical form. However, why do these heavenly demons have corpses? And they're blood red. Strange. Ao Yongzi had also never encountered such a thing before. It's fine, once the demon star is dealt with, we'll have our answer. Zhao Gongming put away his sword and walked forward. Meanwhile. Chat group. Ding, non-human has joined the chat group. Non-human, holy crap, Earth Transmigrator Mutual Aid Group? Non-human, a group of fellow villagers. Non-human, I'm suffering, Ning Yifeng, don't cry yet, change your nickname and introduce yourself. Non-human, wait. Ding, non-human has changed his nickname to Diyigo Dan. Diyigo Dan, hello, fellow villagers, my name is Diyigo Dan. My compound surname is Diyi, and my given name is Go Dan. Don't complain about my name yet, my parents gave it to me, and I can't do anything about it. My hometown has a custom that the humbler the nickname, the easier the child is to raise. I was sickly from birth, so my parents named me Go Dan. Diyigo Dan. Later, when I grew up, my parents passed away before they could give me a new formal name, so I continued to use this name. Ning Yifeng, it's alright, it's alright. A name given by parents, regardless of its perceived value. Zhou Xingxing, agreed. Zhou Xingxing, having parents is already a very happy thing. Lu Suifeng, this. Lu Suifeng, that's true. Diyigo Dan, hey? Diyigo Dan, you guys have stories. Diyigo Dan fell into contemplation. Because these people in the group seemed to have many stories. Could it be that they all had the male lead template? It is said that male leads come with an orphan template. Lu Suifeng, cough, indeed, there are many stories. Let's not talk about this topic. Which world are you in? What is the curse? What is the golden finger? Dayigo Dan, me? I'm in a wasteland apocalypse world, which should be considered a future timeline. Dayigo Dan, in 4396 AD, Earth's alien colonization failed, attracting space pirates. The human alliance and the pirates fought fiercely, ultimately perishing together. All life was extinguished, and Earth became a dead planet. In 4400 AD, alien life forms, the android, descended upon Earth, designating it as their new home. Dayigo Dan, I am a descendant of the android, a new android. Lu Suifeng, what is an android? What is a new android? Is there a difference between the two? Dayigo Dan, a android is a non-human life form from an alien galaxy, similar to a blob of slime. Like humans, they have language and social structures. Essentially, they are slime-like humans, they're no different from Earth humans, just a blob of stuff. Dayigo Dan, the android have a special ability to combine with the genes of other universe creatures to create stronger new species that are better adapted to local natural conditions. Dayigo Dan, so there are many factions within the android. This branch of android that arrived on Earth is the original faction of personification, the most primitive faction. Dayigo Dan, we new android are a new faction created by the android combining their own genes with the biological genes left on Earth. We call ourselves Earth android internally. Dayigo Dan, but on Earth, we call ourselves new android. Dayigo Dan, I have dinosaur and human genes, as well as some octopus genes, so I possess the genetic abilities of all three. For example, the human cooling system, dinosaur strength, and the octopus's regenerative multi-limbed system. Dayigo Dan, but I also have some drawbacks. Because the proportion of octopus genes in my body is relatively high, and due to the influence of the original android genes, I need to live in a high humidity environment, or even directly in water. Chapter 289, A Strange World. Dayigo Dan, in the apocalyptic wasteland world, Earth is a ruin. The surface of the sea and land are filled with nuclear radiation. We humanoids and new humanoids can only live underground and in the deep sea. Dayigo Dan, every time we go to the surface to scavenge for supplies, we lose a lot of organs. It's incredibly annoying. Lu Suifeng, wait, lose a lot of organs? Lu Suifeng, aren't you multi-limbed and regenerative? How can you regenerate seemingly infinitely? Dayigo Dan. Dayigo Dan, I am multi-limbed and regenerative, but they are two separate genetic abilities. Lu Suifeng, oh. Lu Suifeng, so what's your golden finger? And what's your curse? Dayigo Dan, my golden finger? Does immortality count? Dayigo Dan, my golden finger is called immortality. As long as I have enough energy, I can live forever. Dayigo Dan, as for the curse, I find it quite disgusting, picky eating. I cannot absorb any energy other than nuclear energy. Every so often, I need to go ashore or to the surface of the ocean to absorb nuclear energy. Every time, it makes me wish I were dead. Dayigo Dan, it's really disgusting. Dayigo Dan, why, after transmigration, do I get a golden finger only to have a curse thrown in for good measure? Dayigo Dan, I transmigrated with such difficulty, shouldn't I be given a protagonist script? Lu Suifeng. Ning Yifeng, a protagonist script? Buddy, are you still half asleep? We are transmigrators, we smuggled ourselves in, not through legitimate means. You still want a protagonist script? Perhaps you want a female lead script? Dayigo Dan, what female lead or smuggling are you talking about? Dayigo Dan, there's no such concept in novels. Dayigo Dan, I'm a man, how could I get a female lead script? Dayigo Dan, moreover, a female lead script would be useless to me. In the humanoid worldview, there's no concept of male or female, everyone is hermaphroditic, reproducing through fission and spores. Ning Yifeng, hey? Ning Yifeng, humanoids are really strange. Ning Yifeng, putting aside whether you have gender distinctions, I suggest you check your personal template. Our mission as transmigrators is to help the Earth Mother seize the luck of other worlds. Ning Yifeng, so, under normal circumstances, we are villains. Ning Yifeng, the golden finger we possess is given by the Earth Mother, and the curse is given by the will of heaven of the world we are in. Dayigo Dan, hey? Dayigo Dan, oh, my apologies then. I misunderstood Earth. I thought Earth wanted to give me some high difficulty challenges. Dayigo Dan, by the way, what does under normal circumstances mean? Could it be that some people in our group don't have a villain script? Ning Yifeng, yes, there are. Ning Yifeng at male presenting Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng, damn it. Lu Suifeng, get lost, you male presenting bastard. Lu Suifeng, scram. Dayigo Dan, hey? There really is? Ning Yifeng, yes, Lu Suifeng's world is a boys' love world, full of gay men. The more developed the place, the more gay men there are, and he kept getting turned. He almost turned. Ning Yifeng, he almost got turned. Ning Yifeng, now he's already fled to another world. Dayigo Dan, holy crap. Dayigo Dan, well, I'll be. Dayigo Dan, what an evil world. Dayigo Dan, I looked at his information, his world is truly evil. Dayigo Dan, luckily, I'm a new humanoid and have no gender. Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, what's the difference between new humanoids and humans in appearance? Zhou Xing, you new humanoids have so many genes mixed in, is each individual different? Dayigo Dan, no, 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 they're all the same. In their normal state, we knew humanoids look just like humans. As for humanoids, they also look similar to humans, but their outer appearance is a bit like a jelly person. Dayigo Dan, we knew humanoids only display other appearances when we enter combat mode. Zhou Xing, understood. Zhou Xing, is there a power system? Dayigo Dan, no. Dayigo Dan, there's no transcendent system like in novels. The theme of my world is technology, interstellar travel, and universe warfare. Dayigo Dan, in this type of world, talking about a transcendent system isn't quite suitable. No matter how powerful a surface creature is, it's useless. Once the planet they're on is blown up, they're all finished. Planetary explosions, cosmic radiation, various death crises. What kind of creature can withstand such devastation? Across the entire universe civilization, there are no more than 100 races that can survive in space. Even among their humanoid civilization, only the most top-tier humanoid factions possess such ability. Zhou Xing, in the interstellar era, ordinary transcendent systems indeed hold little meaning. The universe is too vast. A transcendent system that cannot escape the limitations of the surface seems somewhat insignificant in the face of the vast interstellar era. Of course, those top-tier transcendent systems are not included in this. Zhou Xing, how old can humanoids live? Dayigo Dan, depending on the faction, lifespans vary. For humanoids, the average lifespan of native humanoids is 500 years. For new humanoids, due to the genes in their bodies, their lifespans differ. The longest living new humanoids can live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. There are also some humanoid factions with lifespans of only 50 or 60 years, but they can be reborn and resurrected infinitely. For example, some new humanoids in Earth factions with jellyfish genes possess the ability of infinite rebirth. Dayigo Dan, without a golden finger, I would only live for 300 years. My octopus genes are a bit of a hindrance. However, I have a golden finger, so I have no pressure regarding lifespan. Zhou Xing, with such a long lifespan, being transcendent or not is irrelevant. Ning Yifeng, indeed. Li Nena at Miao Xiao Miao, Miao Miao, what's the situation with Gongming? Has the modified dream of the Red Chamber world been conquered? Miao Xiao Miao, it has been conquered. Recently, there have been a lot of people signing up. Miao Xiao Miao, there are quite a few grassroots officials from Fuzhou City signing up. Li Nena, it's only been a month, right? Miao Xiao Miao, not even a month yet. Li Nena, unbelievable, Gongming's subordinates are too fierce. Li Nena, conquering a country in less than a month, that's incredible. Miao Xiao Miao, I think it's quite normal. After all, Great Zhao deployed over 2 million troops, 2 million regular soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of zodiac guardians. With such ferocity, a month is already considered long. Miao Xiao Miao, actually, I personally think his 2 million were a bit redundant. He alone would have been enough. Li Nena. Li Nena, are you referring to him devouring the entire world with his true body? Li Nena, in that case, yes, they were indeed redundant. Dayigo Dan, over 2 million? Devouring the entire world with his true body? Are you speaking human language? Chapter 290, Solving the Demonic Star, Acquiring a Treasure, the 5 Directional Plague Banners. Li Nena, what do you mean, not human language? Li Nena, we are different from him. Dayigo Dan, he's not human either? Li Nena, Li Nena, you could say that, after all, he's indeed not human. Li Nena was momentarily stunned, but she still had to admit one thing. Zhao Gongming, he was indeed not human. An outer god wearing human skin. To call him human would be an insult to him. He was a god who would casually devour worlds like snacks if things didn't go his way. Dayigo Dan, wait for me, let me check. Half an hour later. Dayigo Dan hid in his room, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Good heavens! There were truly powerful beings in this group. And they were the super powerful kind. Outer gods, world wills, devouring worlds, various unfamiliar terms constantly surfaced in his mind. His background was already impressive. And his golden finger was also powerful. The curse placed upon him was a golden finger that allowed him to change his skin. He was so envious. Of course, Dayigo Dan also understood that the curse on Zhao Gongming had little to do with the will of heaven. After all, those wills of heaven didn't have the ability to inflict negative effects on an outer god. This didn't stop him from envying Zhao Gongming. He was indeed the Earth Mother's most beloved child. Zhao Gongming was unaware that new members had joined the group. He currently had no interest in learning about the new members in the group. These sky devils have gained physical forms. Good heavens, it's my first time seeing sky devils capable of possessing the remnants of gods and Buddhas. As Zhao Gongming drew closer to the demonic star, the number of sky devils they encountered grew, and their strength increased, with some of the sky devils they met later even having partial physical forms. The physical parts of them were, naturally, the remnants of the gods and Buddhas of this world. The gods and Buddhas of this world were no match for the sky devils, and were annihilated by them. Their remnants were then possessed by the sky devils. The gods and Buddhas had a trick up their sleeves before they died. This resulted in these sky devils, tainted with the aura of gods and Buddhas, being unable to leave Kunlun. They were trapped here. Zhao Gongming's arrival just happened to break the silence of Kunlun. These sky devils, upon seeing living beings, instinctively launched indiscriminate attacks. What a pity! Whether it was the sky devils born from the blood of gods and Buddhas, or those who possessed the remnants of gods and Buddhas. The gap between them and Zhao Gongming was too vast. With a single sword strike, not a single sky devil could withstand Zhao Gongming's sword. They all vanished into thin air. Is this the demonic star? It's very demonic. In a deep pit not far from Zhao Gongming, a massive meteorite was spewing black qi outwards. The surface of the meteorite was pockmarked, like many small volcanoes, and the black qi, like lava, erupted from these pitted mini-volcanoes. Where the black qi permeated, the spilled blood of gods and Buddhas surged, and sky devils emerged one by one from the blood. However, the next second, Zhao Gongming's sword strike instantly turned these newly born sky devils into ashes. They couldn't survive for even a day. Indeed, there is an outer god's aura on this. No wonder this world's heavenly Dao was severely wounded. This world might have been targeted by an outer god. Ao Yongzi landed above the demonic star, saying with a serious expression. Calm down. What if it's targeted by an outer god? Just deal with this demonic star. As long as the river of luck continues, the outer god won't come. Unless that outer god is a lunatic. Zhao Gongming said calmly. Most outer gods adhere to the underlying rules of world operation. They only devour dead worlds. They won't act recklessly. This demonic star might just be a coincidence. It fell into this world for unknown reasons, causing immense changes to this world. Of course, Ao Yongzi's conjecture also had a certain probability. After all, how some deranged outer gods think, you never know. It's not impossible for them to not follow the rules, relentlessly throwing skills and items at your world, forcibly killing a world before devouring it. For example, the world where Tai Lang resided. It was destroyed by a deranged outer god. I'm just worried that outer god is a lunatic. Ao Yongzi worried. After all, this world now belonged to her, and if it were targeted by an outer god, that would not be a good thing. She was unwilling to directly confront any outer god. Who told her she was weak? If you're weak, you have to concede. What are you so afraid of? I'm not doing nothing. So what if it's a crazy outer god? Who isn't an outer god? If it comes to it, I'll fight it. Zhao Gongming said irritably. Hee. Jiggy is so great, Jiggy is the most amazing. Ao Yongzi's tone suddenly changed, becoming rather sugary and flirtatious. Let me see if I can take it away. Zhao Gongming stepped forward and reached out to touch the demonic star. Just as he was about to take it away. The moment his hand touched the demonic star, terrifying black qi gushed out. The demonic star exploded. It instantly shattered into countless fragments. Only a banner was left in the original spot of the demonic star. A triangular, jet black command banner. The front and back of the banner had smoke-like patterns. Zhao Gongming curiously grabbed the banner. A message appeared in Zhao Gongming's mind. 5-directional plague banner north. The 5-directional plague banners of east, south, west, north, and center. They possess the ability to command the 5-directional plague ghosts, spread plagues, control plagues, and eliminate plagues. This banner was the north banner among the 5-directional plague banners. From this, it seemed that those so-called sky devils were not the sky devils from web novels, but rather plague ghosts evolved from the north banner itself. It's just that these plague ghosts seemed a bit too strong. Are outer gods' items all this powerful? The plague ghosts summoned by just a random part of it possess the ability to destroy a world. If all 5-directional plague banners were gathered, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? What surprised Zhao Gongming the most was that this banner did not reject him. It even felt inexplicably close to him. This left Zhao Gongming a bit puzzled. After all, this banner was an outer god's associated item. Logically speaking, no one else could use its items except the outer god itself. Unless the owner of that banner was dead. Even so, there was no reason for this banner to be so close to him. Could it be that he knew the owner of this banner? Zhao Gongming was at a loss. However, he didn't overthink it, since he couldn't find the answer, he wouldn't dwell on it. Anyway, he could use this banner. Getting an item for free. There was nothing wrong with that. Zhao Gongming held up the north banner and waved it around. As the banner waved in Zhao Gongming's hand, the black qi that had dispersed from the banner in all directions surged back. It was absorbed into the banner by Zhao Gongming. The once desolate Kunlun began to return to its original state. Perhaps, before long, this land would also regain its vitality. Holy crap! What the hell? You can use this banner. This isn't yours, is it? Ao Yongzi watched Zhao Gongming skillfully use the 5-directional plague banner, her eyes wide. It's not mine, but I can use it. Perhaps the owner of this banner is acquainted with me. Zhao Gongming smiled. Damn. Chapter 291, Recruiting Lin Ruhei, Indigenous Scholars Exploding Mentality. Dream of the Red Chamber World, Imperial Capital. The once bustling streets, with the Great Zhao's reorganization complete, these shops have gradually reopened. Of course, the vast majority of these shops have changed owners. After all, the shops on these streets were once the properties of the Great Shang dynasty's princes, nobles, and meritorious officials. With the Great Shang dynasty's collapse and the downfall and liquidation of the princes, nobles, and meritorious officials, their assets were naturally confiscated. Many noble families were even completely removed from the registry. Their entire family was executed, with no survivors. The shops that were returned to public ownership were put up for tender a few days ago. The merchants, who initially thought this new Great Zhao was another tiger, were quite scared at first. Later, they discovered that this Great Zhao seemed different from the previous dynasty. After learning more about Great Zhao, they realized that this Great Zhao was very unusual. It was very enlightened. As long as they conducted their business honestly and paid taxes on time, nothing would happen to them. They wouldn't need to bribe high officials to find a backer, because the Great Zhao dynasty was their backer. The high-ranking officials of the Great Zhao dynasty would not accept their bribes either. Because Great Zhao's merit points were more alluring than worldly wealth. What surprised them even more was that the Great Zhao Empire had no so-called division of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Merchants were not discriminated against. There was no imperial examination, but there were better schools for grassroots officials, which did not consider status or bloodline, only knowledge and ability. Even if you were a beggar, as long as you had a skill, you could sign up. If you graduated successfully, you would become an official of the Great Zhao dynasty. And the merit points were even more astonishing. Immortality, flying through the sky and burrowing through the earth, prolonging life and even benefiting future generations could all be achieved. As long as you had enough merit points, you could have anything you wanted. Even resurrecting your relatives and friends. Everyone in the entire dream of the Red Chamber world was shocked. This was the closest they had ever been to mythology. Countless people wanted to seize this opportunity. To join the Great Zhao Empire and shed their blood for the Great Zhao Empire. Of course, there was also a group of people who were very uncomfortable. That group was the Confucian scholars of this world. The Confucian scholars of this world had not yet been purged, and they still held some hope for the Great Zhao Empire. They believed that, since ancient times, governing the country had been the responsibility of the Son of Heaven and the scholar officials. Without them, the scholar officials, how could the Son of Heaven govern any country? However, when they learned that the Great Zhao Empire had no imperial examination, they were dumbfounded. The Great Zhao Empire had no imperial examination, only schools for grassroots officials. And the schools for grassroots officials made these Confucian scholars, who considered themselves superior, very displeased. Why should these commoners stand alongside them, the scholar official class? Especially one scholar, who considered himself very knowledgeable, became even more furious when he failed the examination upon going to the school. He, a scholar of vast learning and great talent, actually failed the assessment? Conversely, those commoners who were illiterate, relying on some crude and unworthy ingenious tricks, passed the assessment. This made the scholar very angry. He felt that this Great Zhao Empire was idiotic. Could these bumpkins, who only knew ingenious tricks, govern a country? Idiots, all of them are idiots. The scholar was so angry that he shouted at the registration office. Then, he was sent to jail and held for a few days. When he came out, he was much more subdued. And it was precisely because of this. The Great Zhao Empire's favorability among the scholars of this native world plummeted. Many scholars were unwilling to serve the Great Zhao Empire. Even though the Great Zhao Empire's merit points were very tempting. They wanted to use practical actions to tell the Great Zhao dynasty that without their scholar official class governing the country, the Great Zhao Empire would surely fall into chaos. Just wait and see. It was precisely because of their actions that the scholars from another world benefited. Due to the extremely low literacy rate, large numbers of scholars from the 100 schools of thought were transferred to the dream of the Red Chamber world. They replaced the ecological niche of the Confucian scholars in this world. The scholars of the 100 schools of thought expressed their gratitude for the gift from heaven, and their gratitude to the Confucian scholars of this world for helping them get good jobs. Feeling very pleased. With the influx of a large number of personnel, the personnel shortage in the dream of the Red Chamber world was alleviated, and all industries entered a stable development. Yangzhou City. Lin Family Mansion. Since the fall of Yangzhou and the collapse of the Great Shang dynasty, Lin Ruhe, too, transformed from a high-ranking official and a meritorious noble of Great Shang into a commoner. However, thanks to him not having committed evil deeds and often benefiting the common people, the Lin family was not liquidated, and the situation of the Lin family father and daughter was still quite good. After all, he was wealthy, and even with a change of dynasty, nothing changed. In fact, Lin Ruhe even felt much more relaxed. Lin Ruhe dismissed the servants in his family, sold his mansion, and moved into a small courtyard. He spent his days lying in the courtyard, drinking tea and painting. Life was beautiful. If his daughter, Lin Daiyu, hadn't gone up the mountain to fight tigers, his life would have been even more beautiful. Just as Lin Ruhe was relaxing, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? I am the prefect of Yangzhou City, here to pay a visit. A strange voice sounded from outside the door. Prefect of Yangzhou City? Didn't he die? No, you are from the dynasty. Lin Ruhe suddenly remembered the prefect who had recently taken office and immediately stood up from his chair. The original prefect of Yangzhou City was dead. But the prefect of Yangzhou City for the Great Zhao Empire was not dead. Thinking of this, Lin Ruhe immediately got up and opened the door for the prefect outside. He very enthusiastically invited him in. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the Great Zhao Empire. May I ask, prefect, what brings you here? Lin Ruhe asked cautiously. No, don't call me your excellency, just call me prefect. We don't do that in our Great Zhao Empire. All citizens of the Great Zhao Empire are equal. The prefect of Yangzhou returned a bow. Yes. Prefect, if there's anything important, please speak freely. I, Lin Ruhe, will absolutely not decline. Lin Ruhe said loudly. Brother Lin, are you willing to serve as an official? To work for our Great Zhao Empire? I still have one spot that can allow Brother Lin to bypass the academy and directly become an official in Yangzhou. I wonder if Brother Lin is willing. The prefect of Yangzhou stated his purpose. He had his eyes on Lin Ruhe, or more accurately, he had his eyes on the Lin family's wealth. Who didn't know that the Lin family was rolling in money? Moreover, Lin Ruhe's character and ability were good. If he could get the Lin family's help, he would definitely be able to accumulate a significant amount of merit points before the people of this world became familiar with the Great Zhao Empire's rules. By the time the people of this world reacted, he would have already eaten his fill. Of course, many officials shared his idea. An old friend of his had already connected with a well-respected prominent family in his area and had already begun a series of livelihood upgrades. He also had to act quickly. What do you mean? Can you elaborate? Lin Ruhe looked bewildered. However, the prefect of Yangzhou did not hide anything and informed Lin Ruhe of the Great Zhao Empire's rules and some information. This was a collaboration. To better accumulate merit points, both sides had to cooperate sincerely. He also had no intention of hiding anything. He told him everything. Upon learning this, Lin Ruhe was greatly surprised. Is it feasible? Feasible. Prefect, roughly how many merit points can I, Lin, obtain? A lot. Can you give me an estimate? Enough to resurrect your wife, at least. I, Lin, am willing to serve the Great Zhao with the loyalty of a dog and horse. Chapter 292, Major Movements in the Xiongnu Dynasty. Your Majesty, there's activity on the border. Our scouts have detected the Xiongnu Dynasty mobilizing troops, gathering along the border line. Early in the morning, news arrived from the border. The Xiongnu Dynasty to the north was making a major move, mobilizing its forces. They had already begun to mass heavy troops along the border line. Zhao Gongming learned of the news but didn't take it too seriously. The Xiongnu Dynasty, these half-human, half-demon dynasties, posed no threat at all. Their importance was even less than those hidden remnants of gods and Buddhas. The Xiongnu Dynasty could be left to his subordinates to handle. The strength of the Xiongnu Dynasty was even inferior to the Great Shang Dynasty they had destroyed. Dealing with them wouldn't even require the deployment of the Zodiac Guardians. Mobilizing 1 million troops would be enough to annihilate the entire Xiongnu Dynasty. Aside from the Xiongnu Dynasty, the other demon countries were all pretty much the same, incredibly weak. Your Majesty, I request to fight. Please allow me to strike, I guarantee to wipe out the Xiongnu. I can too. Stop arguing. What are you fighting for? It's not just the Xiongnu, aren't there many other demon nations? Just wipe them all out. There's enough for all of us. Oh, right. You all go. I'm old, I'll stay in the country and deal with those hidden evil cultivators. Damn, then I'll go clear out the evil cultivators and those monstrous beings. I think I can do it. The ministers were not foolish. Compared to the Xiongnu dynasty, it was clear that the cultivators hiding within the country and the hidden gods and Buddhas were more valuable. Especially those gods and Buddhas. As members of the former heavenly court, their foundations and wealth were beyond imagination. After all, they could gain immense benefits from killing even one cultivator, and how long had those gods and Buddhas lived? Countless years. Their countless years of accumulation, who knew how many treasures they had hidden away? Wiping them out meant all those treasures would be theirs. The income would definitely be beyond imagination. Who could refuse? Immediately, pairs of eyes, filled with anticipation, looked towards Zhao Gongming, seemingly waiting for him to allocate. Don't look at me. For such trivial matters, you all discuss it yourselves. Zhao Gongming sensed the minister's thoughts and immediately became displeased. For these trivial matters, you all just discuss it among yourselves and it's done. Why bother me? Zhao Gongming threw the decision-making power back to them and then adjourned the court and left. In any case, the dream of the Red Chamber world had long become theirs, and its development was on the right track, so he didn't need to put much thought into it. The only remaining threat was the heavenly Dao of this world. Although this world was under their control, the heavenly Dao was not yet dead. As for remnants of gods and Buddhas like Fairy Jinghuan, Zhao Gongming didn't even consider them a threat. With Ao Yongzi there, they couldn't stir up any trouble. As long as they dared to show their tails, the next moment awaiting them would be a fierce elbow strike from the Zodiac Guardians. Duan Xialo, old Zhao hasn't been online for a long time. Duan Xialo, it's been a month since he was last online, right? Miao Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao, not at all, he was online a few days ago, you just weren't online then. Duan Xialo, oh, is that how it is? Duan Xialo, speaking of which, how's that modified version of Dream of the Red Chamber doing? Miao Xiao Miao, it seems to have been occupied. Miao Xiao Miao, I saw news in the daily paper a few days ago that the Great Zhao Empire's army had destroyed the Great Shang dynasty, and all the emperors and nobles had been purged. Miao Xiao Miao, a while ago, the country was still recruiting officials to go to the New World, and quite a few people were transferred. Miao Xiao Miao, in Fuzhou City, where I am, 1/3 of the people have been transferred. Although Miao Xiao Miao had not gone to the Dream of the Red Chamber world, news within the country always spread very quickly. Basically, any slight movement there, and they would know about it domestically. What's more, a nationwide mobilization of personnel, anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand what was happening. The conquest of the other world was incredibly smooth. Duan Xialo, so fierce. Miao Xiao Miao, nonsense. Miao Xiao Miao, over 2 million troops, what kind of ancient country could withstand that wave? Duan Xialo, Doesn't that world have cultivators? And gods and Buddhas? Miao Xiao Miao, Zhao Gongming is also an outer god, and Ao Yungzi is the will of heaven of several worlds. Miao Xiao Miao, and, according to the news, the cultivators in that world are very weak, they are all evil cultivators, very weak. Miao Xiao Miao, ordinary martial artists might not be able to defeat them, but the martial artists who went there are not ordinary martial artists. Duan Xialo, that's true. Duan Xialo, I suddenly really want to study cultivators. Zhao Gongming, don't bother researching them, it's not necessary. Zhao Gongming, the power system of this world is even inferior to yours, what's there to research? Duan Xialo, is it that weak? It can't be. Zhao Gongming, very, very weak. Zhao Gongming, I'll give you some divine and Buddha remains later, you'll know once you test them. Duan Xialo, naturally, old Zhao, love you, heart hands. Zhao Gongming, scram. Miao Xiao Miao, is the dream of the Red Chamber world settled? Zhao Gongming, all settled. Zhao Gongming, that dynasty has been destroyed, and the remaining Xiongnu and demon nations are left to my subordinates, I don't need to pay attention to them. Zhao Gongming, control of that world has been obtained. The only thing is that the will of heaven hasn't been eliminated. Zhao Gongming, that will of heaven is hiding somewhere, I don't know where. Miao Xiao Miao, is there a hidden danger? Zhao Gongming, there is, but not much. Zhao Gongming, anyway, control of the world has been acquired. Even if it awakens, it can't do anything to Ao Yungzi, it can't defeat her or snatch it away. Miao Xiao Miao, then it's fine. Zhao Gongming, I'll be returning in a few days. Zhao Gongming, how are your preparations coming along? Miao Xiao Miao, I'm ready. Zhao Gongming, alright then. Zhao Gongming, I have something else to do, I'm logging off now. Miao Xiao Miao, bye bye. Duan Xialo, bye bye. Take care. Miao Xiao Miao looked at her new home, then turned and left. This time, she didn't inform her parents, only leaving them a letter. A few days later, Miao Xiao Miao was in the Zhao family garden in Fuzhou City. A moment later, Zhao Gongming's figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Miao Xiao Miao. Are you ready? Have a safe journey. Zhao Gongming finished speaking, then, as Miao Xiao Miao had instructed, he used his power to tear open space. Immediately, a great force came from the other side of the space. That was the power of the Earth Will. With the Earth Will's power, the spatial rift formed a passage. The other end of that passage was Miao Xiao Miao's destination this time. Chapter 293, is this a rich protagonist novel written by a pauper? Because Zhao Gongming used his power to tear open space, his chi inevitably clung to Miao Xiao Miao. This was equivalent to Miao Xiao Miao being covered in the skin of an outer god. Miao Xiao Miao took one last look at the location of her new home, then turned and stepped into space. Zhao Gongming watched Miao Xiao Miao depart until her figure was no longer visible, and the spatial rift collapsed. Good luck to you. Meanwhile, as soon as Miao Xiao Miao stepped out of space, she noticed that her surroundings were quite different. Cement roads? Street lights? Skyscrapers? Is this the modern world? Miao Xiao Miao immediately retrieved a set of clothes she had prepared from the chat group's space. After changing into them, she took out a small tool from the space. She threw it towards the alley exit. A moment later, she learned about the outside world scenery from another tool. It was identical to Earth in her memory. The same faces, the same fashion style, the same technological era. Earth? Had she returned to Earth? Impossible. This wasn't Earth. This should be another world similar to Earth. Miao Xiao Miao put on high heels, which she hadn't worn in a long time, reapplied her makeup, and then walked out of the alley. Yanzi. Don't go. I truly love you. I swear, when I get paid this month, I'll definitely take you to Starbucks. Don't go, don't leave me. Yanzi. As Miao Xiao Miao arrived on the street, just as she was feeling bewildered, the wail of a simp suddenly reached her ears. Miao Xiao Miao looked in the direction of the wailing, only to see three people surrounded by a crowd, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, ordinary looking and corpulent, was kneeling on the ground, humbly pleading with the woman. The woman, beautiful, was intimately hugging the slender man beside her, and her gaze towards the fat man was filled with disdain. The slender man, on the other hand, was quite handsome, and his clothes and demeanor were superior to the simp's. From the information revealed by the simp's wailing just now, it wasn't difficult to deduce their relationship. Passers-by also gathered around to watch the drama unfold. As a professional drama watcher, how could Miao Xiao Miao miss such a big show? She immediately joined the crowd. Let go. We're not suitable. I like young Master Lu. I admit we once had a relationship, but after spending some time together, I realized you're not what I want. You can't give me the life I want. How much do you earn in a month? Where do you live? What do you eat? What do you drink? I want to drink Starbucks, can you give it to me? Once a month. This isn't what I want. What I want is to be able to drink Starbucks every day. Do you understand? Only young Master Lu can give me this kind of life. The woman said disdainfully, completely disregarding the simp's fragile self-esteem. In fact, she mercilessly trampled on the simp's already meager self-esteem. Oh my god. A Starbucks every day? This woman is crazy. Is that man so rich? He can actually afford her a Starbucks every day. I earn 30 to 40,000 a day and wouldn't dare to be this extravagant. Is this young Master Lu another rich second generation from somewhere? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, marveling at the woman's extravagance. Miao Xiao Miao, however, was utterly bewildered. What? Starbucks? A cup every day? Extravagant? Is Starbucks something amazing? Coffee that costs dozens of yuan a cup, it can't be, right? Since when did drinking Starbucks become a symbol of wealth? My brain hurts a little, let me take a moment. Miao Xiao Miao watched the people around her discuss Starbucks with a bewildered expression. However, from their words and the excitement in their eyes, they weren't joking. These people were serious. Starbucks, in this world, really seemed to be a symbol of wealth. Holy crap! This is unbelievable. What an eye-opener. It really goes to show that as long as you're alive, you'll see all sorts of strange news. No way, you guys don't even know young Master Lu, do you? That's young Master Lu. A top student from Los Angeles First University. His mother is the director of Los Angeles People's Hospital. His father is even more legendary, the largest real estate developer in our city, a legendary figure who single-handedly created a trillion-dollar business empire. Holy crap, that's amazing. Ha ha ha, in high school, he was one of the legendary F4 of our City Business University. Do you know what car he drives? A custom-made MG for him, the auspicious Cloud K8. That was his 18th birthday present. I'd be satisfied if I could just touch an MG headlight in my life, but he gets to enjoy a custom MG sports car at 18. So envious. Whoa, I didn't notice until you said it. Look at his clothes. They're from Banway. Those shoes are Jordan's. The crowd's voices grew louder and louder. Young Master Lu, surrounded by the crowd, unconsciously revealed an air of superiority. These bumpkins. Finally, someone recognized his clothes and shoes. They really are a bunch of bumpkins. It took them so long to recognize them. Hey! Miao Xiao Miao in the crowd once again showed a shocked expression. This world. It's so ridiculous, so absurd. Banway, Jordan, MG, whatever, I can barely accept that. But Los Angeles First University and Los Angeles First People's Hospital. Are you kidding me? Are you bullying me because I haven't read much? Are you bullying me, an honest person? What the hell is Los Angeles People's Hospital? Does Los Angeles even have such a thing? Since when did the capitalist world have these two words? Does President Trump know about this? Which pauper wrote this rich protagonist novel? If you don't know, you can Google it. Can you please not be like this? You're so stingy even in your dreams. What kind of blow did you suffer? Oh my. Miao Xiao Miao really wanted to laugh. But with how seriously the crowd was discussing these things, Miao Xiao Miao really didn't dare to laugh out loud. She was afraid of getting beaten. Damn it, I must record this and send it to the group later to make everyone happy. Miao Xiao Miao silently raised her phone and started recording. But, Yanzi, I love you. Although I can't give you the life he can. But, I love you. Young Master Lu is a notorious playboy. He has a new girlfriend every week. He doesn't love you at all, he just wants to play with you. Yanzi, wake up. The simp still hadn't given up. However, Yanzi had already seen through everything. Even if young Master Lu doesn't love me, I'm willing. I, Yanzi, would rather cry in an MG in this life than laugh on an electric scooter. You leave. Yanzi. Chapter 294, A Beauty's Short Life? Humanoid Whale Fall. The excitement didn't last long. Amidst the sad and desperate wails of the simp, the rich second generation, young Master Lu, wrapped his arm around his goddess's waist and walked into the hotel, not stopping for a moment, no matter how much the simp cried out. Tisk. It looks like the hotel will be lively tonight. The goddess in a certain simp's heart, who he usually cherished but couldn't touch, was about to be entered by someone else. This gossip is really juicy. Miao Xiao Miao silently put down her phone. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a dizzy spell, immediately squatted on the ground, breathing heavily. Her face was full of confusion. A moment later, she suddenly remembered something. She immediately opened her personal information. Transmigrator, Miao Xiao Miao. Origin, Earth. World, New Dolly's Path to Riches, male protagonist. Faction, villain. Blessing, innate flight. Innate flight, no consumption. Curse, a beauty's short life. Though you are beautiful and alluring, your life will be fraught with hardship, short-lived, and difficult to reach old age. Plagued by chronic illness, incurable. Currently, your illnesses are congenital heart disease, asthma, ALS, diabetes. Beep, warning, your condition will worsen based on your use of abilities. The more you use innate flight, the more severe your condition will become. Damn it. After reading her panel, Miao Xiao Miao immediately cursed out loud, this damn will of heaven. Your grandma. Isn't this too cruel? Isn't this a bit too targeted? I only have innate flight, just the ability to fly. It shouldn't be this extreme, right? A beauty's short life? Difficult to live long? Forget living long, with these illnesses, she'd be lucky to live to 30. Let alone using her abilities. If she used her abilities, she would die even faster. This world is too disgusting. However, though the will of heaven in this world has its tricks, Miao Xiao Miao has her own ways around them. These 4 diseases, in the current world, are indeed incurable. But what about other universes? In other universes, these 4 diseases are not considered major illnesses. The level of technology is different. Besides, if technology isn't enough, there's always the occult. Miao Xiao Miao carefully adjusted her breathing, and the discomfort in her body gradually lessened until it disappeared. Miao Xiao Miao felt a bit better and stood up, walking towards the gold shop in the mall ahead. A moment later, her bag contained stacks of cash. She walked into a pharmacy and bought some asthma medication, insulin for diabetes, and emergency medicine. As for ALS medication, the pharmacy didn't have any. This disease wouldn't affect her in the short term. There were basically no targeted medicines. Miao Xiao Miao felt the bottom of her bag and found an ID card. This ID card was prepared for her by the Earth Mother to solve her identity problem. Miao Xiao Miao went to a hotel, checked into a room, and then began to contact everyone in the chat group. Deyigo Dan, a beauty's short life, ha 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 ha. Deyigo Dan, you're really unlucky, sis. Deyigo Dan, for treating illnesses, I do have a machine here that should be quite suitable for you. Miao Xiao Miao, what machine? Miao Xiao Miao, can it cure my illnesses? Deyigo Dan, of course it can. It's a universal treatment device that can cure all illnesses. Deyigo Dan, as long as the race is registered, it only needs a full body scan to get the corresponding treatment agent. Deyigo Dan, the genes of Earth humans are registered, so you can rest assured about that. Miao Xiao Miao, then what are we waiting for? Bring it on. Deyigo Dan, you have to give me time to buy it, too. Miao Xiao Miao, by the way, what currency does your world use? Deyigo Dan, gold, or some other rare universe materials. Deyigo Dan, don't worry, the treatment device is very cheap. You don't need to pay me. The universal treatment device, for these interstellar civilizations, was actually a very common item, similar in status to home appliances on Earth, and also inexpensive. Miao Xiao Miao, interstellar civilizations also use gold. Deyigo Dan, didn't you read about it in school? Gold is considered a rare metal even in the universe. Deyigo Dan, the universe is vast, with countless star systems, but also many civilizations, and an even greater population. Deyigo Dan, generally, civilizations use their own currency internally, but for transactions between civilizations, gold and other rare materials are used. Deyigo Dan, I'm going out first. After Deyigo Dan went offline, he planned to go out. It must be said that in this apocalypse, it was quite difficult to go out, especially for a new humanoid like him living underwater, it was even harder. His home was located in a new humanoid community hundreds of meters underground in the Pacific Ocean. The reason the community was built in such a place was entirely due to radiation. The closer to the sea surface, the stronger the radiation. Even for a race of interstellar civilization like humanoids, nuclear radiation could cause discomfort, and in some high-intensity nuclear radiation areas, it could even pose a threat of death to humanoids. The humanoids on Earth either lived at the bottom of the sea or underground. Nuclear radiation was a threat to humanoids. For Deyigo Dan, it was sustenance for life. The danger factor was relatively lower. Phew, this damn radiation, it really makes one love and hate it. Deyigo Dan came to the seabed, and a faint nuclear radiation affected his body. Such weak nuclear radiation could not cause much harm to humanoids, staying in it for too long would only cause symptoms like a minor cold. However, for Deyigo Dan, it was a completely different matter. He could feel his body greedily absorbing this radiation. A warm current flowed throughout his body. As his body continuously absorbed nuclear radiation, at the same time, small symptoms of skin peeling began to appear on his body's surface. This was his body instinctively resisting the damage of nuclear radiation through shedding skin. It was a battle between his left and right brain. His body was enjoying the pleasure brought by devouring nuclear radiation, while also resisting the harm it caused. Life plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Life -1 -1 -1 -1 -1 -1. Yo, go Dan, you're a bit aren't you? Didn't expect you to be into that. A giant whale suddenly swam over from the seabed. The moment the whale saw Deyigo Dan, its body quickly shrank and transformed into a humanoid form, landing in front of Deyigo Dan. He was also carrying several packages. Inside were various foods and daily necessities. Evidently, this whale humanoid had just returned from shopping. Whale fall. Didn't you just come back from shopping yesterday? Are you out of food again? Deyigo Dan looked at the newcomer and recognized him. Whale fall, his downstairs neighbor, was also a new humanoid like him. He had genes from both Earth humans and blue whales. Due to the large proportion of his blue whale genes, his true form was enormous, he could essentially be seen as a giant whale with a humanoid consciousness. His massive brain gave him extraordinary computing power, comparable to a supercomputer, and also earned him a high-paying job. This made Deyigo Dan very envious of his neighbor. He could lie at home doing nothing and have an endless stream of money flowing into his pockets. Who wouldn't be envious? I took on a big order recently and consumed too much energy, so I need to replenish it. Go Dan, why are you going out? To buy a home appliance. Oh, see you later. Bye-bye. Chapter 295, Biohazard Under the Sea? The Four Kings of the Xiangnu. Woo 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 woo. A high-pitched cry came, and Deyigo Dan subconsciously looked over, only to see a humanoid covered in wounds floating down from the sea surface. Several humanoids in rescue suits quickly swam towards the bottom, going to catch the falling humanoid. They took out instruments and aimed them at the injured humanoid, and soon the injured humanoid was wrapped in thick, special equipment and sent to the hospital. As the rescue team passed in front of Despicable Dan, he could clearly feel the nuclear radiation around him multiply several times. This humanoid, he couldn't have just returned from the surface, could he? He was already thickly wrapped, yet the amount of overflowing nuclear radiation was still so high. There wasn't such strong radiation on the sea surface. If this humanoid wasn't returning from the surface, then he must have entered a high-risk nuclear radiation area. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this serious. As for his life, he shouldn't die. The medical standards of the humanoid civilization were very high, as long as he didn't die on the spot, he could recover. Despicable Dan didn't pay too much attention to this little interlude. After quickly buying what he needed, he returned to his room. What he didn't know was that shortly after he returned home, the previously injured humanoid suddenly died violently in the underwater ward, and his body simultaneously dissolved into an unknown black liquid. These liquids began to dilute with the seawater, and soon there was no trace left. The medical staff sensed something was wrong. The moment they rushed to the ward, they suddenly became short of breath, and all the humanoids in the entire underwater hospital, without exception, collapsed to the ground. Who knows how long passed? These humanoids stood up. Their faces were hideous, their bodies festered, and black liquid continuously overflowed from within them, diluting into the seawater. Roar roar roar. Hundreds of infected humanoids revealed their true forms, dismantling the entire hospital in an instant. And they attacked the uninfected humanoids indiscriminately. A biohazard crisis erupted here, under the sea. Why do I have a bad feeling? Despicable Dan, who was playing a game, suddenly had a bad feeling. He exited the game, somewhat confused. However, he didn't think much of it, he just turned off the indoor seawater circulation system, unaware that this action saved him from a deadly threat. Meow xiao meow, phew, I'm alive. Meow xiao meow, little sister, I'm alive. Meow xiao meow, it feels so good to be healthy. Despicable Dan, feeling good? Is it cool? Meow xiao meow, it's cool, super cool, even cooler than my sister Yu's size 45 sweaty feet, it's awesome. Despicable Dan. Despicable Dan, you bastard. Despicable Dan, you're repaying kindness with enmity. Duan Xiaolo, are you old Kui or Liangzi after all? Meow xiao meow, can't I be both? Funny. Despicable Dan, I'll kick you, is it solid? Duan Xiaolo, you have to eat your feet around the edges. Meow xiao meow, authentic, so authentic. Ning Yifeng, you guys are getting more and more abstract, each one of you is a fake person. Despicable Dan, sorry, I'm not human to begin with. Despicable Dan, I am a humanoid. Ning Yifeng. Ning Yifeng, you're quite proud of that? Despicable Dan, please, I'm super proud. Ning Yifeng, let me see what's going on with you. Seal release. Despicable Dan, no, brother Ning, no. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming looked at the chat messages in front of him and unconsciously fell into contemplation. These guys are so abstract. This abstraction, it shouldn't be contagious, right? Modified dream of the Red Chamber world. Borderline. Hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu dynasty troops pressed in. The leading general was the new East King of the four kings of the Xiongnu dynasty. The Xiongnu dynasty adopted a enfeoffment system. The Xiongnu emperor enfeoffed kings and marquises. Under the Xiongnu emperor, there were four kings, namely East, South, West, and North. Beyond the fiefdoms of the four kings, there were also various smaller duchies and marquiates. The system of the Xiongnu dynasty was different from that of the Great Shang dynasty. In the Xiongnu dynasty, from top to bottom, all were human Yao hybrids. Their bloodline, more or less, was mixed with the bloodline of the Yao race. This made their temperament extremely ferocious. Among their tribes, the law of the jungle was paramount. The strong hunted the weak. Internally, insubordination was encouraged. As long as you were strong enough, if you killed a king or marquis, you could inherit everything from that king or marquis, his wives and concubines, property and fiefdom. Conversely, a king or marquis could also contend for the throne, as long as a king or marquis could kill the Xiongnu emperor, then the king or marquis could also become the emperor of the Xiongnu. It was precisely because of this tradition that the Xiongnu dynasty, despite having the potential to conquer the world, was suppressed by the Great Shang dynasty to the south due to internal strife. And now, the Xiongnu dynasty had a remarkably wise and powerful ruler. He used schemes to make the four kings dispute among themselves, even orchestrating one internal conflict after another. When the four kings were severely weakened, he raised an army to suppress them, seizing all their titles, wealth, and territories. He completely stripped the powerful titles, reducing them to honorary titles without fiefdoms. He distributed them to his four fierce generals. This time, he sent troops while Great Zhao had not yet fully taken over the territory of the Great Shang dynasty. He wanted to reap the benefits of others' struggles. However, he thought too much. The Great Zhao army of 1,000,000 soldiers had gathered one step ahead of the Xiongnu dynasty. Before the Xiongnu dynasty could even dispatch its troops, the Great Zhao general leading the expedition had already issued the command to attack. All troops, listen to my command, kill. In this battle, no prisoners. The Great Zhao general roared. Yes, sir. Kill. The great Zhao army, like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, raised their weapons and charged towards the Xiongnu army ahead. The Xiongnu in front were also confused. These Central Plains people, why are they so different? Shouldn't they negotiate upon meeting, and then fight? Why this time, they didn't even think of sending envoys, and just started fighting upon meeting. Something's not right. The Xiongnu dynasty did not ponder too much and led their army to charge towards the great Zhao side. If the Central Plains people wanted to fight, then they would fight. The Xiongnu would surely win. In the rear of the Xiongnu, figures flew into the sky. Although they had human forms, the wings behind them were enough to indicate their identity. The winged army of the Xiongnu, composed of winged people with extremely high Ya race bloodline concentration. Due to the high concentration of Ya race bloodline in their bodies, their Ya race characteristics exceeded 50%. In their 3 generations, at least 1 generation was pure-blooded Ya race. Holy cow, they can fly. Artillery team, aim and fire. Flying units posed no threat to the great Zhao army. After all, they had guns. Arcane muskets were ready. Bang bang bang. Chapter 296, East King dies, Xiongnu chaos, humanoids ruthless. Ah! Before the Xiongnu's winged human troops could even display their abilities, they were brought down by arcane energy cannonballs, either instantly headshot, falling to their deaths, or trampled by the marching army below. In an instant, the Xiongnu's winged human troops suffered heavy losses. This scared the winged human Xiongnu who hadn't yet taken flight, making them afraid to ascend. Great Zhao didn't care about any of that. Since the fighting had begun, they had to send all of them down. Before the war, their general had already made it very clear, no prisoners this time. All Xiongnu soldiers must die. Kill a path to the sky, kill a path to their own future. The great Zhao army attacked, and with just one charge, they routed the Xiongnu, who threw away their helmets and armor. Between the two, they were simply not opponents of the same rank. The great Zhao army was very strong, incredibly strong, far more terrifying than any army they had faced before. The most terrifying thing was that the number of these people was even greater than that of their Xiongnu army. They couldn't win already, and they were at a numerical disadvantage. How were they supposed to play this? For a moment, this East King of the Xiongnu felt a bit lost. He had always won battles, this was his first defeat, and he truly didn't know what to do. Bandit leader. Ha ha ha, you are mine. Suddenly, a figure cut through the chaotic army, heading straight for the Xiongnu East King. Behind that figure, many others with the same idea followed. Their target was all the East King. After all, the leader had the highest experience. The rewards were also the highest. If they could cut off the East King's head in the chaos of battle, their official rank might even directly rise by 1 level. Driven by their inner desire for advancement, they rushed towards the East King at the first opportunity. Not hesitating to put themselves in danger. What is this? How audacious! Arrogant! The East King's personal guards immediately sensed the danger and instantly drew their sharp weapons, charging towards the attacking young general. They wanted to kill their king? Arrogant! Xiong Da! Xiong Er! Beast transformation! 2 personal guards suddenly roared. Immediately, faint crimson chi erupted from their bodies. Their entire body size grew several times larger. Their eyes turned crimson, and the fur on their bodies grew several inches. They stood in front of the attacking young general like 2 giant bears wielding sharp weapons. Bear demon half-bloods, hey! Let me see what you're made of. The 3 quickly engaged in battle, fighting fiercely. The several others who arrived later also began fighting with the East King's remaining personal guards. Madmen, this entire group are madmen. Seeing this scene, the Xiongnu East King felt a little timid. It was his first time seeing such crazy Central Plains people. Weren't these Central Plains people pure human race? Since when did pure human race become so strong? They could even fight his personal guards, and it was a one against many fight, yet they weren't at a disadvantage. This great Zhao country was not right. Before he could figure it out, an arrow suddenly flew in, piercing his head. The new East King of the Xiongnu dynasty thus fell from his horse, dying an unexplained death. Before he died, he still didn't know who had killed him. 1,000 meters away, a young general lowered his longbow. General, I've taken down that Xiongnu general. Bullseye, headshot. My mouth is so dry, what's going on? Waking up early, Despicable Dan felt parched, which was a first for him. After all, he was a humanoid in this life, and a humanoid living at the bottom of the sea. Logically speaking, a humanoid living at the bottom of the sea shouldn't feel parched. But, at this moment, he had that feeling. His mouth was very dry, and his breathing was also dry. Despicable Dan opened his eyes, feeling weak all over, as if something had been drained from him. No, this isn't right. Despicable Dan suddenly opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he finally noticed that something was wrong. The moisture in the room had not decreased. Moreover, he lived in the deep sea, how could there be no water? He might be sick. Humanoid medical technology was very advanced. When they fell ill, most illnesses could be treated with home medical equipment. For example, the equipment previously bought for Miao Xiao Miao was a very common household appliance for humanoids. Also, if they suffered very severe injuries that exceeded the scope of household medical appliances, they would have to go to a hospital, for example, suffering very heavy radiation damage, unknown virus infections, and so on. As Despicable Dan was about to go out, suddenly, there was a message on his communication device. It was from his neighbor, Whale Fall. The moment he saw the message from his neighbor, he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately let go of the doorknob and quickly ran back to his room. He opened his device. Sure enough, through the network device, he saw the situation outside. At this moment, an unknown biochemical crisis was happening at the bottom of the sea. An unknown virus had infected the entire underwater world. 9/10 of the humanoids in the underwater world were infected. These viruses could instantly erode the humanoids' brains, turning them into puppets controlled by the virus. The infected became bloodthirsty, homicidal, irritable, completely inhumane, biting and killing anyone they saw, and possessed super strong infectivity. The infected would secrete toxins, and the toxins would spread with the water current. Due to the rapid spread of the infection, the entire underwater world had fallen overnight. And at this moment, the land also suffered the same predicament, but because the transmission methods in the underwater and land worlds were different, the situation on land was relatively better. Humanoid civilization had already cleared the infected on land. As for the seabed, they had no solution. Even the humanoid civilization's counselors had already proposed abandoning the rescue of humanoid survivors on the seabed. They even planned to abandon Earth and go to another planet. Damn it, a biochemical crisis. I even encountered this. Those bastards on land. Go to hell. Humanoid civilization is indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. Despicable Dan stared with wide eyes, trembling with anger. They had been abandoned. For humanoid civilization, this was simply not a big deal. The reproductive method of humanoid civilization dictated that there were no deep emotional bonds between individuals. Even the most basic family unit was a rarity in humanoid civilization. Humanoids had no gender, natural reproduction was through self-division or spores. The continuation within the civilization primarily relied on the civilization's own artificial reproduction, deriving new offspring by combining the genes of native humanoids with the genes of other races. This is how Despicable Dan came to be. It was normal for a civilization capable of automated population to abandon a portion of its kind and cut off its tail to survive. It's so uncomfortable. Despicable Dan suddenly felt difficulty breathing. He immediately went to his treatment device. Beep, you have been infected by an unknown agent. The current infection rate is 0.1%. Beep, the nuclear energy in your body has a certain defense mechanism against the virus. Your cells are extremely active, 1,000 times more active than humanoid civilization cells. This might be one of the reasons you haven't been completely infected yet. Stop talking nonsense, give me a treatment plan. Despicable Dan was very uncomfortable. He felt his physical strength draining away rapidly. If this continued, once his physical strength was exhausted, that would be when he would be completely infected. Beep, the infection location is the right foot. Cut it off and destroy it. Amputate. Executing command. After a period of intense pain, the discomfort in Despicable Dan's body instantly vanished. At the same time, the amputated part was quickly destroyed to prevent reinfection. The seabed is no longer habitable. Chapter 297, Escaping the Seabed, Borrowing Merit Points from the System? Time to escape. The seabed was no longer suitable for survival. The humanoids on land, and the humanoid civilization, had abandoned them. If Despicable Dan wanted to live, his only option was to leave the ocean. Although his octopus genes were a higher proportion, requiring him to live in areas with higher humidity, it wasn't absolutely necessary for him to stay in the ocean. He could also survive on land. It just wouldn't be very comfortable. But now, with his life on the line, who cared about comfort? It was good enough to just be alive. He would need a fully enclosed hazmat suit, capable of isolating him from outside viruses, to go to land. Without a hazmat suit, he would have to endure the viruses directly. The nuclear energy within him had some defensive properties against viruses. But the problem was, he didn't have much nuclear energy left. It wouldn't last until he ascended to a place with sufficient nuclear radiation. He needed to buy some. Despicable Dan didn't overthink it. He immediately entered the chat group, found Duanzilo, and asked him to help customize a hazmat suit. Duanzilo, a hazmat suit? It's possible, but you don't need to take such a risk, do you? Duanzilo, at worst, you could just run away to another world. Duanzilo, is that land absolutely necessary? A biochemical crisis broke out, and he wasn't running? Could it be that world had some kind of magic? Despicable Dan, is there any need to run? Despicable Dan, run away for a small accident? No need to be so afraid of death. Duanzilo, you call this a small accident? It's an apocalyptic disaster. Despicable Dan, while small accident might be an exaggeration, it's not quite an apocalyptic disaster. After all, it's an interstellar civilization. Let alone the death of all humanoids on the seabed, even if all humanoids of the Earth faction died, it wouldn't be a significant loss for the entire civilization. Despicable Dan, I plan to go to land, then take an interstellar train to the next planet. Despicable Dan, my current world is quite good. I won't leave unless absolutely necessary. Duanzilo, alright, whatever makes you happy. Duanzilo, wait a few days, I'll get you a hazmat suit. Despicable Dan, okay, thanks, brother. Holy crap. What kind of place is this? How come there isn't even a proper piece of land? Is this a field? Why is it all rocks? Li Taishu had just graduated from the Grassroots Official Academy. He was assigned to a very remote and backward small county. The day he received the assignment, Li Taishu excitedly sought out the wealthy families in the city, quickly finalized collaborations, and the next morning, he set off with large and small bags, and various convoys, towards the assigned small county. They spent over a month, finally arriving at their destination with great difficulty, and he was stunned. The accompanying wealthy local collaborators were also stunned. Especially after they obtained local information from the locals, their faces became even more bewildered. Good heavens! This is truly good heavens! He finally understood what a hellish start was. This was a hellish start. He originally thought being assigned to a remote area was for accumulating merit points. The accompanying wealthy locals thought the same. Only upon reaching their destination did they realize that these merit points were not easy to accumulate. The difficulty of accumulating merit points was extremely high, absolutely unique. In the past, those remote areas were nothing more than locals who didn't speak the Shenzhou language, were illiterate, barbaric, had harsh environments, poor mountains, and bad waters, etc. Problems could always be solved, and these conditions wouldn't all be clustered together. However, the place he was now in had gathered all the things he could think of above. They didn't speak the Shenzhou language, were illiterate, multiple ethnic groups lived together, there were many people but little land, with many conflicts among themselves, the environment was harsh, with temperatures below freezing for most of the year, located on a plateau, with thin air. If he hadn't practiced martial arts and had internal energy protecting him, he probably would have already shown symptoms along with some people in the convoy. This place is really difficult. Li Taishu looked up at the towering snow-capped mountains around him, a shiver running down his spine. This place was named Suequan Gully, located in the remote mountainous area of Shu Prefecture. The population was not large, only a few tens of thousands, but the environment here was very complex. Within a small population of a few tens of thousands, multiple tribes coexisted, including Shenzhou people, Tibetans, Mongolians, and some smaller tribes. There were few people, and even less land. The arable land was very, very scarce. Even though the Great Zhao Empire had unified the world, with the power of the imperial dynasty controlling it, the entire country enjoyed favorable weather and abundant harvests, and grain output surged. Even so, for the people of Suequan Gully, it was still not enough. Because there was too little land. Even if the yield increased tenfold, it still couldn't meet their needs. This place had been incorporated into the Great Zhao territory for a long time, and even the imperial court had sent several groups of people, yet they still couldn't solve the food problem in this area. They had tried many times, but they couldn't make themselves sufficient. This is tough. Li Taishu left the county yamen and went to the village outside. He intended to investigate on site whether this place still had hope. Suddenly, an elder came up to him. He spoke a few sentences of Shenzhou language with a strong local accent, his expression nervous and trembling. They were mostly pleas. The elder begged Li Taishu not to abandon their tribe. As the elder pleaded, more people gathered around, all with the same tone and the same pleas. Originally, Li Taishu's pressure wasn't very great, but with this, the pressure instantly mounted. He suddenly thought of a method. Then he stared intently at a distant snow-capped mountain. If they used the power of the imperial dynasty to move a snow-capped mountain, would they then have enough land? The mountains were high and steep, not something human power could open up, but what about the imperial dynasty? With the power of the imperial dynasty, moving a mountain was simply not a big deal. As long as there was enough open space, would tilling the land still be a problem? Under the blessing of the imperial dynasty's power, even the most barren farmland could yield a bountiful harvest. As long as they could achieve food self-sufficiency, subsequent work would be easier to carry out. Thinking of this, Li Taishu agreed to the locals' pleas, rushed back to the county yamen, discussed it with his partners, and felt the method was feasible. Li Taishu immediately sent a request to the imperial dynasty system. Not enough merit points? Then borrow. If this succeeded, everything would not be a problem. Sure enough, the system acknowledged his request. A golden light descended from the sky, and the snow-capped mountain he had selected was erased by the mighty power of heaven and earth, leaving only a flat and vast open space. The capital. Lending. Lending from the imperial dynasty system. Whose subordinate is this? His mind is quite sharp. To actually think of such an operation. Zhao Gongming, who was working, was startled by a piece of information from the backend. Li Taishu's approach was very new. To actually think of such a method, requesting the power of the imperial dynasty. A clever person. It feels like being taken advantage of for free. Ao Yungzi said with a smile. As long as it benefits Great Zhao, that's fine. Chapter 298, Cross-World Gate, Divine Weapon Trial. Dream of the Red Chamber World. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky, and the people of the capital curiously looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a crack suddenly appear in the sky outside the capital. As the sound grew louder, the crack also grew larger, eventually splitting open completely, and a colossal gate emerged from the crack. Such a commotion immediately caused a great deal of panic. However, the next moment, several teams of people appeared in various parts of the capital. They emotionlessly dispersed the surrounding crowds and brought various items. Tables, chairs, and various office supplies. The crowd was somewhat confused. What exactly was going on? Was this sudden change not an unknown enemy? Why were the government officials so calm? Could it be? The people in the capital remembered the origin of Great Zhao and suddenly realized. Their Great Zhao was an immortal dynasty. Their Your Majesty was even an immortal among immortals. Favored by the heavenly Dao. These commotions were likely inseparable from the imperial court. Move aside, move aside. Unrelated personnel, leave quickly. This is a cross-world gate, a portal connecting to another great Zhao. There is no need to panic. The government officials spoke into wooden megaphones towards the onlookers. This was to alleviate the crowd's panic and to disperse them, preventing them from gathering and interfering with their work. What? Another great Zhao? Oh right, I remember now. Our great Zhao came from another world. It was your majesty who used her divine power to send heavenly soldiers and divine generals to this world. This portal can actually lead to another great Zhao. I wonder if we can go to another great Zhao? To be honest, this old man yearns for another great Zhao. After all, that great Zhao has been transformed by your majesty for a longer time and must be even better. I don't know. Perhaps only government officials can go to another world. How about we go ask? The officials of our great Zhao are quite approachable. Among the onlookers, many had an idea. Many of them wanted to go and see another great Zhao. For some time now, they had learned about the situation in another great Zhao more than once from officials who came from there. The great Zhao described by the officials was so wonderful. Everyone had books to read, everyone had food to eat, the old were cared for, the young were nurtured, free from worries, a world that only existed in the ideals of ancient sages. How could they not yearn for it? The most important point was that the officials of Great Zhao were indeed very approachable. Unlike the officials of the previous dynasty, who were all arrogant. Forget about going up and saying a word, even getting a little too close would result in being dragged away and beaten by their lackeys, because these lowly people had defiled the officials' eyes. This was a capital offense. If the officials didn't beat them to death, they had to be grateful. However, the officials of Great Zhao had no such problems. In fact, to some extent, they were even more like ordinary people than the common folk. He had once seen an official of Great Zhao, dressed in tattered clothes, skinny as a skeleton, with messy, dirty hair, and large dark circles under her eyes. Yet, such a seemingly dirty official was actually an advanced official, of a very high rank. They were no different from ordinary people. Very approachable, like neighbors, friends, elders, juniors. The younger ones would even greet them, calling them uncle. This was something they had never imagined. Were these still the officials who rode on their heads and did as they pleased? How unfamiliar. And all of this came from their Your Majesty. That immortal like Your Majesty. A few bolder individuals plucked up the courage to go and ask. Soon, they got the answer they wanted. This cross-world gate was open to all citizens of Great Zhao. This was originally established after deliberations by the imperial court. It would allow for better communication between the two worlds and better flow of resources. However, the specific opening time still needed to be awaited. Currently, they planned to build 3 cross-world gates, located in the capital, Jiangnan and Lingnan, respectively. Through the exchange between the two worlds, Ao Yongzi could more easily control this world. Molding this world into her shape, this was her purpose in expending effort to create the cross-world gate. Captain, I want to sign up. I am willing to do anything for Your Majesty. In the military camp, a young soldier came before his captain and said with a resolute expression. You must consider carefully. That divine weapon is not something an ordinary person can become. The process of becoming a divine weapon requires enduring suffering that ordinary people cannot bear. Being reduced to ashes would not be an exaggeration. The captain recognized this soldier, a new recruit who had enlisted only half a year ago, very young. However, this soldier's experiences were arduous and tragic. He lost his father at a young age, then his mother due to natural disasters and man-made calamities in the previous dynasty. He fled south by begging along the way and was rescued by the Zhao family's disaster relief personnel. His subsequent experiences did not improve with adulthood, instead, they became even more tragic. His wife died during childbirth after giving birth to a son. His son also had a chronic illness. To raise his son and to cure his son's illness, he resolutely enlisted. After multiple wars, he earned many military merits and cured his son. He only needed to accumulate a few more years of military merits, and he could transfer to the rear, and his future would also be very good. However, the captain had never expected that this young soldier would choose to sign up for the divine weapon trial. He must be crazy. Did he know what the divine weapon trial entailed? The divine weapon trial was extremely demanding. Besides requiring 100% loyalty to Your Majesty, one also had to endure suffering beyond human comprehension to become that immortal divine weapon. Immortal, possessing the power of a god. But the price was that once one became a divine weapon, one could no longer return to human form. That armor was forged, not clothing that could be taken off. Captain, I know. I just want to fight for him one more time. The soldier said indifferently. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Who told me I'm his father? Captain, I've looked into it. If I sign up for the divine weapon trial, regardless of success or failure, my son's future will be secured. He will be raised by a dedicated person, will have a noble title upon adulthood, and the imperial court will be responsible for everything in his future. Most importantly, he will no longer be a child without a mother. The merits from signing up for the trial are enough for me to revive my wife. The soldier said calmly. So, a child without a mother becomes a child without a father. The captain said angrily. Yes, but he has seen me. He hasn't seen his mother yet. You. The captain pointed at the young soldier, remaining silent for a long time. Do you know that if you participate in the divine weapon trial, whether successful or not, you will not be able to return to human form? Either die, or experience nirvana rebirth in the heaven and earth furnace, becoming a divine weapon forever encased in armor. I know. Alas. The captain helplessly returned to his desk and heavily wrote the young soldier's name on the registration form. On the registration form, besides the young soldier, there were many other names. The difference was that those who signed up were all people without families, with no attachments, all alone. Only this young soldier was different from the others. Last chapter updated chapter 298, Cross-World Gate, Divine Weapon Trial.